Yet the modern natives of Armenia and Abyssinia would be incapable of conversing with their ancestors, and the Christians of Egypt and Syria, who reject the religion, have adopted the language of the Arabians. The lapse of time has seconded the sacerdotal arts, and in the East, as well as in the West, the deity is addressed in an obsolete tongue, unknown to the majority of the congregation. Chapter 47, Ecclesiastical Discord, Part 5:1. Both in his native and his episcopal province, the heresy of the unfortunate Nestorius was speedily obliterated. The Oriental bishops, who at Ephesus had resisted to his face the arrogance of Cyril, were mollified by his tardy concessions. The same prelates, or their successors, subscribed, not without a murmur, the decrees of Chalcedon. The power of the Monophysites reconciled them with the Catholics in the conformity of passion, of interest, and insensibly of belief, and their last reluctant sigh was breathed in the defense of the 3 chapters. Their dissenting brethren, less moderate or more sincere, were crushed by the penal laws, and as early as the reign of Justinian, it became difficult to find a church of Nestorians within the limits of the Roman Empire. Beyond those limits, they had discovered a new world, in which they might hope for liberty and aspire to conquest. In Persia, notwithstanding the resistance of the Magi, Christianity had struck a deep root, and the nations of the East reposed under its salutary shade. The Catholic or primate resided in the capital, in his synods, and in their dioceses. His metropolitans, bishops, and clergy represented the pomp and order of a regular hierarchy. They rejoiced in the increase of proselytes who were converted from the Zendavesta to the gospel, from the secular to the monastic life, and their zeal was stimulated by the presence of an artful and formidable enemy. The Persian church had been founded by the missionaries of Syria, and their language, discipline, and doctrine were closely interwoven with its original frame. The Catholics were elected and ordained by their own suffragans, but their filial dependence on the patriarchs of Antioch is attested by the canons of the Oriental Church. 113, in the Persian school of Edessa. 114, the rising generations of the faithful imbibed their theological idiom. They studied in the Syriac version the 10,000 volumes of Theodore of Mopsuestia, and they revered the apostolic faith and holy martyrdom of his disciple Nestorius, whose person and language were equally unknown to the nations beyond the Tigris. The first indelible lesson of Ebers, bishop of Edessa, taught them to execrate the Egyptians, who, in the Synod of Ephesus, had impiously confounded the 2 natures of Christ. The flight of the masters and scholars, who were twice expelled from the Athens of Syria, dispersed a crowd of missionaries inflamed by the double zeal of religion and revenge. And the rigid unity of the Monophysites, who, under the reigns of Zeno and Anastasius, had invaded the thrones of the East, provoked their antagonists, in a land of freedom, to avow a moral rather than a physical union of the 2 persons of Christ. Since the first preaching of the gospel, the Sasanian kings beheld with an eye of suspicion a race of aliens and apostates who had embraced the religion and who might favor the cause of the hereditary foes of their country. The royal edicts had often prohibited their dangerous correspondence with the Syrian clergy. The progress of the schism was grateful to the jealous pride of Peroses, and he listened to the eloquence of an artful prelate who painted Nestorius as the friend of Persia and urged him to secure the fidelity of his Christian subjects by granting a just preference to the victims and enemies of the Roman tyrant. The Nestorians composed a large majority of the clergy and people. They were encouraged by the smile and armed with the sword of despotism. Yet many of their weaker brethren were startled at the thought of breaking loose from the communion of the Christian world, and the blood of 7,700 Monophysites, or Catholics, confirmed the uniformity of faith and discipline in the churches of Persia. 115. Their ecclesiastical institutions are distinguished by a liberal principle of reason, or at least of policy. The austerity of the cloister was relaxed and gradually forgotten. Houses of charity were endowed for the education of orphans and foundlings. The law of celibacy, so forcibly recommended to the Greeks and Latins, was disregarded by the Persian clergy, and the number of the elect was multiplied by the public and reiterated nuptials of the priests, the bishops, and even the patriarch himself. To this standard of natural and religious freedom, myriads of fugitives resorted from all the provinces of the Eastern Empire. The narrow bigotry of Justinian was punished by the emigration of his most industrious subjects. They transported into Persia the arts both of peace and war, and those who deserved the favor were promoted in the service of a discerning monarch. The arms of Nushirvan and his fiercer grandson were assisted with advice and money and troops by the desperate sectaries who still lurked in their native cities of the East. Their zeal was rewarded with the gift of the Catholic churches. But when those cities and churches were recovered by Heraclius, their open profession of treason and heresy compelled them to seek a refuge in the realm of their foreign ally. But the seeming tranquility of the Nestorians was often endangered and sometimes overthrown. They were involved in the common evils of Oriental despotism. Their enmity to Rome could not always atone for their attachment to the gospel, and a colony of 300,000 Jacobites, the captives of Apamea and Antioch, was permitted to erect a hostile altar in the face of the Catholic and in the sunshine of the court. In his last treaty, Justinian introduced some conditions which tended to enlarge and fortify the toleration of Christianity in Persia. Emperor, ignorant of the rights of conscience, was incapable of pity or esteem for the heretics who denied the authority of the holy synods, but he flattered himself that they would gradually perceive the temporal benefits of union with the empire and the Church of Rome, and if he failed in exciting their gratitude, he might hope to provoke the jealousy of their sovereign. In a later age, the Lutherans have been burnt at Paris and protected in Germany by the superstition and policy of the most Christian. The desire of gaining souls for God and subjects for the Church has excited in every age the diligence of the Christian priests. From the conquest of Persia, they carried their spiritual arms to the north, the east, and the south, and the simplicity of the gospel was fashioned and painted with the colors of the Syriac theology. In the 6th century, according to the report of a Nestorian traveler, 116 Christianity was successfully preached to the Bactrians, the Huns, the Persians, the Indians, the Persarmenians, the Medes, and the Elamites. The barbaric churches, from the Gulf of Persia to the Caspian Sea, were almost infinite, and their recent faith was conspicuous in the number and sanctity of their monks and martyrs. The Pepper Coast of Malabar and the Isles of the Ocean, Socotora and Ceylon, were peopled with an increasing multitude of Christians, and the bishops and clergy of those sequestered regions derived their ordination from the Catholic of Babylon. In a subsequent age, the zeal of the Nestorians overleaped the limits which had confined the ambition and curiosity both of the Greeks and Persians. The missionaries of Balch and Samarkand pursued without fear the footsteps of the roving Tartar, and insinuated themselves into the camps of the valleys of Emmaus and the banks of the Selinga. They exposed a metaphysical creed to those illiterate shepherds. To those sanguinary warriors, they recommended humanity and repose. Yet a Khan, whose power they vainly magnified, is said to have received at their hands the rites of baptism and even of ordination, and the fame of Prester or Presbyter John 117 has long amused the credulity of Europe. The royal convert was indulged in the use of a portable altar, but he dispatched an embassy to the Patriarch to inquire how, in the season of Lent, he should abstain from animal food, and how he might celebrate the Eucharist in a desert that produced neither corn nor wine. In their progress by sea and land, the Nestorians entered China by the port of Canton and the northern residence of Sigon. Unlike the senators of Rome, who assumed with a smile the characters of priests and augurs, the mandarins, who affect in public the reason of philosophers, are devoted in private to every mode of popular superstition. They cherished and they confounded the gods of Palestine and of India, but the propagation of Christianity awakened the jealousy of the state, and after a short vicissitude of favor and persecution, the foreign sect expired in ignorance and oblivion. 118, under the reign of the caliphs, the Nestorian Church was diffused from China to Jerusalem and Cyrus, and their numbers, with those of the Jacobites, were computed to surpass the Greek and Latin communions. 119 25 metropolitans or archbishops composed their hierarchy, but several of these were dispensed, by the distance and danger of the way, from the duty of personal attendance, on the easy condition that every 6 years they should testify their faith and obedience to the Catholic or Patriarch of Babylon, a vague appellation which has been successively applied to the royal seats of Seleucia, Ctesiphon, and Baghdad. These remote branches are long since withered, and the old patriarchal trunk 120 is now divided by the Elijahs of Mosul, the representatives almost on lineal descent of the genuine and primitive succession, the Josephs of Amida, who are reconciled to the Church of Rome, 121, and the Simeons of Van or Ormia, whose revolt, at the head of 40,000 families, was promoted in the 16th century by the Safavids of Persia. The number of 300,000 is allowed for the whole body of the Nestorians, who, under the name of Chaldeans or Assyrians, are confounded with the most learned or the most powerful nation of Eastern antiquity. According to the legend of antiquity, the gospel was preached in India by St. Thomas. 122, at the end of the 9th century, his shrine, perhaps in the neighborhood of Madras, was devoutly visited by the ambassadors of Alfred, and their return with a cargo of pearls and spices rewarded the zeal of the English monarch, who entertained the largest projects of trade and discovery. 123, when the Portuguese first opened the navigation of India, the Christians of St. Thomas had been seated for ages on the coast of Malabar, and the difference of their character and color attested the mixture of a foreign race. In arms, in arts, and possibly in virtue, they excelled the natives of Hindustan. The husbandmen cultivated the palm tree, the merchants were enriched by the pepper trade, the soldiers preceded the nairs or nobles of Malabar, and their hereditary privileges were respected by the gratitude or the fear of the king of Cochin and the Zamorin himself. They acknowledged a gentoo of sovereign, but they were governed, even in temporal concerns, by the Bishop of Angamala. He still asserted his ancient title of Metropolitan of India, but his real jurisdiction was exercised in 1,400 churches, and he was entrusted with the care of 200,000 souls. Their religion would have rendered them the firmest and most cordial allies of the Portuguese, but the inquisitors soon discerned in the Christians of St. Thomas the unpardonable guilt of heresy and schism. Instead of owning themselves the subjects of the Roman pontiff, the spiritual and temporal monarch of the globe, they adhered, like their ancestors, to the communion of the Nestorian patriarch, and the bishops whom he ordained at Mosul traversed the dangers of the sea and land to reach their diocese on the coast of Malabar. In their Syriac liturgy, the names of Theodore and Nestorius were piously commemorated. They united their adoration of the two persons of Christ. The title of Mother of God was offensive to their ear, and they measured with scrupulous avarice the honors of the Virgin Mary, whom the superstition of the Latins had almost exalted to the rank of a goddess. When her image was first presented to the disciples of St. Thomas, they indignantly exclaimed, "We are Christians, not idolaters," and their simple devotion was content with the veneration of the cross. Their separation from the Western world had left them in ignorance of the improvements or corruptions of 1,000 years, and their conformity with the faith and practice of the 5th century would equally disappoint the prejudices of a papist or a Protestant. It was the first care of the ministers of Rome to intercept all correspondence with the Nestorian patriarch, and several of his bishops expired in the prisons of the Holy Office. The flock, without a shepherd, was assaulted by the power of the Portuguese, the arts of the Jesuits, and the zeal of Alexis de Menezes, Archbishop of Goa, in his personal visitation of the coast of Malabar. The Synod of Diamper, at which he presided, consummated the pious work of the reunion, and rigorously imposed the doctrine and discipline of the Roman Church, without forgetting auricular confession, the strongest engine of ecclesiastical torture. The memory of Theodore and Nestorius was condemned, and Malabar was reduced under the dominion of the Pope, of the Primate, and of the Jesuits who invaded the See of Angamala or Krangana. 60 years of servitude and hypocrisy were patiently endured, but as soon as the Portuguese Empire was shaken by the courage and industry of the Dutch, the Nestorians asserted, with vigor and effect, the religion of their fathers. The Jesuits were incapable of defending the power which they had abused. The arms of 40,000 Christians were pointed against their falling tyrants, and the Indian archdeacon assumed the character of bishop till a fresh supply of episcopal gifts and Syriac missionaries could be obtained from the Patriarch of Babylon. Since the expulsion of the Portuguese, the Nestorian creed is freely professed on the coast of Malabar. The trading companies of Holland and England are the friends of toleration, But if oppression be less mortifying than contempt, the Christians of St. Thomas have reason to complain of the cold and silent indifference of their brethren of Europe. 124. 2. The history of the Monophysites is less copious and interesting than that of the Nestorians. Under the reigns of Zeno and Anastasius, their artful leaders surprised the ear of the prince, usurped the thrones of the East, and crushed on its native soil the school of the Syrians. The rule of the Monophysite faith was defined with exquisite discretion by Severus, Patriarch of Antioch. He condemned, in the style of the Henoticon, the adverse heresies of Nestorius, and Eutyches maintained against the latter the reality of the body of Christ, and constrained the Greeks to allow that he was a liar who spoke truth. 125. But the approximation of ideas could not abate the vehemence of passion. Each party was the more astonished that their blind antagonist could dispute on so trifling a difference. The tyrant of Syria enforced the belief of his creed, and his reign was polluted with the blood of 350 monks, who were slain, not perhaps without provocation or resistance, under the walls of Apamia. 126. The successor of Anastasius replanted the orthodox standard in the East. Severus fled into Egypt, and his friend, the eloquent Xenias, 127, who had escaped from the Nestorians of Persia, was suffocated in his exile by the Melchites of Paphlagonia. 54 bishops were swept from their thrones, 800 ecclesiastics were cast into prison, 128, and notwithstanding the ambiguous favor of Theodora, the Oriental flocks, deprived of their shepherds, must insensibly have been either famished or poisoned. In this spiritual distress, the expiring faction was revived and united and perpetuated by the labors of a monk, and the name of James Baradius 129 has been preserved in the appellation of Jacobites, a familiar sound which may startle the ear of an English reader. From the holy confessors in their prison of Constantinople, he received the powers of Bishop of Edessa and Apostle of the East, and the ordination of 80,000 bishops, priests, and deacons is derived from the same inexhaustible source. The speed of the zealous missionary was promoted by the fleetest dromedaries of a devout chief of the Arabs. The doctrine and discipline of the Jacobites was secretly established in the dominions of Justinian, and each Jacobite was compelled to violate the laws and to hate the Roman legislator. The successors of Severus, while they lurked in convents or villages, while they sheltered their proscribed heads in the caverns of hermits, or the tents of the Saracens, still asserted, as they now assert, their indefeasible right to the title, the rank, and the prerogatives of Patriarch of Antioch. Under the milder yoke of the infidels, they reside about a league from Murden, in the pleasant monastery of Zapharon, which they have embellished with cells, aqueducts, and plantations. The secondary, though honorable, place is filled by the Maphrian, who, in his station at Mosul itself, defies the Nestorian Catholic, with whom he contests the primacy of the East. Under the Patriarch and the Maphrian, 150 archbishops and bishops have been counted in the different ages of the Jacobite Church. But the order of the hierarchy is relaxed or dissolved, and the greater part of their dioceses is confined to the neighborhood of the Euphrates and the Tigris. The cities of Aleppo and Amida, which are often visited by the Patriarch, contain some wealthy merchants and industrious mechanics, but the multitude derive their scanty sustenance from their daily labor, and poverty, as well as superstition, may impose their excessive fasts, 5 annual Lents, during which both the clergy and laity abstain not only from flesh or eggs, but even from the taste of wine, of oil, and of fish. Their present numbers are esteemed from 50 to 80,000 souls, the remnant of a populous church, which was gradually decreased under the impression of 12 centuries. Yet in that long period, some strangers of merit have been converted to the Monophysite faith, and a Jew was the father of a Bulpharagius, 130 primate of the East, so truly eminent both in his life and death. In his life he was an elegant writer of the Syriac and Arabic tongues, a poet, physician, and historian, a subtle philosopher, and a moderate divine. In his death, his funeral was attended by his rival, the Nestorian Patriarch, with a train of Greeks and Armenians who forgot their disputes and mingled their tears over the grave of an enemy. The sect which was honored by the virtues of a Bulpharagius appears, however, to sink below the level of their Nestorian brethren. The superstition of the Jacobites is more abject, their fasts more rigid. 131. Their intestine divisions are more numerous, and their doctors, as far as I can measure the degrees of nonsense, are more remote from the precincts of reason. Something may possibly be allowed for the rigor of the Monophysite theology, much more for the superior influence of the monastic order. In Syria, in Egypt, in Ethiopia, the Jacobite monks have ever been distinguished by the austerity of their penance and the absurdity of their legends. Alive or dead, they are worshipped as the favorites of the deity. The crozier of bishop and patriarch is reserved for their venerable hands, and they assume the government of men, while they are yet reeking with the habits and prejudices of the cloister. 132. 3. In the style of the Oriental Christians, the monothelites of every age are described under the appellation of Maronites. 133. A name which has been insensibly transferred from a hermit to a monastery, from a monastery to a nation. Maron, a saint or savage of the 5th century, displayed his religious madness in Syria. The rival cities of Apamea and Emesa disputed his relics. A stately church was erected on his tomb, and 600 of his disciples united their solitary cells on the banks of the Orontes. In the controversies of the Incarnation, they nicely threaded the orthodox line between the sects of Nestorians and Eutyches, but the unfortunate question of one will or operation in the two natures of Christ was generated by their curious leisure. Their proselyte, the Emperor Heraclius, was rejected as a Maronite from the walls of Emesa. He found a refuge in the monastery of his brethren, and their theological lessons were repaid with the gift, a spacious and wealthy domain. The name and doctrine of this venerable school were propagated among the Greeks and Syrians, and their zeal is expressed by Macarius, Patriarch of Antioch, who declared before the Synod of Constantinople that sooner than subscribe the two wills of Christ, he would submit to be hewn piecemeal and cast into the sea. 134. A similar or a less cruel mode of persecution soon converted the unresisting subjects of the plain, while the glorious title of Mardates, 135, or rebels, was bravely maintained by the hardy natives of Mount Libanus. John Maron, one of the most learned and popular of the monks, assumed the character of Patriarch of Antioch. His nephew, Abraham, at the head of the Maronites, defended their civil and religious freedom against the tyrants of the East. The son of the Orthodox Constantine pursued with pious hatred a people of soldiers, who might have stood the bulwark of his empire against the common foes of Christ and of Rome. An army of Greeks invaded Syria. The monastery of St. Maron was destroyed with fire. The bravest chieftains were betrayed and murdered, and 12,000 of their followers were transplanted to the distant frontiers of Armenia and Thrace. Yet the humble nation of the Maronites had survived the empire of Constantinople, and they still enjoy, under their Turkish masters, a free religion and a mitigated servitude. Their domestic governors are chosen among the ancient nobility. The patriarch, in his monastery of Canabin, still fancies himself on the throne of Antioch. 9 bishops compose his synod, and 150 priests, who retain the liberty of marriage, are entrusted with the care of 100,000 souls. Their country extends from the ridge of Mount Libanus to the shores of Tripoli, and the gradual descent affords, in a narrow space, each variety of soil and climate, from the holy cedars, erect under the weight of snow, 136, to the vine, the mulberry, and the olive trees of the fruitful valley. In the 12th century, the Maronites, abjuring the Monothelite era, were reconciled to the Latin churches of Antioch and Rome, 137, and the same alliance has been frequently renewed by the ambition of the popes and the distress of the Syrians. But it may reasonably be questioned whether their union has ever been perfect or sincere, and the learned Maronites of the College of Rome have vainly labored to absolve their ancestors from the guilt of heresy and schism. 138. 4. Since the age of Constantine, the Armenians 139 had signalized their attachment to the religion and empire of the Christians. 1391, the disorders of their country and their ignorance of the Greek tongue prevented their clergy from assisting at the Synod of Chalcedon, and they floated 84 years 140 in a state of indifference or suspense, till their vacant faith was finally occupied by the missionaries of Julian of Halicarnassus, 141, who in Egypt, their common exile, had been vanquished by the arguments or the influence of his rival Severus, the Monophysite patriarch of Antioch. The Armenians alone are the pure disciples of Eutyches, an unfortunate parent who has been renounced by the greater part of his spiritual progeny. They alone persevere in the opinion that the manhood of Christ was created or existed without creation of a divine and incorruptible substance. Their adversaries reproach them with the adoration of a phantom, and they retort the accusation by deriding or execrating the blasphemy of the Jacobites, who impute to the Godhead the vile infirmities of the flesh, even the natural effects of nutrition and digestion. The religion of Armenia could not derive much glory from the learning or the power of its inhabitants. The royalty expired with the origin of their schism, and their Christian kings, who arose and fell in the 13th century on the confines of Cilicia, were the clients of the Latins and the vassals of the Turkish Sultan of Iconium. The helpless nation has seldom been permitted to enjoy the tranquility of servitude. From the earliest period to the present hour, Armenia has been the theater of perpetual war. The lands between Taurus and Erivan were dispeopled by the cruel policy of the Safavids, and myriads of Christian families were transplanted to perish or to propagate in the distant provinces of Persia. Under the rod of oppression, the zeal of the Armenians is fervent and intrepid. They have often preferred the crown of martyrdom to the white turban of Mahomet. They devoutly hate the error and idolatry of the Greeks, and their transient union with the Latins is not less devoid of truth than the 1,000 bishops whom their patriarch offered at the feet of the Roman pontiff. 142. The Catholic, or patriarch, of the Armenians resides in the monastery of Ekmiasin, 3 leagues from Erivan. 47 archbishops, each of whom may claim the obedience of 4 or 5 suffragans, are consecrated by his hand, but the far greater part are only titular prelates who dignify with their presence and service the simplicity of his court. As soon as they have performed the liturgy, they cultivate the garden, and our bishops will hear with surprise that the austerity of their life increases in just proportion to the elevation of their rank. In the 4,000 towns or villages of his spiritual empire, the patriarch receives a small and voluntary tax from each person above the age of 15, but the annual amount of 600,000 crowns is insufficient to supply the incessant demands of charity and tribute. Since the beginning of the last century, the Armenians have obtained a large and lucrative share of the commerce of the East. In their return from Europe, the caravan usually halts in the neighborhood of Erivan. The altars are enriched with the fruits of their patient industry, and the faith of Eutyches is preached in their recent congregations of Barbary and Poland. 143. 5. In the rest of the Roman Empire, the despotism of the prince might eradicate or silence the sectaries of an obnoxious creed. But the stubborn temper of the Egyptians maintained their opposition to the Synod of Chalcedon, and the policy of Justinian condescended to expect and to seize the opportunity of discord. The Monophysite Church of Alexandria 144 was torn by the disputes of the corruptibles and incorruptibles, and on the death of the patriarch, the 2 factions upheld their respective candidates. 145. Gion was the disciple of Julian. Theodosius had been the pupil of Severus. The claims of the former were supported by the consent of the monks and senators, the city and the province. The latter depended on the priority of his ordination, the favor of the Empress Theodora, and the arms of the eunuch Narses, which might have been used in more honorable warfare. The exile of the popular candidate to Carthage and Sardinia inflamed the ferment of Alexandria, and after a schism of 170 years, the Gionites still revered the memory and doctrine of their founder. The strength of numbers and of discipline was tried in a desperate and bloody conflict. The streets were filled with the dead bodies of citizens and soldiers. The pious women, ascending the roofs of their houses, showered down every sharp or ponderous utensil on the heads of the enemy, and the final victory of Narses was owing to the flames with which he wasted the 3rd capital of the Roman world. But the lieutenant of Justinian had not conquered in the cause of a heretic. Theodosius himself was speedily, though gently, removed, and Paul of Tanis, an Orthodox monk, was raised to the throne of Athanasius. The powers of government were strained in his support. He might appoint or displace the dukes and tribunes of Egypt. The allowance of bread, which Diocletian had granted, was suppressed. The churches were shut, and a nation of schismatics was deprived at once of their spiritual and carnal food. In his turn, the tyrant was excommunicated by the zeal and revenge of the people, and none except his servile Melchites would salute him as a man, a Christian, or a bishop. Yet such is the blindness of ambition that, when Paul was expelled on a charge of murder, he solicited, with a bribe of 700 pounds of gold, his restoration to the same station of hatred and ignominy. His successor Apollinaris entered the hostile city in military array, alike qualified for prayer or for battle. His troops, under arms, were distributed through the streets. The gates of the cathedral were guarded, and a chosen band was stationed in the choir to defend the person of their chief. He stood erect on his throne, and throwing aside the upper garment of a warrior, suddenly appeared before the eyes of the multitude in the robes of Patriarch of Alexandria. Astonishment held them mute, but no sooner had Apollinaris begun to read the tome of St. Leo than a volley of curses and invectives and stones assaulted the odious minister of the emperor and the synod. A charge was instantly sounded by the successor of the apostles. The soldiers waded to their knees in blood, and 200,000 Christians are said to have fallen by the sword, an incredible account, even if it be extended from the slaughter of a day to the 18 years of the reign of Apollinaris. Two succeeding patriarchs, Eulogius 146 and John 147, labored in the conversion of heretics, with arms and arguments more worthy of their evangelical profession. The theological knowledge of Eulogius was displayed in many a volume, which magnified the errors of Eutyches and Severus, and attempted to reconcile the ambiguous language of St. Cyril with the orthodox creed of Pope Leo and the fathers of Chalcedon. The bounteous alms of John the Eleemosynary were dictated by superstition or benevolence or policy. 7,500 poor were maintained at his expense. On his accession, he found 8,000 pounds of gold in the treasury of the church. He collected 10,000 from the liberality of the faithful, yet the primate could boast in his testament that he left behind him no more than the third part of the smallest of the silver coins. The churches of Alexandria were delivered to the Catholics, the religion of the Monophysites was proscribed in Egypt, and a law was revived which excluded the natives from the honors and emoluments of the state. Chapter 47, Ecclesiastical Discord, Part 6. A more important conquest still remained of the Patriarch, the oracle and leader of the Egyptian church. Theodosius had resisted the threats and promises of Justinian with the spirit of an apostle or an enthusiast. Such, replied the Patriarch, were the offers of the tempter when he showed the kingdoms of the earth. But my soul is far dearer to me than life or dominion. The churches are in the hands of a prince who can kill the body, but my conscience is my own, and in exile, poverty, or chains, I will steadfastly adhere to the faith of my holy predecessors, Athanasius, Cyril, and Dioscorus. Anathema to the tome of Leo and the synod of Chalcedon. Anathema to all who embrace their creed. Anathema to them now and forevermore. Naked came I out of my mother's womb, naked shall I descend into the grave. Let those who love God follow me and seek their salvation. After comforting his brethren, he embarked for Constantinople, and sustained, in 6 successive interviews, the almost irresistible weight of the royal presence. His opinions were favorably entertained in the palace and the city. The influence of Theodora assured him a safe conduct and honorable dismission, and he ended his days, though not on the throne, yet in the bosom of his native country. On the news of his death, Apollinaris indecently feasted the nobles and the clergy, but his joy was checked by the intelligence of a new election. And while he enjoyed the wealth of Alexandria, his rivals reigned in the monasteries of Thebais and were maintained by the voluntary oblations of the people. A perpetual succession of patriarchs arose from the ashes of Theodosius, and the Monophysite churches of Syria and Egypt were united by the name of Jacobites and the communion of the faith. But the same faith, which has been confined to a narrow sect of the Syrians, was diffused over the mass of the Egyptian or Coptic nation, who, almost unanimously, rejected the decrees of the Synod of Chalcedon. 1,000 years were now elapsed since Egypt had ceased to be a kingdom. since the conquerors of Asia and Europe had trampled on the ready necks of a people whose ancient wisdom and power ascend beyond the records of history. The conflict of zeal and persecution rekindled some sparks of their national spirit. They abjured with a foreign heresy the manners and language of the Greeks. Every Melchite in their eyes was a stranger, every Jacobite a citizen. The alliance of marriage, the offices of humanity, were condemned as a deadly sin. The natives renounced all allegiance to the emperor, and his orders, at a distance from Alexandria, were obeyed only under the pressure of military force. A generous effort might have redeemed the religion and liberty of Egypt, and her 600 monasteries might have poured forth their myriads of holy warriors, for whom death should have no terrors, since life had no comfort or delight. But experience has proved the distinction of active and passive courage. The fanatic who endures without a groan the torture of the rack or the stake would tremble and fly before the face of an armed enemy. The pusillanimous temper of the Egyptians could only hope for a change of masters. The arms of Chosroes depopulated the land, yet under his reign the Jacobites enjoyed a short and precarious respite. The victory of Heraclius renewed and aggravated the persecution, and the patriarch again escaped from Alexandria to the desert. In his flight, Benjamin was encouraged by a voice which bade him expect, at the end of 10 years, the aid of a foreign nation, marked, like the Egyptians themselves, with the ancient rite of circumcision. The character of these deliverers and the nature of the deliverance will be hereafter explained, and I shall step over the interval of 11 centuries to observe the present misery of the Jacobites of Egypt. The populous city of Cairo affords a residence, or rather a shelter, for their indigent patriarch and a remnant of 10 bishops. 40 monasteries have survived the inroads of the Arabs, and the progress of servitude and apostasy has reduced the Coptic nation to the despicable number of 25 or 30,000 families, 148 a race of illiterate beggars, whose only consolation is derived from the superior wretchedness of the Greek patriarch and his diminutive congregation. 149. 6. The Coptic patriarch, a rebel to the Caesars or a slave to the caliphs, still gloried in the filial obedience of the kings of Nubia and Ethiopia. He repaid their homage by magnifying their greatness, and it was boldly asserted that they could bring into the field 100,000 horse, with an equal number of camels, 150 that their hand could pour out or restrain the waters of the Nile, 151, and the peace and plenty of Egypt was obtained, even in this world, by the intercession of the patriarch. In exile at Constantinople, Theodosius recommended to his patroness the conversion of the black nations of Nubia, from the Tropic of Cancer to the confines of Abyssinia. 152, her design was suspected and emulated by the more orthodox emperor. The rival missionaries, a Melchite and a Jacobite, embarked at the same time, but the empress, from a motive of love or fear, was more effectually obeyed, and the Catholic priest was detained by the president of Thebes, while the king of Nubia and his court were hastily baptized in the faith of Dioscorus. The tardy envoy of Justinian was received and dismissed with honor, but when he accused the heresy and treason of the Egyptians, the Negro convert was instructed to reply that he would never abandon his brethren, the true believers, to the persecuting ministers of the Synod of Chalcedon. 153. During several ages, the bishops of Nubia were named and consecrated by the Jacobite Patriarch of Alexandria. As late as the 12th century, Christianity prevailed, and some rites, some ruins, are still visible in the savage towns of Sennar and Dongola. 154. But the Nubians at length executed their threats of returning to the worship of idols. The climate required the indulgence of polygamy, and they have finally preferred the triumph of the Quran to the abasement of the cross. A metaphysical religion may appear too refined for the capacity of the Negro race, yet a black or a parrot might be taught to repeat the words of the Chalcedonian or Monophysite creed. Christianity was more deeply rooted in the Abyssinian Empire, and although the correspondence has been sometimes interrupted above 70 or 100 years, the Mother Church of Alexandria retains her colony in a state of perpetual pupillage. 7 bishops once composed the Ethiopic Synod. Had their number amounted to 10, they might have elected an independent primate, and one of their kings was ambitious of promoting his brother to the ecclesiastical throne. But the event was foreseen, the increase was denied. The episcopal office has been gradually confined to the Abuna, 155, the head and author of the Abyssinian priesthood. The patriarch supplies each vacancy with an Egyptian monk, and the character of a stranger appears more venerable in the eyes of the people, less dangerous in those of the monarch. In the 6th century, when the schism of Egypt was confirmed, the rival chiefs, with their patrons, Justinian and Theodora, strove to outstrip each other in the conquest of a remote and independent province. The industry of the empress was again victorious, and the pious Theodora has established in that sequestered church the faith and discipline of the Jacobites. 156 encompassed on all sides by the enemies of their religion, the Ethiopians slept near 1,000 years, forgetful of the world, by whom they were forgotten. They were awakened by the Portuguese, who, turning the southern promontory of Africa, appeared in India and the Red Sea, as if they had descended through the air from a distant planet. In the first moments of their interview, the subjects of Rome and Alexandria observed the resemblance, rather than the difference, of their faith, and each nation expected the most important benefits from an alliance with their Christian brethren. In their lonely situation, the Ethiopians had almost relapsed into the savage life. Their vessels, which had traded to Ceylon, scarcely presumed to navigate the rivers of Africa. The ruins of Axium were deserted, the nation was scattered in villages, and the emperor, a pompous name, was content, both in peace and war, with the immovable residence of a camp. Conscious of their own indigence, the Abyssinians had formed the rational project of importing the arts and ingenuity of Europe. 157, and their ambassadors at Rome and Lisbon were instructed to solicit a colony of smiths, carpenters, tilers, masons, printers, surgeons, and physicians for the use of their country. But the public dangers soon called for the instant and effectual aid of arms and soldiers to defend an unwarlike people from the barbarians who ravaged the inland country and the Turks and Arabs who advanced from the seacoast in more formidable array. Ethiopia was saved by 450 Portuguese, who displayed in the field the native valor of Europeans and the artificial power of the musket and cannon. In a moment of terror, the emperor had promised to reconcile himself and his subjects to the Catholic faith. A Latin patriarch represented the supremacy of the Pope. 158, the empire, enlarged in a tenfold proportion, was supposed to contain more gold than the mines of America, and the wildest hopes of avarice and zeal were built on the willing submission of the Christians of Africa. But the vows which pain had extorted were forsworn on the return of health. The Abyssinians still adhered with unshaken constancy to the Monophysite faith. Their languid belief was inflamed by the exercise of dispute. They branded the Latins with the names of Arians and Nestorians, and imputed the adoration of 4 gods to those who separated the 2 natures of Christ. Fremona, a place of worship, or rather of exile, was assigned to the Jesuit missionaries. Their skill in the liberal and mechanic arts, their theological learning, and the decency of their manners inspired a barren esteem, but they were not endowed with the gift of miracles. 159, and they vainly solicited a reinforcement of European troops. The patience and dexterity of 40 years at length obtained a more favorable audience, and 2 emperors of Abyssinia were persuaded that Rome could ensure the temporal and everlasting happiness of her votaries. The first of these royal converts lost his crown and his life, and the rebel army was sanctified by the Abuna, who hurled an anathema at the apostate and absolved his subjects from their oath of fidelity. The fate of Zadinghul was revenged by the courage and fortune of Susnius, who ascended the throne under the name of Segwade, and more vigorously prosecuted the pious enterprise of his kinsman. After the amusement of some unequal combats between the Jesuits and his illiterate priests, the emperor declared himself a proselyte to the Synod of Chalcedon, presuming that his clergy and people would embrace without delay the religion of their prince. The liberty of choice was succeeded by a law which imposed, under pain of death, the belief of the 2 natures of Christ. The Abyssinians were enjoined to work and to play on the Sabbath, and Segwade, in the face of Europe and Africa, renounced his connection with the Alexandrian Church. A Jesuit, Alfonso Mendez, the Catholic Patriarch of Ethiopia, accepted, in the name of Urban VIII, the homage and abjuration of the penitent. "I confess," said the emperor on his knees, "I confess that the Pope is the vicar of Christ, the successor of St. Peter, and the sovereign of the world. To him I swear true obedience, and at his feet I offer my person and kingdom." A similar oath was repeated by his son, his brother, the clergy, the nobles, and even the ladies of the court. The Latin patriarch was invested with honors and wealth, and his missionaries erected their churches or citadels in the most convenient stations of the empire. The Jesuits themselves deplore the fatal indiscretion of their chief, who forgot the mildness of the gospel and the policy of his order, to introduce with hasty violence the liturgy of Rome and the Inquisition of Portugal. He condemned the ancient practice of circumcision, which health, rather than superstition, had first invented in the climate of Ethiopia. 160, a new baptism, a new ordination, was inflicted on the natives, and they trembled with horror when the most holy of the dead were torn from their graves, when the most illustrious of the living were excommunicated by a foreign priest. In the defense of their religion and liberty, the Abyssinians rose in arms, with desperate but unsuccessful zeal. 5 rebellions were extinguished in the blood of the insurgents. 2 Abunas were slain in battle, whole legions were slaughtered in the field, or suffocated in their caverns, and neither merit, nor rank, nor sex could save from an ignominious death the enemies of Rome. But the victorious monarch was finally subdued by the constancy of the nation, of his mother, of his son, and of his most faithful friends. Segued listened to the voice of pity, of reason, perhaps of fear, and his edict of liberty of conscience instantly revealed the tyranny and weakness of the Jesuits. On the death of his father, Basilides expelled the Latin patriarch and restored to the wishes of the nation the faith and the discipline of Egypt. The Monophysite churches resounded with a song of triumph that the sheep of Ethiopia were now delivered from the hyenas of the West, and the gates of that solitary realm were forever shut against the arts, the science, and the fanaticism of Europe. 161. Chapter 48. Succession and Characters of the Greek Emperors. Part 1. Plan of the 2 last volumes. Succession and Characters of the Greek Emperors of Constantinople from the time of Heraclius to the Latin conquest. I have now deduced from Trajan to Constantine, from Constantine to Heraclius, the regular series of the Roman emperors, and faithfully exposed the prosperous and adverse fortunes of their reigns. 5 centuries of the decline and fall of the empire have already elapsed, but a period of more than 800 years still separates me from the term of my labors, the taking of Constantinople by the Turks. Should I persevere in the same course, should I observe the same measure, a prolix and slender thread would be spun through many a volume, nor would the patient reader find an adequate reward of instruction or amusement. At every step, as we sink deeper in the decline and fall of the Eastern Empire, the annals of each succeeding reign would impose a more ungrateful and melancholy task. These annals must continue to repeat a tedious and uniform tale of weakness and misery. The natural connection of causes and events would be broken by frequent and hasty transitions, and a minute accumulation of circumstances must destroy the light and effect of those general pictures which compose the use and ornament of a remote history. From the time of Heraclius, the Byzantine theater is contracted and darkened. The line of empire, which had been defined by the laws of Justinian and the arms of Belisarius, recedes on all sides from our view. The Roman name, the proper subject of our inquiries, is reduced to a narrow corner of Europe, to the lonely suburbs of Constantinople. And the fate of the Greek Empire has been compared to that of the Rhine, which loses itself in the sands before its waters can mingle with the ocean. The scale of dominion is diminished to our view by the distance of time and place, nor is the loss of external splendor compensated by the nobler gifts of virtue and genius. In the last moments of her decay, Constantinople was doubtless more opulent and populous than Athens at her most flourishing era, when a scanty sum of 6,000 talents, or 1,200,000 pounds sterling, was possessed by 21,000 male citizens of an adult age. But each of these citizens was a freeman who dared to assert the liberty of his thoughts, words, and actions, whose person and property were guarded by equal law, and who exercised his independent vote in the government of the Republic. Their numbers seem to be multiplied by the strong and various discriminations of character. Under the shield of freedom, on the wings of emulation and vanity, each Athenian aspired to the level of the national dignity. From this commanding eminence, some chosen spirits soared beyond the reach of a vulgar eye, and the chances of superior merit in a great and populous kingdom, as they are proved by experience, would excuse the computation of imaginary millions. The territories of Athens, Sparta, and their allies do not exceed a moderate province of France or England, but after the trophies of Salamis and Plataea, they expand in our fancy to the gigantic size of Asia, which had been trampled under the feet of the victorious Greeks. But the subjects of the Byzantine Empire, who assume and dishonor the names both of Greeks and Romans, present a dead uniformity of abject vices, which are neither softened by the weakness of humanity, nor animated by the vigor of memorable crimes. The freemen of antiquity might repeat with generous enthusiasm the sentence of Homer, that on the first day of his servitude, the captive is deprived of one half of his manly virtue. But the poet had only seen the effects of civil or domestic slavery, nor could he foretell that the second moiety of manhood must be annihilated by the spiritual despotism, which shackles not only the actions, but even the thoughts of the prostrate votary. By this double yoke, the Greeks were oppressed under the successors of Heraclius. The tyrant, a law of eternal justice, was degraded by the vices of his subjects, and on the throne, in the camp, in the schools, we search, perhaps with fruitless diligence, the names and characters that may deserve to be rescued from oblivion. Nor are the defects of the subject compensated by the skill and variety of the painters. Of a space of 800 years, the 4 first centuries are overspread with a cloud, interrupted by some faint and broken rays of historic light. In the lives of the emperors, from Maurus to Alexius, Basil the Macedonian has alone been the theme of a separate work, and the absence, or loss, or imperfection of contemporary evidence must be poorly supplied by the doubtful authority of more recent compilers. The 4 last centuries are exempt from the reproach of penury, and with the Comnenian family, the historic muse of Constantinople again revives, but her apparel is gaudy, her motions are without elegance or grace. A succession of priests, or courtiers, treads in each other's footsteps in the same path of servitude and superstition. Their views are narrow, their judgment is feeble or corrupt, and we close the volume of copious barrenness, still ignorant of the causes of events, the characters of the actors, and the manners of the times which they celebrate or deplore. The observation which has been applied to man may be extended to a whole people, that the energy of the sword is communicated to the pen, and it will be found by experience that the tone of history will rise or fall with the spirit of the age. From these considerations, I should have abandoned without regret the Greek slaves and their servile historians, had I not reflected that the fate of the Byzantine monarchy is passively connected with the most splendid and important revolutions which have changed the state of the world. The space of the lost provinces was immediately replenished with new colonies and rising kingdoms. The active virtues of peace and war deserted from the vanquished to the victorious nations, and it is in their origin and conquests, in their religion and government, that we must explore the causes and effects of the decline and fall of the Eastern Empire. Nor will this scope of narrative, the riches and variety of these materials, be incompatible with the unity of design and composition. As in his daily prayers, the Mussulman of Fez or Delhi still turns his face towards the temple of Mecca, the historian's eye shall be always fixed on the city of Constantinople. The excursive line may embrace the wilds of Arabia and Tartary, but the circle will be ultimately reduced to the decreasing limit of the Roman monarchy. On this principle, I shall now establish the plan of the last 2 volumes of the present work. The first chapter will contain, in a regular series, the emperors who reigned at Constantinople during a period of 600 years, from the days of Heraclius to the Latin conquest, a rapid abstract which may be supported by a general appeal to the order and text of the original historians. In this introduction, I shall confine myself to the revolutions of the throne, the succession of families, the personal characters of the Greek princes, the mode of their life and death, the maxims and influence of their domestic government, and the tendency of their reign to accelerate or suspend the downfall of the Eastern Empire. Such a chronological review will serve to illustrate the various argument of the subsequent chapters, and each circumstance of the eventful story of the barbarians will adapt itself in a proper place to the Byzantine annals. The internal state of the empire and the dangerous heresy of the Paulicians, which shook the East and enlightened the West, will be the subject of 2 separate chapters. But these inquiries must be postponed till our further progress shall have opened the view of the world in the 9th and 10th centuries of the Christian era. After this foundation of Byzantine history, the following nations will pass before our eyes, and each will occupy the space to which it may be entitled by greatness or merit, or the degree of connection with the Roman world and the present age. 1. The Franks, a general appellation which includes all the barbarians of France, Italy, and Germany, who were united by the sword and scepter of Charlemagne. The persecution of images and their votaries separated Rome and Italy from the Byzantine throne and prepared the restoration of the Roman Empire in the West. 2. The Arabs or Saracens. 3 ample chapters will be devoted to this curious and interesting object. In the first, after a picture of the country and its inhabitants, I shall investigate the character of Mahomet, the character, religion, and success of the Prophet. In the second, I shall lead the Arabs to the conquest of Syria, Egypt, and Africa, the provinces of the Roman Empire, nor can I check their victorious career till they have overthrown the monarchies of Persia and Spain. In the third, I shall inquire how Constantinople and Europe were saved by the luxury and arts, the division and decay of the empire of the caliphs. A single chapter will include 3. The Bulgarians, 4. Hungarians, and 5. Russians, who assaulted by sea or by land the provinces and the capital, but the last of these, so important in their present greatness, will excite some curiosity in their origin and infancy. 6. The Normans, or rather the private adventurers of that warlike people, who founded a powerful kingdom in Apulia and Sicily, shook the throne of Constantinople, displayed the trophies of chivalry, and almost realized the wonders of romance. 7. The Latins, the subjects of the Pope, the nations of the West, who enlisted under the banner of the cross for the recovery or relief of the Holy Sepulchre. The Greek emperors were terrified and preserved by the myriads of pilgrims who marched to Jerusalem with Godfrey of Bouillon and the peers of Christendom. The second and third crusades trod in the footsteps of the first. Asia and Europe were mingled in a sacred war of 200 years, and the Christian powers were bravely resisted and finally expelled by Saladin and the Mamelukes of Egypt. In these memorable crusades, a fleet and army of French and Venetians were diverted from Syria to the Thracian Bosphorus. They assaulted the capital, they subverted the Greek monarchy, and a dynasty of Latin princes was seated near 60 years on the throne of Constantine. 7. The Greeks themselves, during this period of captivity and exile, must be considered as a foreign nation, the enemies, and again the sovereigns of Constantinople. Misfortune had rekindled a spark of national virtue, and the imperial series may be continued with some dignity from their restoration to the Turkish conquest. 9. The Moguls and Tartars. By the arms of Zingis and his descendants, the globe was shaken from China to Poland and Greece. The sultans were overthrown, the caliphs fell, and the Caesars trembled on their throne. The victories of Timur suspended above 50 years the final ruin of the Byzantine Empire. 10. I have already noticed the first appearance of the Turks, and the names of the fathers of Seljuk and Othman discriminate the 2 successive dynasties of the nation, which emerged in the 11th century from the Scythian wilderness. The former established a splendid and potent kingdom from the banks of the Oxus to Antioch and Nice, and the First Crusade was provoked by the violation of Jerusalem and the danger of Constantinople. From an humble origin, the Ottomans arose, the scourge and terror of Christendom. Constantinople was besieged and taken by Mahomet II, and his triumph annihilates the remnant, the image, the title of the Roman Empire in the East. The schism of the Greeks will be connected with their last calamities and the restoration of learning in the Western world. I shall return from the captivity of the new to the ruins of ancient Rome, and the venerable name, the interesting theme, will shed a ray of glory on the conclusion of my labors. The Emperor Heraclius had punished a tyrant and ascended his throne, and the memory of his reign is perpetuated by the transient conquest and irreparable loss of the eastern provinces. After the death of Eudocia, his first wife, he disobeyed the patriarch and violated the laws by his second marriage with his niece Martina, and the superstition of the Greeks beheld the judgment of heaven in the diseases of the father and the deformity of his offspring. But the opinion of an illegitimate birth is sufficient to distract the choice and loosen the obedience of the people. The ambition of Martina was quickened by maternal love, and perhaps by the envy of a stepmother, and the aged husband was too feeble to withstand the arts of conjugal allurements. Constantine, his eldest son, enjoyed in a mature age the title of Augustus, but the weakness of his constitution required a colleague and a guardian, and he yielded with secret reluctance to the partition of the empire. The Senate was summoned to the palace to ratify or attest the association of Heracleonas, the son of Martina. The imposition of the diadem was consecrated by the prayer and blessing of the patriarch. The senators and patricians adored the majesty of the great emperor and the partners of his reign, and as soon as the doors were thrown open, they were hailed by the tumultuary but important voice of the soldiers. After an interval of 5 months, the pompous ceremonies which formed the essence of the Byzantine state were celebrated in the cathedral and the hippodrome. The concord of the royal brothers was affectedly displayed by the younger leaning on the arm of the elder, and the name of Martina was mingled in the reluctant or venal acclamations of the people. Heraclius survived this association about 2 years. His last testimony declared his 2 sons the equal heirs of the Eastern Empire, and commanded them to honor his widow Martina as their mother and their sovereign. When Martina first appeared on the throne with the name and attributes of royalty, she was checked by a firm, though respectful, opposition, and the dying embers of freedom were kindled by the breath of superstitious prejudice. "We reverence," exclaimed the voice of a citizen, "we reverence the mother of our princes, but to those princes alone our obedience is due, and Constantine, the elder emperor, is of an age to sustain, in his own hands, the weight of the scepter. Your sex is excluded by nature from the toils of government. How could you combat, how could you answer, the barbarians who, with hostile or friendly intentions, may approach the royal city? May heaven avert from the Roman Republic this national disgrace, which would provoke the patience of the slaves of Persia." Martina descended from the throne with indignation and sought a refuge in the female apartment of the palace. The reign of Constantine III lasted only 103 days. He expired in the 30th year of his age, and although his life had been a long malady, a belief was entertained that poison had been the means, and his cruel stepmother the author of his untimely fate. Martina reaped indeed the harvest of his death, and assumed the government in the name of the surviving emperor. But the incestuous widow of Heraclius was universally abhorred. The jealousy of the people was awakened, and the 2 orphans whom Constantine had left became the objects of the public care. It was in vain that the son of Martina, who was no more than 15 years of age, was taught to declare himself the guardian of his nephews, one of whom he had presented at the baptismal font. It was in vain that he swore on the wood of the true cross to defend them against all their enemies. On his deathbed, the late emperor had dispatched a trusty servant to arm the troops and provinces of the East in the defense of his helpless children. The eloquence and liberality of Valentin had been successful, and from his camp of Chalcedon he boldly demanded the punishment of the assassins and the restoration of the lawful heir. The license of the soldiers, who devoured the grapes and drank the wine of their Asiatic vineyards, provoked the citizens of Constantinople against the domestic authors of their calamities, and the dome of St. Sophia reached, not with prayers and hymns, but with the clamors and imprecations of an enraged multitude. At their imperious command, Heracleonas appeared in the pulpit with the eldest of the royal orphans. Constans alone was saluted as emperor of the Romans, and a crown of gold, which had been taken from the tomb of Heraclius, was placed on his head, with the solemn benediction of the patriarch. But in the tumult of joy and indignation, the church was pillaged, the sanctuary was polluted by a promiscuous crowd of Jews and barbarians, and the monothelite Pyrrhus, a creature of the empress, after dropping a protestation on the altar, escaped by a prudent flight from the zeal of the Catholics. A more serious and bloody task was reserved for the Senate, who derived a temporary strength from the consent of the soldiers and people. The spirit of Roman freedom revived the ancient and awful examples of the judgment of tyrants, and the imperial culprits were deposed and condemned as the authors of the death of Constantine. But the severity of the conscript fathers was stained by the indiscriminate punishment of the innocent and the guilty. Martina and Heracleonas were sentenced to the amputation, the former of her tongue, the latter of his nose, and after this cruel execution, they consumed the remainder of their days in exile and oblivion. The Greeks who were capable of reflection might find some consolation for their servitude by observing the abuse of power when it was lodged for a moment in the hands of an aristocracy. We shall imagine ourselves transported 500 years backwards to the age of the Antonines if we listen to the oration which Constans II pronounced in the 12th year of his age before the Byzantine Senate. After returning his thanks for the just punishment of the assassins who had intercepted the fairest hopes of his father's reign, "By the divine providence," said the young emperor, "and by your righteous decree, Martina and her incestuous progeny have been cast headlong from the throne. Your majesty and wisdom have prevented the Roman state from degenerating into lawless tyranny. I therefore exhort and beseech you to stand forth as the counselors and judges of the common safety." The senators were gratified by the respectful address and liberal donative of their sovereign, but these servile Greeks were unworthy and regardless of freedom, and in his mind, the lesson of an hour was quickly erased by the prejudices of the age and the habits of despotism. He retained only a jealous fear lest the Senate or people should one day invade the right of primogeniture and seat his brother Theodosius on an equal throne. By the imposition of holy orders, the grandson of Heraclius was disqualified for the purple, but this ceremony, which seemed to profane the sacraments of the church, was insufficient to appease the suspicions of the tyrant, and the death of the deacon Theodosius could alone expiate the crime of his royal birth. 1111, his murder was avenged by the imprecations of the people, and the assassin, in the fullness of power, was driven from his capital into voluntary and perpetual exile. Constans embarked for Greece, and as if he meant to retort the abhorrence which he deserved, he is said, from the imperial galley, to have spit against the walls of his native city. After passing the winter at Athens, he sailed to Tarentum in Italy, visited Rome, 1112, and concluded a long pilgrimage of disgrace and sacrilegious rapine by fixing his residence at Syracuse. But if Constans could fly from his people, he could not fly from himself. The remorse of his conscience created a phantom who pursued him by land and sea, by day and by night, and the visionary Theodosius, presenting to his lips a cup of blood, said, or seemed to say, "Drink, brother, drink," a sure emblem of the aggravation of his guilt, since he had received from the hands of the deacon the mystic cup of the blood of Christ. Odious to himself and to mankind, Constans perished by domestic, perhaps by episcopal, treason in the capital of Sicily. A servant who waited in the bath, after pouring warm water on his head, struck him violently with the vase. He fell stunned by the blow and suffocated by the water, and his attendants, who wondered at the tedious delay, beheld with indifference the corpse of their lifeless emperor. The troops of Sicily invested with the purple an obscure youth, whose inimitable beauty eluded, and it might easily elude, the declining art of the painters and sculptors of the age. Constans had left in the Byzantine palace 3 sons, the eldest of whom had been clothed in his infancy with the purple. When the father summoned them to attend his person in Sicily, these precious hostages were detained by the Greeks, and a firm refusal informed him that they were the children of the state. The news of his murder was conveyed with almost supernatural speed from Syracuse to Constantinople, and Constantine, the eldest of his sons, inherited his throne without being the heir of the public hatred. His subjects contributed, with zeal and alacrity, to chastise the guilt and presumption of a province which had usurped the rights of the Senate and people. The young emperor sailed from the Hellespont with a powerful fleet, and the legions of Rome and Carthage were assembled under his standard in the harbor of Syracuse. The defeat of the Sicilian tyrant was easy, his punishment just, and his beauteous head was exposed in the hippodrome. But I cannot applaud the clemency of a prince, who, among a crowd of victims, condemned the son of a patrician, for deploring with some bitterness the execution of a virtuous father. The youth was castrated. He survived the operation, and the memory of this indecent cruelty is preserved by the elevation of Germanus to the rank of a patriarch and saint. After pouring this bloody libation on his father's tomb, Constantine returned to his capital, and the growth of his young beard during the Sicilian voyage was announced by the familiar surname of Pogonatus to the Grecian world. But his reign, like that of his predecessor, was stained with fraternal discord. On his two brothers, Heraclius and Tiberius, he had bestowed the title of Augustus, an empty title, for they continued to languish, without trust or power, in the solitude of the palace. At their secret instigation, the troops of the Anatolian theme or province approached the city on the Asiatic side, demanded for the royal brothers the partition or exercise of sovereignty, and supported their seditious claim by a theological argument. They were Christians, they cried, and Orthodox Catholics, the sincere votaries of the Holy and Undivided Trinity. Since there are three equal persons in heaven, it is reasonable there should be three equal persons upon earth. The emperor invited these learned divines to a friendly conference, in which they might propose their arguments to the Senate. They obeyed the summons, but the prospect of their bodies hanging on the gibbet in the suburb of Galata reconciled their companions to the unity of the reign of Constantine. He pardoned his brothers, and their names were still pronounced in the public acclamations. But on the repetition or suspicion of a similar offense, the obnoxious princes were deprived of their titles and noses. 1113, in the presence of the Catholic bishops who were assembled at Constantinople in the Sixth General Synod. In the close of his life, Pogonatus was anxious only to establish the right of primogeniture. The heir of his two sons, Justinian and Heraclius, was offered on the shrine of St. Peter as a symbol of their spiritual adoption by the Pope, but the elder was alone exalted to the rank of Augustus and the assurance of the empire. After the decease of his father, the inheritance of the Roman world devolved to Justinian too, and the name of a triumphant lawgiver was dishonored by the vices of a boy who imitated his namesake only in the expensive luxury of building. His passions were strong, his understanding was feeble, and he was intoxicated with a foolish pride that his birth had given him the command of millions, of whom the smallest community would not have chosen him for their local magistrate. His favorite ministers were two beings the least susceptible of human sympathy, a eunuch and a monk. To the one he abandoned the palace, to the other the finances. The former corrected the emperor's mother with a scourge, the latter suspended the insolvent tributaries, with their heads downwards over a slow and smoky fire. Since the days of Commodus and Caracalla, the cruelty of the Roman princes had most commonly been the effect of their fear. But Justinian, who possessed some vigor of character, enjoyed the sufferings and braved the revenge of his subjects about 10 years, till the measure was full of his crimes and of their patience. In a dark dungeon, Leontius, a general of reputation, had groaned above 3 years, with some of the noblest and most deserving of the patricians. He was suddenly drawn forth to assume the government of Greece, and this promotion of an injured man was a mark of the contempt rather than of the confidence of his prince. As he was followed to the port by the kind offices of his friends, Leontius observed, with a sigh, that he was a victim adorned for sacrifice, and that inevitable death would pursue his footsteps. They ventured to reply that glory and empire might be the recompense of a generous resolution, that every order of men abhorred the reign of a monster, and that the hands of 200,000 patriots expected only the voice of a leader. The night was chosen for their deliverance, and in the first effort of the conspirators, the Prefect was slain, and the prisons were forced open. The emissaries of Leontius proclaimed in every street, Christians to St. Sophia, and the seasonable text of the Patriarch, "This is the day of the Lord," was the prelude of an inflammatory sermon. From the church, the people adjourned to the hippodrome. Justinian, in whose cause not a sword had been drawn, was dragged before these tumultuary judges, and their clamors demanded the instant death of the tyrant. But Leontius, who was already clothed with the purple, cast an eye of pity on the prostrate son of his own benefactor and of so many emperors. The life of Justinian was spared. The amputation of his nose, perhaps of his tongue, was imperfectly performed. The happy flexibility of the Greek language could impose the name of Rhinatmetus, and the mutilated tyrant was banished to Chersony in Crim Tartary, a lonely settlement where corn, wine, and oil were imported as foreign luxuries. On the edge of the Scythian wilderness, Justinian still cherished the pride of his birth and the hope of his restoration. After 3 years' exile, he received the pleasing intelligence that his injury was avenged by a second revolution, and that Leontius in his turn had been dethroned and mutilated by the rebel Apsima, who assumed the more respectable name of Tiberius. But the claim of lineal succession was still formidable to a plebeian usurper, and his jealousy was stimulated by the complaints and charges of the Chersonites, who beheld the vices of the tyrant in the spirit of the exile. With a band of followers, attached to his person by common hope or common despair, Justinian fled from the inhospitable shore to the horde of the Chazars, who pitched their tents between the Tanais and Borysthenes. The Khan entertained with pity and respect the royal suppliant. Phanagoria, once an opulent city on the Asiatic side of the Lake Moeotis, was assigned for his residence, and every Roman prejudice was stifled in his marriage with the sister of the barbarian, who seems, however, from the name of Theodora, to have received the sacrament of baptism. But the faithless Chazar was soon tempted by the gold of Constantinople, and had not the design been revealed by the conjugal love of Theodora, her husband must have been assassinated or betrayed into the power of his enemies. After strangling with his own hands the 2 emissaries of the Khan, Justinian sent back his wife to her brother and embarked on the Euxine in search of new and more faithful allies. His vessel was assaulted by a violent tempest, and one of his pious companions advised him to deserve the mercy of God by a vow of general forgiveness if he should be restored to the throne. "Of forgiveness," replied the intrepid tyrant, "may I perish this instant, may the Almighty whelm me in the waves, if I consent to spare a single head of my enemies." He survived this impious menace, sailed into the mouth of the Danube, trusted his person in the royal village of the Bulgarians, and purchased the aid of Turbeles, a pagan conqueror, by the promise of his daughter and a fair partition of the treasures of the empire. The Bulgarian kingdom extended to the confines of Thrace, and the 2 princes besieged Constantinople at the head of 15,000 horse. Apsima was dismayed by the sudden and hostile apparition of his rival, whose head had been promised by the Chazar, and of whose evasion he was yet ignorant. After an absence of 10 years, the crimes of Justinian were faintly remembered, and the birth and misfortunes of their hereditary sovereign excited the pity of the multitude, ever discontented with the ruling powers. And by the active diligence of his adherents, he was introduced into the city and palace of Constantine. Chapter 48. Succession and Characters of the Greek Emperors. Part 2. In rewarding his allies and recalling his wife, Justinian displayed some sense of honor and gratitude. 1114 and Turbeles retired, after sweeping away a heap of gold coin, which he measured with his Scythian whip. But never was vow more religiously performed than the sacred oath of revenge, which he had sworn amidst the storms of the Euxine. The 2 usurpers, for I must reserve the name of tyrant for the conqueror, were dragged into the hippodrome, the one from his prison, the other from his palace. Before their execution, Leontius and Apsima were cast prostrate in chains beneath the throne of the emperor, and Justinian, planting a foot on each of their necks, contemplated above an hour the chariot race, while the inconstant people shouted, in the words of the psalmist, "Thou shalt trample on the asp and basilisk, and on the lion and dragon shalt thou set thy foot." The universal defection which he had once experienced might provoke him to repeat the wish of Caligula, that the Roman people had but one head. Yet I shall presume to observe that such a wish is unworthy of an ingenious tyrant, since his revenge and cruelty would have been extinguished by a single blow, instead of the slow variety of tortures which Justinian inflicted on the victims of his anger. His pleasures were inexhaustible. Neither private virtue nor public service could expiate the guilt of active or even passive obedience to an established government. And during the 6 years of his new reign, he considered the axe, the cord, and the rack as the only instruments of royalty. But his most implacable hatred was pointed against the Chersonites, who had insulted his exile and violated the laws of hospitality. Their remote situation afforded some means of defense, or at least of escape, and a grievous tax was imposed on Constantinople to supply the preparations of a fleet and army. "All are guilty, and all must perish," was the mandate of Justinian, and the bloody execution was entrusted to his favorite Stephen, who was recommended by the epithet of the savage. Yet even the savage Stephen imperfectly accomplished the intentions of his sovereign. The slowness of his attack allowed the greater part of the inhabitants to withdraw into the country, and the minister of vengeance contented himself with reducing the youth of both sexes to a state of servitude, with roasting alive 7 of the principal citizens, with drowning 20 in the sea, and with reserving 42 in chains to receive their doom from the mouth of the emperor. In their return, the fleet was driven on the rocky shores of Anatolia, and Justinian applauded the obedience of the Euxine, which had involved so many thousands of his subjects and enemies in a common shipwreck. But the tyrant was still insatiate of blood, and a second expedition was commanded to extirpate the remains of the proscribed colony. In the short interval, the Chersonites had returned to their city and were prepared to die in arms. The Khan of the Chazars had renounced the cause of his odious brother. The exiles of every province were assembled in Taurus, and Bardanes, under the name of Philippicus, was invested with the purple. The imperial troops, unwilling and unable to perpetrate the revenge of Justinian, escaped his displeasure by abjuring his allegiance. The fleet, under their new sovereign, steered back a more auspicious course to the harbors of Sinope and Constantinople, and every tongue was prompt to pronounce, every hand to execute, the death of the tyrant. Destitute of friends, he was deserted by his barbarian guards, and the stroke of the assassin was praised as an act of patriotism and Roman virtue. His son Tiberius had taken refuge in a church. His aged grandmother guarded the door, and the innocent youth, suspending round his neck the most formidable relics, embraced with one hand the altar, with the other the wood of the true cross. But the popular fury that dares to trample on superstition is deaf to the cries of humanity, and the race of Heraclius was extinguished after a reign of 100 years. Between the fall of the Heraclian and the rise of the Isaurian dynasty, a short interval of 6 years is divided into 3 reigns. Bardanes, or Philippicus, was hailed at Constantinople as a hero who had delivered his country from a tyrant, and he might taste some moments of happiness in the first transports of sincere and universal joy. Justinian had left behind him an ample treasure, the fruit of cruelty and rapine, but this useful fund was soon and idly dissipated by his successor. On the festival of his birthday, Philippicus entertained the multitude with the games of the hippodrome. From thence he paraded through the streets with 1,000 banners and 1,000 trumpets, refreshed himself in the baths of Zeuxippus, and returning to the palace, entertained his nobles with a sumptuous banquet. At the meridian hour he withdrew to his chamber, intoxicated with flattery and wine, and forgetful that his example had made every subject ambitious, and that every ambitious subject was his secret enemy. Some bold conspirators introduced themselves in the disorder of the feast, and the slumbering monarch was surprised, bound, blinded, and deposed before he was sensible of his danger. Yet the traitors were deprived of their reward, and the free voice of the Senate and people promoted Artemius from the office of secretary to that of emperor. He assumed the title of Anastasius II and displayed in a short and troubled reign the virtues both of peace and war. But after the extinction of the imperial line, the rule of obedience was violated, and every change diffused the seeds of new revolutions. In a mutiny of the fleet, an obscure and reluctant officer of the revenue was forcibly invested with the purple. After some months of a naval war, Anastasius resigned the scepter, and the conqueror, Theodosius III, submitted in his turn to the superior ascendant of Leo, the general and emperor of the Oriental troops. His 2 predecessors were permitted to embrace the ecclesiastical profession. The restless impatience of Anastasius tempted him to risk and to lose his life in a treasonable enterprise, but the last days of Theodosius were honorable and secure. The single sublime word, health, which he inscribed on his tomb, expresses the confidence of philosophy or religion, and the fame of his miracles was long preserved among the people of Ephesus. This convenient shelter of the church might sometimes impose a lesson of clemency, but it may be questioned whether it is for the public interest to diminish the perils of unsuccessful ambition. I have dwelt on the fall of a tyrant. I shall briefly represent the founder of a new dynasty, who is known to posterity by the invectives of his enemies, and whose public and private life is involved in the ecclesiastical story of the iconoclasts. Yet in spite of the clamors of superstition, a favorable prejudice for the character of Leo, the Isaurian may be reasonably drawn from the obscurity of his birth and the duration of his reign. 1. In an age of manly spirit, the prospect of an imperial reward would have kindled every energy of the mind and produced a crowd of competitors as deserving as they were desirous to reign. Even in the corruption and debility of the modern Greeks, the elevation of a plebeian from the last to the first rank of society supposes some qualifications above the level of the multitude. He would probably be ignorant and disdainful of speculative science, and in the pursuit of fortune, he might absolve himself from the obligations of benevolence and justice. But to his character, we may ascribe the useful virtues of prudence and fortitude, the knowledge of mankind, and the important art of gaining their confidence and directing their passions. It is agreed that Leo was a native of Isauria, and that Canaan was his primitive name. The writers, whose awkward satire is praise, describe him as an itinerant peddler who drove an ass with some paltry merchandise to the country fairs, and foolishly relate that he met on the road some Jewish fortune-tellers who promised him the Roman Empire on condition that he should abolish the worship of idols. A more probable account relates the migration of his father from Asia Minor to Thrace, where he exercised the lucrative trade of a grazier, and he must have acquired considerable wealth, since the first introduction of his son was procured by a supply of 500 sheep to the imperial camp. His first service was in the guards of Justinian, where he soon attracted the notice and by degrees the jealousy of the tyrant. His valor and dexterity were conspicuous in the Colchian War. From Anastasius, he received the command of the Anatolian legions, and by the suffrage of the soldiers, he was raised to the empire with the general applause of the Roman world. 2. In this dangerous elevation, Leo III supported himself against the envy of his equals, the discontent of a powerful faction, and the assaults of his foreign and domestic enemies. The Catholics, who accuse his religious innovations, are obliged to confess that they were undertaken with temper and conducted with firmness. Their silence respects the wisdom of his administration and the purity of his manners. After a reign of 24 years, he peaceably expired in the palace of Constantinople, and the purple which he had acquired was transmitted by the right of inheritance to the third generation. 1115. In a long reign of 34 years, the son and successor of Leo, Constantine V, surnamed Copronymus, attacked with less temperate zeal the images or idols of the church. Their votaries have exhausted the bitterness of religious gall in their portrait of this spotted panther, this Antichrist, this flying dragon of the serpent's seed, who surpassed the vices of Elagabalus and Nero. His reign was a long butchery of whatever was most noble or holy or innocent in his empire. In person, the emperor assisted at the execution of his victims, surveyed their agonies, listened to their groans, and indulged without satiating his appetite for blood. A plate of noses was accepted as a grateful offering, and his domestics were often scourged or mutilated by the royal hand. His surname was derived from his pollution of his baptismal font. The infant might be excused, but the manly pleasures of Copronymus degraded him below the level of a brute. His lust confounded the eternal distinctions of sex and species, and he seemed to extract some unnatural delight from the objects most offensive to human sense. In his religion, the iconoclast was a heretic, a Jew, a Mahometan, a pagan, and an atheist, and his belief of an invisible power could be discovered only in his magic rites, human victims, and nocturnal sacrifices to Venus and the demons of antiquity. His life was stained with the most opposite vices, and the ulcers which covered his body anticipated before his death the sentiment of hell tortures. Of these accusations, which I have so patiently copied, a part is refuted by its own absurdity, and in the private anecdotes of the life of the princes, the lie is more easy as the detection is more difficult. Without adopting the pernicious maxim that where much is alleged, something must be true, I can however discern that Constantine V was dissolute and cruel. Calumny is more prone to exaggerate than to invent, and her licentious tongue is checked in some measure by the experience of the age and country to which she appeals. Of the bishops and monks, the generals and magistrates who are said to have suffered under his reign, the numbers are recorded, The names were conspicuous, the execution was public, the mutilation visible and permanent. 1116, the Catholics hated the person and government of Copronymus, but even their hatred is a proof of their oppression. They dissembled the provocations which might excuse or justify his rigor, but even these provocations must gradually inflame his resentment and harden his temper in the use or the abuse of despotism. Yet the character of the fifth Constantine was not devoid of merit, nor did his government always deserve the curses or the contempt of the Greeks. From the confession of his enemies, I am informed of the restoration of an ancient aqueduct, of the redemption of 2,500 captives, of the uncommon plenty of the times, and of the new colonies with which he repeopled Constantinople and the Thracian cities. They reluctantly praise his activity and courage. He was on horseback in the field at the head of his legions, and although the fortune of his arms was various, he triumphed by sea and land, on the Euphrates and the Danube, in civil and barbarian war. Heretical praise must be cast into the scale to counterbalance the weight of orthodox invective. The iconoclasts revered the virtues of the prince. 40 years after his death, they still prayed before the tomb of the saint. A miraculous vision was propagated by fanaticism or fraud, and the Christian hero appeared on a milk-white steed, brandishing his lance against the pagans of Bulgaria. An absurd fable, says the Catholic historian, since Copronymus is chained with the demons in the abyss of hell. Leo IV, the son of the fifth and the father of the sixth Constantine, was of a feeble constitution, both of mind 1117 and body, and the principal care of his reign was the settlement of the succession. The association of the young Constantine was urged by the officious zeal of his subjects, and the emperor, conscious of his decay, complied, after a prudent hesitation, with their unanimous wishes. The royal infant, at the age of 5 years, was crowned with his mother Irene, and the national consent was ratified by every circumstance of pomp and solemnity that could dazzle the eyes or bind the conscience of the Greeks. An oath of fidelity was administered in the palace, the church, and the hippodrome to the several orders of the state, who adjured the holy names of the Son and Mother of God. Be witness, O Christ, that we will watch over the safety of Constantine, the son of Leo, expose our lives in his service, and bear true allegiance to his person and posterity. They pledged their faith on the wood of the true cross, and the act of their engagement was deposited on the altar of St. Sophia. The first to swear and the first to violate their oath were the 5 sons of Copronymus by a second marriage, and the story of these princes is singular and tragic. The right of primogeniture excluded them from the throne. The injustice of their elder brother defrauded them of a legacy of about 2 million sterling. Some vain titles were not deemed a sufficient compensation for wealth and power, and they repeatedly conspired against their nephew before and after the death of his father. Their first attempt was pardoned. For the second offense, 1118, they were condemned to the ecclesiastical state, and for the third treason, Nicephorus, the eldest and most guilty, was deprived of his eyes, and his 4 brothers, Christopher, Nistas, Anthemius, and Eudoxus, were punished, as a milder sentence, by the amputation of their tongues. After 5 years' confinement, they escaped to the church of St. Sophia and displayed a pathetic spectacle to the people. Countrymen and Christians, cried Nicephorus for himself and his mute brethren, behold the sons of your emperor, if you can still recognize our features in this miserable state. A life, an imperfect life, is all that the malice of our enemies has spared. It is now threatened, and we now throw ourselves on your compassion. The rising murmur might have produced a revolution, had it not been checked by the presence of a minister, who soothed the unhappy princes with flattery and hope, and gently drew them from the sanctuary to the palace. They were speedily embarked for Greece, and Athens was allotted for the place of their exile. In this calm retreat, and in their helpless condition, Nicephorus and his brothers were tormented by the thirst of power, and tempted by a Sclavonian chief, who offered to break their prison and to lead them in arms and in the purple to the gates of Constantinople. But the Athenian people, ever zealous in the cause of Irene, prevented her justice or cruelty, and the 5 sons of Copronymus were plunged in eternal darkness and oblivion. For himself, that emperor had chosen a barbarian wife, the daughter of the Khan of the Chazars, but in the marriage of his heir, he preferred an Athenian virgin, an orphan, 17 years old, whose sole fortune must have consisted in her personal accomplishments. The nuptials of Leo and Irene were celebrated with royal pomp. She soon acquired the love and confidence of a feeble husband, and in his testament he declared the empress guardian of the Roman world and of their son Constantine VI, who was no more than 10 years of age. During his childhood, Irene most ably and assiduously discharged, in her public administration, the duties of a faithful mother, and her zeal in the restoration of images has deserved the name and honors of a saint, which she still occupies in the Greek calendar. But the emperor attained the maturity of youth. The maternal yoke became more grievous, and he listened to the favorites of his own age, who shared his pleasures and were ambitious of sharing his power. Their reasons convinced him of his right, their praises of his ability to reign, and he consented to reward the services of Irene by a perpetual banishment to the Isle of Sicily. But her vigilance and penetration easily disconcerted their rash projects. A similar, or more severe, punishment was retaliated on themselves and their advisors, and Irene inflicted on the ungrateful prince the chastisement of a boy. After this contest, the mother and the son were at the head of two domestic factions, and instead of mild influence and voluntary obedience, she held in chains a captive and an enemy. The empress was overthrown by the abuse of victory. The oath of fidelity, which she exacted to herself alone, was pronounced with reluctant murmurs, and the bold refusal of the Armenian gods encouraged a free and general declaration that Constantine VI was the lawful emperor of the Romans. In this character, he ascended his hereditary throne and dismissed Irene to a life of solitude and repose. But her haughty spirit condescended to the arts of dissimulation. She flattered the bishops and eunuchs, revived the filial tenderness of the prince, regained his confidence, and betrayed his credulity. The character of Constantine was not destitute of sense or spirit, but his education had been studiously neglected, and the ambitious mother exposed to the public censure the vices which she had nourished and the actions which she had secretly advised. His divorce and second marriage offended the prejudices of the clergy, and by his imprudent rigor he forfeited the attachment of the Armenian gods. A powerful conspiracy was formed for the restoration of Irene, and the secret, though widely diffused, was faithfully kept above 8 months, till the emperor, suspicious of his danger, escaped from Constantinople with the design of appealing to the provinces and armies. By this hasty flight, the empress was left on the brink of the precipice. Yet before she implored the mercy of her son, Irene addressed a private epistle to the friends whom she had placed about his person, with a menace that unless they accomplished, she would reveal their treason. Their fear rendered them intrepid. They seized the emperor on the Asiatic shore, and he was transported to the porphyry apartment of the palace, where he had first seen the light. In the mind of Irene, ambition had stifled every sentiment of humanity and nature, and it was decreed in her bloody council that Constantine should be rendered incapable of the throne. Her emissaries assaulted the sleeping prince and stabbed their daggers with such violence and precipitation into his eyes as if they meant to execute a mortal sentence. An ambiguous passage of Theophanes persuaded the annalist of the church that death was the immediate consequence of this barbarous execution. The Catholics have been deceived or subdued by the authority of Baronius, and Protestant zeal has reached the words of a cardinal, desirous, as it should seem, to favor the patroness of images. 1119, yet the blind son of Irene survived many years, oppressed by the court and forgotten by the world. The Isaurian dynasty was silently extinguished, and the memory of Constantine was recalled only by the nuptials of his daughter Euphrosyne with the Emperor Michael II. The most bigoted orthodoxy has justly execrated the unnatural mother, who may not easily be paralleled in the history of crimes. To her bloody deed superstition has attributed a subsequent darkness of 17 days, during which many vessels in midday were driven from their course, as if the sun, a globe of fire so vast and so remote, could sympathize with the atoms of a revolving planet. On earth, the crime of Irene was left 5 years unpunished. Her reign was crowned with external splendor, and if she could silence the voice of conscience, she neither heard nor regarded the reproaches of mankind. The Roman world bowed to the government of a female, and as she moved through the streets of Constantinople, the reins of 4 milk-white steeds were held by as many patricians, who marched on foot before the golden chariot of their queen. But these patricians were for the most part eunuchs, and their black ingratitude justified, on this occasion, the popular hatred and contempt. Raised, enriched, entrusted with the first dignities of the empire, they basely conspired against their benefactress. The great treasurer Nicephorus was secretly invested with the purple. Her successor was introduced into the palace and crowned at St. Sophia by the venal patriarch. In their first interview, she recapitulated with dignity the revolutions of her life, gently accused the perfidy of Nicephorus, insinuated that he owed his life to her unsuspicious clemency, and for the throne and treasures which she resigned, solicited a decent and honorable retreat. His avarice refused this modest compensation, and in her exile of the Isle of Lesbos, the empress earned a scanty subsistence by the labors of her distaff. Many tyrants have reigned undoubtedly more criminal than Nicephorus, but none perhaps have more deeply incurred the universal abhorrence of their people. His character was stained with the three odious vices of hypocrisy, ingratitude, and avarice. His want of virtue was not redeemed by any superior talents, nor his want of talents by any pleasing qualifications. Unskillful and unfortunate in war, Nicephorus was vanquished by the Saracens and slain by the Bulgarians, and the advantage of his death overbalanced, in the public opinion, the destruction of a Roman army. 1011, his son and heir Stauracius escaped from the field with a mortal wound. Yet 6 months of an expiring life were sufficient to refute his indecent, though popular declaration that he would in all things avoid the example of his father. On the near prospect of his decease, Michael, the great master of the palace, and the husband of his sister Procopia, was named by every person of the palace and city, except by his envious brother. Tenacious of a scepter now falling from his hand, he conspired against the life of his successor, and cherished the idea of changing to a democracy the Roman Empire. But these rash projects served only to inflame the zeal of the people and to remove the scruples of the candidate. Michael I accepted the purple, and before he sunk into the grave, the son of Nicephorus implored the clemency of his new sovereign. Had Michael in an age of peace ascended an hereditary throne, he might have reigned and died the father of his people. But his mild virtues were adapted to the shade of private life, nor was he capable of controlling the ambition of his equals or of resisting the arms of the victorious Bulgarians. While his want of ability and success exposed him to the contempt of the soldiers, the masculine spirit of his wife Procopia awakened their indignation. Even the Greeks of the 9th century were provoked by the insolence of a female, who, in the front of the standards, presumed to direct their discipline and animate their valor, and their licentious clamors advised the new Semiramis to reverence the majesty of a Roman camp. After an unsuccessful campaign, the emperor left, in their winter quarters of Thrace, a disaffected army under the command of his enemies, and their artful eloquence persuaded the soldiers to break the dominion of the eunuchs, to degrade the husband of Procopia, and to assert the right of a military election. They marched towards the capital, yet the clergy, the Senate, and the people of Constantinople adhered to the cause of Michael, and the troops and treasures of Asia might have protracted the mischiefs of civil war. But his humanity, by the ambitious it will be termed his weakness, protested that not a drop of Christian blood should be shed in his quarrel, and his messengers presented the conquerors with the keys of the city and the palace. They were disarmed by his innocence and submission, his life and his eyes were spared, and the imperial monk enjoyed the comforts of solitude and religion above 32 years after he had been stripped of the purple and separated from his wife. A rebel in the time of Nicephorus, the famous and unfortunate Bardanes had once the curiosity to consult an Asiatic prophet, who, after prognosticating his fall, announced the fortunes of his 3 principal officers, Leo the Armenian, Michael the Phrygian, and Thomas the Cappadocian, the successive reigns of the 2 former, the fruitless and fatal enterprise of the 3rd. This prediction was verified, or rather was produced, by the event. 10 years afterwards, when the Thracian camp rejected the husband of Procopia, the crown was presented to the same Leo, the first in military rank and the secret author of the mutiny. As he affected to hesitate, "With this sword," said his companion Michael, "I will open the gates of Constantinople to your imperial sway, or instantly plunge it into your bosom, if you obstinately resist the just desires of your fellow soldiers. The compliance of the Armenian was rewarded with the empire, and he reigned 7 years and a half under the name of Leo V. Educated in a camp and ignorant both of laws and letters, he introduced into his civil government the rigor and even cruelty of military discipline. But if his severity was sometimes dangerous to the innocent, it was always formidable to the guilty. His religious inconstancy was taxed by the epithet of chameleon, but the Catholics have acknowledged by the voice of a saint and confessors that the life of the iconoclast was useful to the Republic. The zeal of his companion Michael was repaid with riches, honors, and military command, and his subordinate talents were beneficially employed in the public service. Yet the Phrygian was dissatisfied at receiving as a favor a scanty portion of the imperial prize which he had bestowed on his equal, and his discontent, which sometimes evaporated in hasty discourse, at length assumed a more threatening and hostile aspect against a prince whom he represented as a cruel tyrant. That tyrant, however, repeatedly detected, warned, and dismissed the old companion of his arms, till fear and resentment prevailed over gratitude, and Michael, after a scrutiny into his actions and designs, was convicted of treason and sentenced to be burnt alive in the furnace of the private baths. The devout humanity of the Empress Theophano was fatal to her husband and family. A solemn day, the 25th of December, had been fixed for the execution. She urged that the anniversary of the Saviour's birth would be profaned by this inhuman spectacle, and Leo consented with reluctance to a decent respite. But on the vigil of the feast, his sleepless anxiety prompted him to visit at the dead of night the chamber in which his enemy was confined. He beheld him released from his chain and stretched on his jailer's bed in a profound slumber. Leo was alarmed at these signs of security and intelligence, but though he retired with silent steps, his entrance and departure were noticed by a slave who lay concealed in a corner of the prison. Under the pretense of requesting the spiritual aid of a confessor, Michael informed the conspirators that their lives depended on his discretion and that a few hours were left to assure their own safety by the deliverance of their friend and country. On the great festivals, a chosen band of priests and chanters was admitted into the palace by a private gate to sing matins in the chapel, and Leo, who regulated with the same strictness the discipline of the choir and of the camp, was seldom absent from these early devotions. In the ecclesiastical habit, but with their swords under their robes, the conspirators mingled with the procession, lurked in the angles of the chapel, and expected, as the signal of murder, the intonation of the first psalm by the emperor himself. The imperfect light and the uniformity of dress might have favored his escape, whilst their assault was pointed against a harmless priest, but they soon discovered their mistake and encompassed on all sides the royal victim. Without a weapon and without a friend, he grasped a weighty cross and stood at bay against the hunters of his life. But as he asked for mercy, "This is the hour not of mercy but of vengeance," was the inexorable reply. The stroke of a well-aimed sword separated from his body the right arm and the cross, and Leo the Armenian was slain at the foot of the altar. A memorable reverse of fortune was displayed in Michael II, who from a defect in his speech was surnamed the Stammerer. He was snatched from the fiery furnace to the sovereignty of an empire, and as in the tumult a smith could not readily be found, the fetters remained on his legs several hours after he was seated on the throne of the Caesars. The royal blood, which had been the price of his elevation, was unprofitably spent. In the purple, he retained the ignoble vices of his origin, and Michael lost his provinces with as supine indifference as if they had been the inheritance of his fathers. His title was disputed by Thomas, the last of the military triumvirate, who transported into Europe 80,000 barbarians from the banks of the Tigris and the shores of the Caspian. He formed the siege of Constantinople, but the capital was defended with spiritual and carnal weapons. A Bulgarian king assaulted the camp of the Orientals, and Thomas had the misfortune or the weakness to fall alive into the power of the conqueror. The hands and feet of the rebel were amputated. He was placed on an ass, and amidst the insults of the people was led through the streets, which he sprinkled with his blood. The deprivation of manners, as savage as they were corrupt, is marked by the presence of the emperor himself. Deaf to the lamentation of a fellow soldier, he incessantly pressed the discovery of more accomplices, till his curiosity was checked by the question of an honest or guilty minister. would you give credit to an enemy against the most faithful of your friends? After the death of his first wife, the emperor, at the request of the Senate, drew from her monastery Euphrosyne, the daughter of Constantine VI. Her august birth might justify a stipulation in the marriage contract that her children should equally share the empire with their elder brother. But the nuptials of Michael and Euphrosyne were barren, and she was content with the title of mother of Theophilus, his son and successor. The character of Theophilus is a rare example in which religious zeal has allowed, and perhaps magnified, the virtues of a heretic and a persecutor. His valor was often felt by the enemies and his justice by the subjects of the monarchy, but the valor of Theophilus was rash and fruitless, and his justice arbitrary and cruel. He displayed the banner of the cross against the Saracens, but his 5 expeditions were concluded by a signal overthrow. Amorium, the native city of his ancestors, was leveled with the ground, and from his military toils he derived only the surname of the unfortunate. The wisdom of a sovereign is comprised in the institution of laws and the choice of magistrates, and while he seems without action, his civil government revolves round his center with the silence and order of the planetary system. But the justice of Theophilus was fashioned on the model of the Oriental despots, who, in personal and irregular acts of authority, consult the reason or passion of the moment, without measuring the sentence by the law or the penalty by the offense. A poor woman threw herself at the emperor's feet to complain of a powerful neighbor, the brother of the empress, who had raised his palace wall to such an inconvenient height that her humble dwelling was excluded from light and air. On the proof of the fact, instead of granting, like an ordinary judge, sufficient or ample damages to the plaintiff, the sovereign adjudged to her use and benefit the palace and the ground. Nor was Theophilus content with this extravagant satisfaction. His zeal converted a civil trespass into a criminal act, and the unfortunate patrician was stripped and scourged in the public place of Constantinople. For some venial offenses, some defect of equity or vigilance, the principal ministers, a praefect, a quaestor, a captain of the guards, were banished or mutilated, or scalded with boiling pitch, or burnt alive in the hippodrome. And as these dreadful examples might be the effects of error or caprice, they must have alienated from his service the best and wisest of the citizens. But the pride of the monarch was flattered in the exercise of power, or, as he thought, of virtue, and the people, safe in their obscurity, applauded the danger and debasement of their superiors. This extraordinary rigor was justified, in some measure, by its salutary consequences, since, after a scrutiny of 17 days, not a complaint or abuse could be found in the court or city, and it might be alleged that the Greeks could be ruled only with a rod of iron, and that the public interest is the motive and law of the supreme judge. Yet in the crime, or the suspicion of treason, that judge is of all others the most credulous and partial. Theophilus might inflict a tardy vengeance on the assassins of Leo and the saviors of his father, but he enjoyed the fruits of their crime, and his jealous tyranny sacrificed a brother and a prince to the future safety of his life. A Persian of the race of the Sassanides died in poverty and exile at Constantinople, leaving an only son, the issue of a plebeian marriage. At the age of 12 years, the royal birth of Theophobus was revealed, and his merit was not unworthy of his birth. He was educated in the Byzantine palace, a Christian and a soldier, advanced with rapid steps in the career of fortune and glory, received the hand of the emperor's sister, and was promoted to the command of 30,000 Persians, who, like his father, had fled from the Mahometan conquerors. These troops, doubly infected with mercenary and fanatic vices, were desirous of revolting against their benefactor and erecting the standard of their native king, but the loyal Theophobus rejected their offers, disconcerted their schemes, and escaped from their hands to the camp or palace of his royal brother. A generous confidence might have secured a faithful and able guardian for his wife and his infant son, to whom Theophilus, in the flower of his age, was compelled to leave the inheritance of the empire. But his jealousy was exasperated by envy and disease. He feared the dangerous virtues which might either support or oppress their infancy and weakness, and the dying emperor demanded the head of the Persian prince. With savage delight, he recognized the familiar features of his brother. "Thou art no longer Theophobus," he said, and sinking on his couch, he added, with a faltering voice, "Soon, too soon, I shall be no more Theophilus." Chapter 48. Succession and Characters of the Greek Emperors. Part 3. The Russians, who have borrowed from the Greeks the greatest part of their civil and ecclesiastical policy, preserved, till the last century, a singular institution in the marriage of the Tsar. They collected, not the virgins of every rank and of every province, a vain and romantic idea, but the daughters of the principal nobles, who awaited in the palace the choice of their sovereign. It is affirmed that a similar method was adopted in the nuptials of Theophilus. With a golden apple in his hand, he slowly walked between two lines of contending beauties. His eye was detained by the charms of Icasia, and in the awkwardness of a first declaration, the prince could only observe that in this world women had been the cause of much evil. "And surely, sir," she pertly replied, "they have likewise been the occasion of much good." This affectation of unseasonable wit displeased the imperial lover. He turned aside in disgust. Icasia concealed her mortification in a convent, and the modest silence of Theodora was rewarded with the golden apple. She deserved the love, but did not escape the severity of her lord. From the palace garden he beheld a vessel deeply laden and steering into the port. On the discovery that the precious cargo of Syrian luxury was the property of his wife, he condemned the ship to the flames with a sharp reproach that her avarice had degraded the character of an empress into that of a merchant. Yet his last choice entrusted her with the guardianship of the empire and her son Michael, who was left an orphan in the 5th year of his age. The restoration of images and the final extirpation of the iconoclasts has endeared her name to the devotion of the Greeks. But in the fervor of religious zeal, Theodora entertained a grateful regard for the memory and salvation of her husband. After 13 years of a prudent and frugal administration, she perceived the decline of her influence, but the second Irene imitated only the virtues of her predecessor. Instead of conspiring against the life or government of her son, she retired without a struggle, though not without a murmur, to the solitude of private life, deploring the ingratitude, the vices, and the inevitable ruin of the worthless youth. Among the successors of Nero and Elagabalus, we have not hitherto found the imitation of their vices, the character of a Roman prince who considered pleasure as the object of life, and virtue as the enemy of pleasure. Whatever might have been the maternal care of Theodora in the education of Michael III, her unfortunate son was a king before he was a man. If the ambitious mother labored to check the progress of reason, she could not cool the ebullition of passion, and her selfish policy was justly repaid by the contempt and ingratitude of the headstrong youth. At the age of 18, he rejected her authority, without feeling his own incapacity to govern the empire and himself. With Theodora, all gravity and wisdom retired from the court. Their place was supplied by the alternate dominion of vice and folly, and it was impossible, without forfeiting the public esteem, to acquire or preserve the favor of the emperor. The millions of gold and silver which had been accumulated for the service of the state were lavished on the vilest of men, who flattered his passions and shared his pleasures. And in a reign of 13 years, the richest of sovereigns was compelled to strip the palace and the churches of their precious furniture. Like Nero, he delighted in the amusements of the theater, and sighed to be surpassed in the accomplishments in which he should have blushed to excel. Yet the studies of Nero in music and poetry betrayed some symptoms of a liberal taste. The more ignoble arts of the son of Theophilus were confined to the chariotrace of the hippodrome. The four factions which had agitated the peace still amused the idleness of the capital. For himself, the emperor assumed the blue livery. The three rival colors were distributed to his favorites, and in the vile though eager contention, he forgot the dignity of his person and the safety of his dominions. He silenced the messenger of an invasion, who presumed to divert his attention in the most critical moment of the race. And by his command, the importunate beacons were extinguished, that too frequently spread the alarm from Tarsus to Constantinople. The most skillful charioteers obtained the first place in his confidence and esteem. Their merit was profusely rewarded. The emperor feasted in their houses and presented their children at the baptismal font. And while he applauded his own popularity, he affected to blame the cold and stately reserve of his predecessors. The unnatural lusts which had degraded even the manhood of Nero were banished from the world. Yet the strength of Michael was consumed by the indulgence of love and intemperance. 1012, in his midnight revels, when his passions were inflamed by wine, he was provoked to issue the most sanguinary commands, and if any feelings of humanity were left, he was reduced, with the return of sense, to approve the salutary disobedience of his servants. But the most extraordinary feature in the character of Michael is the profane mockery of the religion of his country. The superstition of the Greeks might indeed excite the smile of a philosopher, but his smile would have been rational and temperate, and he must have condemned the ignorant folly of a youth who insulted the objects of public veneration. A buffoon of the court was invested in the robes of the patriarch. His 12 metropolitans, among whom the emperor was ranked, assumed their ecclesiastical garments. They used or abused the sacred vessels of the altar, and in their bacchanalian feasts, the Holy Communion was administered in a nauseous compound of vinegar and mustard. Nor were these impious spectacles concealed from the eyes of the city. On the day of a solemn festival, the emperor, with his bishops or buffoons, rode on asses through the streets, encountered the true patriarch at the head of his clergy, and by their licentious shouts and obscene gestures disordered the gravity of the Christian procession. The devotion of Michael appeared only in some offense to reason or piety. He received his theatrical crowns from the statue of the Virgin, and an imperial tomb was violated for the sake of burning the bones of Constantine, the iconoclast. By this extravagant conduct, the son of Theophilus became as contemptible as he was odious. Every citizen was impatient for the deliverance of his country, and even the favorites of the moment were apprehensive that a caprice might snatch away what a caprice had bestowed. In the 30th year of his age, and in the hour of intoxication and sleep, Michael III was murdered in his chamber by the founder of a new dynasty, whom the emperor had raised to an equality of rank and power. The genealogy of Basil the Macedonian, if it be not the spurious offspring of pride and flattery, exhibits a genuine picture of the revolution of the most illustrious families. The Arsacides, the rivals of Rome, possessed the scepter of the East near 400 years. A younger branch of these Parthian kings continued to reign in Armenia, and their royal descendants survived the partition and servitude of that ancient monarchy. Two of these, Artabanus and Clenes, escaped or retired to the court of Leo I. His bounty seated them in a safe and hospitable exile in the province of Macedonia. Adrianople was their final settlement. During several generations, they maintained the dignity of their birth, and their Roman patriotism rejected the tempting offers of the Persian and Arabian powers, who recalled them to their native country. But their splendor was insensibly clouded by time and poverty, and the father of Basil was reduced to a small farm, which he cultivated with his own hands. Yet he scorned to disgrace the blood of the Arsacides by a plebeian alliance. His wife, a widow of Adrianople, was pleased to count among her ancestors the great Constantine, and their royal infant was connected by some dark affinity of lineage or country with the Macedonian Alexander. No sooner was he born than the cradle of Basil, his family, and his city were swept away by an inundation of the Bulgarians. He was educated a slave in a foreign land, and in this severe discipline he acquired the hardiness of body and flexibility of mind which promoted his future elevation. In the age of youth or manhood, he shared the deliverance of the Roman captives, who generously broke their fetters, marched through Bulgaria to the shores of the Euxine, defeated 2 armies of barbarians, embarked in the ships which had been stationed for their reception, and returned to Constantinople, from whence they were distributed to their respective homes. But the freedom of Basil was naked and destitute. His farm was ruined by the calamities of war. After his father's death, his manual labor or service could no longer support a family of orphans, and he resolved to seek a more conspicuous theater in which every virtue and every vice may lead to the paths of greatness. The first night of his arrival at Constantinople, without friends or money, the weary pilgrim slept on the steps of the church of St. Diomede. He was fed by the casual hospitality of a monk, and was introduced to the service of a cousin and namesake of the Emperor Theophilus, who, though himself of a diminutive person, was always followed by a train of tall and handsome domestics. Basil attended his patron to the government of Peloponnesus, eclipsed, by his personal merit, the birth and dignity of Theophilus, and formed a useful connection with a wealthy and charitable matron of Patras. Her spiritual or carnal love embraced the young adventurer, whom she adopted as her son. Danyles presented him with 30 slaves, and the produce of her bounty was expended in the support of his brothers and the purchase of some large estates in Macedonia. His gratitude or ambition still attached him to the service of Theophilus, and a lucky accident recommended him to the notice of the court. A famous wrestler in the train of the Bulgarian ambassadors had defied, at the royal banquet, the boldest and most robust of the Greeks. The strength of Basil was praised. He accepted the challenge, and the barbarian champion was overthrown at the first onset. A beautiful but vicious horse was condemned to be hamstrung. It was subdued by the dexterity and courage of the servant of Theophilus, and his conqueror was promoted to an honorable rank in the imperial stables. But it was impossible to obtain the confidence of Michael without complying with his vices, and his new favorite, the great chamberlain of the palace, was raised and supported by a disgraceful marriage with a royal concubine, and the dishonor of his sister, who succeeded to her place. The public administration had been abandoned to the Caesar Bardas, the brother and enemy of Theodora, but the arts of female influence persuaded Michael to hate and to fear his uncle. He was drawn from Constantinople under the pretense of a Cretan expedition and stabbed in the tent of audience by the sword of the chamberlain and in the presence of the emperor. About a month after this execution, Basil was invested with the title of Augustus and the government of the empire. He supported this unequal association till his influence was fortified by popular esteem. His life was endangered by the caprice of the emperor, and his dignity was profaned by a second colleague who had rowed in the galleys. Yet the murder of his benefactor must be condemned as an act of ingratitude and treason, and the churches which he dedicated to the name of St. Michael were a poor and puerile expiation of his guilt. The different ages of Basil I may be compared with those of Augustus. The situation of the Greek did not allow him in his earliest youth to lead an army against his country, or to proscribe the nobles of her sons, but his aspiring genius stooped to the arts of a slave. He dissembled his ambition and even his virtues, and grasped, with the bloody hand of an assassin, the empire which he ruled with the wisdom and tenderness of a parent. A private citizen may feel his interest repugnant to his duty, but it must be from a deficiency of sense or courage that an absolute monarch can separate his happiness from his glory or his glory from the public welfare. The life or panegyric of Basil has indeed been composed and published under the long reign of his descendants, but even their stability on the throne may be justly ascribed to the superior merit of their ancestor. In his character, his grandson Constantine has attempted to delineate a perfect image of royalty, but that feeble prince, unless he had copied a real model, could not easily have soared so high above the level of his own conduct or conceptions. But the most solid praise of Basil is drawn from the comparison of a ruined and a flourishing monarchy, that which he wrested from the dissolute Michael, and that which he bequeathed to the Macedonian dynasty. The evils which had been sanctified by time and example were corrected by his master hand, and he revived, if not the national spirit, at least the order and majesty of the Roman Empire. His application was indefatigable, his temper cool, his understanding vigorous and decisive, and in his practice he observed that rare and salutary moderation which pursues each virtue at an equal distance between the opposite vices. His military service had been confined to the palace, nor was the emperor endowed with the spirit or the talents of a warrior. Yet under his reign the Roman arms were again formidable to the barbarians. As soon as he had formed a new army by discipline and exercise, he appeared in person on the banks of the Euphrates, curbed the pride of the Saracens, and suppressed the dangerous, though just, revolt of the Manichaeans. His indignation against a rebel who had long eluded his pursuit provoked him to wish and to pray that, by the grace of God, he might drive 3 arrows into the head of Chrysocheir. That odious head, which had been obtained by treason rather than by valor, was suspended from a tree, and thrice exposed to the dexterity of the imperial archer, a base revenge against the dead, more worthy of the times than of the character of Basil. But his principal merit was in the civil administration of the finances and of the laws. To replenish an exhausted treasury, it was proposed to resume the lavish and ill-placed gifts of his predecessor, his prudence abated one moiety of the restitution, and a sum of £1,200,000 was instantly procured to answer the most pressing demands, and to allow some space for the mature operations of economy. Among the various schemes for the improvement of the revenue, a new mode was suggested of capitation, or tribute, which would have too much depended on the arbitrary discretion of the assessors. A sufficient list of honest and able agents was instantly produced by the minister, but on the more careful scrutiny of Basil himself, only two could be found who might be safely entrusted with such dangerous powers, but they justified his esteem by declining his confidence. But the serious and successful diligence of the emperor established by degrees the equitable balance of property and payment, of receipt and expenditure. A peculiar fund was appropriated to each service, and a public method secured the interest of the prince and the property of the people. After reforming the luxury, he assigned 2 patrimonial estates to supply the decent plenty of the imperial table. The contributions of the subject were reserved for his defense, and the residue was employed in the embellishment of the capital and provinces. A taste for building, however costly, may deserve some praise and much excuse. From thence industry is fed, art is encouraged, and some object is attained of public emolument or pleasure. The use of a road, an aqueduct, or a hospital is obvious and solid, and the 100 churches that arose by the command of Basil were consecrated to the devotion of the age. In the character of a judge, he was assiduous and impartial, desirous to save, but not afraid to strike. The oppressors of the people were severely chastised, but his personal foes, whom it might be unsafe to pardon, were condemned, after the loss of their eyes, to a life of solitude and repentance. The change of language and manners demanded a revision of the obsolete jurisprudence of Justinian. The voluminous body of his institutes, pandects, code, and novels was digested under 40 titles in the Greek idiom, and the basilics, which were improved and completed by his son and grandson, must be referred to the original genius of the founder of their race. This glorious reign was terminated by an accident in the chase. A furious stag entangled his horns in the belt of Basil and raised him from his horse. He was rescued by an attendant, who cut the belt and slew the animal, but the fall, or the fever, exhausted the strength of the aged monarch, and he expired in the palace amidst the tears of his family and people. If he struck off the head of the faithful servant for presuming to draw his sword against his sovereign, the pride of despotism, which had lain dormant in his life, revived in the last moments of despair, when he no longer wanted or valued the opinion of mankind. Of the 4 sons of the emperor, Constantine died before his father, whose grief and credulity were amused by a flattering impostor and a vain apparition. Stephen, the youngest, was content with the honors of a patriarch and a saint. Both Leo and Alexander were alike invested with the purple, but the powers of government were solely exercised by the elder brother. The name of Leo VI has been dignified with the title of philosopher, and the union of the prince and the sage, of the active and speculative virtues, would indeed constitute the perfection of human nature. But the claims of Leo are far short of this ideal excellence. Did he reduce his passions and appetites under the dominion of reason? His life was spent in the pomp of the palace, in the society of his wives and concubines, and even the clemency which he showed, and the peace which he strove to preserve, must be imputed to the softness and indolence of his character. Did he subdue his prejudices and those of his subjects? His mind was tinged with the most puerile superstition. The influence of the clergy and the errors of the people were consecrated by his laws, and the oracles of Leo, which reveal, in prophetic style, the fates of the empire, are founded on the arts of astrology and divination. If we still inquire the reason of his sage appellation, it can only be replied that the son of Basil was less ignorant than the greater part of his contemporaries in church and state, that his education had been directed by the learned Photius, and that several books of profane and ecclesiastical science were composed by the pen, or in the name, of the imperial philosopher. But the reputation of his philosophy and religion was overthrown by a domestic vice, the repetition of his nuptials. The primitive ideas of the merit and holiness of celibacy were preached by the monks and entertained by the Greeks. Marriage was allowed as a necessary means for the propagation of mankind. After the death of either party, The survivor might satisfy, by a second union, the weakness or the strength of the flesh. But a third marriage was censured as a state of legal fornication, and a fourth was a sin or scandal as yet unknown to the Christians of the East. In the beginning of his reign, Leo himself had abolished the state of concubines and condemned, without annulling, third marriages, but his patriotism and love soon compelled him to violate his own laws and to incur the penance, which in a similar case he had imposed on his subjects. In his three first alliances, his nuptial bed was unfruitful. The emperor required a female companion, and the empire a legitimate heir. The beautiful Zoe was introduced into the palace as a concubine, and after a trial of her fecundity and the birth of Constantine, her lover declared his intention of legitimating the mother and the child by the celebration of his fourth nuptials. But the patriarch Nicholas refused his blessing. The imperial baptism of the young prince was obtained by a promise of separation, and the contumacious husband of Zoe was excluded from the communion of the faithful. Neither the fear of exile, nor the desertion of his brethren, nor the authority of the Latin Church, nor the danger of failure or doubt in the succession to the empire could bend the spirit of the inflexible monk. After the death of Leo, he was recalled from exile to the civil and ecclesiastical administration, and the Edict of Union, which was promulgated in the name of Constantine, condemned the future scandal of fourth marriages and left a tacit imputation on his own birth. In the Greek language, purple and porphyry are the same word, and as the colors of nature are invariable, we may learn that a dark, deep red was the Tyrian dye which stained the purple of the ancients. An apartment of the Byzantine palace was lined with porphyry. It was reserved for the use of the pregnant empresses, and the royal birth of their children was expressed by the appellation of porphyrogenite, or born in the purple. Several of the Roman princes had been blessed with an heir, but this peculiar surname was first applied to Constantine VII. His life and titular reign were of equal duration, but of 54 years, 6 had elapsed before his father's death, and the son of Leo was ever the voluntary or reluctant subject of those who oppressed his weakness or abused his confidence. His uncle Alexander, who had long been invested with the title of Augustus, was the first colleague and governor of the young prince. But in a rapid career of vice and folly, the brother of Leo already emulated the reputation of Michael, and when he was extinguished by a timely death, he entertained a project of castrating his nephew and leaving the empire to a worthless favorite. The succeeding years of the minority of Constantine were occupied by his mother Zoe, and a succession or council of 7 regents who pursued their interest, gratified their passions, abandoned the republic, supplanted each other, and finally vanished in the presence of a soldier. From an obscure origin, Romanus Lecapenus had raised himself to the command of the naval armies, and in the anarchy of the times had deserved, or at least had obtained, the national esteem. With a victorious and affectionate fleet, he sailed from the mouth of the Danube into the harbor of Constantinople, and was hailed as the deliverer of the people and the guardian of the prince. His supreme office was at first defined by the new appellation of Father of the Emperor, but Romanus soon disdained the subordinate powers of a minister, and assumed with the titles of Caesar and Augustus the full independence of royalty, which he held near 25 years. His 3 sons, Christopher, Stephen, and Constantine, were successively adorned with the same honors, and the lawful emperor was degraded from the 1st to the 5th rank in this college of princes. Yet, in the preservation of his life and crown, he might still applaud his own fortune and the clemency of the usurper. The examples of ancient and modern history would have excused the ambition of Romanus. The powers and the laws of the empire were in his hand. The spurious birth of Constantine would have justified his exclusion, and the grave or the monastery was open to receive the son of the concubine. But Lecapenus does not appear to have possessed either the virtues or the vices of a tyrant. The spirit and activity of his private life dissolved away in the sunshine of the throne, and in his licentious pleasures he forgot the safety both of the republic and of his family. Of a mild and religious character, he respected the sanctity of oaths, the innocence of the youth, the memory of his parents, and the attachment of the people. The studious temper and retirement of Constantine disarmed the jealousy of power, His books and music, his pen and his pencil, were a constant source of amusement, and if he could improve a scanty allowance by the sale of his pictures, if their price was not enhanced by the name of the artist, he was endowed with a personal talent, which few princes could employ in the hour of adversity. The fall of Romanus was occasioned by his own vices and those of his children. After the decease of Christopher, his eldest son, the two surviving brothers quarreled with each other and conspired against their father. At the hour of noon, when all strangers were regularly excluded from the palace, they entered his apartment with an armed force and conveyed him, in the habit of a monk, to a small island in the Propontis, which was peopled by a religious community. The rumor of this domestic revolution excited a tumult in the city, but Porphyrogenitus alone, the true and lawful emperor, was the object of the public care, and the sons of Lecapnus were taught, by tardy experience, that they had achieved a guilty and perilous enterprise for the benefit of their rival. Their sister Helena, the wife of Constantine, revealed or supposed their treacherous design of assassinating her husband at the royal banquet. His loyal adherents were alarmed, and the two usurpers were prevented, seized, degraded from the purple, and embarked for the same island and monastery where their father had been so lately confined. Old Romanus met them on the beach with a sarcastic smile, and after a just reproach of their folly and ingratitude, presented his imperial colleagues with an equal share of his water and vegetable diet. In the 40th year of his reign, Constantine VII obtained the possession of the Eastern world, which he ruled or seemed to rule near 15 years. But he was devoid of that energy of character which could emerge into a life of action and glory, and the studies, which had amused and dignified his leisure, were incompatible with the serious duties of a sovereign. The emperor neglected the practice to instruct his son Romanus in the theory of government. While he indulged the habits of intemperance and sloth, he dropped the reins of the administration into the hands of Helena, his wife. And, in the shifting scene of her favor and caprice, each minister was regretted in the promotion of a more worthless successor. Yet the birth and misfortunes of Constantine had endeared him to the Greeks. They excused his failings, they respected his learning, his innocence and charity, his love of justice, and the ceremony of his funeral was mourned with the unfeigned tears of his subjects. The body, according to ancient custom, lay in state in the vestibule of the palace, and the civil and military officers, the patricians, the senate, and the clergy approached in due order to adore and kiss the inanimate corpse of their sovereign. Before the procession moved towards the imperial sepulchre, a herald proclaimed this awful admonition: "Arise, O King of the world, and obey the summons of the King of Kings." The death of Constantine was imputed to poison, and his son Romanus, who derived that name from his maternal grandfather, ascended the throne of Constantinople. A prince who, at the age of 20, could be suspected of anticipating his inheritance must have been already lost in the public esteem. Yet Romanus was rather weak than wicked, and the largest share of the guilt was transferred to his wife, Theophano, a woman of base origin, masculine spirit, and flagitious manners. The sense of personal glory and public happiness, the true pleasures of royalty, were unknown to the son of Constantine, and while the two brothers, Nicephorus and Leo, triumphed over the Saracens, the hours which the emperor owed to his people were consumed in strenuous idleness. In the morning he visited the circus. At noon he feasted the senators. The greater part of the afternoon he spent in the Sphoeristerium, or tennis court, the only theater of his victories. From thence he passed over to the Asiatic side of the Bosphorus, hunted and killed 4 wild boars of the largest size, and returned to the palace, proudly content with the labors of the day. In strength and beauty he was conspicuous above his equals. Tall and straight as a young cypress, his complexion was fair and florid, his eyes sparkling, his shoulders broad, his nose long and aquiline. Yet even these perfections were insufficient to fix the love of Theophano, and after a reign of 13 years, she mingled for her husband the same deadly draught which she had composed for his father. By his marriage with this impious woman, Romanus the younger left 2 sons, Basil II and Constantine IX, and 2 daughters, Theophano and Anne. The eldest sister was given to Otho II, Emperor of the West. The younger became the wife of Wolodomir, great Duke and Apostle of Russia, and by the marriage of her granddaughter with Henry I, King of France, the blood of the Macedonians and perhaps of the Arsacides still flows in the veins. The Bourbon line. After the death of her husband, the empress aspired to reign in the name of her sons, the elder of whom was 5 and the younger only 2 years of age. But she soon felt the instability of a throne which was supported by a female who could not be esteemed and 2 infants who could not be feared. Theophano looked around for a protector and threw herself into the arms of the bravest soldier. Her heart was capacious, but the deformity of the new favorite rendered it more than probable that interest was the motive and excuse of her love. Nicephorus' focus united, in the popular opinion, the double merit of a hero and a saint. In the former character, his qualifications were genuine and splendid. The descendant of a race illustrious by their military exploits, he had displayed in every station and in every province the courage of a soldier and the conduct of a chief, and Nicephorus was crowned with recent laurels from the important conquest of the Isle of Crete. His religion was of a more ambiguous cast, and his haircloth, his fasts, his pious idiom, and his wish to retire from the business of the world were a convenient mask for his dark and dangerous ambition. Yet he imposed on a holy patriarch, by whose influence, and by a decree of the Senate, he was entrusted, during the minority of the young princes, with the absolute and independent command of the Oriental armies. As soon as he had secured the leaders and the troops, he boldly marched to Constantinople, trampled on his enemies, avowed his correspondence with the empress, and without degrading her sons, assumed, with the title of Augustus, the preeminence of rank and the plenitude of power. But his marriage with Theophano was refused by the same patriarch who had placed the crown on his head. By his second nuptials, he incurred a year of canonical penance. 1014, a bar of spiritual affinity, was opposed to their celebration, and some evasion and perjury were required to silence the scruples of the clergy and people. The popularity of the emperor was lost in the purple. In a reign of 6 years, he provoked the hatred of strangers and subjects, and the hypocrisy and avarice of the first Nicephorus were revived in his successor. Hypocrisy I shall never justify or palliate, but I will dare to observe that the odious vice of avarice is of all others most hastily arraigned and most unmercifully condemned. In a private citizen, our judgment seldom expects an accurate scrutiny into his fortune and expense, and in a steward of the public treasure, frugality is always a virtue, and the increase of taxes too often an indispensable duty. In the use of his patrimony, the generous temper of Nicephorus had been proved, and the revenue was strictly applied to the service of the state. Each spring the emperor marched in person against the Saracens, and every Roman might compute the employment of his taxes in triumphs, conquests, and the security of the eastern barrier. 1015. Chapter 48. Succession and Characters of the Greek Emperors. Part 4. Among the warriors who promoted his elevation and served under his standard, a noble and valiant Armenian had deserved and obtained the most eminent rewards. The stature of John Zimisces was below the ordinary standard, but this diminutive body was endowed with strength, beauty, and the soul of a hero. The jealousy of the emperor's brother, he was degraded from the office of general of the East to that of director of the posts, and his murmurs were chastised with disgrace and exile. But Zimisces was ranked among the numerous lovers of the empress. On her intercession, he was permitted to reside at Chalcedon, in the neighborhood of the capital. Her bounty was repaid in his clandestine and amorous visits to the palace, and Theophano consented, with alacrity, to the death of an ugly and penurious husband. Some bold and trusty conspirators were concealed in her most private chambers. In the darkness of a winter night, Zimisces, with his principal companions, embarked in a small boat, traversed the Bosphorus, landed at the palace stairs, and silently ascended a ladder of ropes, which was cast down by the female attendants. Neither his own suspicions, nor the warnings of his friends, nor the tardy aid of his brother Leo, nor the fortress which he had erected in the palace, could protect Nicephorus from a domestic foe, at whose voice every door was open to the assassins. As he slept on a bare skin on the ground, he was roused by their noisy intrusion, and 30 daggers glittered before his eyes. It is doubtful whether Zimisces imbrued his hands in the blood of his sovereign, but he enjoyed the inhuman spectacle of revenge. 1016, the murder was protracted by insult and cruelty, and as soon as the head of Nicephorus was shown from the window, the tumult was hushed, and the Armenian was emperor of the East. On the day of his coronation, he was stopped on the threshold of St. Sophia by the intrepid patriarch, who charged his conscience with the deed of treason and blood, and required, as a sign of repentance, that he should separate himself from his more criminal associate. This sally of apostolic zeal was not offensive to the prince, since he could neither love nor trust a woman who had repeatedly violated the most sacred obligations, and Theophano, instead of sharing his imperial fortune, was dismissed with ignominy from his bed and palace. In their last interview, she displayed a frantic and impotent rage, accused the ingratitude of her lover, assaulted, with words and blows, her son Basil as he stood silent and submissive in the presence of a superior colleague, and avowed her own prostitution. In proclaiming the illegitimacy of his birth, the public indignation was appeased by her exile and the punishment of the meaner accomplices. The death of an unpopular prince was forgiven, and the guilt of Zimisces was forgotten in the splendor of his virtues. Perhaps his profusion was less useful to the state than the avarice of Nicephorus, but his gentle and generous behavior delighted all who approached his person, and it was only in the paths of victory that he trod in the footsteps of his predecessor. The greatest part of his reign was employed in the camp and the field. His personal valor and activity were signalized on the Danube and the Tigris, the ancient boundaries of the Roman world, and by his double triumph over the Russians and the Saracens, he deserved the titles of Savior of the Empire and Conqueror of the East. In his last return from Syria, he observed that the most fruitful lands of his new provinces were possessed by the eunuchs. "And is it for them," he exclaimed with honest indignation, "that we have fought and conquered? Is it for them that we shed our blood and exhaust the treasures of our people?" The complaint was reached to the palace, and the death of Zimisces is strongly marked with the suspicion of poison. Under this usurpation, or regency, of 12 years, the two lawful emperors, Basil and Constantine, had silently grown to the age of manhood. Their tender years had been incapable of dominion. The respectful modesty of their attendance and salutation was due to the age and merit of their guardians. The childless ambition of those guardians had no temptation to violate their right of succession. Their patrimony was ably and faithfully administered, and the premature death of Zimisces was a loss, rather than a benefit, to the sons of Romanus. Their want of experience detained them 12 years longer, the obscure and voluntary pupils of a minister, who extended his reign by persuading them to indulge the pleasures of youth and to disdain the labors of government. In this silken web, the weakness of Constantine was forever entangled, but his elder brother felt the impulse of genius and the desire of action. He frowned, and the minister was no more. Basil was the acknowledged sovereign of Constantinople and the provinces of Europe, but Asia was oppressed by two veteran generals, Phocas and Sclerus, who, alternately friends and enemies, subjects and rebels, maintained their independence and labored to emulate the example of successful usurpation. Against these domestic enemies, the son of Romanus first drew his sword, and they trembled in the presence of a lawful and high-spirited prince. The first, in the front of battle, was thrown from his horse by the stroke of poison or an arrow. The second, who had been twice loaded with chains, 1017, and twice invested with the purple, was desirous of ending in peace the small remainder of his days. As the aged suppliant approached the throne, with dim eyes and faltering steps, leaning on his two attendants, the emperor exclaimed, in the insolence of youth and power, "And is this the man who has so long been the object of our terror?" After he had confirmed his own authority and the peace of the empire, the trophies of Nicephorus and Zimisces would not suffer their royal pupil to sleep in the palace. His long and frequent expeditions against the Saracens were rather glorious than useful to the empire, but the final destruction of the kingdom of Bulgaria appears, since the time of Belisarius, the most important triumph of the Roman arms. Yet, instead of applauding their victorious prince, his subjects detested the rapacious and rigid avarice of Basil, and in the imperfect narrative of his exploits, we can only discern the courage, patience, and ferociousness of a soldier. A vicious education, which could not subdue his spirit, had clouded his mind. He was ignorant of every science, and the remembrance of his learned and feeble grandsire might encourage his real or affected contempt of laws and lawyers, of artists and arts. Of such a character, in such an age, superstition took a firm and lasting possession. After the first license of his youth, Basil II devoted his life, in the palace and the camp, to the penance of a hermit, wore the monastic habit under his robes and armor, observed a vow of continence, and imposed on his appetites a perpetual abstinence from wine and flesh. In the 68th year of his age, his martial spirit urged him to embark in person for a holy war against the Saracens of Sicily. He was prevented by death, and Basil, surnamed the Slayer of the Bulgarians, was dismissed from the world with the blessings of the clergy and the curse of the people. After his decease, his brother Constantine enjoyed, about 3 years, the power, or rather the pleasures, of royalty, and his only care was the settlement of the succession. He had enjoyed 66 years the title of Augustus, and the reign of the two brothers is the longest and most obscure of the Byzantine history. A lineal succession of 5 emperors, in a period of 160 years, had attached the loyalty of the Greeks to the Macedonian dynasty, which had been thrice respected by the usurpers of their power. After the death of Constantine IX, the last male of the royal race, a new and broken scene presents itself, and the accumulated years of 12 emperors do not equal the space of his single reign. His elder brother had preferred his private chastity to the public interest, and Constantine himself had only 3 daughters, Eudocia, who took the veil, and Zoe and Theodora, who were preserved till a mature age in a state of ignorance and virginity. When their marriage was discussed in the council of their dying father, the cold or pious Theodora refused to give an heir to the empire, but her sister Zoe presented herself a willing victim at the altar. Romanus Argyrus, a patrician of a graceful person and fair reputation, was chosen for her husband, and on his declining that honor was informed that blindness or death was the second alternative. The motive of his reluctance was conjugal affection, but his faithful wife sacrificed her own happiness to his safety and greatness, and her entrance into a monastery removed the only bar to the imperial nuptials. After the decease of Constantine, the scepter devolved to Romanus III, but his labors at home and abroad were equally feeble and fruitless, and the mature age, the 48 years of Zoe, were less favorable to the hopes of pregnancy than to the indulgence of pleasure. Her favorite chamberlain was a handsome Paphlagonian of the name of Michael, whose first trade had been that of a money changer, and Romanus, either from gratitude or equity, connived at their criminal intercourse or accepted a slight assurance of their innocence. But Zoe soon justified the Roman maxim that every adulteress is capable of poisoning her husband, and the death of Romanus was instantly followed by the scandalous marriage and elevation of Michael IV. The expectations of Zoe were, however, disappointed. Instead of a vigorous and grateful lover, she had placed in her bed a miserable wretch, whose health and reason were impaired by epileptic fits, and whose conscience was tormented by despair and remorse. The most skillful physicians of the mind and body were summoned to his aid, and his hopes were amused by frequent pilgrimages to the baths and to the tombs of the most popular saints. The monks applauded his penance and accept restitution, but to whom should he have restored? Michael sought every method of expiating his guilt. While he groaned and prayed in sackcloth and ashes, his brother, the eunuch John, smiled at his remorse and enjoyed the harvest of a crime of which himself was the secret and most guilty author. His administration was only the art of satiating his avarice, and Zoe became a captive in the palace of her fathers and in the hands of her slaves. When he perceived the irretrievable decline of his brother's health, he introduced his nephew, another Michael, who derived his surname of Caliphates from his father's occupation in the careening of vessels. At the command of the eunuch, Zoe adopted for her son the son of a mechanic, and this fictitious heir was invested with the title and purple of the Caesars in the presence of the Senate and clergy. So feeble was the character of Zoe that she was oppressed by the liberty and power which she recovered by the death of the Paphlagonian, and at the end of 4 days she placed the crown on the head of Michael V, who had protested, with tears and oaths, that he should ever reign the first and most obedient of her subjects. The only act of his short reign was his base ingratitude to his benefactors, the eunuch, and the empress. The disgrace of the former was pleasing to the public, but the murmurs, and at length the clamors, of Constantinople deplored the exile of Zoe, the daughter of so many emperors. Her vices were forgotten, and Michael was taught that there is a period in which the patience of the tamest slaves rises into fury and revenge. The citizens of every degree assembled in a formidable tumult which lasted 3 days. They besieged the palace, forced the gates, recalled their mothers, Zoe from her prison, Theodora from her monastery, and condemned the son of caliphates to the loss of his eyes or of his life. For the first time, the Greeks beheld with surprise the 2 royal sisters seated on the same throne, presiding in the Senate, and giving audience to the ambassadors of the nations. But the singular union subsisted no more than 2 months. The 2 sovereigns, their tempers, interests, and adherents were secretly hostile to each other, and as Theodora was still averse to marriage, the indefatigable Zoe, at the age of 60, consented for the public good to sustain the embraces of a 3rd husband and the censures of the Greek Church. His name and number were Constantine X, and the epithet of monomachus, the single combatant, must have been expressive of his valor and victory in some public or private quarrel. But his health was broken by the tortures of the gout, and his dissolute reign was spent in the alternative of sickness and pleasure. A fair and noble widow had accompanied Constantine in his exile to the Isle of Lesbos, and Sclerina gloried in the appellation of his mistress. After his marriage and elevation, she was invested with the title and pomp of Augusta, and occupied a contiguous apartment in the palace. The lawful consort, such was the delicacy or corruption of Zoe, consented to this strange and scandalous partition, and the emperor appeared in public between his wife and his concubine. He survived them both, but the last measures of Constantine to change the order of succession were prevented by the more vigilant friends of Theodora, and after his decease she resumed, with the general consent, the possession of her inheritance. In her name, and by the influence of 4 eunuchs, the Eastern world was peaceably governed about 19 months, and as they wished to prolong their dominion, they persuaded the aged princess to nominate for her successor Michael VI. The surname of Stratioticus declares his military profession, but the crazy and decrepit veteran could only see with the eyes and execute with the hands of his ministers. Whilst he ascended the throne, Theodora sunk into the grave, the last of the Macedonian or Basilian dynasty. I have hastily reviewed, and gladly dismiss, this shameful and destructive period of 28 years in which the Greeks, degraded below the common level of servitude, were transferred like a herd of cattle by the choice or caprice of 2 impotent females. From this night of slavery, a ray of freedom, or at least of spirit, begins to emerge. The Greeks either preserved or revived the use of surnames, which perpetuate the fame of hereditary virtue, and we now discern the rise, succession, and alliances of the last dynasties of Constantinople and Trebizond. The Comneni, who upheld for a while the fate of the sinking empire, assumed the honor of a Roman origin, but the family had been long since transported from Italy to Asia. Their patrimonial estate was situate in the district of Castamana, in the neighborhood of the Euxine, and one of their chiefs, who had already entered the paths of ambition, revisited with affection, perhaps with regret, the modest though honorable dwelling of his fathers. The first of their line was the illustrious Manuel, who in the reign of the 2nd Basil contributed by war and treaty to appease the troubles of the East. He left, in a tender age, 2 sons, Isaac and John, whom, with the consciousness of desert, he bequeathed to the gratitude and favor of his sovereign. The noble youths were carefully trained in the learning of the monastery, the arts of the palace, and the exercises of the camp, and from the domestic service of the guards, they were rapidly promoted to the command of provinces and armies. Their fraternal union doubled the force and reputation of the Comneni, and their ancient nobility was illustrated by the marriage of the 2 brothers, with a captive princess of Bulgaria and the daughter of a patrician who had obtained the name of Charon from the number of enemies whom he had sent to the infernal shades. The soldiers had served with reluctant loyalty a series of effeminate masters. The elevation of Michael VI was a personal insult to the more deserving generals, and their discontent was inflamed by the parsimony of the emperor and the insolence of the eunuchs. They secretly assembled in the sanctuary of St. Sophia, and the votes of the military synod would have been unanimous in favor of the old and valiant Catacallan, if the patriotism or modesty of the veteran had not suggested the importance of birth as well as merit in the choice of a sovereign. Isaac Comnenus was approved by general consent, and the associates separated without delay to meet in the plains of Phrygia at the head of their respective squadrons and detachments. The cause of Michael was defended in a single battle by the mercenaries of the imperial guard, who were aliens to the public interest, and animated only by a principle of honor and gratitude. After their defeat, the fears of the emperor solicited a treaty, which was almost accepted by the moderation of the Comnenian. But the former was betrayed by his ambassadors, and the latter was prevented by his friends. The solitary Michael submitted to the voice of the people. The patriarch annulled their oath of allegiance, and as he shaved the head of the royal monk, congratulated his beneficial exchange of temporal royalty for the kingdom of heaven, an exchange, however, which the priest, on his own account, would probably have declined. By the hands of the same patriarch, Isaac Comnenus was solemnly crowned. The sword which he inscribed on his coins might be an offensive symbol if it implied his title by conquest, but this sword would have been drawn against the foreign and domestic enemies of the state. The decline of his health and vigor suspended the operation of active virtue, and the prospect of approaching death determined him to interpose some moments between life and eternity. But instead of leaving the empire as the marriage portion of his daughter, his reason and inclination concurred in the preference of his brother John, a soldier, a patriot, and the father of 5 sons, the future pillars of an hereditary succession. His first modest reluctance might be the natural dictates of discretion and tenderness, but his obstinate and successful perseverance, however it may dazzle with the show of virtue, must be censured as a criminal desertion of his duty and a rare offense against his family and country. The purple which he had refused was accepted by Constantine Ducas, a friend of the Comnenian house, and whose noble birth was adorned with the experience and reputation of civil policy. In the monastic habit, Isaac recovered his health and survived 2 years his voluntary abdication. At the command of his abbot, he observed the rule of St. Basil and executed the most servile offices of the convent, but his latent vanity was gratified by the frequent and respectful visits of the reigning monarch, who revered in his person the character of a benefactor and a saint. If Constantine XI were indeed the subject most worthy of empire, we must pity the debasement of the age and nation in which he was chosen. In the labor of puerile declamations he sought, without obtaining, the crown of eloquence, more precious in his opinion than that of Rome, and in the subordinate functions of a judge, he forgot the duties of a sovereign and a warrior. Far from imitating the patriotic indifference of the authors of his greatness, Ducas was anxious only to secure, at the expense of the Republic, the power and prosperity of his children. His 3 sons, Michael VII, Andronicus I, and Constantine XII, were invested, in a tender age, with the equal title of Augustus, and the succession was speedily opened by their father's death. His widow, Eudocia, was entrusted with the administration, but experience had taught the jealousy of the dying monarch to protect his sons from the danger of her second nuptials, and her solemn engagement, attested by the principal senators, was deposited in the hands of the patriarch. Before the end of 7 months, the wants of Eudocia, or those of the state, called aloud for the male virtues of a soldier, and her heart had already chosen Romanus Diogenes, whom she raised from the scaffold to the throne. The discovery of a treasonable attempt had exposed him to the severity of the laws. His beauty and valor absolved him in the eyes of the empress, and Romanus, from a mild exile, was recalled on the 2nd day to the command of the Oriental armies. Her royal choice was yet unknown to the public, and the promise which would have betrayed her falsehood and levity was stolen by a dexterous emissary from the ambition of the patriarch. Xiphilin at first alleged the sanctity of oaths and the sacred nature of a trust, but a whisper that his brother was the future emperor relaxed his scruples and forced him to confess that the public safety was the supreme law. He resigned the important paper, and when his hopes were confounded by the nomination of Romanus, he could no longer regain his security, retract his declarations, nor oppose the second nuptials of the empress. Yet a murmur was heard in the palace, and the barbarian guards had raised their battle-axes in the cause of the house of Lucas, till the young princes were soothed by the tears of their mother and the solemn assurances of the fidelity of their guardian, who filled the imperial station with dignity and honor. Hereafter I shall relate his valiant, but unsuccessful, efforts to resist the progress of the Turks. His defeat and captivity inflicted a deadly wound on the Byzantine monarchy of the East, and after he was released from the chains of the Sultan, he vainly sought his wife and his subjects. His wife had been thrust into a monastery, and the subjects of Romanus had embraced the rigid maxim of the civil law that a prisoner in the hands of the enemy is deprived, as by the stroke of death, of all the public and private rights of a citizen. In the general consternation, the Caesar John asserted the indefeasible right of his three nephews. Constantinople listened to his voice, and the Turkish captive was proclaimed in the capital and received on the frontier as an enemy of the Republic. Romanus was not more fortunate in domestic than in foreign war. The loss of 2 battles compelled him to yield, on the assurance of fair and honorable treatment. But his enemies were devoid of faith or humanity, and after the cruel extinction of his sight, his wounds were left to bleed and corrupt, till in a few days he was relieved from a state of misery. Under the triple reign of the House of Ducas, the 2 younger brothers were reduced to the vain honors of the purple, but the eldest, the pusillanimous Michael, was incapable of sustaining the Roman scepter, and his surname of Parapeneses denotes the reproach which he shared with an avaricious favorite, who enhanced the price and diminished the measure of wheat. In the school of Cellus, and after the example of his mother, the son of Eudocia made some proficiency in philosophy and rhetoric, but his character was degraded, rather than ennobled, by the virtues of a monk and the learning of a sophist. Strong in the contempt of their sovereign and their own esteem, 2 generals, at the head of the European and Asiatic legions, assumed the purple at Adrianople and Nice. Their revolt was in the same months. They bore the same name of Nicephorus, but the 2 candidates were distinguished by the surnames of Bryennius and Botaniates, the former in the maturity of wisdom and courage, the latter conspicuous only by the memory of his past exploits. While Botaniates advanced with cautious and dilatory steps, his active competitor stood in arms before the gates of Constantinople. The name of Bryennius was illustrious, his cause was popular, but his licentious troops could not be restrained from burning and pillaging a suburb, and the people, who would have hailed the rebel, rejected and repulsed the incendiary of his country. This change of the public opinion was favorable to Botaniates, who at length, with an army of Turks, approached the shores of Chalcedon. A formal invitation, in the name of the Patriarch, the Synod, and the Senate, was circulated through the streets of Constantinople, and the General Assembly in the Dome of St. Sophia debated with order and calmness on the choice of their sovereign. The guards of Michael would have dispersed this unarmed multitude, but the feeble emperor, applauding his own moderation and clemency, resigned the ensigns of royalty and was rewarded with the monastic habit and the title of Archbishop of Ephesus. He left a son, a Constantine, born and educated in the purple, and a daughter of the house of Ducas illustrated the blood and confirmed the succession of the Comnenian dynasty. John Comnenus, the brother of the Emperor Isaac, survived in peace and dignity his generous refusal of the scepter. By his wife Anne, a woman of masculine spirit and a policy, he left 8 children. The 3 daughters multiplied the Comnenian alliance with the noblest of the Greeks. Of the 5 sons, Manuel was stopped by a premature death. Isaac and Alexius restored the imperial greatness of their house, which was enjoyed without toil or danger by the 2 younger brethren, Adrian and Nicephorus. Alexius, the third and most illustrious of the brothers, was endowed by nature with the choicest gifts, both of mind and body. They were cultivated by a liberal education and exercised in the school of obedience and adversity. The youth was dismissed from the perils of the Turkish war by the paternal care of the Emperor Romanus, but the mother of the Comneni, with her aspiring face, was accused of treason and banished by the sons of Ducas to an island in the Propontis. The 2 brothers soon emerged into favor and action, fought by each other's side against the rebels and barbarians, and adhered to the Emperor Michael, till he was deserted by the world and by himself. In his first interview with Botaniates, Prince said Alexius with a noble frankness, "my duty rendered me your enemy. The decrees of God and of the people have made me your subject. Judge of my future loyalty by my past opposition." The successor of Michael entertained him with esteem and confidence. His valor was employed against 3 rebels who disturbed the peace of the empire, or at least of the emperors. Ursule, Bryennius, and Basilacius were formidable by their numerous forces and military fame. They were successively vanquished in the field and led in chains to the foot of the throne. And whatever treatment they might receive from a timid and cruel court, they applauded the clemency as well as the courage of their conqueror. But the loyalty of the Comneni was soon tainted by fear and suspicion. Nor is it easy to settle between a subject and a despot the debt of gratitude, which the former is tempted to claim by a revolt, and the latter to discharge by an executioner. The refusal of Alexius to march against a 4th rebel, the husband of his sister, destroyed the merit or memory of his past services. The favorites of Bataneates provoked the ambition which they apprehended and accused, and the retreat of the 2 brothers might be justified by the defense of their life and liberty. The women of the family were deposited in a sanctuary, respected by tyrants. The men, mounted on horseback, sallied from the city and erected the standard of civil war. The soldiers who had been gradually assembled in the capital and the neighborhood were devoted to the cause of a victorious and injured leader. The ties of common interest and domestic alliance secured the attachment of the house of Ducas, and the generous dispute of the Comneni was terminated by the decisive resolution of Isaac, who was the first to invest his younger brother with the name and ensigns of royalty. They returned to Constantinople to threaten rather than besiege that impregnable fortress, but the fidelity of the guards was corrupted, a gate was surprised, and the fleet was occupied by the active courage of George Palaeologus, who fought against his father without foreseeing that he labored for his posterity. Alexius ascended the throne, and his aged competitor disappeared in a monastery. An army of various nations was gratified with the pillage of the city, but the public disorders were expiated by the tears and fasts of the Comneni, who submitted to every penance compatible with the possession of the empire. The life of the Emperor Alexius has been delineated by a favorite daughter, who was inspired by a tender regard for his person and a laudable zeal to perpetuate his virtues. Conscious of the just suspicions of her readers, the Princess Anna Komnena repeatedly protests that besides her personal knowledge, she had searched the discourses and writings of the most respectable veterans, and after an interval of 30 years, forgotten by and forgetful of the world, her mournful solitude was inaccessible to hope and fear, and that truth, the naked, perfect truth, was more dear and sacred than the memory of her parent. Yet, instead of the simplicity of style and narrative which wins our belief, an elaborate affectation of rhetoric and science betrays in every page the vanity of a female author. The genuine character of Alexius is lost in a vague constellation of virtues, and the perpetual strain of panegyric and apology awakens our jealousy to question the veracity of the historian and the merit of the hero. We cannot, however, refuse her judicious and important remark that the disorders of the times were the misfortune and the glory of Alexius, and that every calamity which can afflict a declining empire was accumulated on his reign by the justice of heaven and the vices of his predecessors. In the east, the victorious Turks had spread, from Persia to the Hellespont, the reign of the Koran and the Crescent. The west was invaded by the adventurous valor of the Normans, and in the moments of peace, the Danube poured forth new swarms, who had gained, in the science of war, what they had lost in the ferociousness of manners. The sea was not less hostile than the land, and while the frontiers were assaulted by an open enemy, the palace was distracted with secret treason and conspiracy. On a sudden, the banner of the cross was displayed by the Latins, Europe was precipitated on Asia, and Constantinople had almost been swept away by this impetuous deluge. In the tempest, Alexius steered the imperial vessel with dexterity and courage. At the head of his armies, he was bold in action, skillful in stratagem, patient of fatigue, ready to improve his advantages, and rising from his defeats with inexhaustible vigor. The discipline of the camp was revived, and a new generation of men and soldiers was created by the example and precepts of their leader. In his intercourse with the Latins, Alexius was patient and artful. His discerning eye pervaded the new system of an unknown world, and I shall hereafter describe the superior policy with which he balanced the interests and passions of the champions of the First Crusade. In a long reign of 37 years, he subdued and pardoned the envy of his equals. The laws of public and private order were restored. The arts of wealth and science were cultivated. The limits of the empire were enlarged in Europe and Asia, and the Comnenian scepter was transmitted to his children of the third and fourth generation. Yet the difficulties of the times betrayed some defects in his character, and have exposed his memory to some just or ungenerous reproach. The reader may possibly smile at the lavish praise which his daughter so often bestows on a flying hero. The weakness or prudence of his situation might be mistaken for a want of personal courage, and his political arts are branded by the Latins with the names of deceit and dissimulation. Increase of the male and female branches of his family adorned the throne and secured the succession, but their princely luxury and pride offended the patricians, exhausted the revenue, and insulted the misery of the people. Honor is a faithful witness that his happiness was destroyed, and his health was broken by the cares of a public life. The patience of Constantinople was fatigued by the length and severity of his reign, and before Alexius expired, he had lost the love and reverence of his subjects. The clergy could not forgive his application of the sacred riches to the defense of the state, but they applauded his theological learning and ardent zeal for the orthodox faith, which he defended with his tongue, his pen, and his sword. His character was degraded by the superstition of the Greeks, and the same inconsistent principle of human nature enjoined the emperor to found a hospital for the poor and infirm, and to direct the execution of a heretic who was burned alive in the square of St. Sophia. Even the sincerity of his moral and religious virtues was suspected by the persons who had passed their lives in his familiar confidence. In his last hours, when he was pressed by his wife Irene to alter the succession, he raised his head and breathed a pious ejaculation on the vanity of this world. The indignant reply of the empress may be inscribed as an epitaph on his tomb: "You die as you have lived, a hypocrite." It was the wish of Irene to supplant the eldest of her surviving sons, in favor of her daughter, the Princess Anne, whose philosophy would not have refused the weight of a diadem. But the order of male succession was asserted by the friends of their country. The lawful heir drew the royal signet from the finger of his insensible or conscious father, and the empire obeyed the master of the palace. Anna Comnena was stimulated by ambition and revenge to conspire against the life of her brother, and when the design was prevented by the fears or scruples of her husband, she passionately exclaimed that nature had mistaken the two sexes and had endowed Bryennius with the soul of a woman. The two sons of Alexius, John and Isaac, maintained the fraternal concord, the hereditary virtue of their race, and the younger brother was content with the title of Sebastocrator, which approached the dignity without sharing the power of the emperor. In the same person, the claims of primogeniture and merit were fortunately united. His swarthy complexion, harsh features, and diminutive stature had suggested the ironical surname of Carlo Johans, or John the Handsome, which his grateful subjects more seriously applied to the beauties of his mind. After the discovery of her treason, the life and fortune of Anne were justly forfeited to the laws. Her life was spared by the clemency of the emperor, but he visited the pomp and treasures of her palace and bestowed the rich confiscation on the most deserving of his friends. That respectable friend Aksuch, a slave of Turkish extraction, presumed to decline the gift and to intercede for the criminal. His generous master applauded and imitated the virtue of his favorite, and the reproach or complaint of an injured brother was the only chastisement of the guilty princess. After this example of clemency, the remainder of his reign was never disturbed by conspiracy or rebellion. Feared by his nobles, beloved by his people, John was never reduced to the painful necessity of punishing or even of pardoning his personal enemies. During his government of 25 years, the penalty of death was abolished in the Roman Empire, a law of mercy most delightful to the humane theorist, but of which the practice, in a large and vicious community, is seldom consistent with the public safety. Severe to himself, indulgent to others, chaste, frugal, abstemious, the philosophically Marcus would not have disdained the artless virtues of his successor, derived from his heart, and not borrowed from the schools. He despised and moderated the stately magnificence of the Byzantine court, so oppressive to the people, so contemptible to the eye of reason. Under such a prince, innocence had nothing to fear, and merit had everything to hope, and without assuming the tyrannic office of a censor, he introduced a gradual though visible reformation in the public and private manners of Constantinople. The only defect of this accomplished character was the frailty of noble minds, the love of arms and military glory. Yet the frequent expeditions of John the Handsome may be justified, at least in their principle, by the necessity of repelling the Turks from the Hellespont and the Bosphorus. The Sultan of Iconium was confined to his capital, the barbarians were driven to the mountains, and the maritime provinces of Asia enjoyed the transient blessings of their deliverance. From Constantinople to Antioch and Aleppo, he repeatedly marched at the head of a victorious army, and in the sieges and battles of this holy war, his Latin allies were astonished by the superior spirit and prowess of a Greek. As he began to indulge the ambitious hope of restoring the ancient limits of the empire, as he revolved in his mind the Euphrates and Tigris, the dominion of Syria, and the conquest of Jerusalem, the thread of his life and of the public felicity was broken by a singular accident. He hunted the wild boar in the valley of Anazarbus and had fixed his javelin in the body of the furious animal. But in the struggle, a poisoned arrow dropped from his quiver, and a slight wound in his hand, which produced a mortification, was fatal to the best and greatest of the Comnenian princes. Chapter 48, Succession and Characters of the Greek Emperors, Part 5. A premature death had swept away the two eldest sons of John the Handsome. Of the two survivors, Isaac and Manuel, his judgment or affection preferred the younger, and the choice of their dying prince was ratified by the soldiers, who had applauded the valor of his favorite. The Turkish War. The faithful Aksuch hastened to the capital, secured the person of Isaac in honorable confinement, and purchased, with a gift of 200 pounds of silver, the leading ecclesiastics of St. Sophia, who possessed a decisive voice in the consecration of an emperor. With his veteran and affectionate troops, Manuel soon visited Constantinople. His brother acquiesced in the title of Sebastocrator. His subjects admired the lofty stature and martial graces of their new sovereign, and listened with credulity to the flattering promise that he blended the wisdom of age with the activity and vigor of youth. By the experience of his government, they were taught that he emulated the spirit and shared the talents of his father, whose social virtues were buried in the grave. A reign of 37 years is filled by a perpetual though various warfare against the Turks, the Christians, and the hordes of the wilderness beyond the Danube. The arms of Manuel were exercised on Mount Taurus, in the plains of Hungary, on the coast of Italy and Egypt, and on the seas of Sicily and Greece. The influence of his negotiations extended from Jerusalem to Rome and Russia, and the Byzantine monarchy, for a while, became an object of respect or terror to the powers of Asia and Europe. Educated in the silk and purple of the East, Manuel possessed the iron temper of a soldier, which cannot easily be paralleled, except in the lives of Richard I of England and of Charles XII of Sweden. Such was his strength and exercise in arms that Raymond, surnamed the Hercules of Antioch, was incapable of wielding the lance and buckler of the Greek emperor. In a famous tournament, he entered the lists on a fiery courser, and overturned in his first career two of the stoutest of the Italian knights. The first in the charge, the last in the retreat, his friends and his enemies alike trembled, the former for his safety and the latter for their own. After posting an ambuscade in a wood, he rode forwards in search of some perilous adventure, accompanied only by his brother and the faithful Aksuch, who refused to desert their sovereign. 18 horsemen, after a short combat, fled before them, but the numbers of the enemy increased. The march of the reinforcement was tardy and fearful, and Manuel, without receiving a wound, cut his way through a squadron of 500 Turks. In a battle against the Hungarians, impatient of the slowness of his troops, he snatched a standard from the head of the column, and was the first, almost alone, who passed a bridge that separated him from the enemy. In the same country, after transporting his army beyond the Save, he sent back the boats, with an order under pain of death, to their commander, that he should leave him to conquer or die on that hostile land. In the siege of Corfu, towing after him a captive galley, the emperor stood aloft on the poop, opposing against the volleys of darts and stones a large buckler and a flowing sail. Nor could he have escaped inevitable death, had not the Sicilian admiral enjoined his archers to respect the person of a hero. In one day he is said to have slain above 40 of the barbarians with his own hand. He returned to the camp, dragging along 4 Turkish prisoners, whom he had tied to the rings of his saddle. He was ever the foremost to provoke or to accept a single combat, and the gigantic champions who encountered his arm were transpierced by the lance or cut asunder by the sword of the invincible Manuel. The story of his exploits, which appear as a model or a copy of the romances of chivalry, may induce a reasonable suspicion of the veracity of the Greeks. I will not, to vindicate their credit, endanger my own. Yet I may observe that, in the long series of their annals, Manuel is the only prince who has been the subject of similar exaggeration. With the valor of a soldier, he did not unite the skill or prudence of a general. His victories were not productive of any permanent or useful conquest, and his Turkish laurels were blasted in his last unfortunate campaign, in which he lost his army in the mountains of Pisidia and owed his deliverance to the generosity of the Sultan. But the most singular feature in the character of Manuel is the contrast and vicissitude of labor and sloth, of hardiness and effeminacy. In war he seemed ignorant of peace. In peace he appeared incapable of war. In the field he slept in the sun or in the snow, tired in the longest marches the strength of his men and horses, and shared with a smile the abstinence or diet of the camp. No sooner did he return to Constantinople than he resigned himself to the arts and pleasures of a life of luxury. The expense of his dress, his table, and his palace surpassed the measure of his predecessors, and whole summer days were idly wasted in the delicious isles of the Propontis, in the incestuous love of his niece. Theodora, the double cost of a warlike and dissolute prince, exhausted the revenue and multiplied the taxes, and Manuel, in the distress of his last Turkish campaign, endured a bitter reproach from the mouth of a desperate soldier. As he quenched his thirst, he complained that the water of a fountain was mingled with Christian blood. "It is not the first time," exclaimed a voice from the crowd, "that you have drank, O Emperor, the blood of your Christian subjects." Manuel Comnenus was twice married, to the virtuous Bertha or Irene of Germany, and to the beauteous Maria, a French or Latin princess of Antioch. The only daughter of his first wife was destined for Bela, a Hungarian prince, who was educated at Constantinople under the name of Alexius, and the consummation of their nuptials might have transferred the Roman scepter to a race of free and warlike barbarians. But as soon as Maria of Antioch had given a son and heir to the empire, the presumptive rights of Bela were abolished, and he was deprived of his promised bride. But the Hungarian prince resumed his name and the kingdom of his fathers, and displayed such virtues as might excite the regret and envy of the Greeks. The son of Maria was named Alexius, and at the age of 10 years he ascended the Byzantine throne, after his father's decease had closed the glories of the Comnenian line. The fraternal concord of the 2 sons of the great Alexius had been sometimes clouded by an opposition of interest and passion. By ambition, Isaac the Sebastocrator was excited to flight and rebellion, from whence he was reclaimed by the firmness and clemency of John the Handsome. The errors of Isaac, the father of the emperors of Trebizond, were short and venial, but John, the elder of his sons, renounced forever his religion. Provoked by a real or imaginary insult of his uncle, he escaped from the Roman to the Turkish camp. His apostasy was rewarded with the Sultan's daughter, the title of Chelebi or noble, and the inheritance of a princely estate. And in the 15th century, Mahomet II boasted of his imperial descent from the Comnenian family. Andronicus, the younger brother of John, son of Isaac, and grandson of Alexius Comnenus, is one of the most conspicuous characters of the age, and his genuine adventures might form the subject of a very singular romance. To justify the choice of 3 ladies of royal birth, it is incumbent on me to observe that their fortunate lover was cast in the best proportions of strength and beauty, and that the want of the softer graces was supplied by a manly countenance, a lofty stature, athletic muscles, and the air and deportment of a soldier. The preservation, in his old age, of health and vigor was the reward of temperance and exercise. A piece of bread and a draught of water was often his sole and evening repast, and if he tasted of a wild boar or a stag, which he had roasted with his own hands. It was the well-earned fruit of a laborious chase. Dexterous in arms, he was ignorant of fear. His persuasive eloquence could bend to every situation and character of life. His style, though not his practice, was fashioned by the example of St. Paul, and in every deed of mischief he had a heart to resolve, a head to contrive, and a hand to execute. In his youth, after the death of the Emperor John, he followed the retreat of the Roman army, but in the march through Asia Minor, design or accident tempted him to wander in the mountains. The hunter was encompassed by the Turkish huntsmen, and he remained some time a reluctant or willing captive in the power of the Sultan. His virtues and vices recommended him to the favor of his cousin. He shared the perils and the pleasures of Manuel, and while the emperor lived in public incest with his niece Theodora, the affections of her sister Eudocia were seduced and enjoyed by Andronicus. Above the decencies of her sex and rank, she gloried in the name of his concubine, and both the palace and the camp could witness that she slept or watched in the arms of her lover. She accompanied him to his military command of Cilicia, the first scene of his valor and imprudence. He pressed, with active ardor, the siege of Mopsuestia. The day was employed in the boldest attacks, but the night was wasted in song and dance, and a band of Greek comedians formed the choicest part of his retinue. Andronicus was surprised by the sally of a vigilant foe, but while his troops fled in disorder, his invincible lance transpierced the thickest ranks of the Armenians. On his return to the imperial camp in Macedonia, he was received by Manuel with public smiles and a private reproof. But the duchies of Naissus, Branispa, and Castoria were the reward or consolation of the unsuccessful general. Eudocia still attended his motions. At midnight, their tent was suddenly attacked by her angry brothers, impatient to expiate her infamy in his blood. His daring spirit refused her advice and the disguise of a female habit, and boldly starting from his couch, he drew his sword and cut his way through the numerous assassins. It was here that he first betrayed his ingratitude and treachery. He engaged in a treasonable correspondence with the King of Hungary and the German Emperor, approached the royal tent at a suspicious hour with a drawn sword, and under the mask of a Latin soldier, avowed an intention of revenge against a mortal foe, and imprudently praised the fleetness of his horse as an instrument of flight and safety. The monarch dissembled his suspicions, but after the close of the campaign, Andronicus was arrested and strictly confined in a tower of the Palace of Constantinople. In this prison he was left about 12 years, a most painful restraint, from which the thirst of action and pleasure perpetually urged him to escape. Alone and pensive, he perceived some broken bricks in a corner of the chamber, and gradually widened the passage till he had explored a dark and forgotten recess. Into this hole he conveyed himself and the remains of his provisions, replacing the bricks in their former position and erasing with care the footsteps of his retreat. At the hour of the customary visit, his guards were amazed by the silence and solitude of the prison, and reported, with shame and fear, his incomprehensible flight. The gates of the palace and city were instantly shut. The strictest orders were dispatched into the provinces for the recovery of the fugitive, and his wife, on the suspicion of a pious act, was basely imprisoned in the same tower. At the dead of night she beheld a spectre. She recognized her husband, they shared their provisions, and a son was the fruit of these stolen interviews, which alleviated the tediousness of their confinement. In the custody of a woman, the vigilance of the keepers was insensibly relaxed, and the captive had accomplished his real escape when he was discovered, brought back to Constantinople, and loaded with a double chain. At length he found the moment and the means of his deliverance. A boy, his domestic servant, intoxicated the guards and obtained in wax the impression of the keys. By the diligence of his friends, a similar key with a bundle of ropes was introduced into the prison in the bottom of a hogshead. Andronicus employed, with industry and courage, the instruments of his safety, unlocked the doors, descended from the tower, concealed himself all day among the bushes, and scaled in the night the garden wall of the palace. A boat was stationed for his reception. He visited his own house, embraced his children, cast away his chain, mounted a fleet horse, and directed his rapid course towards the banks of the Danube. At Anchialus in Thrace, an intrepid friend supplied him with horses and money. He passed the river, traversed with speed the desert of Moldavia and the Carpathian hills, and had almost reached the town of Halix in the Polish Russia when he was intercepted by a party of Wallachians who resolved to convey their important captive to Constantinople. His presence of mind again extricated him from danger. Under the pretense of sickness, he dismounted in the night and was allowed to step aside from the troop. He planted in the ground his long staff, clothed it with his cap and upper garment, and, stealing into the wood, left a phantom to amuse, for some time, the eyes of the Wallachians. From Halix he was honorably conducted to Kio, the residence of the great duke. The subtle Greek soon obtained the esteem and confidence of Iroslaus. His character could assume the manners of every climate, and the barbarians applauded his strength and courage in the chase of the elks and bears of the forest. In this northern region, he deserved the forgiveness of Manuel, who solicited the Russian prince to join his arms in the invasion of Hungary. The influence of Andronicus achieved this important service. His private treaty was signed with a promise of fidelity on one side and of oblivion on the other, and he marched at the head of the Russian cavalry from the Borysthenes to the Danube. In his resentment, Manuel had ever sympathized with the martial and dissolute character of his cousin, and his free pardon was sealed in the assault of Zemlin, in which he was second, and second only, to the valor of the emperor. No sooner was the exile restored to freedom and his country than his ambition revived, at first to his own, and at length to the public, misfortune. A daughter of Manuel was a feeble bar to the succession of the more deserving males of the Comnenian blood. Her future marriage with the Prince of Hungary was repugnant to the hopes or prejudices of the princes and nobles. But when an oath of allegiance was required to the presumptive heir, Andronicus alone asserted the honor of the Roman name, declined the unlawful engagement, and boldly protested against the adoption of a stranger. His patriotism was offensive to the emperor, but he spoke the sentiments of the people and was removed from the royal presence by an honorable banishment, a second command of the Cilician frontier, with the absolute disposal of the revenues of Cyprus. In this station the Armenians again exercised his courage and exposed his negligence, and the same rebel who baffled all his operations was unhorsed and almost slain by the vigor of his lance. But Andronicus soon discovered a more easy and pleasing conquest, the beautiful Philippa, sister of the Empress Maria and daughter of Raymond of Poitou, the Latin prince of Antioch. For her sake he deserted his station and wasted the summer in balls and tournaments. To his love she sacrificed her innocence, her reputation, and the offer of an advantageous marriage. But the resentment of Manuel for this domestic affront interrupted his pleasures. Andronicus left the indiscreet princess to weep and to repent, and with a band of desperate adventurers undertook the pilgrimage of Jerusalem. His birth, his martial renown, and professions of zeal announced him as the champion of the cross. He soon captivated both the clergy and the king, and the Greek prince was invested with the lordship of Berytus on the coast of Phoenicia. In his neighborhood resided a young and handsome queen, of his own nation and family, great-granddaughter of the Emperor Alexis and widow of Baldwin III, King of Jerusalem. She visited and loved her kinsman. Theodora was the third victim of his amorous seduction, and her shame was more public and scandalous than that of her predecessors. The emperor still thirsted for revenge, and his subjects and allies of the Syrian frontier were repeatedly pressed to seize the person and put out the eyes of the fugitive. In Palestine he was no longer safe, but the tender Theodora revealed his danger and accompanied his flight. The Queen of Jerusalem was exposed to the east. His obsequious concubine and two illegitimate children were the living monuments of her weakness. Damascus was his first refuge, and in the characters of the great Nureddin and his servant Saladin, the superstitious Greek might learn to revere the virtues of the Mussulmans. As the friend of Nureddin he visited, most probably, Baghdad and the courts of Persia, and after a long circuit round the Caspian Sea and the mountains of Georgia, he finally settled among the Turks of Asia Minor, the hereditary enemies of his country. The Sultan of Colonia afforded a hospitable retreat to Andronicus, his mistress, and his band of outlaws. The debt of gratitude was paid by frequent inroads in the Roman province of Trebizond, and he seldom returned without an ample harvest of spoil and of Christian captives. In the story of his adventures, he was fond of comparing himself to David, who escaped by a long exile the snares of the wicked. But the royal prophet, he presumed to add, was content to lurk on the borders of Judea, to slay an Amalekite, and to threaten, in his miserable state, the life of the avaricious Nabal. The excursions of the Comnenian prince had a wider range, and he had spread over the Eastern world the glory of his name and religion. By a sentence of the Greek Church, the licentious rover had been separated from the faithful, but even this excommunication may prove that he never abjured the profession of Christianity. His vigilance had eluded or repelled the open and secret persecution of the emperor, but he was at length ensnared by the captivity of his female companion. The governor of Trebizond succeeded in his attempt to surprise the person of Theodora. The Queen of Jerusalem and her 2 children were sent to Constantinople, and their loss embittered the tedious solitude of banishment. The fugitive implored and obtained a final pardon, with leave to throw himself at the feet of his sovereign, who was satisfied with the submission of this haughty spirit. Prostrate on the ground, he deplored with tears and groans the guilt of his past rebellion, nor would he presume to arise, unless some faithful subject would drag him to the foot of the throne by an iron chain with which he had secretly encircled his neck. This extraordinary penance excited the wonder and pity of the assembly. His sins were forgiven by the church and state, but the just suspicion of Manuel fixed his residence at a distance from the court, at Ono, a town of Pontus, surrounded with rich vineyards and situate on the coast of the Euxine. The death of Manuel and the disorders of the minority soon opened the fairest field to his ambition. The emperor was a boy of 12 or 14 years of age, without vigor or wisdom or experience. His mother, the Empress Mary, abandoned her person and government to a favorite of the Comnenian name, and his sister, another Mary, whose husband, an Italian, was decorated with the title of Caesar, excited a conspiracy and at length an insurrection against her odious stepmother. The provinces were forgotten, the capital was in flames, and a century of peace and order was overthrown in the vice and weakness of a few months. A civil war was kindled in Constantinople. The 2 factions fought a bloody battle in the square of the palace, and the rebels sustained a regular siege in the Cathedral of St. Sophia. The patriarch labored with honest zeal to heal the wounds of the Republic. The most respectable patriots called aloud for a guardian and avenger, and every tongue repeated the praise of the talents and even the virtues of Andronicus. In his retirement, he affected to revolve the solemn duties of his oath. If the safety or honor of the imperial family be threatened, I will reveal and oppose the mischief to the utmost of my power. His correspondence with the patriarch and patricians was seasoned with apt quotations from the Psalms of David and the epistles of St. Paul, and he patiently waited till he was called to her deliverance by the voice of his country. In his march from Ono to Constantinople, his slender train insensibly swelled to a crowd and an army. His professions of religion and loyalty were mistaken for the language of his heart, and the simplicity of a foreign dress, which showed to advantage his majestic stature, displayed a lively image of his poverty and exile. All opposition sunk before him. He reached the straits of the Thracian Bosphorus. The Byzantine navy sailed from the harbor to receive and transport the savior of the empire. The torrent was loud and irresistible, and the insects who had basked in the sunshine of royal favor disappeared at the blast of the storm. It was the first care of Andronicus to occupy the palace, to salute the emperor, to confine his mother, to punish her minister, and to restore the public order and tranquility. He then visited the sepulchre of Manuel. The spectators were ordered to stand aloof, but as he bowed in the attitude of prayer, they heard, or thought they heard, a murmur of triumph or revenge. I no longer fear thee, my old enemy, who hast driven me a vagabond to every climate of the earth. Thou art safely deposited under a 7-fold dome, from whence thou canst never arise till the signal of the last trumpet. It is now my turn, and speedily will I trample on thy ashes and thy posterity. From his subsequent tyranny, we may impute such feelings to the man and the moment, but it is not extremely probable that he gave an articulate sound to his secret thoughts. In the first months of his administration, his designs were veiled by a fair semblance of hypocrisy, which could delude only the eyes of the multitude. The coronation of Alexius was performed with due solemnity, and his perfidious guardian, holding in his hands the body and blood of Christ, most fervently declared that he lived, and was ready to die for the service of his beloved pupil. But his numerous adherents were instructed to maintain that the sinking empire must perish in the hands of a child, that the Romans could only be saved by a veteran prince, bold in arms, skillful in policy, and taught to reign by the long experience of fortune and mankind, and that it was the duty of every citizen to force the reluctant modesty of Andronicus to undertake the burden of the public care. The young emperor was himself constrained to join his voice to the general acclamation and to solicit the association of a colleague who instantly degraded him from the supreme rank, secluded his person, and verified the rash declaration of the patriarch that Alexius might be considered as dead so soon as he was committed to the custody of his guardian. But his death was preceded by the imprisonment and execution of his mother. After blackening her reputation and inflaming against her the passions of the multitude, the tyrant accused and tried the empress for a treasonable correspondence with the king of Hungary. His own son, a youth of honor and humanity, avowed his abhorrence of this flagitious act, and 3 of the judges had the merit of preferring their conscience to their safety. But the obsequious tribunal, without requiring any reproof or hearing any defense, condemned the widow of Manuel, and her unfortunate son subscribed the sentence of her death. Maria was strangled, her corpse was buried in the sea, and her memory was wounded by the insult most offensive to female vanity, a false and ugly representation of her beauteous form. The fate of her son was not long deferred. He was strangled with a bowstring, and the tyrant, insensible to pity or remorse, after surveying the body of the innocent youth, struck it rudely with his foot. "Thy father," he cried, "was a knave, thy mother a whore, and thyself a fool." The Roman scepter, the reward of his crimes, was held by Andronicus about 3 years and a half as the guardian or sovereign of the empire. His government exhibited a singular contrast of vice and virtue. When he listened to his passions, he was the scourge. When he consulted his reason, the father of his people. In the exercise of private justice, he was equitable and rigorous. A shameful and pernicious venality was abolished, and the offices were filled with the most deserving candidates by a prince who had sense to choose and severity to punish. He prohibited the inhuman practice of pillaging the goods and persons of shipwrecked mariners. The provinces, so long the objects of oppression or neglect, revived in prosperity and plenty, and millions applauded the distant blessings of his reign, while he was cursed by the witnesses of his daily cruelties. The ancient proverb, that bloodthirsty is the man who returns from banishment to power, had been applied with too much truth to Marius and Tiberius, and was now verified for the 3rd time in the life of Andronicus. His memory was stored with a black list of the enemies and rivals who had traduced his merit, opposed his greatness, or insulted his misfortunes, and the only comfort of his exile was the sacred hope and promise of revenge. The necessary extinction of the young emperor and his mother imposed the fatal obligation of extirpating the friends who hated and might punish the assassin, and the repetition of murder rendered him less willing and less able to forgive. 1018, a horrid narrative of the victims whom he sacrificed by poison or the sword, by the sea or the flames, would be less expressive of his cruelty than the appellation of the halcyon days, which was applied to a rare and bloodless week of repose. The tyrant strove to transfer on the laws and the judges some portion of his guilt, but the mask was fallen, and his subjects could no longer mistake the true author of their calamities. The noblest of the Greeks, more especially those who, by descent or alliance, might dispute the Comnenian inheritance, escaped from the monster's den. Nice and Prusa, Sicily or Cyprus were their places of refuge, and as their flight was already criminal, they aggravated their offense by an open revolt and the imperial title. Yet Andronicus resisted the daggers and swords of his most formidable enemies. Nice and Prusa were reduced and chastised. The Sicilians were content with the sack of Thessalonica, and the distance of Cyprus was not more propitious to the rebel than to the tyrant. His throne was subverted by a rival without merit and a people without arms. Isaac Angelus, a descendant in the female line from the great Alexius, was marked as a victim by the prudence or superstition of the emperor. 1019, in a moment of despair, Angelus defended his life and liberty, slew the executioner, and fled to the church of St. Sophia. The sanctuary was insensibly filled with a curious and mournful crowd, who, in his fate, prognosticated their own. But their lamentations were soon turned to curses, and their curses to threats. They dared to ask, "Why do we fear? Why do we obey? We are many and he is one. Our patience is the only bond of our slavery." With the dawn of day, the city burst into a general sedition, the prisons were thrown open, the coldest and most servile were roused to the defense of their country, and Isaac, the second of the name, was raised from the sanctuary to the throne. Unconscious of his danger, the tyrant was absent, withdrawn from the toils of state, in the delicious islands of the Propontis. He had contracted an indecent marriage with Alice, or Agnes, daughter of Louis VII of France and relict of the unfortunate Alexius, and his society, more suitable to his temper than to his age, was composed of a young wife and a favorite concubine. On the first alarm, he rushed to Constantinople, impatient for the blood of the guilty, but he was astonished by the silence of the palace, the tumult of the city, and the general desertion of mankind. Andronicus proclaimed a free pardon to his subjects. They neither desired nor would grant forgiveness. He offered to resign the crown to his son Manuel, but the virtues of the son could not expiate his father's crimes. The sea was still open for his retreat, but the news of the revolution had flown along the coast. When fear had ceased, obedience was no more. The imperial galley was pursued and taken by an armed brigantine, and the tyrant was dragged to the presence of Isaac Angelus, loaded with fetters and a long chain round his neck. His eloquence and the tears of his female companions pleaded in vain for his life, but instead of the decencies of a legal execution, the new monarch abandoned the criminal to the numerous sufferers, whom he had deprived of a father, a husband, or a friend. His teeth and hair, an eye and a hand, were torn from him as a poor compensation for their loss, and a short respite was allowed that he might feel the bitterness of death. Astride on a camel, without any danger of a rescue, he was carried through the city, and the basest of the populace rejoiced to trample on the fallen majesty of their prince. After 1,000 blows and outrages, Andronicus was hung by the feet between two pillars that supported the statues of a wolf and an sow, and every hand that could reach the public enemy inflicted on his body some mark of ingenious or brutal cruelty, till two friendly or furious Italians, plunging their swords into his body, released him from all human punishment. In this long and painful agony, "Lord, have mercy upon me, and why will you bruise a broken reed?" were the only words that escaped from his mouth. Our hatred for the tyrant is lost in pity for the man, nor can we blame his pusillanimous resignation, since a Greek Christian was no longer master of his life. I have been tempted to expatiate on the extraordinary character and adventures of Andronicus, but I shall here terminate the series of the Greek emperors since the time of Heraclius. The branches that sprang from the Comnenian trunk had insensibly withered, and the male line was continued only in the posterity of Andronicus himself, who, in the public confusion, usurped the sovereignty of Trebizond, so obscure in history and so famous in romance. A private citizen of Philadelphia, Constantine Angelus, had emerged to wealth and honors by his marriage with a daughter of the Emperor Alexius. His son Andronicus is conspicuous only by his cowardice. His grandson Isaac punished and succeeded the tyrant, but he was dethroned by his own vices and the ambition of his brother, and their discord introduced the Latins to the conquest of Constantinople, the first great period in the fall of the Eastern Empire. If we compute the number and duration of the reigns, it will be found that a period of 600 years is filled by 60 emperors, including in the Augustan list some female sovereigns, and deducting some usurpers who were never acknowledged in the capital, and some princes who did not live to possess their inheritance. The average proportion will allow 10 years for each emperor, far below the chronological rule of Sir Isaac Newton, who, from the experience of more recent and regular monarchies, has defined about 18 or 20 years as the term of an ordinary reign. The Byzantine Empire was most tranquil and prosperous when it could acquiesce in hereditary succession. 5 dynasties, the Heraclean, Isaurian, Amorian, Basilian, and Comnenian families, enjoyed and transmitted the royal patrimony during their respective series of 5, 4, 3, 6, and 4 generations. Several princes number the years of their reign with those of their infancy, and Constantine VII and his 2 grandsons occupy the space of an entire century. But in the intervals of the Byzantine dynasties, the succession is rapid and broken, and the name of a successful candidate is speedily erased by a more fortunate competitor. Many were the paths that led to the summit of royalty. The fabric of rebellion was overthrown by the stroke of conspiracy or undermined by the silent arts of intrigue. The favorites of the soldiers or people, of the senate or clergy, of the women and eunuchs, were alternately clothed with the purple. The means of their elevation were base, and their end was often contemptible or tragic. A being of the nature of man, endowed with the same faculties, but with a longer measure of existence, would cast down a smile of pity and contempt on the crimes and follies of human ambition, so eager, in a narrow span, to grasp at a precarious and short-lived enjoyment. It is thus that the experience of history exalts and enlarges the horizon of our intellectual view. In a composition of some days, in a perusal of some hours, 600 years have rolled away, and the duration of a life or reign is contracted to a fleeting moment. The grave is ever beside the throne. The success of a criminal is almost instantly followed by the loss of his prize, and our immortal reason survives and disdains the 60 phantoms of kings who have passed before our eyes, and faintly dwell on our remembrance. The observation that in every age and climate, ambition has prevailed with the same commanding energy may abate the surprise of a philosopher, but while he condemns the vanity, he may search the motive of this universal desire to obtain and hold the scepter of dominion. To the greater part of the Byzantine series, we cannot reasonably ascribe the love of fame and of mankind. The virtue alone of John Comnenus was beneficent and pure. The most illustrious of the princes who precede or follow that respectable name have trod with some dexterity and vigor the crooked and bloody paths of a selfish policy. In scrutinizing the imperfect characters of Leo the Isaurian, Basil I, and Alexius Comnenus, of Theophilus, the second Basil, and Manuel Comnenus, our esteem and censure are almost equally balanced, and the remainder of the imperial crowd could only desire and expect to be forgotten by posterity. Was personal happiness the aim and object of their ambition? I shall not descant on the vulgar topics of the misery of kings, but I may surely observe that their condition, of all others, is the most pregnant with fear and the least susceptible of hope. For these opposite passions, a larger scope was allowed in the revolutions of antiquity than in the smooth and solid temper of the modern world, which cannot easily repeat either the triumph of Alexander or the fall of Darius. But the peculiar infelicity of the Byzantine princes exposed them to domestic perils without affording any lively promise of foreign conquest. From the pinnacle of greatness, Andronicus was precipitated by a death more cruel and shameful than that of the malefactor, but the most glorious of his predecessors had much more to dread from their subjects than to hope from their enemies. The army was licentious without spirit, the nation turbulent without freedom. The barbarians of the east and west pressed on the monarchy, and the loss of the provinces was terminated by the final servitude of the capital. The entire series of Roman emperors, from the first of the Caesars to the last of the Constantines, extends above 1,500 years, and the term of dominion, unbroken by foreign conquest, surpasses the measure of the ancient monarchies, the Assyrians or Medes, the successors of Cyrus, or those of Alexander. Volume 5. Chapter 49, Conquest of Italy by the Franks. Part 1, Introduction, Worship and Persecution of Images, Revolt of Italy and Rome, Temporal Dominion of the Popes, Conquest of Italy by the Franks, Establishment of Images, Character, and Coronation of Charlemagne, Restoration and Decay of the Roman Empire in the West, Independence of Italy, Constitution of the Germanic Body. In the connection of the Church and State, I have considered the former as subservient only and relative to the latter, a salutary maxim, if in fact as well as in narrative it had ever been held sacred. The Oriental philosophy of the Gnostics, the dark abyss of predestination and grace, and the strange transformation of the Eucharist from the sign to the substance of Christ's body, one I have purposely abandoned to the curiosity of speculative divines. But I have reviewed, with diligence and pleasure, the objects of ecclesiastical history, by which the decline and fall of the Roman Empire were materially affected, the propagation of Christianity, the constitution of the Catholic Church, the ruin of paganism, and the sects that arose from the mysterious controversies concerning the Trinity and Incarnation. At the head of this class, we may justly rank the worship of images, so fiercely disputed in the 8th and 9th centuries, since a question of popular superstition produced the revolt of Italy, the temporal power of the popes, and the restoration of the Roman Empire in the West. The primitive Christians were possessed with an unconquerable repugnance to the use and abuse of images, and this aversion may be ascribed to their descent from the Jews and their enmity to the Greeks. The Mosaic Law had severely proscribed all representations of the deity, and that precept was firmly established in the principles and practice of the chosen people. The wit of the Christian apologists was pointed against the foolish idolaters who bowed before the workmanship of their own hands, the images of brass and marble, which, had they been endowed with sense and motion, should have started rather from the pedestal to adore the creative powers of the artist. 2. Perhaps some recent and imperfect converts of the Gnostic tribe might crown the statues of Christ and St. Paul with the profane honors which they paid to those of Aristotle and Pythagoras. 3. But the public religion of the Catholics was uniformly simple and spiritual, and the first notice of the use of pictures is in the censure of the Council of Illiberis, 300 years after the Christian era. Under the successors of Constantine, in the peace and luxury of the triumphant church, the more prudent bishops condescended to indulge a visible superstition for the benefit of the multitude, and after the ruin of paganism, they were no longer restrained by the apprehension of an odious parallel. The first introduction of a symbolic worship was in the veneration of the cross and of relics. The saints and martyrs, whose intercession was implored, were seated on the right hand of God. But the gracious and often supernatural favors, which, in the popular belief, were showered round their tomb, conveyed an unquestionable sanction of the devout pilgrims who visited and touched and kissed these lifeless remains, the memorials of their merits and sufferings. For but a memorial, more interesting than the skull or the sandals of a departed worthy, is the faithful copy of his person and features, delineated by the arts of painting or sculpture. In every age, such copies, so congenial to human feelings, have been cherished by the zeal of private friendship or public esteem. The images of the Roman emperors were adored with civil and almost religious honors. A reverence less ostentatious but more sincere was applied to the statues of sages and patriots, and these profane virtues, these splendid sins, disappeared in the presence of the holy men who had died for their celestial and everlasting country. At first, the experiment was made with caution and scruple, and the venerable pictures were discreetly allowed to instruct the ignorant, to awaken the cold, and to gratify the prejudices of the heathen proselytes. By a slow though inevitable progression, the honors of the original were transferred to the copy. The devout Christian prayed before the image of a saint, and the pagan rites of genuflection, luminaries, and incense again stole into the Catholic Church. The scruples of reason or piety were silenced by the strong evidence of visions and miracles, and the pictures which speak and move and bleed must be endowed with a divine energy and may be considered as the proper objects of religious adoration. The most audacious pencil might tremble in the rash attempt of defining, by forms and colors, the infinite Spirit, the eternal Father, who pervades and sustains the universe. 5. But the superstitious mind was more easily reconciled to paint and to worship the angels, and above all, the Son of God, under the human shape, which on earth they have condescended to assume. The second person of the Trinity had been clothed with a real and mortal body, but that body had ascended into heaven, and had not some similitude been presented to the eyes of his disciples, the spiritual worship of Christ might have been obliterated by the visible relics and representations of the saints. A similar indulgence was requisite and propitious for the Virgin Mary. The place of her burial was unknown, and the assumption of her soul and body into heaven was adopted by the credulity of the Greeks and Latins. The use and even the worship of images was firmly established before the end of the 6th century. They were fondly cherished by the warm imagination of the Greeks and Asiatics. The Pantheon and Vatican were adorned with the emblems of a new superstition, but this semblance of idolatry was more coldly entertained by the rude barbarians and the Arian clergy of the West. The bolder forms of sculpture, in brass or marble, which peopled the temples of antiquity, were offensive to the fancy or conscience of the Christian Greeks, and a smooth surface of colors has ever been esteemed a more decent and harmless mode of imitation. 6. The merit and effect of a copy depends on its resemblance with the original, but the primitive Christians were ignorant of the genuine features of the Son of God, his mother, and his apostles. The statue of Christ at Panias in Palestine 7 was more probably that of some temporal savior. The Gnostics and their profane monuments were reprobated, and the fancy of the Christian artists could only be guided by the clandestine imitation of some heathen model. In this distress, a bold and dexterous invention assured at once the likeness of the image and the innocence of the worship. A new superstructure of fable was raised on the popular basis of Assyrian legend, on the correspondence of Christ and Abgarus, so famous in the days of Eusebius, so reluctantly deserted by our modern advocates. The Bishop of Caesarea 8 records the epistle. 9. But he most strangely forgets the picture of Christ. 10. The perfect impression of his face on a linen, with which he gratified the faith of the royal stranger who had invoked his healing power, and offered the strong city of Edessa to protect him against the malice of the Jews. The ignorance of the primitive church is explained by the long imprisonment of the image in a niche of the wall, from whence, after an oblivion of 500 years, it was released by some prudent bishop and seasonably presented to the devotion of the times. Its first and most glorious exploit was the deliverance of the city from the arms of Chosroes Nushirvan, and it was soon revered as a pledge of the divine promise that Edessa should never be taken by a foreign enemy. It is true, indeed, that the text of Procopius ascribes the double deliverance of Edessa to the wealth and valor of her citizens, who purchased the absence and repelled the assaults of the Persian monarch. He was ignorant, the profane historian, of the testimony which he is compelled to deliver in the ecclesiastical page of Evagrius, that the Palladium was exposed on the rampart, and that the water which had been sprinkled on the holy face, instead of quenching, added new fuel to the flames of the besieged. After this important service, the image of Edessa was preserved with respect and gratitude, and if the Armenians rejected the legend, the more credulous Greeks adored the similitude, which was not the work of any mortal pencil, but the immediate creation of the divine original. The style and sentiments of a Byzantine hymn will declare how far their worship was removed from the grossest idolatry. How can we with mortal eyes contemplate this image, whose celestial splendor the host of heaven presumes not to behold? He who dwells in heaven condescends this day to visit us by his venerable image. He who is seated on the cherubim visits us this day by a picture, which the Father has delineated with his immaculate hand, which he has formed in an ineffable manner, and which we sanctify by adoring it with fear and love. Before the end of the 6th century, these images, made without hands, in Greek it is a single word, 11 were propagated in the camps and cities of the Eastern Empire, 12 they were the objects of worship and the instruments of miracles, and in the hour of danger or tumult, their venerable presence could revive the hope, rekindle the courage, or repress the fury of the Roman legions. Of these pictures, the far greater part, the transcripts of a human pencil, could only pretend to a secondary likeness and improper title, but there were some of higher descent who derived their resemblance from an immediate contact with the original, endowed, for that purpose, with a miraculous and prolific virtue. The most ambitious aspired from a filial to a fraternal relation with the image of Edessa, and such is the Veronica of Rome, or Spain, or Jerusalem, which Christ in his agony and bloody sweat applied to his face, and delivered to a holy matron. The fruitful precedent was speedily transferred to the Virgin Mary and the saints and martyrs. In the Church of Diospolis, in Palestine, the features of the Mother of God 13 were deeply inscribed in a marble column. The east and west have been decorated by the pencil of St. Luke, and the evangelist, who was perhaps a physician, has been forced to exercise the occupation of a painter, so profane and odious in the eyes of the primitive Christians. The Olympian Jove, created by the muse of Homer, and the chisel of Phidias, might inspire a philosophically mind with momentary devotion, but these Catholic images were faintly and flatly delineated by monkish artists in the last degeneracy of taste and genius. 14. The worship of images had stolen into the church by insensible degrees, and each petty step was pleasing to the superstitious mind, as productive of comfort and innocent of sin. But in the beginning of the 8th century, in the full magnitude of the abuse, the more timorous Greeks were awakened by an apprehension that under the mask of Christianity they had restored the religion of their fathers. They heard, with grief and impatience, the name of idolaters, the incessant charge of the Jews and Mahometans, 15 who derived from the law and the Quran an immortal hatred to graven images and all relative worship. The servitude of the Jews might curb their zeal and depreciate their authority, but the triumphant Mussulmans who reigned at Damascus and threatened Constantinople cast into the scale of reproach the accumulated weight of truth and victory. The cities of Syria, Palestine, and Egypt had been fortified with the images of Christ, his mother, and his saints, and each city presumed on the hope or promise of miraculous defense. In a rapid conquest of 10 years, the Arabs subdued those cities and these images, and in their opinion, the Lord of hosts pronounced a decisive judgment between the adoration and contempt of these mute and inanimate idols. 1511, for a while Edessa had braved the Persian assaults, but the chosen city, the spouse of Christ, was involved in the common ruin, and his divine resemblance became the slave and trophy of the infidels. After a servitude of 300 years, the Palladium was yielded to the devotion of Constantinople, for a ransom of 12,000 pounds of silver, the redemption of 200 Mussulmans, and a perpetual truce for the territory of Edessa. 16. In this season of distress and dismay, the eloquence of the monks was exercised in the defense of images, and they attempted to prove that the sin and schism of the greatest part of the Orientals had forfeited the favor and annihilated the virtue of these precious symbols. But they were now opposed by the murmurs of many simple or rational Christians who appealed to the evidence of texts, of facts, and of the primitive times, and secretly desired the reformation of the Church. As the worship of images had never been established by any general or positive law, its progress in the Eastern Empire had been retarded or accelerated by the differences of men and manners, the local degrees of refinement, and the personal characters of the bishops. The splendid devotion was fondly cherished by the levity of the capital and the inventive genius of the Byzantine clergy, while the rude and remote districts of Asia were strangers to this innovation of sacred luxury. Many large congregations of Gnostics and Arians maintained, after their conversion, the simple worship which had preceded their separation, and the Armenians, the most warlike subjects of Rome, were not reconciled in the 12th century to the sight of images. 17. These various denominations of men afforded a fund of prejudice and aversion, of small account in the villages of Anatolia or Thrace, but which, in the fortune of a soldier, a prelate, or a eunuch, might be often connected with the powers of the church and state. Of such adventurers, the most fortunate was the Emperor Leo III, 18, who, from the mountains of Isauria, ascended the throne of the East. He was ignorant of sacred and profane letters, but his education, his reason, perhaps his intercourse with the Jews and Arabs, had inspired the martial peasant with a hatred of images, and it was held to be the duty of a prince to impose on his subjects the dictates of his own conscience. But in the outset of an unsettled reign, during 10 years of toil and danger, Leo submitted to the meanness of hypocrisy, bowed before the idols which he despised, and satisfied the Roman pontiff with the annual professions of his orthodoxy and zeal. In the reformation of religion, his first steps were moderate and cautious. He assembled a great council of senators and bishops, and enacted, with their consent, that all the images should be removed from the sanctuary and altar to a proper height in the churches where they might be visible to the eyes and inaccessible to the superstition of the people. But it was impossible on either side to check the rapid through adverse impulse of veneration and abhorrence. In their lofty position, the sacred images still edified their votaries and reproached the tyrant. He was himself provoked by resistance and invective, and his own party accused him of an imperfect discharge of his duty and urged for his imitation the example of the Jewish king, who had broken without scruple the brazen serpent of the temple. By a second edict, he proscribed the existence as well as the use of religious pictures. The churches of Constantinople and the provinces were cleansed from idolatry. The images of Christ, the Virgin, and the saints were demolished or a smooth surface of plaster was spread over the walls of the edifice. The sect of the iconoclasts was supported by the zeal and despotism of 6 emperors, and the East and West were involved in a noisy conflict of 120 years. It was the design of Leo the Isaurian to pronounce the condemnation of images as an article of faith, and by the authority of a general council. But the convocation of such an assembly was reserved for his son Constantine, 19, and though it is stigmatized by triumphant bigotry as a meeting of fools and atheists, their own partial and mutilated acts betray many symptoms of reason and piety. The debates and decrees of many provincial synods introduced the summons of the General Council, which met in the suburbs of Constantinople, and was composed of the respectable number of 338 bishops of Europe and Anatolia, for the patriarchs of Antioch and Alexandria were the slaves of the Caliph, and the Roman Pontiff had withdrawn the churches of Italy and the West from the communion of the Greeks. This Byzantine synod assumed the rank and powers of the Seventh General Council, yet even this title was a recognition of the 6 preceding assemblies, which had laboriously built the structure of the Catholic faith. After a serious deliberation of 6 months, the 338 bishops pronounced and subscribed a unanimous decree that all visible symbols of Christ, except in the Eucharist, were either blasphemous or heretical, that image worship was a corruption of Christianity and a renewal of paganism, that all such monuments of idolatry should be broken or erased, and that those who should refuse to deliver the objects of their private superstition were guilty of disobedience to the authority of the Church and of the Emperor. In their loud and loyal acclamations, they celebrated the merits of their temporal Redeemer, and to his zeal and justice they entrusted the execution of their spiritual censures. At Constantinople, as in the former councils, the will of the prince was the rule of episcopal faith, but on this occasion I am inclined to suspect that a large majority of the prelates sacrificed their secret conscience to the temptations of hope and fear. In the long night of superstition, the Christians had wandered far away from the simplicity of the gospel, nor was it easy for them to discern the clue and tread back the mazes of the labyrinth. The worship of images was inseparably blended, at least to a pious fancy, with the cross, the Virgin, the saints, and their relics. The holy ground was involved in a cloud of miracles and visions, and the nerves of the mind, curiosity, and skepticism were benumbed by the habits of obedience and belief. Constantine himself is accused of indulging a royal license to doubt, or deny, or deride the mysteries of the Catholics, 20, but they were deeply inscribed in the public and private creed of his bishops, and the boldest iconoclast might assault with a secret horror the monuments of popular devotion, which were consecrated to the honor of his celestial patrons. In the Reformation of the 16th century, freedom and knowledge had expanded all the faculties of man. The thirst of innovation superseded the reverence of antiquity, and the vigor of Europe could disdain those phantoms which terrified the sickly and servile weakness of the Greeks. The scandal of an abstract heresy can be only proclaimed to the people by the blast of the ecclesiastical trumpet, but the most ignorant can perceive, the most torpid must feel, the profanation and downfall of their visible deities. The first hostilities of Leo were directed against a lofty Christ on the vestibule and above the gate of the palace. A ladder had been planted for the assault, but it was furiously shaken by a crowd of zealots and women. They beheld, with pious transport, the ministers of sacrilege tumbling from on high and dashed against the pavement, and the honors of the ancient martyrs were prostituted to these criminals, who justly suffered for murder and rebellion. 21. The execution of the imperial edicts was resisted by frequent tumults in Constantinople and the provinces. The person of Leo was endangered, his officers were massacred, and the popular enthusiasm was quelled by the strongest efforts of the civil and military power. Of the archipelago, or Holy See, the numerous islands were filled with images and monks. Their votaries abjured, without scruple, the enemy of Christ, his mother, and the saints. They armed a fleet of boats and galleys, displayed their consecrated banners, and boldly steered for the harbor of Constantinople, to place on the throne a new favorite of God and the people. They depended on the succor of a miracle, but their miracles were inefficient against the Greek fire. And, after the defeat and conflagration of the fleet, the naked islands were abandoned to the clemency or justice of the conqueror. The son of Leo, in the first year of his reign, had undertaken an expedition against the Saracens. During his absence, the capital, the palace, and the purple were occupied by his kinsman Artavasdes, the ambitious champion of the Orthodox faith. The worship of images was triumphantly restored. The patriarch renounced his dissimulation or dissembled his sentiments, and the righteous claims of the usurper was acknowledged, both in the New and in ancient Rome. Constantine flew for refuge to his paternal mountains, but he descended at the head of the bold and affectionate Isaurians, and his final victory confounded the arms and predictions of the fanatics. His long reign was distracted with clamor, sedition, conspiracy, and mutual hatred, and sanguinary revenge. The persecution of images was the motive or pretense of his adversaries, and if they missed a temporal diadem, they were rewarded by the Greeks with the crown of martyrdom. In every act of open and clandestine treason, the emperor felt the unforgiving enmity of the monks, the faithful slaves of the superstition to which they owed their riches and influence. They prayed, they preached, they absolved, they inflamed, they conspired. The solitude of Palestine poured forth a torrent of invective, and the pen of St. John Damascenus, 22, the last of the Greek fathers, devoted the tyrant's head, both in this world and the next. 23:23:11 I am not at leisure to examine how far the monks provoked, nor how much they have exaggerated their real and pretended sufferings, nor how many lost their lives or limbs, their eyes or their beards, by the cruelty of the emperor. 23:12 From the chastisement of individuals, he proceeded to the abolition of the order, and as it was wealthy and useless, his resentment might be stimulated by avarice and justified by patriotism. The formidable name and mission of the dragon, 24, his visitor general, excited the terror and abhorrence of the black nation. The religious communities were dissolved, the buildings were converted into magazines or barracks, the lands, movables, and cattle were confiscated, and our modern precedents will support the charge that much wanton or malicious havoc was exercised against the relics and even the books of the monasteries. With the habit and profession of monks, the public and private worship of images was rigorously proscribed, and it should seem that a solemn abjuration of idolatry was exacted from the subjects, or at least from the clergy, of the Eastern Empire. 25. The patient East abjured, with reluctance, her sacred images. They were fondly cherished and vigorously defended by the independent zeal of the Italians. In ecclesiastical rank and jurisdiction, the Patriarch of Constantinople and the Pope of Rome were nearly equal. But the Greek prelate was a domestic slave under the eye of his master, at whose nod he alternately passed from the convent to the throne and from the throne to the convent. A distant and dangerous station amidst the barbarians of the West excited the spirit and freedom of the Latin bishops. Their popular election endeared them to the Romans. The public and private indigence was relieved by their ample revenue, and the weakness or neglect of the emperors compelled them to consult, both in peace and war, the temporal safety of the city. In the school of adversity, the priest insensibly imbibed the virtues and the ambition of a prince. The same character was assumed, the same policy was adopted by the Italian, the Greek, or the Syrian, who ascended the chair of St. Peter, and after the loss of her legions and provinces, the genius and fortune of the popes again restored the supremacy of Rome. It is agreed that in the 8th century their dominion was founded on rebellion, and that the rebellion was produced and justified by the heresy of the iconoclasts. But the conduct of the 2nd and 3rd Gregory in this memorable contest is variously interpreted by the wishes of their friends and enemies. The Byzantine writers unanimously declare that after a fruitless admonition, they pronounced the separation of the East and West, and deprived the sacrilegious tyrant of the revenue and sovereignty of Italy. Their excommunication is still more clearly expressed by the Greeks, who beheld the accomplishment of the papal triumphs, and as they are more strongly attached to their religion than to their country, they praise, instead of blaming, the zeal and orthodoxy of these apostolical men. 26. The modern champions of Rome are eager to accept the praise and the precedent. This great and glorious example of the deposition of royal heretics is celebrated by the cardinals Baronius and Bellarmine. 27. And if they are asked, Why the same thunders were not hurled against the Neros and Julians of antiquity, they reply that the weakness of the primitive church was the sole cause of her patient loyalty. 28. On this occasion, the effects of love and hatred are the same, and the zealous Protestants who seek to kindle the indignation and to alarm the fears of princes and magistrates expatiate on the insolence and treason of the two Gregories against their lawful sovereign. 29. They are defended only by the moderate Catholics, for the most part of the Gallican Church. 30. Who respect the saint without approving the sin. These common advocates of the crown and the mitre circumscribe the truth of facts by the rule of equity, scripture, and tradition, and appeal to the evidence of the Latins 31 and the lives 32 and epistles of the popes themselves. Chapter 49. Conquest of Italy by the Franks. Part 2. Two original epistles from Gregory II to the Emperor Leo are still extant. 33. And if they cannot be praised as the most perfect models of eloquence and logic, they exhibit the portrait, or at least the mask, of the founder of the papal monarchy. During 10 pure and fortunate years, says Gregory to the emperor, we have tasted the annual comfort of your royal letters, subscribed in purple ink, with your own hand, the sacred pledges of your attachment to the orthodox creed of our fathers. How deplorable is the change, how tremendous the scandal. You now accuse the Catholics of idolatry, and by the accusation, you betray your own impiety and ignorance. To this ignorance, we are compelled to adapt the grossness of our style and arguments. The first elements of holy letters are sufficient for your confusion, and were you to enter a grammar school and avow yourself the enemy of our worship, the simple and pious children would be provoked to cast their hornbooks at your head. After this decent salutation, the Pope attempts the usual distinction between the idols of antiquity and the Christian images. The former were the fanciful representations of phantoms or demons, at a time when the true God had not manifested his person in any visible likeness. The latter are the genuine forms of Christ, his mother, and his saints, who had approved, by a crowd of miracles, the innocence and merit of this relative worship. He must indeed have trusted to the ignorance of Leo, since he could assert the perpetual use of images from the apostolic age and their venerable presence in the 6 synods of the Catholic Church. A more specious argument is drawn from present possession and recent practice. The harmony of the Christian world supersedes the demand of a general council, and Gregory frankly confesses that such assemblies can only be useful under the reign of an orthodox prince. To the impudent and inhuman Leo, more guilty than a heretic, he recommends peace, silence, and implicit obedience to his spiritual guides of Constantinople and Rome. The limits of civil and ecclesiastical powers are defined by the pontiff. To the former he appropriates the body, to the latter the soul. The sword of justice is in the hands of the magistrate. The more formidable weapon of excommunication is entrusted to the clergy, and in the exercise of their divine commission, a zealous son will not spare his offending father. The successor of St. Peter may lawfully chastise the kings of the earth. You assault us, O tyrant, with a carnal and military hand, unarmed and naked. We can only implore the Christ, the Prince of the heavenly host, that he will send unto you a devil for the destruction of your body and the salvation of your soul. You declare with foolish arrogance, I will dispatch my orders to Rome. I will break in pieces the image of St. Peter, and Gregory, like his predecessor Martin, shall be transported in chains and in exile to the foot of the imperial throne. Would to God that I might be permitted to tread in the footsteps of the holy Martin, but may the fate of Constans serve as a warning to the persecutors of the Church. After his just condemnation by the bishops of Sicily, the tyrant was cut off, in the fullness of his sins, by a domestic servant. The saint is still adored by the nations of Scythia, among whom he ended his banishment and his life. But it is our duty to live for the edification and support of the faithful people, nor are we reduced to risk our safety on the event of a combat. Incapable as you are of defending your Roman subjects, the maritime situation of the city may perhaps expose it to your depredation, but we can remove to the distance of 24 stadia, to the first fortress of the Lombards, and then you may pursue the winds. 34. Are you ignorant that the popes are the bond of union, the mediators of peace between the East and West? The eyes of the nations are fixed on our humility, and they revere, as a God upon earth, the apostles sent. Peter, whose image you threaten to destroy. 35. The remote and interior kingdoms of the West present their homage to Christ and his vicegerent, and we now prepare to visit one of their most powerful monarchs, who desires to receive from our hands the sacrament of baptism. 36. The barbarians have submitted to the yoke of the gospel, while you alone are deaf to the voice of the shepherd. These pious barbarians are kindled into rage. They thirst to avenge the persecution of the East. Abandon your rash and fatal enterprise. Reflect, tremble, and repent. If you persist, we are innocent of the blood that will be spilt in the contest. May it fall on your own head. The first assault of Leo against the images of Constantinople had been witnessed by a crowd of strangers from Italy and the West, who related with grief and indignation the sacrilege of the emperor. But on the reception of his proscriptive edict, they trembled for their domestic deities. The images of Christ and the Virgin, of the angels, martyrs, and saints were abolished in all the churches of Italy, and a strong alternative was proposed to the Roman pontiff: the royal favor as the price of his compliance, degradation and exile as the penalty of his disobedience. Neither zeal nor policy allowed him to hesitate, and the haughty strain in which Gregory addressed the emperor displays his confidence in the truth of his doctrine or the powers of resistance. Without depending on prayers or miracles, he boldly armed against the public enemy, and his pastoral letters admonished the Italians of their danger and their duty. 37. At this signal, Ravenna, Venice, and the cities of the Exarchate and Pentapolis adhered to the cause of religion. Their military force by sea and land consisted, for the most part, of the natives, and the spirit of patriotism and zeal was transfused into the mercenary strangers. The Italians swore to live and die in the defense of the Pope and the holy images. The Roman people was devoted to their father, and even the Lombards were ambitious to share the merit and advantage of this holy war. The most treasonable act, but the most obvious revenge, was the destruction of the statues of Leo himself. The most effectual and pleasing measure of rebellion was the withholding the tribute of Italy and depriving him of a power which he had recently abused by the imposition of a new capitation. 38. A form of administration was preserved by the election of magistrates and governors, and so high was the public indignation that the Italians were prepared to create an Orthodox emperor and to conduct him with a fleet and army to the palace of Constantinople. In that palace, the Roman bishops, the second and third Gregory, were condemned as the authors of the revolt, and every attempt was made, either by fraud or force, to seize their persons and to strike at their lives. The city was repeatedly visited or assaulted by captains of the guards and dukes and exarchs of high dignity or secret trust. They landed with foreign troops. They obtained some domestic aid, and the superstition of Naples may blush that her fathers were attached to the cause of heresy. But these clandestine or open attacks were repelled by the courage and vigilance of the Romans. The Greeks were overthrown and massacred, their leaders suffered an ignominious death, and the popes, however inclined to mercy, refused to intercede for these guilty victims. At Ravenna, 39, the several quarters of the city had long exercised a bloody and hereditary feud. In religious controversy, they found a new element of faction, but the votaries of images were superior in numbers or spirit, and the exarch, who attempted to stem the torrent, lost his life in a popular sedition. To punish this flagitious deed and restore his dominion in Italy, the emperor sent a fleet and army into the Adriatic Gulf. After suffering from the winds and waves much loss and delay, the Greeks made their descent in the neighborhood of Ravenna. They threatened to depopulate the guilty capital and to imitate, perhaps to surpass, the example of Justinian II, who had chastised a former rebellion by the choice and execution of 50 of the principal inhabitants. The women and clergy, in sackcloth and ashes, lay prostrate in prayer. The men were in arms for the defense of their country. The common danger had united the factions, and the event of a battle was preferred to the slow miseries of a siege. In a hard-fought day, as the two armies alternately yielded and advanced, a phantom was seen, a voice was heard, and Ravenna was victorious by the assurance of victory. The strangers retreated to their ships, but the populous seacoast poured forth a multitude of boats. The waters of the Po were so deeply infected with blood that during 6 years the public prejudice abstained from the fish of the river, and the institution of an annual feast perpetuated the worship of images and the abhorrence of the Greek tyrant. Amidst the triumph of the Catholic arms, the Roman pontiff convened a synod of 93 bishops against the heresy of the iconoclasts. With their consent, he pronounced a general excommunication against all who by word or deed should attack the tradition of the fathers and the images of the saints. In this sentence, the emperor was tacitly involved. 40. But the vote of a last and hopeless remonstrance may seem to imply that the anathema was yet suspended over his guilty head. No sooner had they confirmed their own safety, the worship of images, and the freedom of Rome and Italy, than the popes appear to have relaxed of their severity, and to have spared the relics of the Byzantine dominion. Their moderate councils delayed and prevented the election of a new emperor, and they exhorted the Italians not to separate from the body of the Roman monarchy. The exarch was permitted to reside within the walls of Ravenna, a captive rather than a master. Until the imperial coronation of Charlemagne, the government of Rome and Italy was exercised in the name of the successors of Constantine. 41. The liberty of Rome, which had been oppressed by the arms and arts of Augustus, was rescued, after 750 years of servitude, from the persecution of Leo the Isaurian. By the Caesars, the triumphs of the consuls had been annihilated. In the decline and fall of the empire, the god Terminus, the sacred boundary, had insensibly receded from the ocean, the Rhine, the Danube, and the Euphrates, and Rome was reduced to her ancient territory from Viterbo to Terracina, and from Narni to the mouth of the Tiber. 42. When the kings were banished, the republic reposed on the firm basis which had been founded by their wisdom and virtue. Their perpetual jurisdiction was divided between 2 annual magistrates. The Senate continued to exercise the powers of administration and counsel, and the legislative authority was distributed in the assemblies of the people by a well-proportioned scale of property and service. Ignorant of the arts of luxury, the primitive Romans had improved the science of government and war. The will of the community was absolute. The rights of individuals were sacred. 130,000 citizens were armed for defense or conquest, and a band of robbers and outlaws was molded into a nation deserving of freedom and ambitious of glory. 43. When the sovereignty of the Greek emperors was extinguished, the ruins of Rome presented the sad image of depopulation and decay. Her slavery was a habit, her liberty an accident, the effect of superstition, and the object of her own amazement and terror. The last vestige of the substance, or even the forms, of the constitution was obliterated from the practice and memory of the Romans, and they were devoid of knowledge or virtue, again to build the fabric of a commonwealth. Their scanty remnant, the offspring of slaves and strangers, was despicable in the eyes of the victorious barbarians. As often as the Franks or Lombards expressed their most bitter contempt of a foe, they called him a Roman. And in this name, says the Bishop Liutprand, we include whatever is base, whatever is cowardly, whatever is perfidious, the extremes of avarice and luxury, and every vice that can prostitute the dignity of human nature. 44. 441. By the necessity of their situation, the inhabitants of Rome were cast into the rough model of a republican government. They were compelled to elect some judges in peace and some leaders in war. The nobles assembled to deliberate, and their resolves could not be executed without the union and consent of the multitude. The style of the Roman Senate and people was revived. 45. But the spirit was fled, and their new independence was disgraced by the tumultuous conflict of licentiousness and oppression. The want of laws could only be supplied by the influence of religion, and their foreign and domestic councils were moderated by the authority of the bishop. His alms, his sermons, his correspondence with the kings and prelates of the West, his recent services, their gratitude and oath, accustomed the Romans to consider him as the first magistrate or prince of the city. The Christian humility of the popes was not offended by the name of Dominus or Lord, and their face and inscription are still apparent on the most ancient coins. 46. Their temporal dominion is now confirmed by the reverence of 1,000 years, and their noblest title is the free choice of a people, whom they had redeemed from slavery. In the quarrels of ancient Greece, the holy people of Elis enjoyed a perpetual peace, under the protection of Jupiter and in the exercise of the Olympic Games. 47 happy would it have been for the Romans if a similar privilege had guarded the patrimony of St. Peter from the calamities of war, if the Christians who visited the holy threshold would have sheathed their swords in the presence of the apostle and his successor. But this mystic circle could have been traced only by the wand of a legislator and a sage. This pacific system was incompatible with the zeal and ambition of the popes. The Romans were not addicted, like the inhabitants of Elis, to the innocent and placid labors of agriculture, and the barbarians of Italy, though softened by the climate, were far below the Grecian states in the institutions of public and private life. A memorable example of repentance and piety was exhibited by Liutprand, king of the Lombards. In arms at the gate of the Vatican, the conqueror listened to the voice of Gregory II, 48 withdrew his troops, resigned his conquests, respectfully visited the church of St. Peter, and after performing his devotions, offered his sword and dagger, his cuirass and mantle, his silver cross, and his crown of gold on the tomb of the apostle. But this religious fervor was the illusion, perhaps the artifice of the moment. The sense of interest is strong and lasting. The love of arms and rapine was congenial to the Lombards, and both the prince and people were irresistibly tempted by the disorders of Italy, the nakedness of Rome, and the unwarlike profession of her new chief. On the first edicts of the emperor, they declared themselves the champions of the holy images. Liutprand invaded the province of Romagna, which had already assumed that distinctive appellation. The Catholics of the Exarchate yielded without reluctance to his civil and military power, and a foreign enemy was introduced for the first time into the impregnable fortress of Ravenna. That city and fortress was speedily recovered by the active diligence and maritime forces of the Venetians, and those faithful subjects obeyed the exhortation of Gregory himself in separating the personal guilt of Leo from the general cause of the Roman Empire. 49 The Greeks were less mindful of the service than the Lombards of the injury. The two nations, hostile in their faith, were reconciled in a dangerous and unnatural alliance. The king and the exarch marched to the conquest of Spoleto and Rome. The storm evaporated without effect, but the policy of Liutprand alarmed Italy with a vexatious alternative of hostility and truce. His successor Astolphus declared himself the equal enemy of the emperor and the pope. Ravenna was subdued by force or treachery. 50 and this final conquest extinguished the series of the exarchs, who had reigned with a subordinate power since the time of Justinian and the ruin of the Gothic kingdom. Rome was summoned to acknowledge the victorious Lombard as her lawful sovereign. The annual tribute of a piece of gold was fixed as the ransom of each citizen, and the sword of destruction was unsheathed to exact the penalty of her disobedience. The Romans hesitated, they entreated, they complained, and the threatening barbarians were checked by arms and negotiations, till the popes had engaged the friendship of an ally and avenger beyond the Alps. 51. In his distress, the first 511 Gregory had implored the aid of the hero of the age, of Charles Martel, who governed the French monarchy with the humble title of mayor or duke, and who, by his signal victory over the Saracens, had saved his country and perhaps Europe from the Mahometan yoke. The ambassadors of the Pope were received by Charles with decent reverence, but the greatness of his occupations and the shortness of his life prevented his interference in the affairs of Italy, except by a friendly and ineffectual mediation. His son Pepin, the heir of his power and virtues, assumed the office of champion of the Roman Church, and the zeal of the French prince appears to have been prompted by the love of glory and religion. But the danger was on the banks of the Tiber, the succor on those of the Seine, and our sympathy is cold to the relation of distant misery. Amidst the tears of the city, Stephen III embraced the generous resolution of visiting in person the courts of Lombardy and France, to deprecate the injustice of his enemy, or to excite the pity and indignation of his friend. After soothing the public despair by litanies and orations, he undertook this laborious journey with the ambassadors of the French monarch and the Greek emperor. The king of the Lombards was inexorable, but his threats could not silence the complaints, nor retard the speed of the Roman pontiff, who traversed the Pennine Alps, reposed in the Abbey of St. Maurice, and hastened to grasp the right hand of his protector, a hand which was never lifted in vain, either in war or friendship. Stephen was entertained as the visible successor of the apostle. At the next assembly, the field of March or of May, his injuries were exposed to a devout and warlike nation, and he repassed the Alps, not as a suppliant, but as a conqueror at the head of a French army, which was led by the king in person. The Lombards, after a weak resistance, obtained an ignominious peace and swore to restore the possessions and to respect the sanctity of the Roman Church. But no sooner was Astolphus delivered from the presence of the French arms than he forgot his promise and resented his disgrace. Rome was again encompassed by his arms, and Stephen, apprehensive of fatiguing the zeal of his Transalpine allies, enforced his complaint and request by an eloquent letter in the name and person of St. Peter himself. 52. The apostle assures his adopted sons, the king, the clergy, and the nobles of France, that dead in the flesh, he is still alive in the spirit, that they now hear and must obey the voice of the founder and guardian of the Roman Church, that the Virgin, the angels, the saints, and the martyrs, and all the host of heaven unanimously urge the request, and will confess the obligation, that riches, victory, and paradise will crown their pious enterprise, and that eternal damnation will be the penalty of their neglect if they suffer his tomb, his temple, and his people to fall into the hands of the perfidious Lombards. The second expedition of Pepin was not less rapid and fortunate than the first. St. Peter was satisfied, Rome was again saved, and Astolphus was taught the lessons of justice and sincerity by the scourge of a foreign master. After this double chastisement, the Lombards languished about 20 years in a state of languor and decay. But their minds were not yet humbled to their condition, and instead of affecting the pacific virtues of the feeble, they peevishly harassed the Romans with a repetition of claims, evasions, and inroads, which they undertook without reflection and terminated without glory. On either side, their expiring monarchy was pressed by the zeal and prudence of Pope Adrian I, the genius, the fortune, and greatness of Charlemagne, the son of Pepin. These heroes of the church and state were united in public and domestic friendship, and while they trampled on the prostrate, they varnished their proceedings with the fairest colors of equity and moderation. 53. The passes of the Alps and the walls of Pavia were the only defense of the Lombards. The former were surprised, the latter were invested by the son of Pepin, and after a blockade of 2 years, 531 Desiderius, the last of their native princes, surrendered his scepter and his capital. Under the dominion of a foreign king, but in the possession of their national laws, the Lombards became the brethren rather than the subjects of the Franks, who derived their blood and manners and language from the same Germanic origin. 54. Chapter 49. Conquest of Italy by the Franks. Part 3. The mutual obligations of the popes and the Carlovingian family form the important link of ancient and modern, of civil and ecclesiastical history. In the conquest of Italy, the champions of the Roman Church obtained a favorable occasion, a specious title, the wishes of the people, the prayers and intrigues of the clergy. But the most essential gifts of the popes to the Carlovingian race were the dignities of King of France, 55, and of Patrician of Rome. One under the sacerdotal monarchy of St. Peter, the nations began to resume the practice of seeking, on the banks of the Tiber, their kings, their laws, and the oracles of their fate. The Franks were perplexed between the name and substance of their government. All the powers of royalty were exercised by Pepin, mayor of the palace, and nothing, except the regal title, was wanting to his ambition. His enemies were crushed by his valor, his friends were multiplied by his liberality, his father had been the savior of Christendom, and the claims of personal merit were repeated and ennobled in a descent of 4 generations. The name and image of royalty was still preserved in the last descendant of Clovis, the feeble Childeric, but his obsolete right could only be used as an instrument of sedition. The nation was desirous of restoring the simplicity of the constitution, and Pepin, a subject and a prince, was ambitious to ascertain his own rank and the fortune of his family. The mayor and the nobles were bound by an oath of fidelity to the royal phantom. The blood of Clovis was pure and sacred in their eyes, and their common ambassadors addressed the Roman pontiff to dispel their scruples or to absolve their promise. The interest of Pope Zachary, the successor of the 2 Gregories, prompted him to decide, and to decide in their favor. He pronounced that the nation might lawfully unite in the same person the title and authority of king, and that the unfortunate Childeric, a victim of the public safety, should be degraded, shaved, and confined in a monastery for the remainder of his days. An answer so agreeable to their wishes was accepted by the Franks as the opinion of a casuist, the sentence of a judge, or the oracle of a prophet. The Merovingian race disappeared from the earth, and Pepin was exalted on a buckler by the suffrage of a free people, accustomed to obey his laws and to march under his standard. His coronation was twice performed, with the sanction of the popes, by their most faithful servant St. Boniface, the Apostle of Germany, and by the grateful hands of Stephen III, who, in the monastery of St. Denis, placed the diadem on the head of his benefactor. The royal unction of the kings of Israel was dexterously applied. 56. The successor of St. Peter assumed the character of a divine ambassador. A German chieftain was transformed into the Lord's anointed, and this Jewish rite has been diffused and maintained by the superstition and vanity of modern Europe. The Franks were absolved from their ancient oath, but a dire anathema was thundered against them and their posterity if they should dare to renew the same freedom of choice or to elect a king, except in the holy and meritorious race of the Carlovingian princes. Without apprehending the future danger, these princes gloried in their present security. The secretary of Charlemagne affirms that the French scepter was transferred by the authority of the popes. 57. And in their boldest enterprises, they insist, with confidence, on this signal and successful act of temporal jurisdiction. 2. In the change of manners and language, the patricians of Rome 58 were far removed from the Senate of Romulus or the palace of Constantine, from the free nobles of the Republic or the fictitious parents of the emperor. After the recovery of Italy and Africa by the arms of Justinian, the importance and danger of those remote provinces required the presence of a supreme magistrate. He was indifferently styled the exarch or the patrician, and these governors of Ravenna, who fill their place in the chronology of princes, extended their jurisdiction over the Roman city. Since the revolt of Italy and the loss of the exarchate, the distress of the Romans had exacted some sacrifice of their independence. Yet even in this act, they exercised the right of disposing of themselves, and the decrees of the Senate and people successively invested Charles Martel and his posterity with the honors of patrician of Rome. The leaders of a powerful nation would have disdained a servile title and subordinate office, but the reign of the Greek emperors was suspended, and in the vacancy of the empire, they derived a more glorious commission from the Pope and the Republic. The Roman ambassadors presented these patricians with the keys of the shrine of St. Peter as a pledge and symbol of sovereignty, with a holy banner which it was their right and duty to unfurl in the defense of the church and city. 59. In the time of Charles Martel and of Pepin, the interposition of the Lombard kingdom covered the freedom, while it threatened the safety of Rome, and the patriciate represented only the title, the service, the alliance of these distant protectors. The power and policy of Charlemagne annihilated an enemy and imposed a master. In his first visit to the capital, he was received with all the honors which had formerly been paid to the exarch, the representative of the emperor, and these honors obtained some new decorations from the joy and gratitude of Pope Adrian I. 60. No sooner was he informed of the sudden approach of the monarch than he dispatched the magistrates and nobles of Rome to meet him, with the banner about 30 miles from the city. At the distance of 1 mile, the Flaminian Way was lined with the schools or national communities of Greeks, Lombards, Saxons, and 100. The Roman youth were under arms, and the children of a more tender age, with palms and olive branches in their hands, chanted the praises of their great deliverer. At the aspect of the holy crosses and ensigns of the saints, he dismounted from his horse, led the procession of his nobles to the Vatican, and as he ascended the stairs, devoutly kissed each step of the threshold of the apostles. In the portico, Adrian expected him at the head of his clergy. They embraced as friends and equals, but in their march to the altar, the king or patrician assumed the right hand of the pope. Nor was the Frank content with these vain and empty demonstrations of respect. In the 26 years that elapsed between the conquest of Lombardy and his imperial coronation, Rome, which had been delivered by the sword, was subject, as his own, to the scepter of Charlemagne. The people swore allegiance to his person and family. In his name money was coined and justice was administered, and the election of the popes was examined and confirmed by his authority. Except an original and self-inherent claim of sovereignty, there was not any prerogative remaining, which the title of emperor could add to the patrician of Rome. 61. The gratitude of the Carlovingians was adequate to these obligations, and their names are consecrated as the saviors and benefactors of the Roman Church. Her ancient patrimony of farms and houses was transformed by their bounty into the temporal dominion of cities and provinces, and the donation of the exarchate was the first fruits of the conquests of Pepin. 62. Astolphus with a sigh relinquished his prey. The keys and the hostages of the principal cities were delivered to the French ambassador, and in his master's name he presented them before the tomb of St. Peter. The ample measure of the exarchate 63 might comprise all the provinces of Italy which had obeyed the emperor and his vicegerent, but its strict and proper limits were included in the territories of Ravenna, Bologna, and Ferrara. Its inseparable dependency was the Pentapolis, which stretched along the Adriatic from Rimini to Ancona and advanced into the Midland country as far as the ridges of the Apennine. In this transaction, the ambition and avarice of the popes have been severely condemned. Perhaps the humility of a Christian priest should have rejected an earthly kingdom, which it was not easy for him to govern without renouncing the virtues of his profession. Perhaps a faithful subject, or even a generous enemy, would have been less impatient to divide the spoils of the barbarian. And if the emperor had entrusted Stephen to solicit in his name the restitution of the exarchate, I will not absolve the pope from the reproach of treachery and falsehood, but in the rigid interpretation of the laws, everyone may accept, without injury, whatever his benefactor can bestow without injustice. The Greek emperor had abdicated or forfeited his right to the exarchate, and the sword of Astolphus was broken by the stronger sword of the Carlovingian. It was not in the cause of the iconoclast that Pepin has exposed his person and army in a double expedition beyond the Alps. He possessed, and might lawfully alienate, his conquests, and to the importunities of the Greeks, he piously replied that no human consideration should tempt him to resume the gift which he had conferred on the Roman pontiff for the remission of his sins and the salvation of his soul. The splendid donation was granted in supreme and absolute dominion, and the world beheld for the first time a Christian bishop invested with the prerogatives of a temporal prince, the choice of magistrates, the exercise of justice, the imposition of taxes, and the wealth of the palace of Ravenna. In the dissolution of the Lombard kingdom, the inhabitants of the Duchy of Spoleto 64 sought a refuge from the storm, shaved their heads after the Roman fashion, declared themselves the servants and subjects of St. Peter, and completed, by this voluntary surrender, the present circle of the ecclesiastical state. That mysterious circle was enlarged to an indefinite extent by the verbal or written donation of Charlemagne, 65, who, in the first transports of his victory, despoiled himself and the Greek emperor of the cities and islands which had formerly been annexed to the exarchate. But in the cooler moments of absence and reflection, he viewed, with an eye of jealousy and envy, the recent greatness of his ecclesiastical ally. The execution of his own and his father's promises was respectfully eluded. The king of the Franks and Lombards asserted the inalienable rights of the empire, and, in his life and death, Ravenna, 66, as well as Rome, was numbered in the list of his metropolitan cities. The sovereignty of the exarchate melted away in the hands of the popes. They found in the archbishops of Ravenna a dangerous and domestic rival. 67. The nobles and people disdained the yoke of a priest, and in the disorders of the times, they could only retain the memory of an ancient claim, which, in a more prosperous age, they have revived and realized. Fraud is the resource of weakness and cunning, and the strong, though ignorant, barbarian was often entangled in the net of sacerdotal policy. The Vatican and Lateran were an arsenal and manufacture, which, according to the occasion, have produced or concealed a various collection of false or genuine, of corrupt or suspicious acts, as they tended to promote the interest of the Roman Church. Before the end of the 8th century, some apostolic scribe, perhaps the notorious Isidore, composed the decretals and the donation of Constantine, the two magic pillars of the spiritual and temporal monarchy of the popes. This memorable donation was introduced to the world by an epistle of Adrian I, who exhorts Charlemagne to imitate the liberality and revive the name of the great Constantine. 68. According to the legend, the first of the Christian emperors was healed of the leprosy and purified in the waters of baptism by St. Sylvester, the Roman bishop, and never was physician more gloriously recompensed. His royal proselyte withdrew from the seat and patrimony of St. Peter, declared his resolution of founding a new capital in the East, and resigned to the popes the free and perpetual sovereignty of Rome, Italy, and the provinces of the West. 69. This fiction was productive of the most beneficial effects. The Greek princes were convicted of the guilt of usurpation, and the revolt of Gregory was the claim of his lawful inheritance. The popes were delivered from their debt of gratitude, and the nominal gifts of the Carlovingians were no more than the just and irrevocable restitution of a scanty portion of the ecclesiastical state. The sovereignty of Rome no longer depended on the choice of a fickle people, and the successors of St. Peter and Constantine were invested with the purple and prerogatives of the Caesars. So deep was the ignorance and credulity of the times that the most absurd of fables was received with equal reverence in Greece and in France, and is still enrolled among the decrees of the canon law. 70. The emperors and the Romans were incapable of discerning a forgery that subverted their rights and freedom, and the only opposition proceeded from a Sabine monastery, which, in the beginning of the 12th century, disputed the truth and validity of the donation of Constantine. 71. In the revival of letters and liberty, this fictitious deed was transpierced by the pen of Laurentius Valla, the pen of an eloquent critic and a Roman patriot. 72. His contemporaries of the 15th century were astonished at his sacrilegious boldness. Yet such is the silent and irresistible progress of reason, that before the end of the next age, the fable was rejected by the contempt of historians 73 and poets 74, and the tacit or modest censure of the advocates of the Roman Church. 75. The popes themselves have indulged a smile at the credulity of the vulgar. 76. But a false and obsolete title still sanctifies their reign, and by the same fortune which has attended the decretals and the Sibylline oracles, the edifice has subsisted after the foundations have been undermined. While the popes established in Italy their freedom and dominion, the images, the first cause of their revolt, were restored in the Eastern Empire. 77. Under the reign of Constantine V, the union of civil and ecclesiastical power had overthrown the tree without extirpating the root of superstition. The idols, for such they were now held, were secretly cherished by the order and the sex most prone to devotion, and the fond alliance of the monks and females obtained a final victory over the reason and authority of man. Leo IV maintained with less rigor the religion of his father and grandfather, but his wife, the fair and ambitious Irene, had imbibed the zeal of the Athenians, the heirs of the idolatry rather than the philosophy of their ancestors. During the life of her husband, these sentiments were inflamed by danger and dissimulation, and she could only labor to protect and promote some favorite monks whom she drew from their caverns and seated on the metropolitan thrones of the East. But as soon as she reigned in her own name and that of her son, Irene more seriously undertook the ruin of the iconoclasts, and the first step of her future persecution was a general edict for liberty of conscience. In the restoration of the monks, 1,000 images were exposed to the public veneration. 1,000 legends were inverted of their sufferings and miracles. By the opportunities of death or removal, the episcopal seats were judiciously filled. The most eager competitors for earthly or celestial favor anticipated and flattered the judgment of their sovereign, and the promotion of her secretary Tiresias gave Irene the Patriarch of Constantinople and the command of the Oriental Church. But the decrees of a general council could only be repealed by a similar assembly. 78. The iconoclasts whom she convened were bold in possession and averse to debate, and the feeble voice of the bishops was reached by the more formidable clamor of the soldiers and people of Constantinople. The delay and intrigues of a year, the separation of the disaffected troops, and the choice of Nice for a second Orthodox synod removed these obstacles, and the episcopal conscience was again, after the Greek fashion, in the hands of the prince. No more than 18 days were allowed for the consummation of this important work. The iconoclasts appeared, not as judges, but as criminals or penitents. The scene was decorated by the legates of Pope Adrian and the Eastern Patriarchs. 79, the decrees were framed by the President Tarasius and ratified by the acclamations and subscriptions of 350 bishops. They unanimously pronounced that the worship of images is agreeable to Scripture and reason, to the fathers and councils of the Church. But they hesitate whether that worship be relative or direct, whether the Godhead and the figure of Christ be entitled to the same mode of adoration. Of this Second Nicene Council, the Acts are still extant, a curious monument of superstition and ignorance, of falsehood and folly. I shall only notice the judgment of the bishops on the comparative merit of image worship and morality. A monk had concluded a truce with the demon of fornication, on condition of interrupting his daily prayers to a picture that hung in his cell. His scruples prompted him to consult the abbot. Rather than abstain from adoring Christ and his mother in their holy images, it would be better for you, replied the casuist, to enter every brothel and visit every prostitute in the city. 80 For the honor of orthodoxy, at least the orthodoxy of the Roman Church, it is somewhat unfortunate that the two princes who convened the two councils of Nice are both stained with the blood of their sons. The second of these assemblies was approved and rigorously executed by the despotism of Irene, and she refused her adversaries the toleration which at first she had granted to her friends. During the 5 succeeding reigns, a period of 38 years, the contest was maintained, with unabated rage and various success, between the worshippers and the breakers of the images, but I am not inclined to pursue with minute diligence the repetition of the same events. Nicephorus allowed a general liberty of speech and practice, and the only virtue of his reign is accused by the monks as the cause of his temporal and eternal perdition. Superstition and weakness formed the character of Michael I, but the saints and images were incapable of supporting their votary on the throne. In the purple, Leo V asserted the name and religion of an Armenian, and the idols, with their seditious adherents, were condemned to a second exile. Their applause would have sanctified the murder of an impious tyrant, but his assassin and successor, the second Michael, was tainted from his birth with the Phrygian heresies. He attempted to mediate between the contending parties, and the intractable spirit of the Catholics insensibly cast him into the opposite scale. His moderation was guarded by timidity, but his son Theophilus, alike ignorant of fear and pity, was the last and most cruel of the iconoclasts. The enthusiasm of the times ran strongly against them, and the emperors who stemmed the torrent were exasperated and punished by the public hatred. After the death of Theophilus, the final victory of the images was achieved by a second female, his widow Theodora, whom he left the guardian of the empire. Her measures were bold and decisive. The fiction of a tardy repentance absolved the fame and the soul of her deceased husband. The sentence of the iconoclast patriarch was commuted from the loss of his eyes to a whipping of 200 lashes. The bishops trembled, the monks shouted, and the festival of orthodoxy preserves the annual memory of the triumph of the images. A single question yet remained, whether they are endowed with any proper and inherent sanctity. It was agitated by the Greeks of the 11th century. 81 and, as this opinion has the strongest recommendation of absurdity, I am surprised that it was not more explicitly decided in the affirmative. In the West, Pope Adrian I accepted and announced the decrees of the Nicene Assembly, which is now revered by the Catholics as the 7th in rank of the General Councils. Rome and Italy were docile to the voice of their father, but the greatest part of the Latin Christians were far behind in the race of superstition. The churches of France, Germany, England, and Spain steered a middle course between the adoration and the destruction of images, which they admitted into their temples, not as objects of worship, but as lively and useful memorials of faith and history. An angry book of controversy was composed and published in the name of Charlemagne. 82 Under his authority, a synod of 300 bishops was assembled at Frankfurt. 83 They blamed the fury of the iconoclasts, but they pronounced a more severe censure against the superstition of the Greeks, and the decrees of their pretended council, which was long despised by the barbarians of the West. 84 among them, the worship of images advanced with a silent and insensible progress, but a large atonement is made for their hesitation and delay by the gross idolatry of the ages which precede the Reformation, and of the countries, both in Europe and America, which are still immersed in the gloom of superstition. Chapter 49. Conquest of Italy by the Franks, Part 4. It was after the Nicene Synod, and under the reign of the pious Irene, that the popes consummated the separation of Rome and Italy by the translation of the empire to the less orthodox Charlemagne. They were compelled to choose between the rival nations. Religion was not the sole motive of their choice, and while they dissembled the failings of their friends, they beheld, with reluctance and suspicion, the Catholic virtues of their foes. The difference of language and manners had perpetuated the enmity of the two capitals, and they were alienated from each other by the hostile opposition of 70 years. In that schism, the Romans had tasted of freedom and the popes of sovereignty. Their submission would have exposed them to the revenge of a jealous tyrant, and the revolution of Italy had betrayed the impotence, as well as the tyranny, of the Byzantine court. The Greek emperors had restored the images, but they had not restored the Calabrian estates 85 and the Illyrian diocese 86, which the iconoclasts had torn away from the successors of St. Peter. And Pope Adrian threatens them with a sentence of excommunication unless they speedily abjure this practical heresy. 87. The Greeks were now Orthodox, but their religion might be tainted by the breath of the reigning monarch. The Franks were now contumacious, but a discerning eye might discern their approaching conversion from the use to the adoration of images. The name of Charlemagne was stained by the polemic acrimony of his scribes, but the conqueror himself conformed, with the temper of a statesman, to the various practice of France and Italy. In his 4 pilgrimages or visits to the Vatican, he embraced the popes in the communion of friendship and piety, knelt before the tomb, and consequently before the image of the apostle, and joined, without scruple, in all the prayers and processions of the Roman liturgy. Would prudence or gratitude allow the pontiffs to renounce their benefactor? Had they a right to alienate his gift of the exarchate? Had they power to abolish his government of Rome? The title of patrician was below the merit and greatness of Charlemagne, and it was only by reviving the Western Empire that they could pay their obligations or secure their establishment. By this decisive measure, they would finally eradicate the claims of the Greeks. From the debasement of a provincial town, the majesty of Rome would be restored. The Latin Christians would be united under a supreme head in their ancient metropolis, and the conquerors of the West would receive their crown from the successors of St. Peter. The Roman Church would acquire a zealous and respectable advocate, and under the shadow of the Carlovingian power, the bishop might exercise, with honor and safety, the government of the city. 88. Before the ruin of paganism in Rome, the competition for a wealthy bishopric had often been productive of tumult and bloodshed. The people was less numerous, but the times were more savage, the prize more important, and the chair of St. Peter was fiercely disputed by the leading ecclesiastics who aspired to the rank of sovereign. The reign of Adrian I 89 surpasses the measure of past or succeeding ages. 90. The walls of Rome, the sacred patrimony, the ruin of the Lombards, and the friendship of Charlemagne were the trophies of his fame. He secretly edified the throne of his successors and displayed in a narrow space the virtues of a great prince. His memory was revered, but in the next election, a priest of the Lateran, Leo III, was preferred to the nephew and the favorite of Adrian, whom he had promoted to the first dignities of the church. Their acquiescence or repentance disguised, above 4 years, the blackest intention of revenge, till the day of a procession, when a furious band of conspirators dispersed the unarmed multitude and assaulted with blows and wounds the sacred person of the Pope. But their enterprise on his life or liberty was disappointed, perhaps by their own confusion and remorse. Leo was left for dead on the ground. On his revival from the swoon, the effect of his loss of blood, he recovered his speech and sight, and this natural event was improved to the miraculous restoration of his eyes and tongue, of which he had been deprived twice. Deprived by the knife of the assassins. 91. From his prison he escaped to the Vatican. The Duke of Spoleto hastened to his rescue. Charlemagne sympathized in his injury, and in his camp of Paderborn in Westphalia accepted, or solicited, a visit from the Roman pontiff. Leo repassed the Alps with a commission of counts and bishops, the guards of his safety, and the judges of his innocence, and it was not without reluctance that the conqueror of the Saxons delayed till the ensuing year the personal discharge of this pious office. In his fourth and last pilgrimage, he was received at Rome with the due honors of king and patrician. Leo was permitted to purge himself by oath of the crimes imputed to his charge. His enemies were silenced, and the sacrilegious attempt against his life was punished by the mild and insufficient penalty of exile. On the festival of Christmas, the last year of the 8th century, Charlemagne appeared in the church of St. Peter, and to gratify the vanity of Rome, he had exchanged the simple dress of his country for the habit of a patrician. 92 After the celebration of the Holy Mysteries, Leo suddenly placed a precious crown on his head. 93 And the dome resounded with the acclamations of the people. Long life and victory to Charles, the most pious Augustus, crowned by God, the great and pacific emperor of the Romans. The head and body of Charlemagne were consecrated by the royal unction. After the example of the Caesars, he was saluted or adored by the pontiff. His coronation oath represents a promise to maintain the faith and privileges of the church, and the first fruits were paid in his rich offerings to the shrine of his apostle. In his familiar conversation, the emperor protested the ignorance of the intentions of Leo, which he would have disappointed by his absence on that memorable day. But the preparations of the ceremony must have disclosed the secret, and the journey of Charlemagne reveals his knowledge and expectation. He had acknowledged that the imperial title was the object of his ambition, and a Roman synod had pronounced that it was the only adequate reward of his merit and services. 94. The appellation of great has been often bestowed, and sometimes deserved, but Charlemagne is the only prince in whose favor the title has been indissolubly blended with the name. That name, with the addition of saint, is inserted in the Roman calendar, and the saint, by a rare felicity, is crowned with the praises of the historians and philosophers of an enlightened age. 95. His real merit is doubtless enhanced by the barbarism of the nation and the times from which he emerged, but the apparent magnitude of an object is likewise enlarged by an unequal comparison, and the ruins of Palmyra derive a casual splendor from the nakedness of the surrounding desert. Without injustice to his fame, I may discern some blemishes in the sanctity and greatness of the restorer of the Western Empire. Of his moral virtues, chastity is not the most conspicuous. 96. But the public happiness could not be materially injured by his 9 wives or concubines, the various indulgence of meaner or more transient amours, the multitude of his bastards whom he bestowed on the church, and the long celibacy and licentious manners of his daughters. 97 Whom the father was suspected of loving with too fond a passion. 971 I shall be scarcely permitted to accuse the ambition of a conqueror, but in a day of equal retribution, the sons of his brother Carloman, the Merovingian princes of Aquitaine, and the 4,500 Saxons who were beheaded on the same spot, would have something to allege against the justice and humanity of Charlemagne. His treatment of the vanquished Saxons 98 was an abuse of the right of conquest. His laws were not less sanguinary than his arms, and in the discussion of his motives, whatever is subtracted from bigotry must be imputed to temper. The sedentary reader is amazed by his incessant activity of mind and body, and his subjects and enemies were not less astonished at his sudden presence, at the moment when they believed him at the most distant extremity of the empire. Neither peace nor war, nor summer nor winter, were a season of repose, and our fancy cannot easily reconcile the annals of his reign with the geography of his expeditions. 981 But this activity was a national, rather than a personal, virtue. The vagrant life of a Frank was spent in the chase, in pilgrimage, in military adventures, and the journeys of Charlemagne were distinguished only by a more numerous train and a more important purpose. His military renown must be tried by the scrutiny of his troops, his enemies, and his actions. Alexander conquered with the arms of Philip, but the 2 heroes who preceded Charlemagne bequeathed him their name, their examples, and the companions of their victories. At the head of his veteran and superior armies, he oppressed the savage or degenerate nations, who were incapable of confederating for their common safety, nor did he ever encounter an equal antagonist in numbers, in discipline, or in arms. The science of war has been lost and revived with the arts of peace. But his campaigns are not illustrated by any siege or battle of singular difficulty and success, and he might behold, with envy, the Saracen trophies of his grandfather. After the Spanish expedition, his rearguard was defeated in the Pyrenean mountains, and the soldiers, whose situation was irretrievable and whose valor was useless, might accuse, with their last breath, the want of skill or caution of their general. 99. I touch with reverence the laws of Charlemagne, so highly applauded by a respectable judge. They compose not a system, but a series of occasional and minute edicts, for the correction of abuses, the reformation of manners, the economy of his farms, the care of his poultry, and even the sale of his eggs. He wished to improve the laws and the character of the Franks, and his attempts, however feeble and imperfect, are deserving of praise. The inveterate evils of the times were suspended or mollified by his government. 100. But in his institutions I can seldom discover the general views and the immortal spirit of a legislator, who survives himself for the benefit of posterity. The union and stability of his empire depended on the life of a single man. He imitated the dangerous practice of dividing his kingdoms among his sons, and after his numerous diets, the whole constitution was left to fluctuate between the disorders of anarchy and despotism. His esteem for the piety and knowledge of the clergy tempted him to entrust that aspiring order with temporal dominion and civil jurisdiction, and his son Louis, when he was stripped and degraded by the bishops, might accuse, in some measure, the imprudence of his father. His laws enforced the imposition of tithes, because the demons had proclaimed in the air that the default of payment had been the cause of the last scarcity. 101. The literary merits of Charlemagne are attested by the foundation of schools, the introduction of arts, the works which were published in his name, and his familiar connection with the subjects and strangers whom he invited to his court, to educate both the prince and people. His own studies were tardy, laborious, and imperfect. If he spoke Latin and understood Greek, he derived the rudiments of knowledge from conversation, rather than from books. And in his mature age, the emperor strove to acquire the practice of writing, which every peasant now learns in his infancy. 102. The grammar and logic, the music and astronomy of the times were only cultivated as the handmaids of superstition. But the curiosity of the human mind must ultimately tend to its improvement, and the encouragement of learning reflects the purest and most pleasing luster on the character of Charlemagne. 103. The dignity of his person. 104. The length of his reign, the prosperity of his arms, the vigor of his government, and the reverence of distant nations distinguish him from the royal crowd, and Europe dates a new era from his restoration of the Western Empire. 981. Return. 1000. Guizot Cours de Histoire Moderne, p. 270-273, has compiled the following statement of Charlemagne's military campaigns. Against the Aquitanians, the Saxons, the Lombards, the Arabs in Spain, the Thuringians, the Avars, the Bretons, the Bavarians, the slaves beyond the Elbe, the Saracens in Italy, the Danes, the Greeks. 53 total. 1000. That empire was not unworthy of its title. 105. And some of the fairest kingdoms of Europe were the patrimony or conquest of a prince who reigned at the same time in France, Spain, Italy, Germany, and Hungary. 106.1. The Roman province of Gaul had been transformed into the name and monarchy of France. But in the decay of the Merovingian line, its limits were contracted by the independence of the Britons and the revolt of Aquitaine. Charlemagne pursued and confined the Britons on the shores of the ocean, and that ferocious tribe, whose origin and language are so different from the French, was chastised by the imposition of tribute, hostages, and peace. After a long and evasive contest, the rebellion of the Dukes of Aquitaine was punished by the forfeiture of their province, their liberty, and their lives. Harsh and rigorous would have been such treatment of ambitious governors who had too faithfully copied the mayors of the palace. But a recent discovery, 107, has proved that these unhappy princes were the last and lawful heirs of the blood and scepter of Clovis, and younger branch, from the brother of Dagobert, of the Merovingian house. Their ancient kingdom was reduced to the Duchy of Gascogne, to the counties of Fesenzac and Armagnac, at the foot of the Pyrenees. Their race was propagated till the beginning of the 16th century, and after surviving their Carlovingian tyrants, they were reserved to feel the injustice or the favors of a third dynasty. By the reunion of Aquitaine, France was enlarged to its present boundaries, with the additions of the Netherlands and Spain as far as the Rhine. 2. The Saracens had been expelled from France by the grandfather and father of Charlemagne, but they still possessed the greatest part of Spain, from the Rock of Gibraltar to the Pyrenees. Amidst their civil divisions, an Arabian emir of Saragossa implored his protection in the Diet of Paderborn. Charlemagne undertook the expedition, restored the emir, and without distinction of faith, impartially crushed the resistance of the Christians and rewarded the obedience and services of the Mahometans. In his absence, he instituted the Spanish March, 108, which extended from the Pyrenees to the river Ebro. Barcelona was the residence of the French governor. He possessed the counties of Roussillon and Catalonia, and the infant kingdoms of Navarre and Aragon were subject to his jurisdiction. 3. As king of the Lombards and patrician of Rome, he reigned over the greatest part of Italy, 109, a tract of 1,000 miles from the Alps to the borders of Calabria. The Duchy of Beneventum, a Lombard fief, had spread at the expense of the Greeks over the modern kingdom of Naples. But Areches, the reigning duke, refused to be included in the slavery of his country, assumed the independent title of prince, and opposed his sword to the Carlovingian monarchy. His defense was firm, his submission was not inglorious, and the emperor was content with an easy tribute, the demolition of his fortresses, and the acknowledgement, on his coins, of a supreme lord. The artful flattery of his son Grimoald added the appellation of father, but he asserted his dignity with prudence, and Beneventum insensibly escaped from the French yoke. 110-4. Charlemagne was the first who united Germany under the same scepter. The name of Oriental France is preserved in the circle of Franconia, and the people of Hesse and Thuringia were recently incorporated with the victors by the conformity of religion and government. The Alemanni, so formidable to the Romans, were the faithful vassals and confederates of the Franks, and their country was inscribed within the modern limits of Alsace, Swabia, and Switzerland. The Bavarians, with a similar indulgence of their laws and manners, were less patient of a master. The repeated treasons of Tassilo justified the abolition of their hereditary dukes, and their power was shared among the counts, who judged and guarded that important frontier. But the north of Germany, from the Rhine and beyond the Elbe, was still hostile and pagan, nor was it till after a war of 33 years that the Saxons bowed under the yoke of Christ and of Charlemagne. The idols and their votaries were extirpated. The foundation of 8 bishoprics, of Munster, Osnaburg, Paderborn and Minden, of Bremen, Verden, Hildesheim and Halberstadt, define on either side of the Weser the bounds of ancient Saxony. These episcopal seats were the first schools and cities of that savage land, and the religion and humanity of the children atoned, in some degree, for the massacre of the parents. Beyond the Elbe, the Slavi or Sclavonians, of similar manners and various denominations, overspread the modern dominions of Prussia, Poland, and Bohemia, and some transient marks of obedience have tempted the French historian to extend the empire to the Baltic and the Vistula. The conquest or conversion of those countries is of a more recent age, but the first union of Bohemia with the Germanic body may be justly ascribed to the arms of Charlemagne. 5. He retaliated on the Avars, or Huns of Pannonia, the same calamities which they had inflicted on the nations. Their rings, the wooden fortifications which encircled their districts and villages, were broken down by the triple effort of a French army that was poured into their country by land and water, through the Carpathian Mountains and along the plain of the Danube. After a bloody conflict of 8 years, the loss of some French generals was avenged by the slaughter of the most noble Huns. The relics of the nation submitted. The royal residence of the Chagan was left desolate and unknown, and the treasures, the rapine of 250 years, enriched the victorious troops, or decorated the churches of Italy and Gaul. 111. After the reduction of Pannonia, The empire of Charlemagne was bounded only by the conflux of the Danube with the Theiss and the Save. The provinces of Istria, Liburnia, and Dalmatia were an easy, though unprofitable, accession, and it was an effect of his moderation that he left the maritime cities under the real or nominal sovereignty of the Greeks. These distant possessions added more to the reputation than to the power of the Latin emperor, nor did he risk any ecclesiastical foundations to reclaim the barbarians from their vagrant life and idolatrous worship. Some canals of communication between the rivers, the Seian and the Meuse, the Rhine and the Danube, were faintly attempted. 112, their execution would have vivified the empire, and more cost and labor were often wasted in the structure of a cathedral. 1121. Chapter 49. Conquest of Italy by the Franks, Part 5. If we retrace the outlines of this geographical picture, it will be seen that the empire of the Franks extended, between east and west, from the Ebro to the Elbe or Vistula, between the north and south, from the Duchy of Beneventum to the river Eider, the perpetual boundary of Germany and Denmark. The personal and political importance of Charlemagne was magnified by the distress and division of the rest of Europe. The islands of Great Britain and Ireland were disputed by a crowd of princes of Saxon or Scottish origin, and after the loss of Spain, the Christian and Gothic kingdom of Alfonso the Chaste was confined to the narrow range of the Asturian mountains. These petty sovereigns revered the power or virtue of the Carlovingian monarch, implored the honor and support of his alliance, and styled him their common parent, the sole and supreme emperor of the West. 113, he maintained a more equal intercourse with the Caliph Harun al-Rashid. 114, whose dominions stretched from Africa to India, and accepted from his ambassadors a tent, a water clock, an elephant, and the keys of the Holy Sepulchre. It is not easy to conceive the private friendship of a Frank and an Arab, who were strangers to each other's person and language and religion, but their public correspondence was founded on vanity, and their remote situation left no room for a competition of interest. 2/3 of the Western Empire of Rome were subject to Charlemagne, and the deficiency was amply supplied by his command of the inaccessible or invincible nations of Germany. But in the choice of his enemies, 1141, we may be reasonably surprised that he so often preferred the poverty of the north to the riches of the south. The 33 campaigns laboriously consumed in the woods and morasses of Germany would have sufficed to assert the amplitude of his title by the expulsion of the Greeks from Italy and the Saracens from Spain. The weakness of the Greeks would have ensured an easy victory, and the Holy Crusade against the Saracens would have been prompted by glory and revenge, and loudly justified by religion and policy. Perhaps in his expeditions beyond the Rhine and the Elbe, he aspired to save his monarchy from the fate of the Roman Empire, to disarm the enemies of civilized society, and to eradicate the seed of future emigrations. But it has been wisely observed that, in a light of precaution, all conquest must be ineffectual unless it could be universal, since the increasing circle must be involved in a larger sphere of hostility. 115, the subjugation of Germany withdrew the veil which had so long concealed the continent or islands of Scandinavia from the knowledge of Europe, and awakened the torpid courage of their barbarous natives. The fiercest of the Saxon idolaters escaped from the Christian tyrant to their brethren of the north. The ocean and Mediterranean were covered with their piratical fleets, and Charlemagne beheld with a sigh the destructive progress of the Normans, who, in less than 70 years, precipitated the fall of his race and monarchy. Had the Pope and the Romans revived the primitive constitution, the titles of Emperor and Augustus were conferred on Charlemagne for the term of his life, and his successors, on each vacancy, must have ascended the throne by a formal or tacit election. But the association of his son Louis the Pious asserts the independent right of monarchy and conquest, and the emperor seems on this occasion to have foreseen and prevented the latent claims of the clergy. The royal youth was commanded to take the crown from the altar, and with his own hands to place it on his head as a gift which he held from God, his father, and the nation. 116, the same ceremony was repeated, though with less energy, in the subsequent associations of Lautera and Louis II. The Carlovingian scepter was transmitted from father to son in a lineal descent of 4 generations, and the ambition of the popes was reduced to the empty honor of crowning and anointing these hereditary princes, who were already invested with their power and dominions. The pious Louis survived his brothers and embraced the whole empire of Charlemagne, but the nations and the nobles, his bishops and his children, quickly discerned that this mighty mass was no longer inspired by the same soul, and the foundations were undermined to the center, while the external surface was yet fair and entire. After a war or battle, which consumed 100,000 Franks, the empire was divided by treaty between his three sons, who had violated every filial and fraternal duty. The kingdoms of Germany and France were forever separated. The provinces of Gaul, between the Rhone and the Alps, the Meuse and the Rhine, were assigned, with Italy, to the imperial dignity of Lateran. In the partition of his share, Lorraine and Arles, two recent and transitory kingdoms, were bestowed on the younger children, and Louis II, his eldest son, was content with the realm of Italy, the proper and sufficient patrimony of a Roman emperor. On his death without any male issue, the vacant throne was disputed by his uncles and cousins, and the popes most dexterously seized the occasion of judging the claims and merits of the candidates, and of bestowing on the most obsequious or most liberal the imperial office of Advocate of the Roman Church. The dregs of the Carlovingian race no longer exhibited any symptoms of virtue or power, and the ridiculous epithets of the bard, the stammerer, the fat, and the simple distinguished the tame and uniform features of a crowd of kings alike deserving of oblivion. By the failure of the collateral branches, the whole inheritance devolved to Charles the Fat, the last emperor of his family. His insanity authorized the desertion of Germany, Italy, and France. He was deposed in a diet and solicited his daily bread from the rebels by whose contempt his life and liberty had been spared. According to the measure of their force, the governors, the bishops, and the lords usurped the fragments of the falling empire, and some preference was shown to the female or illegitimate blood of Charlemagne. Of the greater part, the title and possession were alike doubtful, and the merit was adequate to the contracted scale of their dominions. Those who could appear with an army at the gates of Rome were crowned emperors in the Vatican, but their modesty was more frequently satisfied with the appellation of kings of Italy, and the whole term of 74 years may be deemed a vacancy, from the abdication of Charles the Fat to the establishment of Otho I. Otho 117 was of the noble race of the Dukes of Saxony, and if he truly descended from Witikind, the adversary and proselyte of Charlemagne, the posterity of a vanquished people was exalted to reign over their conquerors. His father, Henry the Fowler, was elected by the suffrage of the nation to save and institute the Kingdom of Germany. Its limits 118 were enlarged on every side by his son, the first and greatest of the Othos. A portion of Gaul, to the west of the Rhine, along the banks of the Meuse and the Moselle, was assigned to the Germans, by whose blood and language it has been tinged since the time of Caesar and Tacitus. Between the Rhine, the Rhone, and the Alps, the successors of Otho acquired a vain supremacy over the broken kingdoms of Burgundy and Arles. In the north, Christianity was propagated by the sword of Otho, the conqueror and apostle of the Slavic nations of the Elbe and Oder. The marches of Brandenburg and Schleswig were fortified with German colonies, and the King of Denmark, the Dukes of Poland and Bohemia, confessed themselves his tributary vassals. At the head of a victorious army, he passed the Alps, subdued the kingdom of Italy, delivered the Pope, and forever fixed the imperial crown in the name and nation of Germany. From that memorable era, two maxims of public jurisprudence were introduced by force and ratified by time. One, that the prince, who was elected in the German Diet, acquired from that instant the subject kingdoms of Italy and Rome. 2, but that he might not legally assume the titles of Emperor and Augustus till he had received the crown from the hands of the Roman pontiff. 119. The imperial dignity of Charlemagne was announced to the East by the alteration of his style, and instead of saluting his fathers, the Greek emperors, he presumed to adopt the more equal and familiar appellation of brother. 120. Perhaps in his connection with Irene, he aspired to the name of husband. His embassy to Constantinople spoke the language of peace and friendship, and might conceal a treaty of marriage with that ambitious princess who had renounced the most sacred duties of a mother. The nature, the duration, The probable consequences of such a union between two distant and dissonant empires it is impossible to conjecture, but the unanimous silence of the Latins may teach us to suspect that the report was invented by the enemies of Irene to charge her with the guilt of betraying the Church and state to the strangers of the West. 121. The French ambassadors were the spectators and had nearly been the victims of the conspiracy of Nicephorus and the national hatred. Constantinople was exasperated by the treason and sacrilege of ancient Rome. A proverb, that the Franks were good friends and bad neighbors, was in everyone's mouth, but it was dangerous to provoke a neighbor who might be tempted to reiterate, in the church of St. Sophia, the ceremony of his imperial coronation. After a tedious journey of circuit and delay, the ambassadors of Nicephorus found him in his camp, on the banks of the river Sala, and Charlemagne affected to confound their vanity by displaying, in a Franconian village, the pomp, or at least the pride, of the Byzantine palace. 122. The Greeks were successively led through 4 halls of audience. In the first, they were ready to fall prostrate before a splendid personage in a chair of state, till he informed them that he was only a servant, the constable or master of the horse of the emperor. The same mistake and the same answer were repeated in the apartments of the Count Palatine, the steward, and the chamberlain, and their impatience was gradually heightened, till the doors of the presence chamber were thrown open, and they beheld the genuine monarch on his throne, enriched with the foreign luxury which he despised, and encircled with the love and reverence of his victorious chiefs. A treaty of peace and alliance was concluded between the two empires, and the limits of the East and West were defined by the right of present possession. But the Greeks 123 soon forgot this humiliating equality, or remembered it only to hate the barbarians by whom it was extorted. During the short union of virtue and power, they respectfully saluted the august Charlemagne with the acclamations of Basilius and Emperor of the Romans. As soon as these qualities were separated in the person of his pious son, the Byzantine letters were inscribed, "To the king," or, as he styles himself, the Emperor of the Franks and Lombards. When both power and virtue were extinct, they despoiled Louis II of his hereditary title, and with the barbarous appellation of Rex or Regae, degraded him among the crowd of Latin princes. His reply 124 is expressive of his weakness. He proves, with some learning, that both in sacred and profane history, the name of king is synonymous with the Greek word Basilius. If at Constantinople it were assumed in a more exclusive and imperial sense, he claims from his ancestors, and from the popes, a just participation of the honors of the Roman purple. The same controversy was revived in the reign of the Othos, and their ambassador describes, in lively colors, the insolence of the Byzantine court. 125. The Greeks affected to despise the poverty and ignorance of the Franks and Saxons, and in their last decline refused to prostitute to the kings of Germany the title of Roman emperors. These emperors, in the election of the popes, continued to exercise the powers which had been assumed by the Gothic and Grecian princes, and the importance of this prerogative increased with the temporal estate and spiritual jurisdiction of the Roman Church. In the Christian aristocracy, the principal members of the clergy still formed a senate to assist the administration and to supply the vacancy of the bishop. Rome was divided into 28 parishes, and each parish was governed by a cardinal priest or presbyter, a title which, however common or modest in its origin, has aspired to emulate the purple of kings. Their number was enlarged by the association of the 7 deacons of the most considerable hospitals, the 7 Palatine judges of the Lateran, and some dignitaries of the Church. This ecclesiastical senate was directed by the 7 cardinal bishops of the Roman province, who were less occupied in the suburb dioceses of Ostia, Porto, Velletri, Tusculum, Praeneste, Tibur, and the Sabines, than by their weekly service in the Lateran and their superior share in the honors and authority of the Apostolic See. On the death of the Pope, these bishops recommended a successor to the suffrage of the College of Cardinals, 126, and their choice was ratified or rejected by the applause or clamor of the Roman people. But the election was imperfect, nor could the pontiff be legally consecrated till the emperor, the advocate of the Church, had graciously signified his approbation and consent. The royal commissioner examined on the spot the form and freedom of the proceedings, nor was it till after a previous scrutiny into the qualifications of the candidates that he accepted an oath of fidelity and confirmed the donations which had successively enriched the patrimony of St. Peter. In the frequent schisms, the rival claims were submitted to the sentence of the emperor, and in a synod of bishops he presumed to judge, to condemn, and to punish the crimes of a guilty pontiff. Otho I imposed a treaty on the Senate and people, who engaged to prefer the candidate most acceptable to his majesty. 127 His successors anticipated or prevented their choice. They bestowed the Roman benefice, like the bishoprics of Cologne or Bamberg, on their chancellors or preceptors, and whatever might be the merit of a Frank or Saxon, his name sufficiently attests the interposition of foreign power. These acts of prerogative were most speciously excused by the vices of a popular election. The competitor who had been excluded by the cardinals appealed to the passions or avarice of the multitude. The Vatican and the Lateran were stained with blood, and the most powerful senators, the Marquises of Tuscany and the Counts of Tusculum, held the Apostolic See in a long and disgraceful servitude. The Roman pontiffs of the 9th and 10th centuries were insulted, imprisoned, and murdered by their tyrants, and such was their indigence after the loss and usurpation of the ecclesiastical patrimonies that they could neither support the state of a prince nor exercise the charity of a priest. 128 The influence of two sister prostitutes, Marozia and Theodora, was founded on their wealth and beauty, their political and amorous intrigues. The most strenuous of their lovers were rewarded with the Roman mitre, and their reign 129 may have suggested to the darker ages 130 the fable 131 of a female pope. 132 The bastard son, the grandson, and the great-grandson of Marozia, a rare genealogy, were seated in the chair of St. Peter, and it was at the age of 19 years that the second of these became the head of the Latin Church. 1321 His youth and manhood were of a suitable complexion, and the nations of pilgrims could bear testimony to the charges that were urged against him in a Roman synod and in the presence of Otho the Great. As John XII had renounced the dress and decencies of his profession, the soldier may not perhaps be dishonored by the wine which he drank, the blood that he spilt, the flames that he kindled, or the licentious pursuits of gaming and hunting. His open simony might be the consequence of distress, and his blasphemous invocation of Jupiter and Venus, if it be true, could not possibly be serious. But we read, with some surprise, that the worthy grandson of Marozia lived in public adultery with the matrons of Rome, that the Lateran palace was turned into a school for prostitution, and that his rapes of virgins and widows had deterred the female pilgrims from visiting the tomb of St. Peter, lest, in the devout act, they should be violated by his successor. 133 The Protestants have dwelt with malicious pleasure on these characters of Antichrist, but to a philosophically eye, the vices of the clergy are far less dangerous than their virtues. After a long series of scandal, the Apostolic See was reformed and exalted by the austerity and zeal of Gregory VII. That ambitious monk devoted his life to the execution of two projects: one to fix in the College of Cardinals the freedom and independence of election, and forever to abolish the right or usurpation of the emperors and the Roman people; 2. To bestow and resume the Western Empire as a fief or benefice 134 of the Church, and to extend his temporal dominion over the kings and kingdoms of the earth. After a contest of 50 years, the first of these designs was accomplished by the firm support of the ecclesiastical order, whose liberty was connected with that of their chief. But the second attempt, though it was crowned with some partial and apparent success, has been vigorously resisted by the secular power and finally extinguished by the improvement of human reason. In the revival of the Empire of Rome, neither the bishop nor the people could bestow on Charlemagne or Otho the provinces which were lost, as they had been won, by the chance of arms. But the Romans were free to choose a master for themselves, and the powers which had been delegated to the patrician were irrevocably granted to the French and Saxon emperors of the West. The broken records of the times 135 preserve some remembrance of their palace, their mint, their tribunal, their edicts, and the sword of justice, which, as late as the 13th century, was derived from Caesar to the prefect of the city. 136. Between the arts of the popes and the violence of the people, this supremacy was crushed and annihilated. Content with the titles of Emperor and Augustus, the successors of Charlemagne neglected to assert this local jurisdiction. In the hour of prosperity, their ambition was diverted by more alluring objects, and in the decay and division of the empire, they were oppressed by the defense of their hereditary provinces. Amidst the ruins of Italy, the famous Marozia invited one of the usurpers to assume the character of her third husband, and Hugh, King of Burgundy, was introduced by her faction into the mole of Hadrian or castle of St. Angelo, which commands the principal bridge and entrance of Rome. Her son by the first marriage, Alberic, was compelled to attend at the nuptial banquet, but his reluctant and ungraceful service was chastised with a blow by his new father. The blow was productive of a revolution. "Romans," exclaimed the youth, "once you were the masters of the world, and these Burgundians the most abject of your slaves. They now reign, these voracious and brutal savages, and my injury is the commencement of your servitude." 137. The alarum bell rang to arms in every quarter of the city. The Burgundians retreated with haste and shame. Marozia was imprisoned by her victorious son, and his brother, Pope John XI, was reduced to the exercise of his spiritual functions. With the title of prince, Alberic possessed above 20 years the government of Rome, and he is said to have gratified the popular prejudice by restoring the office, or at least the title, of consuls and tribunes. His son and heir Octavian assumed, with the pontificate, the name of John XII. Like his predecessor, he was provoked by the Lombard princes to seek a deliverer for the Church and Republic, and the services of Otho were rewarded with the imperial dignity. But the Saxon was imperious, the Romans were impatient. The festival of the coronation was disturbed by the secret conflict of prerogative and freedom, and Otho commanded his sword-bearer not to stir from his person, lest he should be assaulted and murdered at the foot of the altar. 138. Before he repassed the Alps, the emperor chastised the revolt of the people and the ingratitude of John XII. The pope was degraded in a synod. The prefect was mounted on an ass, whipped through the city, and cast into a dungeon. 13 of the most guilty were hanged, others were mutilated or banished, and this severe process was justified by the ancient laws of Theodosius and Justinian. The voice of fame has accused the second Otho of a perfidious and bloody act, the massacre of the senators, whom he had invited to his table under the fair semblance of hospitality and friendship. 139. In the minority of his son Otho III, Rome made a bold attempt to shake off the Saxon yoke, and the consul Crescentius was the Brutus of the Republic. From the condition of a subject and an exile, he twice rose to the command of the city, oppressed, expelled, and created the popes, and formed a conspiracy for restoring the authority of the Greek emperors. 1391. In the fortress of St. Angelo, he maintained an obstinate siege, till the unfortunate consul was betrayed by a promise of safety. His body was suspended on a gibbet, and his head was exposed on the battlements of the castle. By a reverse of fortune, Otho, after separating his troops, was besieged 3 days without food in his palace, and a disgraceful escape saved him from the justice or fury of the Romans. The senator Ptolemy was the leader of the people, and the widow of Crescentius enjoyed the pleasure or the fame of revenging her husband by a poison which she administered to her imperial lover. It was the design of Otho III to abandon the ruder countries of the north, to erect his throne in Italy, and to revive the institutions of the Roman monarchy. But his successors only once in their lives appeared on the banks of the Tiber to receive their crown in the Vatican. 140. Their absence was contemptible, their presence odious and formidable. They descended from the Alps at the head of their barbarians, who were strangers and enemies to the country, and their transient visit was a scene of tumult and bloodshed. 141. A faint remembrance of their ancestors still tormented the Romans, and they beheld with pious indignation the succession of Saxons, Franks, Swabians, and Bohemians, who usurped the purple and prerogatives of the Caesars. Chapter 49. Conquest of Italy by the Franks, Part 6. There is nothing perhaps more adverse to nature and reason than to hold in obedience remote countries and foreign nations, in opposition to their inclination and interest. A torrent of barbarians may pass over the earth, but an extensive empire must be supported by a refined system of policy and oppression. In the center, an absolute power, prompt in action and rich in resources, a swift and easy communication with the extreme parts, fortifications. To check the first effort of rebellion, a regular administration to protect and punish, and a well-disciplined army to inspire fear without provoking discontent and despair. Far different was the situation of the German Caesars, who were ambitious to enslave the Kingdom of Italy. Their patrimonial estates were stretched along the Rhine or scattered in the provinces, but this ample domain was alienated by the imprudence or distress of successive princes, and their revenue from minute and vexatious prerogative was scarcely sufficient for the maintenance of their household. Their troops were formed by the legal or voluntary service of their feudal vassals, who passed the Alps with reluctance, assumed the license of rapine and disorder, and capriciously deserted before the end of the campaign. Whole armies were swept away by the pestilential influence of the climate. The survivors brought back the bones of their princes and nobles, 142, and the effects of their own intemperance were often imputed to the treachery and malice of the Italians, who rejoiced at least in the calamities of the barbarians. This irregular tyranny might contend on equal terms with the petty tyrants of Italy, nor can the people or the reader be much interested in the event of the quarrel. But in the 11th and 12th centuries, the Lombards rekindled the flame of industry and freedom, and the generous example was at length imitated by the republics of Tuscany. 1421, in the Italian cities, a municipal government had never been totally abolished, and their first privileges were granted by the favor and policy of the emperors, who were desirous of erecting a plebeian barrier against the independence of the nobles. But their rapid progress, the daily extension of their power and pretensions, were founded on the numbers and spirit of these rising communities. 143 each city filled the measure of her diocese or district. The jurisdiction of the counts and bishops, of the marquises and counts, was banished from the land, and the proudest nobles were persuaded or compelled to desert their solitary castles and to embrace the more honorable character of freemen and magistrates. The legislative authority was inherent in the General Assembly, but the executive powers were entrusted to 3 consuls, annually chosen from the 3 orders of captains, valvassors, 144 and commons, into which the republic was divided. Under the protection of equal law, the labors of agriculture and commerce were gradually revived, but the martial spirit of the Lombards was nourished by the presence of danger, and as often as the bell was rung or the standard 145 erected, the gates of the city poured forth a numerous and intrepid band, whose zeal in their own cause was soon guided by the use and discipline of arms. At the foot of these popular ramparts, the pride of the Caesars was overthrown, and the invincible genius of liberty prevailed over the 2 Frederics, the greatest princes of the Middle Age, the first, superior perhaps in military prowess, the second, who undoubtedly excelled in the softer accomplishments of peace and learning. Ambitious of restoring the splendor of the purple, Frederick I invaded the republics of Lombardy with the arts of a statesman, the valor of a soldier, and the cruelty of a tyrant. The recent discovery of the Pandects had renewed a science most favorable to despotism, and his venal advocates proclaimed the emperor the absolute master of the lives and properties of his subjects. His royal prerogatives, in a less odious sense, were acknowledged in the Diet of Roncaglia, and the revenue of Italy was fixed at 30,000 pounds of silver, 146, which were multiplied to an indefinite demand by the rapine of the fiscal officers. The obstinate cities were reduced by the terror or the force of his arms. His captives were delivered to the executioner or shot from his military engines, and, after the siege and surrender of Milan, the buildings of that stately capital were razed to the ground, 300 hostages were sent into Germany, and the inhabitants were dispersed in 4 villages under the yoke of the inflexible conqueror. 147, but Milan soon rose from her ashes, and the League of Lombardy was cemented by distress. Their cause was espoused by Venice, Pope Alexander III, and the Greek emperor. The fabric of oppression was overturned in a day, and in the Treaty of Constance, Frederick subscribed, with some reservations, the freedom of 420 cities. His grandson contended with their vigor and maturity, but Frederick II, 148, was endowed with some personal and peculiar advantages. His birth and education recommended him to the Italians, and in the implacable discord of the two factions, the Ghibellines were attached to the emperor, while the Guelphs displayed the banner of liberty and the church. The court of Rome had slumbered when his father Henry VI was permitted to unite with the empire the kingdoms of Naples and Sicily, and from these hereditary realms the son derived an ample and ready supply of troops and treasure. Yet Frederick II was finally oppressed by the arms of the Lombards and the thunders of the Vatican. His kingdom was given to a stranger, and the last of his family was beheaded at Naples on a public scaffold. During 60 years, no emperor appeared in Italy, and the name was remembered only by the ignominious sale of the last relics of sovereignty. The barbarian conquerors of the West were pleased to decorate their chief with the title of emperor, but it was not their design to invest him with the despotism of Constantine and Justinian. The persons of the Germans were free, their conquests were their own, and their national character was animated by a spirit which scorned the servile jurisprudence of the new or the ancient Rome. It would have been a vain and dangerous attempt to impose a monarch on the armed freemen, who were impatient of a magistrate, on the bold, who refused to obey, on the powerful, who aspired to command. The empire of Charlemagne and Otho was distributed among the dukes of the nations or provinces, the counts of the smaller districts, and the margraves of the marches or frontiers, who all united the civil and military authority as it had been delegated to the lieutenants of the first Caesars. The Roman governors, who for the most part were soldiers of fortune, seduced their mercenary legions, assumed the imperial purple, and either failed or succeeded in their revolt, without wounding the power and unity of government. If the dukes, margraves, and counts of Germany were less audacious in their claims, the consequences of their success were more lasting and pernicious to the state. Instead of aiming at the supreme rank, they silently labored to establish and appropriate their provincial independence. Their ambition was seconded by the weight of their estates and vassals, their mutual example and support, the common interest of the subordinate nobility, the change of princes and families, the minorities of Otho III and Henry IV, the ambition of the popes, and vain pursuit of the fugitive crowns of Italy and Rome. All the attributes of regal and territorial jurisdiction were gradually usurped by the commanders of the provinces. The right of peace and war, of life and death, of coinage and taxation, of foreign alliance and domestic economy. Whatever had been seized by violence, was ratified by favor or distress, was granted as the price of a doubtful vote or a voluntary service. Whatever had been granted to one could not, without injury, be denied to his successor or equal, and every act of local or temporary possession was insensibly molded into the constitution of the Germanic kingdom. In every province, the visible presence of the duke or count was interposed between the throne and the nobles. The subjects of the law became the vassals of a private chief, and the standard which he received from his sovereign was often raised against him in the field. The temporal power of the clergy was cherished and exalted by the superstition or policy of the Carlovingian and Saxon dynasties, who blindly depended on their moderation and fidelity, and the bishoprics of Germany were made equal in extent and privilege, superior in wealth and population, to the most ample states of the military order. As long as the emperors retained the prerogative of bestowing on every vacancy these ecclesiastic and secular benefices, their cause was maintained by the gratitude or ambition of their friends and favorites. But in the quarrel of the investitures, they were deprived of their influence over the episcopal chapters. The freedom of election was restored, and the sovereign was reduced, by a solemn mockery, to his first prayers, the recommendation, once in his reign, to a single prebend in each church. The secular governors, instead of being recalled at the will of a superior, could be degraded only by the sentence of their peers. In the first age of the monarchy, the appointment of the son to the duchy or county of his father was solicited as a favor. It was gradually obtained as a custom and extorted as a right. The lineal succession was often extended to the collateral or female branches. The states of the empire, their popular, and at length their legal appellation, were divided and alienated by testament and sale, and all idea of a public trust was lost in that of a private and perpetual inheritance. The emperor could not even be enriched by the casualties of forfeiture and extinction. Within the term of a year, he was obliged to dispose of the vacant fief, and in the choice of the candidate, it was his duty to consult either the general or the provincial diet. After the death of Frederick II, Germany was left a monster with 100 heads. A crowd of princes and prelates disputed the ruins of the empire. The lords of innumerable castles were less prone to obey than to imitate their superiors, and according to the measure of their strength, their incessant hostilities received the names of conquest or robbery. Such anarchy was the inevitable consequence of the laws and manners of Europe, and the kingdoms of France and Italy were shivered into fragments by the violence of the same tempest. But the Italian cities and the French vassals were divided and destroyed, while the union of the Germans has produced, under the name of an empire, a great system of a federative republic. In the frequent and at last the perpetual institution of diets, a national spirit was kept alive, and the powers of a common legislature are still exercised by the three branches or colleges of the electors, the princes, and the free and imperial cities of Germany. 1. 7 of the most powerful feudatories were permitted to assume, with a distinguished name and rank, the exclusive privilege of choosing the Roman emperor, and these electors were the King of Bohemia, the Duke of Saxony, the Margrave of Brandenburg, the Count Palatine of the Rhine, and the 3 archbishops of Mentz, of Treves, and of Cologne. 2. The College of Princes and Prelates purged themselves of a promiscuous multitude. They reduced to 4 representative votes the long series of independent counts, and excluded the nobles or equestrian order, 60,000 of whom, as in the Polish diets, had appeared on horseback in the field of election. 3. The pride of birth and dominion, of the sword and the mitre, wisely adopted the commons as the third branch of the legislature, and, in the progress of society, they were introduced about the same era into the national assemblies of France, England, and Germany. The Hanseatic League commanded the trade and navigation of the north. The confederates of the Rhine secured the peace and intercourse of the inland country. The influence of the cities has been adequate to their wealth and policy, and their negative still invalidates the acts of the 2 superior colleges of electors and princes. 149. It is in the 14th century that we may view in the strongest light the state and contrast of the Roman Empire of Germany, which no longer held, except on the borders of the Rhine and Danube, a single province of Trajan or Constantine. Their unworthy successors were the Counts of Habsburg, of Nassau, of Luxembourg, and Schwarzenberg. The Emperor Henry VII procured for his son the crown of Bohemia, and his grandson Charles IV was born among a people strange and barbarous in the estimation of the Germans themselves. 150, after the excommunication of Louis of Bavaria, he received the gift or promise of the vacant empire from the Roman pontiffs, who, in the exile and captivity of Avignon, affected the dominion of the earth. The death of his competitors united the Electoral College, and Charles was unanimously saluted King of the Romans and future Emperor, a title which, in the same age, was prostituted to the Caesars of Germany and Greece. The German Emperor was no more than the elective and impotent magistrate of an aristocracy of princes who had not left him a village that he might call his own. His best prerogative was the right of presiding and proposing in the National Senate, which was convened at his summons, and his native kingdom of Bohemia, less opulent than the adjacent city of Nuremberg, was the firmest seat of his power and the richest source of his revenue. The army with which he passed the Alps consisted of 300 horse. In the Cathedral of St. Ambrose, Charles was crowned with the Iron Crown, which tradition ascribed to the Lombard monarchy, but he was admitted only with a peaceful train. The gates of the city were shut upon him, and the King of Italy was held a captive by the arms of the Visconti, whom he confirmed in the sovereignty of Milan. In the Vatican, he was again crowned with the golden crown of the empire. But in obedience to a secret treaty, the Roman emperor immediately withdrew, without reposing a single night within the walls of Rome. The eloquent Petrarch, 151, whose fancy revived the visionary glories of the capital, deplores and upbraids the ignominious flight of the Bohemian, and even his contemporaries could observe that the sole exercise of his authority was in the lucrative sale of privileges and titles. The gold of Italy secured the election of his son, but such was the shameful poverty of the Roman emperor that his person was arrested by a butcher in the streets of Worms and was detained in the public inn as a pledge or hostage for the payment of his expenses. From this humiliating scene, let us turn to the apparent majesty of the same Charles in the diets of the empire. The Golden Bull, which fixes the Germanic constitution, is promulgated in the style of a sovereign and legislator. 100 princes bowed before his throne and exalted their own dignity by the voluntary honors which they yielded to their chief or minister. At the royal banquet, the hereditary great officers, the 7 electors, who in rank and title were equal to kings, performed their solemn and domestic service of the palace. The seals of the Triple Kingdom were borne in state by the archbishops of Mentz, Cologne, and Treves, the perpetual arch-chancellors of Germany, Italy, and Arles. The great marshal, on horseback, exercised his function with a silver measure of oats, which he emptied on the ground, and immediately dismounted to regulate the order of the guests. The great steward, the Count Palatine of the Rhine, placed the dishes on the table. The great chamberlain, the Margrave of Brandenburg, presented, after the repast, the golden ewer and basin to wash. The King of Bohemia, as great cupbearer, was represented by the emperor's brother, the Duke of Luxembourg and Brabant, and the procession was closed by the great huntsman, who introduced a boar and a stag, with a loud chorus of horns and hounds. 152. Nor was the supremacy of the emperor confined to Germany alone. The hereditary monarchs of Europe confessed the preeminence of his rank and dignity. He was the first of the Christian princes, the temporal head of the great Republic of the West. 153. To his person, the title of majesty was long appropriated, and he disputed with the Pope the sublime prerogative of creating kings and assembling councils. The oracle of the civil law, the learned Bartolus, was a pensioner of Charles IV, and his school resounded with the doctrine that the Roman emperor was the rightful sovereign of the earth, from the rising to the setting sun. The contrary opinion was condemned, not as an error, but as a heresy, since even the gospel had pronounced, and there went forth a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. 154. If we annihilate the interval of time and space between Augustus and Charles, strong and striking will be the contrast between the two Caesars, the Bohemian who concealed his weakness under the mask of ostentation, and the Roman who disguised his strength under the semblance of modesty. At the head of his victorious legions, in his reign over the sea and land, from the Nile and Euphrates to the Atlantic Ocean, Augustus professed himself the servant of the state and the equal of his fellow citizens. The conqueror of Rome and her provinces assumed a popular and legal form of a censor, a consul, and a tribune. His will was the law of mankind, but in the declaration of his laws he borrowed the voice of the Senate and people, and from their decrees their master accepted and renewed his temporary commission to administer the republic. In his dress, his domestics, 155 his titles, in all the offices of social life, Augustus maintained the character of a private Roman, and his most artful flatterers respected the secret of his absolute and perpetual monarchy. Chapter 50. Description of Arabia and its inhabitants. Part 1. Description of Arabia and its inhabitants. Birth, character and doctrine of Mahomet. He preaches at Mecca, flies to Medina, propagates his religion by the sword. Voluntary or reluctant submission of the Arabs, his death. And successors, the claims and fortunes of Ali and his descendants. After pursuing above 600 years the fleeting Caesars of Constantinople and Germany, I now descend, in the reign of Heraclius, on the eastern borders of the Greek monarchy. While the state was exhausted by the Persian War and the church was distracted by the Nestorian and Monophysite sects, Mahomet, with the sword in one hand and the Quran in the other, erected his throne on the ruins of Christianity and of Rome. The genius of the Arabian prophet, the manners of his nation, and the spirit of his religion involved the causes of the decline and fall of the Eastern Empire, and our eyes are curiously intent on one of the most memorable revolutions, which have impressed a new and lasting character on the nations of the globe. 1. In the vacant space between Persia, Syria, Egypt, and Ethiopia, the Arabian Peninsula too may be conceived as a triangle of spacious but irregular dimensions. From the northern point of Belz III on the Euphrates, a line of 1,500 miles is terminated by the Straits of Bab-el-Mandeb and the land of frankincense. About half this length may be allowed for the middle breadth, from east to west, from Basra to Suez, from the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea. 4. The sides of the triangle are gradually enlarged, and the southern basis presents a front of 1,000 miles to the Indian Ocean. The entire surface of the peninsula exceeds in a fourfold proportion that of Germany or France, but the far greater part has been justly stigmatized with the epithets of the stony and the sandy. Even the wilds of Tartary are decked, by the hand of nature, with lofty trees and luxuriant herbage, and the lonesome traveler derives a sort of comfort and society from the presence of vegetable life. But in the dreary waste of Arabia, a boundless level of sand is intersected by sharp and naked mountains, and the face of the desert, without shade or shelter, is scorched by the direct and intense rays of a tropical sun. Instead of refreshing breezes, the winds, particularly from the southwest, diffuse a noxious and even deadly vapor. The hillocks of sand which they alternately raise and scatter are compared to the billows of the ocean, and whole caravans, whole armies, have been lost and buried in the whirlwind. The common benefits of water are an object of desire and contest, and such is the scarcity of wood, that some art is requisite to preserve and propagate the element of fire. Arabia is destitute of navigable rivers, which fertilize the soil and convey its produce to the adjacent regions. The torrents that fall from the hills are imbibed by the thirsty earth, the rare and hardy plants, the tamarind or the acacia, that strike their roots into the clefts of the rocks, are nourished by the dews of the night. A scanty supply of rain is collected in cisterns and aqueducts. The wells and springs are the secret treasure of the desert, and the pilgrim of Mecca, 5 after many a dry and sultry march, is disgusted by the taste of the waters which have rolled over a bed of sulfur or salt. Such is the general and genuine picture of the climate of Arabia. The experience of evil enhances the value of any local or partial enjoyments. A shady grove, a green pasture, a stream of fresh water are sufficient to attract a colony of sedentary Arabs to the fortunate spots, which can afford food and refreshment to themselves and their cattle, and which encourage their industry in the cultivation of the palm tree and the vine. The high lands that border on the Indian Ocean are distinguished by their superior plenty of wood and water. The air is more temperate, the fruits are more delicious, the animals and the human race more numerous. The fertility of the soil invites and rewards the toil of the husbandman, and the peculiar gifts of frankincense, six, and coffee have attracted in different ages the merchants of the world. If it be compared with the rest of the peninsula, this sequestered region may truly deserve the appellation of the happy, and the splendid coloring of fancy and fiction has been suggested by contrast and countenanced by distance. It was for this earthly paradise that nature had reserved her choicest favors and her most curious workmanship. The incompatible blessings of luxury and innocence were ascribed to the natives. The soil was impregnated with gold, sevin, and gems, and both the land and sea were taught to exhale the odors of aromatic sweets. This division of the sandy, the stony, and the happy, so familiar to the Greeks and Latins, is unknown to the Arabians themselves, and it is singular enough that a country whose language and inhabitants have ever been the same should scarcely retain a vestige of its ancient geography. The maritime districts of Bahrain and Oman are opposite to the realm of Persia. The kingdom of Yemen displays the limits, or at least the situation, of Arabia Felix. The name of Negd is extended over the inland space, and the birth of Mahomet has illustrated the province of Hijaz along the coast of the Red Sea. 8. 4. Return. Roland has proved, with much superfluous learning, that our Red Sea, the Arabian Gulf, is no more than a part of the mare rubrum, which was extended to the indefinite space of the Indian Ocean. That the synonymous words allude to the color of the blacks or Negroes, Dessert Missel, Tom 1, p. 59-117. The measure of population is regulated by the means of subsistence, and the inhabitants of this vast peninsula might be outnumbered by the subjects of a fertile and industrious province. Along the shores of the Persian Gulf, of the ocean, and even of the Red Sea, the ichthyophagi, nine or fish-eaters, continued to wander in quest of their precarious food. In this primitive and abject state, which ill deserves the name of society, the human brute, without arts or laws, almost without sense or language, is poorly distinguished from the rest of the animal creation. Generations and ages might roll away in silent oblivion, and the helpless savage was restrained from multiplying his race by the wants and pursuits which confined his existence to the narrow margin of the seacoast. But in an early period of antiquity, the great body of the Arabs had emerged from this scene of misery, and as the naked wilderness could not maintain a people of hunters, they rose at once to the more secure and plentiful condition of the pastoral life. The same life is uniformly pursued by the roving tribes of the desert, and in the portrait of the modern Bedouins, we may trace the features of their ancestors, 10 who, in the age of Moses or Mahomet, dwelt under similar tents and conducted their horses and camels and sheep to the same springs and the same pastures. Our toil is lessened, and our wealth is increased by our dominion over the useful animals, and the Arabian shepherd had acquired the absolute possession of a faithful friend and a laborious slave. 11. Arabia, in the opinion of the naturalist, is the genuine and original country of the horse, the climate most propitious, not indeed to the size, but to the spirit and swiftness of that generous animal. The merit of the Barb, the Spanish, and the English breed is derived from a mixture of Arabian blood. 12. The Bedouins preserve, with superstitious care, the honors and the memory of the purest race. The males are sold at a high price, but the females are seldom alienated, and the birth of a noble foal was esteemed among the tribes as a subject of joy and mutual congratulation. These horses are educated in the tents, among the children of the Arabs, with a tender familiarity, which trains them in the habits of gentleness and attachment. They are accustomed only to walk and to gallop. Their sensations are not blunted by the incessant abuse of the spur and the whip. Their powers are reserved for the moments of flight and pursuit, but no sooner do they feel the touch of the hand or the stirrup than they dart away with the swiftness of the wind, and if their friend be dismounted in the rapid career, they instantly stop till he has recovered his seat. In the sands of Africa and Arabia, the camel is a sacred and precious gift. That strong and patient beast of burden can perform, without eating or drinking, a journey of several days, and a reservoir of fresh water is preserved in a large bag, a fifth stomach of the animal, whose body is imprinted with the marks of servitude. The larger breed is capable of transporting a weight of 1,000 pounds, and the dromedary, of a lighter and more active frame, outstrips the fleetest courser in the race. Alive or dead, almost every part of the camel is serviceable to man. Her milk is plentiful and nutritious. The young and tender flesh has the taste of veal. 13. A valuable salt is extracted from the urine. The dung supplies the deficiency of fuel, and the long hair, which falls each year and is renewed, is coarsely manufactured into the garments, the furniture, and the tents of the Bedouins. In the rainy seasons, they consume the rare and insufficient herbage of the desert. During the heats of summer and the scarcity of winter, they remove their encampments to the sea coast, the hills of Yemen, or the neighborhood of the Euphrates, and have often extorted the dangerous license of visiting the banks of the Nile and the villages of Syria and Palestine. The life of a wandering Arab is a life of danger and distress, and though sometimes, by rapine or exchange, he may appropriate the fruits of industry, a private citizen in Europe is in the possession of more solid and pleasing luxury than the proudest emir, who marches in the field at the head of 10,000 horse. Yet an essential difference may be found between the hordes of Scythia and the Arabian tribes, since many of the latter were collected into towns and employed in the labors of trade and agriculture. A part of their time and industry was still devoted to the management of their cattle. They mingled, in peace and war, with their brethren of the desert, and the Bedouins derived from their useful intercourse some supply of their wants, and some rudiments of art and knowledge. Among the 42 cities of Arabia, 14 enumerated by Abulfeda, the most ancient and populous were situate in the happy Yemen. The towers of Sana, 15, and the marvelous reservoir of Merab, 16 were constructed by the kings of the Homerites, but their profane luster was eclipsed by the prophetic glories of Medina 17 and Mecca 18 near the Red Sea and at the distance from each other of 270 miles. The last of these holy places was known to the Greeks under the name of Makoraba, and the termination of the word is expressive of its greatness, which has not, indeed, in the most flourishing period, exceeded the size and populousness of Marseille. Some latent motive, perhaps of superstition, must have impelled the founders, in the choice of a most unpromising situation. They erected their habitations of mud or stone in a plain about 2 miles long and 1 mile broad at the foot of 3 barren mountains. The soil is a rock. The water, even of the holy well of Zemzem, is bitter or brackish. The pastures are remote from the city, and grapes are transported above 70 miles from the gardens of Taif. The fame and spirit of the Qurayshites, who reigned in Mecca, were conspicuous among the Arabian tribes, but their ungrateful soil refused the labors of agriculture, and their position was favorable to the enterprises of trade. By the seaport of Jeddah, at the distance only of 40 miles, they maintained an easy correspondence with Abyssinia, and that Christian kingdom afforded the first refuge to the disciples of Mahomet. The treasures of Africa were conveyed over the peninsula to Jerha or Katif, in the province of Bahrain, a city built, as it is said, of rock salt by the Chaldean exiles. 19, and from thence with the native pearls of the Persian Gulf, they were floated on rafts to the mouth of the Euphrates. Mecca is placed almost at an equal distance, a month's journey, between Yemen on the right and Syria on the left hand. The former was the winter, the latter the summer, station of her caravans, and their seasonable arrival relieved the ships of India from the tedious and troublesome navigation of the Red Sea. In the markets of Sana'a and Merab, in the harbors of Oman and Aden, the camels of the Qurayshites were laden with a precious cargo of aromatics. A supply of corn and manufactures was purchased in the fairs of Basra and Damascus. The lucrative exchange diffused plenty and riches in the streets of Mecca, and the noblest of her sons united the love of arms with the profession of merchandise. 20. The perpetual independence of the Arabs has been the theme of praise among strangers and natives, and the arts of controversy transform this singular event into a prophecy and a miracle in favor of the posterity of Ismail. 21. Some exceptions that can neither be dismissed nor eluded render this mode of reasoning as indiscreet as it is superfluous. The kingdom of Yemen has been successively subdued by the Abyssinians, the Persians, the sultans of Egypt, 22, and the Turks, 23. The holy cities of Mecca and Medina have repeatedly bowed under a Scythian tyrant, and the Roman province of Arabia, 24, embraced the peculiar wilderness in which Ismail and his sons must have pitched their tents in the face of their brethren. Yet these exceptions are temporary or local. The body of the nation has escaped the yoke of the most powerful monarchies. The arms of Sesostris and Cyrus, of Pompey and Trajan, could never achieve the conquest of Arabia, the present sovereign of the Turks. 25 may exercise a shadow of jurisdiction, but his pride is reduced to solicit the friendship of a people whom it is dangerous to provoke and fruitless to attack. The obvious causes of their freedom are inscribed on the character and country of the Arabs. Many ages before Mahomet, 26, their intrepid valor had been severely felt by their neighbors in offensive and defensive war. The patient and active virtues of a soldier are insensibly nursed in the habits and discipline of a pastoral life. The care of the sheep and camels is abandoned to the women of the tribe, but the martial youth, under the banner of the emir, is ever on horseback and in the field to practice the exercise of the bow, the javelin, and the scimitar. The long memory of their independence is the firmest pledge of its perpetuity, and succeeding generations are animated to prove their descent and to maintain their inheritance. Their domestic feuds are suspended on the approach of a common enemy, and in their last hostilities against the Turks, the caravan of Mecca was attacked and pillaged by 400,000 of the Confederates. When they advance to battle, the hope of victory is in the front. In the rear, the assurance of a retreat. Their horses and camels, who in 8 or 10 days can perform a march of 400 or 500 miles, disappear before the conqueror. The secret waters of the desert elude his search, and his victorious troops are consumed with thirst, hunger, and fatigue in the pursuit of an invisible foe who scorns his efforts and safely reposes in the heart of the burning solitude. The arms and deserts of the Bedouins are not only the safeguards of their own freedom, but the barriers also of the happy Arabia, whose inhabitants, remote from war, are enervated by the luxury of the soil and climate. The legions of Augustus melted away in disease and lassitude. 27, and it is only by a naval power that the reduction of Yemen has been successfully attempted. When Mahomet erected his holy standard, 28, that kingdom was a province of the Persian Empire. Yet 7 princes of the Homerites still reigned in the mountains, and the vicegerent of Chosroes was tempted to forget his distant country and his unfortunate master. The historians of the age of Justinian represent the state of the independent Arabs, who were divided by interest or affection in the long quarrel of the East. The tribe of Ghassan was allowed to encamp on the Syrian territory. The princes of Hira were permitted to form a city about 40 miles to the southward of the ruins of Babylon. Their service in the field was speedy and vigorous, but their friendship was venal, their faith inconstant, their enmity capricious. It was an easier task to excite than to disarm these roving barbarians, and in the familiar intercourse of war, they learned to see and to despise the splendid weakness both of Rome and of Persia. From Mecca to the Euphrates, the Arabian tribes 29 were confounded by the Greeks and Latins, under the general appellation of Saracens, 30, a name which every Christian mouth has been taught to pronounce with terror and abhorrence. Chapter 50, Description of Arabia and its Inhabitants. Part 2. The slaves of domestic tyranny may vainly exult in their national independence, but the Arab is personally free, and he enjoys, in some degree, the benefits of society without forfeiting the prerogatives of nature. In every tribe, superstition, or gratitude, or fortune has exalted a particular family above the heads of their equals. The dignities of sheikh and emir invariably descend in this chosen race, but the order of succession is loose and precarious, and the most worthy or aged of the noble kinsmen are preferred to the simple, though important, office of composing disputes by their advice and guiding valor by their example. Even a female of sense and spirit has been permitted to command the countrymen of Zenobia. 31. The momentary junction of several tribes produces an army. Their more lasting union constitutes a nation, and the supreme chief, the emir of emirs, whose banner is displayed at their head, may deserve, in the eyes of strangers, the honors of the kingly name. If the Arabian princes abuse their power, they are quickly punished by the desertion of their subjects, who had been accustomed to a mild and parental jurisdiction. Their spirit is free, their steps are unconfined, the desert is open, and the tribes and families are held together by a mutual and voluntary compact. The softer natives of Yemen supported the pomp and majesty of a monarch, but if he could not leave his palace without endangering his life, 32, the active powers of government must have been devolved on his nobles and magistrates. The cities of Mecca and Medina present, in the heart of Asia, the form, or rather the substance, of a commonwealth. The grandfather of Mahomet and his lineal ancestors appear in foreign and domestic transactions as the princes of their country, but they reigned, like Pericles at Athens or the Medici at Florence, by the opinion of their wisdom and integrity. Their influence was divided with their patrimony, and the scepter was transferred from the uncles of the prophet to a younger branch of the tribe of Quraysh. On solemn occasions, they convened the assembly of the people, and since mankind must be either compelled or persuaded to obey, the use and reputation of oratory among the ancient Arabs is the clearest evidence of public freedom. 33, but their simple freedom was of a very different cast from the nice and artificial machinery of the Greek and Roman republics, in which each member possessed an undivided share of the civil and political rights of the community. In the more simple state of the Arabs, the nation is free, because each of her sons disdains a base submission to the will of a master. His breast is fortified by the austere virtues of courage, patience, and sobriety. The love of independence prompts him to exercise the habits of self-command, and the fear of dishonor guards him from the meaner apprehension of pain, of danger, and of death. The gravity and firmness of the mind is conspicuous in his outward demeanor. His speech is low, weighty, and concise. He is seldom provoked to laughter. His only gesture is that of stroking his beard, the venerable symbol of manhood, and the sense of his own importance teaches him to accost his equals without levity and his superiors without awe. 34. The liberty of the Saracens survived their conquests. The first caliphs indulged the bold and familiar language of their subjects. They ascended the pulpit to persuade and edify the congregation. Nor was it before the seat of empire was removed to the Tigris that the Abbasids adopted the proud and pompous ceremonial of the Persian and Byzantine courts. In the study of nations and men, we may observe the causes that render them hostile or friendly to each other, that tend to narrow or enlarge, to mollify or exasperate the social character. The separation of the Arabs from the rest of mankind has accustomed them to confound the ideas of stranger and enemy, and the poverty of the land has introduced a maxim of jurisprudence, which they believe and practice to the present hour. They pretend that, in the division of the earth, the rich and fertile climates were assigned to the other branches of the human family, and that the posterity of the outlaw Ismail might recover, by fraud or force, the portion of inheritance of which he had been unjustly deprived. According to the remark of Pliny, the Arabian tribes are equally addicted to theft and merchandise. The caravans that traverse the desert are ransomed or pillaged, and their neighbors, since the remote times of Job and Sesostris, 35 have been the victims of their rapacious spirit. If a Bedouin discovers from afar a solitary traveler, he rides furiously against him, crying with a loud voice, "Undress thyself, thy aunt my wife is without a garment." A ready submission entitles him to mercy, resistance will provoke the aggressor, and his own blood must expiate the blood which he presumes to shed in legitimate defense. A single robber or a few associates are branded with their genuine name, but the exploits of a numerous band assume the character of lawful and honorable war. The temper of a people thus armed against mankind was doubly inflamed by the domestic license of rapine, murder, and revenge. In the Constitution of Europe, the right of peace and war is now confined to a small, and the actual exercise to a much smaller, list of respectable potentates, but each Arab, with impunity and renown, might point his javelin against the life of his countrymen. The union of the nation consisted only in a vague resemblance of language and manners, and in each community the jurisdiction of the magistrate was mute and impotent. Of the time of ignorance which preceded Mahomet, 1700 battles 36 are recorded by tradition. Hostility was embittered with the rancor of civil faction, and the recital, in prose or verse, of an obsolete feud was sufficient to rekindle the same passions among the descendants of the hostile tribes. In private life, every man, at least every family, was the judge and avenger of his own cause. The nice sensibility of honor, which weighs the insult rather than the injury, sheds its deadly venom on the quarrels of the Arabs. The honor of their women and of their beards is most easily wounded. An indecent action, a contemptuous word, can be expiated only by the blood of the offender, and such is their patient inveteracy that they expect whole months and years the opportunity of revenge. A fine or compensation for murder is familiar to the barbarians of every age, but in Arabia the kinsmen of the dead are at liberty to accept the atonement or to exercise with their own hands the law of retaliation. The refined malice of the Arabs refuses even the head of the murderer, substitutes an innocent for the guilty person, and transfers the penalty to the best and most considerable of the race by whom they have been injured. If he falls by their hands, they are exposed, in their turn, to the danger of reprisals. The interest and principal of the bloody debt are accumulated. The individuals of either family lead a life of malice and suspicion, and 50 years may sometimes elapse before the account of vengeance be finally settled. 37. This sanguinary spirit, ignorant of pity or forgiveness, has been moderated, however, by the maxims of honor, which require in every private encounter some decent equality of age and strength, of numbers and weapons. An annual festival of 2, perhaps of 4, months was observed by the Arabs before the time of Mahomet, during which their swords were religiously sheathed both in foreign and domestic hostility, and this partial truce is more strongly expressive of the habits of anarchy and warfare. 38. But the spirit of rapine and revenge was attempered by the milder influence of trade and literature. The solitary peninsula is encompassed by the most civilized nations of the ancient world. The merchant is the friend of mankind, and the annual caravans imported the first seeds of knowledge and politeness into the cities and even the camps of the desert. Whatever may be the pedigree of the Arabs, their language is derived from the same original stock with the Hebrew, the Syriac, and the Chaldean tongues. The independence of the tribes was marked by their peculiar dialects, 39, but each, after their own, allowed a just preference to the pure and perspicuous idiom of Mecca. In Arabia, as well as in Greece, the perfection of language outstripped the refinement of manners, and her speech could diversify the 80 names of honey, the 200 of a serpent, the 500 of a lion, the 1,000 of a sword, at a time when this copious dictionary was entrusted to the memory of an illiterate people. The monuments of the home rites were inscribed with an obsolete and mysterious character, but the Kufic letters, the groundwork of the present alphabet, were invented on the banks of the Euphrates, and the recent invention was taught at Mecca by a stranger who settled in that city after the birth of Mahomet. The arts of grammar, of meter, and of rhetoric were unknown to the freeborn eloquence of the Arabians, but their penetration was sharp, their fancy luxuriant, their wit strong and sententious. 40 and their more elaborate compositions were addressed with energy and effect to the minds of their hearers. The genius and merit of a rising poet was celebrated by the applause of his own and the kindred tribes. A solemn banquet was prepared, and a chorus of women, striking their timbrels and displaying the pomp of their nuptials, sung in the presence of their sons and husbands the felicity of their native tribe, that a champion had now appeared to vindicate their rights, that a herald had raised his voice to immortalize their renown. The distant or hostile tribes resorted to an annual fair, which was abolished by the fanaticism of the first Moslems, a national assembly that must have contributed to refine and harmonize the barbarians. 30 days were employed in the exchange, not only of corn and wine, but of eloquence and poetry. The prize was disputed by the generous emulation of the bards. The victorious performance was deposited in the archives of princes and emirs, and we may read in our own language the 7 original poems which were inscribed in letters of gold and suspended in the temple of Mecca. 41. The Arabian poets were the historians and moralists of the age, and if they sympathized with the prejudices, they inspired and crowned the virtues of their countrymen. The indissoluble union of generosity and valor was the darling theme of their song, and when they pointed their keenest satire against a despicable race, they affirmed, in the bitterness of reproach, that the men knew not how to give, nor the women to deny. 42. The same hospitality, which was practiced by Abraham and celebrated by Homer, is still renewed in the camps of the Arabs. The ferocious Bedouins, the terror of the desert, embrace without inquiry or hesitation the stranger who dares to confide in their honor and to enter their tent. His treatment is kind and respectful. He shares the wealth or the poverty of his host, and after a needful repose, he is dismissed on his way, with thanks, with blessings, and perhaps with gifts. The heart and hand are more largely expanded by the wants of a brother or a friend, but the heroic acts that could deserve the public applause must have surpassed the narrow measure of discretion and experience. A dispute had arisen, who, among the citizens of Mecca, was entitled to the prize of generosity, and a successive application was made to the 3 who were deemed most worthy of the trial. Abdallah, the son of Abbas, had undertaken a distant journey, and his foot was in the stirrup when he heard the voice of a suppliant. "O son of the uncle of the apostle of God, I am a traveler and in distress." He instantly dismounted to present the pilgrim with his camel, her rich caparison, and a purse of 4,000 pieces of gold, excepting only the sword, either for its intrinsic value or as the gift of an honored kinsman. The servant of Qais informed the second suppliant that his master was asleep, but he immediately added, "Here is a purse of 7,000 pieces of gold. It is all we have in the house, and here is an order that will entitle you to a camel and a slave." The master, as soon as he awoke, praised and enfranchised his faithful steward with a gentle reproof, that by respecting his slumbers he had stinted his bounty. The third of these heroes, the blind Araba at the hour of prayer, was supporting his steps on the shoulders of 2 slaves. "Alas," he replied, My coffers are empty, but these you may sell. If you refuse, I renounce them." At these words, pushing away the youths, he groped along the wall with his staff. The character of Hatem is the perfect model of Arabian virtue. 43, he was brave and liberal, an eloquent poet, and a successful robber. 40 camels were roasted at his hospitable feast, and at the prayer of a suppliant enemy, he restored both the captives and the spoil. The freedom of his countrymen disdained the laws of justice. They proudly indulged the spontaneous impulse of pity and benevolence. The religion of the Arabs, 44, as well as of the Indians, consisted in the worship of the sun, the moon, and the fixed stars, a primitive and specious mode of superstition. The bright luminaries of the sky display the visible image of a deity. Their number and distance convey to philosophically, or even a vulgar eye, the idea of boundless space. The character of eternity is marked on these solid globes that seem incapable of corruption or decay. The regularity of their motions may be ascribed to a principle of reason or instinct, and their real or imaginary influence encourages the vain belief that the earth and its inhabitants are the object of their peculiar care. The science of astronomy was cultivated at Babylon, but the school of the Arabs was a clear firmament and a naked plain. In their nocturnal marches, they steered by the guidance of the stars. Their names and order and daily station were familiar to the curiosity and devotion of the Bedouin, and he was taught by experience to divide, in 28 parts, the zodiac of the moon, and to bless the constellations who refreshed, with salutary rains, the thirst of the desert. The reign of the heavenly orbs could not be extended beyond the visible sphere, and some metaphysical powers were necessary to sustain the transmigration of souls and the resurrection of bodies. A camel was left to perish on the grave, that he might serve his master in another life, and the invocation of departed spirits implies that they were still endowed with consciousness and power. I am ignorant, and I am careless, of the blind mythology of the barbarians, of the local deities, of the stars, the air, and the earth, of their sex or titles, their attributes or subordination. Each tribe, each family, each independent warrior created and changed the rites and the object of his fantastic worship. But the nation in every age has bowed to the religion as well as to the language of Mecca. The genuine antiquity of the Kaaba ascends beyond the Christian era. In describing the coast of the Red Sea, the Greek historian Diodorus 45 has remarked, between the Thamudites and the Sabaeans, a famous temple, whose superior sanctity was revered by all the Arabians. The linen or silken veil, which is annually renewed by the Turkish emperor, was first offered by a pious king of the Homerites, who reigned 700 years before the time of Mahomet. 46. A tent, or a cavern, might suffice for the worship of the savages, but an edifice of stone and clay has been erected in its place, and the art and power of the monarchs of the East have been confined to the simplicity of the original model. 47. A spacious portico encloses the quadrangle of the Kaaba, a square chapel, 24 cubits long, 23 broad, and 27 high. A door and a window admit the light. The double roof is supported by 3 pillars of wood. A spout, now of gold, discharges the rainwater, and the well Zemzem is protected by a dome from accidental pollution. The tribe of Quraysh, by fraud and force, had acquired the custody of the Kaaba. The sacerdotal office devolved through 4 lineal descents to the grandfather of Mahomet, and the family of the Hashemites, from whence he sprung, was the most respectable and sacred in the eyes of their country. 48. The precincts of Mecca enjoyed the rights of sanctuary, and in the last month of each year, the city and the temple were crowded with a long train of pilgrims who presented their vows and offerings in the house of God. The same rites which are now accomplished by the faithful Mussulman were invented and practiced by the superstition of the idolaters. At an awful distance they cast away their garments. 7 times, with hasty steps, they encircled the Kaaba and kissed the black stone. 7 times they visited and adored the adjacent mountains. 7 times they threw stones into the valley of Mina, and the pilgrimage was achieved, as at the present hour, by a sacrifice of sheep and camels and the burial of their hair and nails in the consecrated ground. Each tribe either found or introduced in the Kaaba their domestic worship. The temple was adorned or defiled with 360 idols of men, eagles, lions, and antelopes, and most conspicuous was the statue of Hebel, of red agate, holding in his hand 7 arrows without heads or feathers. the instruments and symbols of profane divination. But this statue was a monument of Syrian arts. The devotion of the ruder ages was content with a pillar or a tablet, and the rocks of the desert were hewn into gods or altars, in imitation of the black stone 49 of Mecca, which is deeply tainted with the reproach of an idolatrous origin. From Japan to Peru, the use of sacrifice has universally prevailed, and the votary has expressed his gratitude or fear by destroying or consuming, in honor of the gods, the dearest and most precious of their gifts. The life of a man 50 is the most precious oblation to deprecate a public calamity. The altars of Phoenicia and Egypt, of Rome and Carthage, have been polluted with human gore. The cruel practice was long preserved among the Arabs. In the 3rd century, a boy was annually sacrificed by the tribe of the Dalmatians. 51, and a royal captive was piously slaughtered by the prince of the Saracens, the ally and soldier of the Emperor Justinian. 52, a parent who drags his son to the altar exhibits the most painful and sublime effort of fanaticism. The deed, or the intention, was sanctified by the example of saints and heroes, and the father of Mahomet himself was devoted by a rash vow and hardly ransomed for the equivalent of 100 camels. In the time of ignorance, the Arabs, like the Jews and Egyptians, abstained from the taste of swine's flesh. 53, they circumcised 54 their children at the age of puberty. The same customs, without the censure or the precept of the Quran, have been silently transmitted to their posterity and proselytes. It has been sagaciously conjectured that the artful legislator indulged the stubborn prejudices of his countrymen. It is more simple to believe that he adhered to the habits and opinions of his youth, without foreseeing that a practice congenial to the climate of Mecca might become useless or inconvenient on the banks of the Danube or the Volga. Chapter 50, Description of Arabia and its Inhabitants. Part 3, Arabia was free. The adjacent kingdoms were shaken by the storms of conquest and tyranny, and the persecuted sects fled to the happy land where they might profess what they thought and practice what they professed. The religions of the Sabians and Magians, of the Jews and Christians, were disseminated from the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea. In a remote period of antiquity, Sabianism was diffused over Asia by the science of the Chaldeans 55 and the arms of the Assyrians. From the observations of 2,000 years, the priests and astronomers of Babylon 56 deduced the eternal laws of nature and providence. They adored the 7 gods or angels, who directed the course of the 7 planets and shed their irresistible influence on the earth. The attributes of the 7 planets, with the 12 signs of the zodiac and the 24 constellations of the northern and southern hemisphere, were represented by images and talismans. The 7 days of the week were dedicated to their respective deities. The Sabians prayed thrice each day, and the temple of the moon at Haran was the term of their pilgrimage. 57, but the flexible genius of their faith was always ready either to teach or to learn. In the tradition of the creation, the deluge, and the patriarchs, they held a singular agreement with their Jewish captives. They appealed to the secret books of Adam, Seth, and Enoch, and a slight infusion of the gospel has transformed the last remnant of the polytheists into Christians of St. John in the territory of Bassora. 58, the altars of Babylon were overturned by the Magians, but the injuries of the Sabians were revenged by the sword of Alexander. Persia groaned above 500 years under a foreign yoke, and the purest disciples of Zoroaster escaped from the contagion of idolatry and breathed with their adversaries the freedom of the desert. 59, 700 years before the death of Mahomet, the Jews were settled in Arabia, and a far greater multitude was expelled from the Holy Land in the wars of Titus and Hadrian. The industrious exiles aspired to liberty and power. They erected synagogues in the cities and castles in the wilderness, and their Gentile converts were confounded with the children of Israel, whom they resembled in the outward mark of circumcision. The Christian missionaries were still more active and successful. The Catholics asserted their universal reign. The sects whom they oppressed successively retired beyond the limits of the Roman Empire. The Marcionites and Manichaeans dispersed their fantastic opinions and apocryphal gospels. The churches of Yemen and the princes of Hira and Gassan were instructed in a purer creed by the Jacobite and Nestorian bishops. 60, the liberty of choice was presented to the tribes. Each Arab was free to elect or to compose his private religion, and the rude superstition of his house was mingled with the sublime theology of saints and philosophers. A fundamental article of faith was inculcated by the consent of the learned strangers, the existence of one supreme God who is exalted above the powers of heaven and earth, but who has often revealed himself to mankind by the ministry of his angels and prophets, and whose grace or justice has interrupted, by seasonable miracles, the order of nature. The most rational of the Arabs acknowledged his power, though they neglected his worship. 61. And it was habit rather than conviction that still attached them to the relics of idolatry. The Jews and Christians were the people of the book. The Bible was already translated into the Arabic language. 62. And the volume of the Old Testament was accepted by the conquered of these implacable enemies. In the story of the Hebrew patriarchs, the Arabs were pleased to discover the fathers of their nation. They applauded the birth and promises of Ismail, revered the faith and virtue of Abraham, traced his pedigree and their own to the creation of the first man, and imbibed with equal credulity the prodigies of the holy text and the dreams and traditions of the Jewish rabbis. The base and plebeian origin of Mahomet is an unskillful calumny of the Christians, 63, who exalt, instead of degrading the merit of their adversary. His descent from Ismail was a national privilege or fable, but if the first steps of the pedigree 64 are dark and doubtful, he could produce many generations of pure and genuine nobility. He sprung from the tribe of Quraysh and the family of Hashim, the most illustrious of the Arabs, the princes of Mecca and the hereditary guardians of the Kaaba. The grandfather of Mahomet was Abdul-Muttalib, the son of Hashim, a wealthy and generous citizen who relieved the distress of famine with the supplies of commerce. Mecca, which had been fed by the liberality of the father, was saved by the courage of the son. The kingdom of Yemen was subject to the Christian princes of Abyssinia. Their vassal Abraha was provoked by an insult to avenge the honor of the cross, and the holy city was invested by a train of elephants and an army of Africans. A treaty was proposed, and in the first audience, the grandfather of Mahomet demanded the restitution of his cattle. "And why," said Abraha, "do you not rather implore my clemency in favor of your temple, which I have threatened to destroy?" "Because," replied the intrepid chief, "the cattle is my own, the Kaaba belongs to the gods, and they will defend their house from injury and sacrilege." The want of provisions, or the valor of the Quraysh, compelled the Abyssinians to a disgraceful retreat. Their discomfiture has been adorned with a miraculous flight of birds, who showered down stones on the heads of the infidels, and the deliverance was long commemorated by the era of the elephant. 65. The glory of Abdul-Muttalib was crowned with domestic happiness. His life was prolonged to the age of 110 years, and he became the father of 6 daughters and 13 sons. His best beloved Abdallah was the most beautiful and modest of the Arabian youth, and in the first night, when he consummated his marriage with Amina, 651 of the noble race of the Zarites, 200 virgins, are said to have expired of jealousy and despair. Mahomet, or more properly Mohammed, the only son of Abdallah and Amina, was born at Mecca 4 years after the death of Justinian and 2 months after the defeat of the Abyssinians, 66, whose victory would have introduced into the Kaaba the religion of the Christians. In his early infancy, he was deprived of his father, his mother, and his grandfather. His uncles were strong and numerous, and in the division of the inheritance, the orphan's share was reduced to 5 camels and an Ethiopian maidservant. At home and abroad, in peace and war, Abu Talib, the most respectable of his uncles, was the guide and guardian of his youth. In his 25th year, he entered into the service of Khadijah, a rich and noble widow of Mecca, who soon rewarded his fidelity with the gift of her hand and fortune. The marriage contract, in the simple style of antiquity, recites the mutual love of Mahomet and Khadijah, describes him as the most accomplished of the tribe of Quraysh, and stipulates a dowry of 12 ounces of gold and 20 camels, which was supplied by the liberality of his uncle. 67. By this alliance, the son of Abdallah was restored to the station of his ancestors, and the judicious matron was content with his domestic virtues, till, in the 40th year of his age, 68, he assumed the title of a prophet and proclaimed the religion of the Quran. According to the tradition of his companions, Mahomet 69 was distinguished by the beauty of his person, an outward gift which is seldom despised, except by those to whom it has been refused. Before he spoke, the orator engaged on his side the affections of a public or private audience. They applauded his commanding presence, his majestic aspect, his piercing eye, his gracious smile, his flowing beard, his countenance that painted every sensation of the soul, and his gestures that enforced each expression of the tongue. In the familiar offices of life, he scrupulously adhered to the grave and ceremonious politeness of his country. His respectful attention to the rich and powerful was dignified by his condescension and affability to the poorest citizens of Mecca. The frankness of his manner concealed the artifice of his views, and the habits of courtesy were imputed to personal friendship or universal benevolence. His memory was capacious and retentive, his wit easy and social, his imagination sublime, his judgment clear, rapid, and decisive. He possessed the courage both of thought and action, and although his designs might gradually expand with his success, the first idea which he entertained of his divine mission bears the stamp of an original and superior genius. The son of Abdallah was educated in the bosom of the noblest race, in the use of the purest dialect of Arabia, and the fluency of his speech was corrected and enhanced by the practice of discreet and seasonable silence. With these powers of eloquence, Mahomet was an illiterate barbarian. His youth had never been instructed in the arts of reading and writing. 70, the common ignorance exempted him from shame or reproach, but he was reduced to a narrow circle of existence and deprived of those faithful mirrors which reflect to our mind the minds of sages and heroes. Yet the book of nature and of man was open to his view, and some fancy has been indulged in the political and philosophical observations which are ascribed to the Arabian traveler. 71, he compares the nations and the regions of the earth, discovers the weakness of the Persian and Roman monarchies, beholds, with pity and indignation, the degeneracy of the times, and resolves to unite under one God and one king the invincible spirit and primitive virtues of the Arabs. A more accurate inquiry will suggest that instead of visiting the courts, the camps, the temples of the East, the two journeys of Mahomet into Syria were confined to the fairs of Basra and Damascus, that he was only 13 years of age when he accompanied the caravan of his uncle, and that his duty compelled him to return as soon as he had disposed of the merchandise of Khadijah. In these hasty and superficial excursions, the eye of genius might discern some objects invisible to his grosser companions. Some seeds of knowledge might be cast upon a fruitful soil, but his ignorance of the Syriac language must have checked his curiosity, and I cannot perceive, in the life or writings of Mahomet, that his prospect was far extended beyond the limits of the Arabian world. From every region of that solitary world, the pilgrims of Mecca were annually assembled by the calls of devotion and commerce. In the free concourse of multitudes, a simple citizen, in his native tongue, might study the political state and character of the tribes, the theory and practice of the Jews and Christians. Some useful strangers might be tempted or forced to implore the rights of hospitality, and the enemies of Mahomet have named the Jew, the Persian, and the Syrian monk, whom they accuse of lending their secret aid to the composition of the Quran. 72, conversation enriches the understanding, but solitude is the school of genius, and the uniformity of a work denotes the hand of a single artist. From his earliest youth, Mahomet was addicted to religious contemplation. Each year, during the month of Ramadan, he withdrew from the world and from the arms of Khadijah. In the cave of Hira, 3 miles from Mecca, 73, he consulted the spirit of fraud or enthusiasm, whose abode is not in the heavens, but in the mind of the Prophet. The faith which, under the name of Islam, he preached to his family and nation is compounded of an eternal truth and a necessary fiction that there is only one God and that Mahomet is the apostle of God. It is the boast of the Jewish apologists that while the learned nations of antiquity were deluded by the fables of polytheism, their simple ancestors of Palestine preserved the knowledge and worship of the true God. The moral attributes of Jehovah may not easily be reconciled with the standard of human virtue. His metaphysical qualities are darkly expressed, but each page of the Pentateuch and the prophets is an evidence of his power. The unity of his name is inscribed on the first table of the law, and his sanctuary was never defiled by any visible image of the invisible essence. After the ruin of the temple, the faith of the Hebrew exiles was purified, fixed, and enlightened by the spiritual devotion of the synagogue, and the authority of Mahomet will not justify his perpetual reproach that the Jews of Mecca or Medina adored Ezra as the Son of God. 74. But the children of Israel had ceased to be a people, and the religions of the world were guilty, at least in the eyes of the prophet, of giving sons or daughters or companions to the supreme God. In the rude idolatry of the Arabs, the crime is manifest and audacious. The Sabians are poorly excused by the preeminence of the first planet or intelligence in their celestial hierarchy. And in the Magian system, the conflict of the two principles betrays the imperfection of the conqueror. The Christians of the 7th century had insensibly relapsed into a semblance of paganism. Their public and private vows were addressed to the relics and images that disgraced the temples of the East. The throne of the Almighty was darkened by a cloud of martyrs and saints, and angels, the objects of popular veneration, and the Collyridian heretics, who flourished in the fruitful soil of Arabia, invested the Virgin Mary with the name and honors of a goddess. 75. The mysteries of the Trinity and Incarnation appear to contradict the principle of the divine unity. In their obvious sense, they introduce three equal deities and transform the man Jesus into the substance of the Son of God. 76. An orthodox commentary will satisfy only a believing mind. Intemperate curiosity and zeal had torn the veil of the sanctuary, and each of the Oriental sects was eager to confess that all, except themselves, deserved the reproach of idolatry and polytheism. The creed of Mahomet is free from suspicion or ambiguity, and the Quran is a glorious testimony to the unity of God. The Prophet of Mecca rejected the worship of idols and men, of stars and planets, on the rational principle that whatever rises must set, that whatever is born must die, that whatever is corruptible must decay and perish. 77. In the Author of the Universe, his rational enthusiasm confessed and adored an infinite and eternal being, without form or place, without issue or similitude, present to our most secret thoughts, existing by the necessity of his own nature, and deriving from himself all moral and intellectual perfection. These sublime truths, thus announced in the language of the prophet, 78, are firmly held by his disciples and defined with metaphysical precision by the interpreters of the Quran. A philosophically theist might subscribe the popular creed of the Mahometans. 79, a creed too sublime, perhaps, for our present faculties. What object remains for the fancy, or even the understanding, when we have abstracted from the unknown substance all ideas of time and space, of motion and matter, of sensation and reflection? The first principle of reason and revolution was confirmed by the voice of Mahomet. His proselytes, from India to Morocco, are distinguished by the name of Unitarians, and the danger of idolatry has been prevented by the interdiction of images. The doctrine of eternal decrees and absolute predestination is strictly embraced by the Mahometans, and they struggle with the common difficulties: how to reconcile the prescience of God with the freedom and responsibility of man, how to explain the permission of evil under the reign of infinite power and infinite goodness. The God of nature has written his existence on all his works, and his law in the heart of man. To restore the knowledge of the one and the practice of the other has been the real or pretended aim of the prophets of every age. The liberality of Mahomet allowed to his predecessors the same credit which he claimed for himself, and the chain of inspiration was prolonged from the fall of Adam to the promulgation of the Quran. 80. During that period, some rays of prophetic light had been imparted to 124,000 of the elect, discriminated by their respective measure of virtue and grace. 313 apostles were sent with a special commission to recall their country from idolatry and vice. 104 volumes have been dictated by the Holy Spirit, and 6 legislators of transcendent brightness have announced to mankind the 6 successive revelations of various rites, but of one immutable religion. The authority and station of Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, Christ, and Mahomet rise in just gradation above each other. But whosoever hates or rejects any one of the prophets is numbered with the infidels. The writings of the patriarchs were extant only in the apocryphal copies of the Greeks and Syrians. 81. The conduct of Adam had not entitled him to the gratitude or respect of his children. The 7 precepts of Noah were observed by an inferior and imperfect class of the proselytes. Of the synagogue, 82. And the memory of Abraham was obscurely revered by the Sabians in his native land of Chaldea. Of the myriads of prophets, Moses and Christ alone lived and reigned, and the remnant of the inspired writings was comprised in the books of the Old and the New Testament. The miraculous story of Moses is consecrated and embellished in the Quran. 83. And the captive Jews enjoy the secret revenge of imposing their own belief on the nations whose recent creeds they deride. For the author of Christianity, the Mahometans are taught by the prophet to entertain a high and mysterious reverence. 84. Verily, Christ Jesus, the Son of Mary, is the apostle of God, and his word, which he conveyed unto Mary, and a spirit proceeding from him, honorable in this world and in the world to come, and one of those who approach near to the presence of God. 85. The wonders of the genuine and apocryphal Gospels, 86, are profusely heaped on his head, and the Latin Church has not disdained to borrow from the Quran the Immaculate Conception, 87, of his Virgin Mother. Yet Jesus was a mere mortal, and at the day of judgment his testimony will serve to condemn both the Jews, who reject him as a prophet, and the Christians, who adore him as the Son of God. The malice of his enemies aspersed his reputation and conspired against his life, but their intention only was guilty. A phantom or a criminal was substituted on the cross, and the innocent saint was translated to the 7th heaven. 88. During 600 years, the gospel was the way of truth and salvation, but the Christians insensibly forgot both the laws and example of their founder, and Mahomet was instructed by the Gnostics to accuse the church, as well as the synagogue, of corrupting the integrity of the sacred text. 89. The piety of Moses and of Christ rejoiced in the assurance of a future prophet, more illustrious than themselves. The evangelical promise of the Paraclete, or Holy Ghost, was prefigured in the name, and accomplished in the person of Mahomet, 90. The greatest and the last of the apostles of God. Chapter 50. Description of Arabia and its inhabitants. Part 4. The communication of ideas requires a similitude of thought and language. The discourse of a philosopher would vibrate without effect on the ear of a peasant. Yet how minute is the distance of their understandings if it be compared with the contact of an infinite and a finite mind, with the word of God expressed by the tongue or the pen of a mortal. The inspiration of the Hebrew prophets, of the apostles and evangelists of Christ, might not be incompatible with the exercise of their reason and memory, and the diversity of their genius is strongly marked in the style and composition of the books of the Old and New Testament. But Mahomet was content with a character more humble, yet more sublime, of a simple editor. The substance of the Quran, 91 according to himself or his disciples, is uncreated and eternal, subsisting in the essence of the deity and inscribed with a pen of light on the table of his everlasting decrees. A paper copy, in a volume of silk and gems, was brought down to the lowest heaven by the angel Gabriel, who, under the Jewish economy, had indeed been dispatched on the most important errands, and this trusty messenger successively revealed the chapters and verses to the Arabian prophet. Instead of a perpetual and perfect measure of the divine will, the fragments of the Quran were produced at the discretion of Mahomet. Each revelation is suited to the emergencies of his policy or passion, and all contradiction is removed by the saving maxim that any text of Scripture is abrogated or modified by any subsequent passage. The word of God and of the apostle was diligently recorded by his disciples on palm leaves and the shoulder bones of mutton, and the pages, without order or connection, were cast into a domestic chest in the custody of one of his wives. 2 years after the death of Mahomet, the sacred volume was collected and published by his friend and successor Abu Bakr. The work was revised by the Caliph Othman in the 30th year of the Hejira, and the various editions of the Quran assert the same miraculous privilege of a uniform and incorruptible text. In the spirit of enthusiasm or vanity, the Prophet rests the truth of his mission on the merit of his book, audaciously challenges both men and angels to imitate the beauties of a single page, and presumes to assert that God alone could dictate this incomparable performance. 92. This argument is most powerfully addressed to a devout Arabian, whose mind is attuned to faith and rapture, whose ear is delighted by the music of sounds, and whose ignorance is incapable of comparing the productions of human genius. 93. The harmony and copiousness of style will not reach, in a version, the European infidel. He will peruse with impatience the endless incoherent rhapsody of fable and precept and declamation, which seldom excites a sentiment or an idea, which sometimes crawls in the dust, and is sometimes lost in the clouds. The divine attributes exalt the fancy of the Arabian missionary, but his loftiest strains must yield to the sublime simplicity of the Book of Job, composed in a remote age, in the same country, and in the same language. 94. If the composition of the Quran exceed the faculties of a man, to what superior intelligence should we ascribe the Iliad of Homer or the Philippics of Demosthenes? In all religions, the life of the founder supplies the silence of his written revelation. The sayings of Mahomet were so many lessons of truth, his actions so many examples of virtue, and the public and private memorials were preserved by his wives and companions. At the end of 200 years, the Sana, or oral law, was fixed and consecrated by the labors of al-Bachari, who discriminated 7,275 genuine traditions from a mass of 300,000 reports of a more doubtful or spurious character. Each day the pious author prayed in the temple of Mecca and performed his ablutions with the water of Zemzem. The pages were successively deposited on the pulpit and the sepulchre of the apostle, and the work has been approved by the 4 orthodox sects of the Sonnites. 95. The mission of the ancient prophets, of Moses and of Jesus, had been confirmed by many splendid prodigies, and Mahomet was repeatedly urged by the inhabitants of Mecca and Medina to produce a similar evidence of his divine legation, to call down from heaven the angel or the volume of his revelation, to create a garden in the desert, or to kindle a conflagration in the unbelieving city. As often as he is pressed by the demands of the Quraysh, he involves himself in the obscure boast of vision and prophecy, appeals to the internal proofs of his doctrine, and shields himself behind the providence of God, who refuses those signs and wonders that would depreciate the merit of faith and aggravate the guilt of infidelity, but the modest or angry tone of his apologies betrays his weakness and vexation, and these passages of scandal established, beyond suspicion, the integrity of the Quran. 96. The votaries of Mahomet are more assured than himself of his miraculous gifts, and their confidence and credulity increase as they are farther removed from the time and place of his spiritual exploits. They believe or affirm that trees went forth to meet him, that he was saluted by stones, that water gushed from his fingers, that he fed the hungry, cured the sick, and raised the dead, that a beam groaned to him, that a camel complained to him, that a shoulder of mutton informed him of its being poisoned, and that both animate and inanimate nature were equally subject to the apostle of God. 97. His dream of a nocturnal journey is seriously described as a real and corporeal transaction. A mysterious animal, the Borak, conveyed him from the temple of Mecca to that of Jerusalem. With his companion Gabriel, he successively ascended the 7 heavens and received and repaid the salutations of the patriarchs, the prophets, and the angels in their respective mansions. Beyond the 7th heaven, Mahomet alone was permitted to proceed. He passed the veil of unity, approached within 2 bowshots of the throne, and felt a cold that pierced him to the heart when his shoulder was touched by the hand of God. After this familiar, though important conversation, he again descended to Jerusalem, remounted the Borak, returned to Mecca, and performed in the 10th part of a night the journey of many thousand years. 98. According to another legend, the apostle confounded in a national assembly the malicious challenge of the Quraysh. His resistless words split asunder the orb of the moon. The obedient planet stooped from her station in the sky, accomplished the 7 revolutions round the Kaaba, saluted Mahomet in the Arabian tongue, and suddenly contracting her dimensions, entered at the collar and issued forth through the sleeve of his shirt. 99. The vulgar are amused with these marvelous tales, but the gravest of the Mussulman doctors imitate the modesty of their master and indulge a latitude of faith or interpretation. 100. They might speciously allege that in preaching the religion it was needless to violate the harmony of nature, that a creed unclouded with mystery may be excused from miracles, and that the sword of Mahomet was not less potent than the rod of Moses. The polytheist is oppressed and distracted by the variety of superstition. 1,000 rites of Egyptian origin were interwoven with the essence of the Mosaic law, and the spirit of the gospel had evaporated in the pageantry of the church. The prophet of Mecca was tempted by prejudice or policy or patriotism to sanctify the rites of the Arabians and the custom of visiting the holy stone of the Kaaba. But the precepts of Mahomet himself inculcates a more simple and rational piety. Prayer, fasting, and alms are the religious duties of a Mussulman, and he is encouraged to hope that prayer will carry him halfway to God, fasting will bring him to the door of his palace, and alms will gain him admittance. 101.1. According to the tradition of the nocturnal journey, the apostle, in his personal conference with the deity, was commanded to impose on his disciples the daily obligation of 50 prayers. By the advice of Moses, he applied for an alleviation of this intolerable burden. The number was gradually reduced to 5, without any dispensation of business or pleasure or time or place. The devotion of the faithful is repeated at daybreak, at noon, in the afternoon, in the evening, and at the first watch of the night. And in the present decay of religious fervor, our travelers are edified by the profound humility and attention of the Turks and Persians. Cleanliness is the key of prayer. The frequent lustration of the hands, the face, and the body, which was practiced of old by the Arabs, is solemnly enjoined by the Quran, and a permission is formally granted to supply with sand the scarcity of water. The words and attitudes of supplication, as it is performed either sitting or standing or prostrate on the ground, are prescribed by custom or authority, but the prayer is poured forth in short and fervent ejaculations. The measure of zeal is not exhausted by a tedious liturgy, and each Mussulman for his own person is invested with the character of a priest. Among the theists, who reject the use of images, it has been found necessary to restrain the wanderings of the fancy by directing the eye and the thought towards a Qibla or visible point of the horizon. The prophet was at first inclined to gratify the Jews by the choice of Jerusalem, but he soon returned to a more natural partiality, and 5 times every day the eyes of the nations at Astrakhan, at Fez, at Delhi, are devoutly turned to the holy temple of Mecca. Yet every spot for the service of God is equally pure. The Mahometans indifferently pray in their chamber or in the street. As a distinction from the Jews and Christians, the Friday in each week is set apart for the useful institution of public worship. The people is assembled in the mosque, and the imam, some respectable elder, ascends the pulpit to begin the prayer and pronounce the sermon. But the Mahometan religion is destitute of priesthood or sacrifice, and the independent spirit of fanaticism looks down with contempt on the ministers and the slaves of superstition. 10.11. 2. The voluntary 102 penance of the ascetics, the torment and glory of their lives, was odious to a prophet who censured in his companions a rash vow of abstaining from flesh and women and sleep, and firmly declared that he would suffer no monks in his religion. 103. Yet he instituted, in each year, a fast of 30 days, and strenuously recommended the observance as a discipline which purifies the soul and subdues the body, as a salutary exercise of obedience to the will of God and his apostle. During the month of Ramadan, from the rising to the setting of the sun, the Mussulman abstains from eating and drinking and women and baths and perfumes, from all nourishment that can restore his strength, from all pleasure that can gratify his senses. In the revolution of the lunar year, the Ramadan coincides by turns with the winter cold and the summer heat, and the patient martyr, without assuaging his thirst with a drop of water, must expect the close of a tedious and sultry day. The interdiction of wine, peculiar to some orders of priests or hermits, is converted by Mahomet alone into a positive and general law. 104. And a considerable portion of the globe has abjured, at his command, the use of that salutary, though dangerous, liquor. These painful restraints are, doubtless, infringed by the libertine and eluded by the hypocrite, but the legislator, by whom they are enacted, cannot surely be accused of alluring his proselytes by the indulgence of their sensual appetites. 3. The charity of the Mahometans descends to the animal creation, and the Quran repeatedly inculcates, not as a merit, but as a strict and indispensable duty, the relief of the indigent and unfortunate. Mahomet, perhaps, is the only lawgiver who has defined the precise measure of charity. The standard may vary with the degree and nature of property, as it consists either in money, in corn or cattle, in fruits or merchandise. But the Mussulman does not accomplish the law unless he bestows a tenth of his revenue, and if his conscience accuses him of fraud or extortion, the tenth, under the idea of restitution, is enlarged to a fifth. 105. Benevolence is the foundation of justice, since we are forbid to injure those whom we are bound to assist. A prophet may reveal the secrets of heaven and of futurity, but in his moral precepts he can only repeat the lessons of our own hearts. The 2 articles of belief and the 4 practical duties of Islam are guarded by rewards and punishments, and the faith of the Mussulman is devoutly fixed on the event of the judgment and the last day. The Prophet has not presumed to determine the moment of that awful catastrophe, though he darkly announces the signs, both in heaven and earth, which will precede the universal dissolution, when life shall be destroyed, and the order of creation shall be confounded in the primitive chaos. At the blast of the trumpet, new worlds will start into being. Angels, genii, and men will arise from the dead, and the human soul will again be united to the body. The doctrine of the resurrection was first entertained by the Egyptians. 106, and their mummies were embalmed, their pyramids were constructed, to preserve the ancient mansion of the soul during a period of 3,000 years. But the attempt is partial and unavailing, and it is with a more philosophically spirit that Mahomet relies on the omnipotence of the Creator, whose word can reanimate the breathless clay and collect the innumerable atoms that no longer retain their form or substance. 107. The intermediate state of the soul it is hard to decide, and those who most firmly believe her immaterial nature are at a loss to understand how she can think or act without the agency of the organs of sense. The reunion of the soul and body will be followed by the final judgment of mankind, and in his copy of the Magian picture, the Prophet has too faithfully represented the forms of proceeding, and even the slow and successive operations of an earthly tribunal. By his intolerant adversaries, he is upbraided for extending, even to themselves, the hope of salvation, for asserting the blackest heresy that every man who believes in God and accomplishes good works may expect in the last day a favorable sentence. Such rational indifference is ill adapted to the character of a fanatic, nor is it probable that a messenger from heaven should depreciate the value and necessity of his own revelation. In the idiom of the Quran, 108, the belief of God is inseparable from that of Mahomet. The good works are those which he has enjoined, and the 2 qualifications imply the profession of Islam, to which all nations and all sects are equally invited. Their spiritual blindness, though excused by ignorance and crowned with virtue, will be scourged with everlasting torments, and the tears which Mahomet shed over the tomb of his mother, for whom he was forbidden to pray, display a striking contrast of humanity and enthusiasm. 109. The doom of the infidels is common. The measure of their guilt and punishment is determined by the degree of evidence which they have rejected, by the magnitude of the errors which they have entertained. The eternal mansions of the Christians, the Jews, the Sabians, the Magians, and idolaters are sunk below each other in the abyss, and the lowest hell is reserved for the faithless hypocrites who have assumed the mask of religion. After the greater part of mankind has been condemned for their opinions, the true believers only will be judged by their actions. The good and evil of each Mussulman will be accurately weighed in a real or allegorical balance, and a singular mode of compensation will be allowed for the payment of injuries. The aggressor will refund an equivalent of his own good actions for the benefit of the person whom he has wronged, and if he should be destitute of any moral property, the weight of his sins will be loaded with an adequate share of the demerits of the sufferer. According as the shares of guilt or virtue shall preponderate, the sentence will be pronounced, and all, without distinction, will pass over the sharp and perilous bridge of the abyss. But the innocent, treading in the footsteps of Mahomet, will gloriously enter the gates of paradise, while the guilty will fall into the first and mildest of the 7 hells. The term of expiation will vary from 900 to 7,000 years, but the Prophet has judiciously promised that all his disciples, whatever may be their sins, shall be saved by their own faith and his intercession from eternal damnation. It is not surprising that superstition should act most powerfully on the fears of her votaries, since the human fancy can paint with more energy the misery than the bliss of a future life. With the 2 simple elements of darkness and fire, we create a sensation of pain, which may be aggravated to an infinite degree by the idea of endless duration. But the same idea operates with an opposite effect on the continuity of pleasure, and too much of our present enjoyments is obtained from the relief or the comparison of evil. It is natural enough that an Arabian prophet should dwell with rapture on the groves, the fountains, and the rivers of paradise, but instead of inspiring the blessed inhabitants with a liberal taste for harmony and science, conversation and friendship, he idly celebrates the pearls and diamonds, the robes of silk, palaces of marble, dishes of gold, rich wines, artificial dainties, numerous attendants, and the whole train of sensual and costly luxury, which becomes insipid to the owner, even in the short period of this mortal life. 72 houris, or black-eyed girls, of resplendent beauty, blooming youth, virgin purity, and exquisite sensibility, will be created for the use of the meanest believer. A moment of pleasure will be prolonged to 1,000 years, and his faculties will be increased 100-fold to render him worthy of his felicity. Notwithstanding a vulgar prejudice, the gates of heaven will be open to both sexes, but Mahomet has not specified the male companions of the female elect, lest he should either alarm the jealousy of their former husbands or disturb their felicity by the suspicion of an everlasting marriage. This image of a carnal paradise has provoked the indignation, perhaps the envy, of the monks. They declaim against the impure religion of Mahomet, and his modest apologists are driven to the poor excuse of figures and allegories. But the sounder and more consistent party adhere without shame to the literal interpretation of the Quran. Useless would be the resurrection of the body, unless it were restored to the possession and exercise of its worthiest faculties, and the union of sensual and intellectual enjoyment is requisite to complete the happiness of the double animal, the perfect man. Yet the joys of the Mahometan paradise will not be confined to the indulgence of luxury and appetite, and the Prophet has expressly declared that all meaner happiness will be forgotten and despised by the saints and martyrs, who shall be admitted to the beatitude of the divine vision. 110. The first and most arduous conquests of Mahomet 111 were those of his wife, his servant, his pupil, and his friend. 112, since he presented himself as a prophet to those who were most conversant with his infirmities as a man. Yet Khadijah believed the words and cherished the glory of her husband. The obsequious and affectionate Zayd was tempted by the prospect of freedom. The illustrious Ali, the son of Abu Talib, embraced the sentiments of his cousin with the spirit of a youthful hero. And the wealth, the moderation, the veracity of Abu Bakr confirmed the religion of the Prophet, whom he was destined to succeed. By his persuasion, 10 of the most respectable citizens of Mecca were introduced to the private lessons of Islam. They yielded to the voice of reason and enthusiasm. They repeated the fundamental creed, "There is but one God, and Mahomet is the apostle of God." And their faith, even in this life, was rewarded with riches and honors, with the command of armies and the government of kingdoms. 3 years were silently employed in the conversion of 14 proselytes, the first fruits of his mission. But in the 4th year he assumed the prophetic office, and resolving to impart to his family the light of divine truth, he prepared a banquet, a lamb, as it is said, and a bowl of milk for the entertainment of 40 guests of the race of Hashem. "Friends and kinsmen," said Mahomet to the assembly, "I offer you, and I alone can offer, the most precious of gifts, the treasures of this world and of the world to come. God has commanded me to call you to his service. Who among you will support my burden? Who among you will be my companion and my vizier?" 113 no answer was returned, till the silence of astonishment and doubt and contempt was at length broken by the impatient courage of Ali, a youth in the 14th year of his age. O prophet, I am the man. Whosoever rises against thee, I will dash out his teeth, tear out his eyes, break his legs, rip up his belly. O prophet, I will be thy vizier over them. Mahomet accepted his offer with transport, and Abu Talib was ironically exhorted to respect the superior dignity of his son. In a more serious tone, the father of Ali advised his nephew to relinquish his impracticable design. "Spare your remonstrances," replied the intrepid fanatic to his uncle and benefactor. "If they should place the sun on my right hand and the moon on my left, they should not divert me from my course." He persevered 10 years in the exercise of his mission, and the religion which has overspread the East and the West advanced with a slow and painful progress within the walls of Mecca. Yet Mahomet enjoyed the satisfaction of beholding the increase of his infant congregation of Unitarians, who revered him as a prophet, and to whom he seasonably dispensed the spiritual nourishment of the Quran. The number of proselytes may be esteemed by the absence of 83 men and 18 women, who retired to Ethiopia in the 7th year of his mission, and his party was fortified by the timely conversion of his uncle Hamza and of the fierce and inflexible Omar, who signalized in the cause of Islam the same zeal which he had exerted for its destruction. Nor was the charity of Mahomet confined to the tribe of Quraysh or the precincts of Mecca. On solemn festivals, in the days of pilgrimage, he frequented the Kaaba, accosted the strangers of every tribe, and urged, both in private converse and public discourse, the belief and worship of a sole deity. Conscious of his reason and of his weakness, he asserted the liberty of conscience and disclaimed the use of religious violence. 114, but he called the Arabs to repentance and conjured them to remember the ancient idolaters of Ad and Thamud, whom the divine justice had swept away from the face of the earth. 115. Chapter 50, Description of Arabia and its Inhabitants. Part 5. The people of Mecca were hardened in their unbelief by superstition and envy. The elders of the city, the uncles of the Prophet, affected to despise the presumption of an orphan, the reformer of his country. The pious orations of Mahomet in the Kaaba were answered by the clamors of Abu Talib. Citizens and pilgrims, listen not to the tempter, hearken not to his impious novelties. Stand fast in the worship of Al-Lata and Al-Uzza. Yet the son of Abdallah was ever dear to the aged chief, and he protected the fame and person of his nephew against the assaults of the Qurayshites, who had long been jealous of the preeminence of the family of Hashim. Their malice was colored with the pretense of religion. In the age of Job, the crime of impiety was punished by the Arabian magistrate. 116, and Mahomet was guilty of deserting and denying the national deities. But so loose was the policy of Mecca that the leaders of the Quraysh, instead of accusing a criminal, were compelled to employ the measures of persuasion or violence. They repeatedly addressed Abu Talib in the style of reproach and menace. "Thy nephew reviles our religion. He accuses our wise forefathers of ignorance and folly. Silence him quickly, lest he kindle tumult and discord in the city. If he persevere, we shall draw our swords against him and his adherents, and thou wilt be responsible for the blood of thy fellow citizens." The weight and moderation of Abu Talib eluded the violence of religious faction. The most helpless or timid of the disciples retired to Ethiopia, and the Prophet withdrew himself to various places of strength in the town and country. As he was still supported by his family, the rest of the tribe of Quraysh engaged themselves to renounce all intercourse with the children of Hashim, neither to buy nor sell, neither to marry not to give in marriage, but to pursue them with implacable enmity, till they should deliver the person of Mahomet to the justice of the gods. The decree was suspended in the Kaaba before the eyes of the nation. The messengers of the Quraysh pursued the Mussulman exiles in the heart of Africa. They besieged the Prophet, and his most faithful followers intercepted their water and inflamed their mutual animosity by the retaliation of injuries and insults. A doubtful truce restored the appearances of concord, till the death of Abu Talib abandoned Mahomet to the power of his enemies, at the moment when he was deprived of his domestic comforts by the loss of his faithful and generous Khadijah. Abu Sufyan, the chief of the branch of Amia, succeeded to the principality of the Republic of Mecca. A zealous votary of the idols, a mortal foe of the line of Hashem, he convened an assembly of the Qurayshites and their allies to decide the fate of the apostle. His imprisonment might provoke the despair of his enthusiasm, and the exile of an eloquent and popular fanatic would diffuse the mischief through the provinces of Arabia. His death was resolved, and they agreed that a sword from each tribe should be buried in his heart, to divide the guilt of his blood and baffle the vengeance of the Hashemites. An angel or a spy revealed their conspiracy, and flight was the only resource of Mahomet. 117, at the dead of night, accompanied by his friend Abubeker, he silently escaped from his house. The assassins watched at the door, but they were deceived by the figure of Ali, who reposed on the bed and was covered with the green vestment of the apostle. The Quraysh respected the piety of the heroic youth, but some verses of Ali, which are still extant, exhibit an interesting picture of his anxiety, his tenderness, and his religious confidence. 3 days Mahomet and his companion were concealed in the cave of Thor, at the distance of a league from Mecca, and in the close of each evening they received from the son and daughter of Abubeker a secret supply of intelligence and food. The diligence of the Quraysh explored every haunt in the neighborhood of the city. They arrived at the entrance of the cavern, but the providential deceit of a spider's web and a pigeon's nest is supposed to convince them that the place was solitary and inviolate. "We are only 2, said the trembling Abubeker. "There is a third," replied the prophet. "It is God himself." No sooner was the pursuit abated than the 2 fugitives issued from the rock and mounted their camels. On the road to Medina, they were overtaken by the emissaries of the Quraysh. They redeemed themselves with prayers and promises from their hands. In this eventful moment, the lance of an Arab might have changed the history of the world. The flight of the prophet from Mecca to Medina has fixed the memorable era of the Hejira, 118, which, at the end of 12 centuries, still discriminates the lunar years of the Mahometan nations. 119. The religion of the Quran might have perished in its cradle, had not Medina embraced with faith and reverence the holy outcasts of Mecca. Medina, or the city, known under the name of Yathrib, before it was sanctified by the throne of the prophet, was divided between the tribes of the Chergites and the Aussites, whose hereditary feud was rekindled by the slightest provocations. 2 colonies of Jews, who boasted a sacerdotal race, were their humble allies, and without converting the Arabs, they introduced the taste of science and religion, which distinguished Medina as the city of the book. Some of her noblest citizens, in a pilgrimage to the Kaaba, were converted by the preaching of Mahomet. On their return, they diffused the belief of God and his prophet, and the new alliance was ratified by their deputies in 2 secret and nocturnal interviews on a hill in the suburbs of Mecca. In the first, 10 Chergites and 2 Aussites, united in faith and love, protested, in the name of their wives, their children, and their absent brethren, that they would forever profess the creed and observe the precepts of the Quran. The second was a political association, the first vital spark of the empire of the Saracens. 173 men and 2 women of Medina held a solemn conference with Mahomet, his kinsmen, and his disciples, and pledged themselves to each other by a mutual oath of fidelity. They promised in the name of the city that if he should be banished, they would receive him as a confederate, obey him as a leader, and defend him to the last extremity like their wives and children. "But if you are recalled by your country," they asked with a flattering anxiety, "will you not abandon your new allies?" "All things," replied Mahomet with a smile, "are now common between us. Your blood is as my blood, your ruin as my ruin. We are bound to each other by the ties of honor and interest. I am your friend and the enemy of your foes. But if we are killed in your service, what," exclaimed the deputies of Medina, "will be our reward?" "Paradise," replied the prophet. "Stretch forth thy hand." He stretched it forth, and they reiterated the oath of allegiance and fidelity. Their treaty was ratified by the people, who unanimously embraced the profession of Islam. They rejoiced in the exile of the apostle, but they trembled for his safety and impatiently expected his arrival. After a perilous and rapid journey along the sea-coast, he halted at Koba, 2 miles from the city, and made his public entry into Medina 16 days after his flight from Mecca. 500 of the citizens advanced to meet him. He was hailed with acclamations of loyalty and devotion. Mahomet was mounted on a she-camel, an umbrella shaded his head, and a turban was unfurled before him to supply the deficiency of a standard. His bravest disciples, who had been scattered by the storm, assembled round his person, and the equal, though various, merit of the Moslems was distinguished by the names of Muhajirians and Ansars, the fugitives of Mecca and the auxiliaries of Medina. To eradicate the seeds of jealousy, Mahomet judiciously coupled his principal followers with the rights and obligations of brethren. And when Ali found himself without a peer, the Prophet tenderly declared that he would be the companion and brother of the noble youth. The expedient was crowned with success. The holy fraternity was respected in peace and war, and the two parties vied with each other in a generous emulation of courage and fidelity. Once only the conquered was slightly ruffled by an accidental quarrel. A patriot of Medina arraigned the insolence of the strangers, but the hint of their expulsion was heard with abhorrence, and his own son most eagerly offered to lay at the apostle's feet the head of his father. From his establishment at Medina, Mahomet assumed the exercise of the regal and sacerdotal office, and it was impious to appeal from a judge whose decrees were inspired by the divine wisdom. A small portion of ground, the patrimony of 2 orphans, was acquired by gift or purchase. 121 on that chosen spot, he built a house and a mosque, more venerable in their rude simplicity than the palaces and temples of the Assyrian caliphs. His seal of gold or silver was inscribed with the apostolic title. When he prayed and preached in the weekly assembly, he leaned against the trunk of a palm tree, and it was long before he indulged himself in the use of a chair or pulpit of rough timber. 122, after a reign of 6 years, 1,500 Moslems, in arms and in the field, renewed their oath of allegiance, and their chief repeated the assurance of protection till the death of the last member or the final dissolution of the party. It was in the same camp that the deputy of Mecca was astonished by the attention of the faithful to the words and looks of the Prophet, by the eagerness with which they collected his spittle, a hair that dropped on the ground, the refuse water of his lustrations, as if they participated in some degree of the prophetic virtue. "I have seen," said he, "the Chosroes of Persia and the Caesar of Rome, but never did I behold a king among his subjects like Mahomet among his companions. The devout fervor of enthusiasm acts with more energy and truth than the cold and formal servility of courts. In the state of nature, every man has a right to defend, by force of arms, his person and his possessions, to repel or even to prevent the violence of his enemies, and to extend his hostilities to a reasonable measure of satisfaction and retaliation. In the free society of the Arabs, the duties of subject and citizen imposed a feeble restraint, and Mahomet, in the exercise of a peaceful and benevolent mission, had been despoiled and banished by the injustice of his countrymen. The choice of an independent people had exalted the fugitive of Mecca to the rank of a sovereign, and he was invested with the just prerogative of forming alliances and of waging offensive or defensive war. The imperfection of human rights was supplied and armed by the plenitude of divine power. The Prophet of Medina assumed, in his new revelations, a fiercer and more sanguinary tone, which proves that his former moderation was the effect of weakness. 123. The means of persuasion had been tried, the season of forbearance was elapsed, and he was now commanded to propagate his religion by the sword, to destroy the monuments of idolatry, and without regarding the sanctity of days or months, to pursue the unbelieving nations of the earth. The same bloody precepts, so repeatedly inculcated in the Quran, are ascribed by the author to the Pentateuch and the Gospel. But the mild tenor of the evangelic style may explain an ambiguous text, that Jesus did not bring peace on the earth, but a sword. His patient and humble virtues should not be confounded with the intolerant zeal of princes and bishops who have disgraced the name of his disciples. In the prosecution of religious war, Mahomet might appeal with more propriety to the example of Moses, of the judges, and the kings of Israel. The military laws of the Hebrews are still more rigid than those of the Arabian legislator. 124. The Lord of hosts marched in person before the Jews. If a city resisted their summons, the males, without distinction, were put to the sword. The 7 nations of Canaan were devoted to destruction, and neither repentance nor conversion could shield them from the inevitable doom that no creature within their precincts should be left alive. 1241, the fair option of friendship or submission or battle was proposed to the enemies of Mahomet. If they professed the creed of Islam, they were admitted to all the temporal and spiritual benefits of his primitive disciples and marched under the same banner to extend the religion which they had embraced. The clemency of the Prophet was decided by his interest, yet he seldom trampled on a prostrate enemy, and he seems to promise that on the payment of a tribute, the least guilty of his unbelieving subjects might be indulged in their worship, or at least in their imperfect faith. In the first months of his reign, he practiced the lessons of holy warfare and displayed his white banner before the gates of Medina. The martial apostle fought in person at 9 battles or sieges. 125 and 50 enterprises of war were achieved in 10 years by himself or his lieutenants. The Arab continued to unite the professions of a merchant and a robber, and his petty excursions for the defense or the attack of a caravan insensibly prepared his troops for the conquest of Arabia. The distribution of the spoil was regulated by a divine law. 126. The whole was faithfully collected in one common mass. A fifth of the gold and silver, the prisoners and cattle, the movables and immovables, was reserved by the Prophet for pious and charitable uses. The remainder was shared in adequate portions by the soldiers who had obtained the victory or guarded the camp. The rewards of the slain devolved to their widows and orphans, and the increase of cavalry was encouraged by the allotment of a double share to the horse and to the man. From all sides, the roving Arabs were allured to the standard of religion and plunder. The apostles sanctified the license of embracing the female captives as their wives or concubines, and the enjoyment of wealth and beauty was a feeble type of the joys of paradise prepared for the valiant martyrs of the faith. The sword, says Mahomet, is the key of heaven and of hell. A drop of blood shed in the cause of God, a night spent in arms, is of more avail than 2 months of fasting or prayer. Whosoever falls in battle, his sins are forgiven. At the day of judgment his wounds shall be resplendent as vermilion and odoriferous as musk, and the loss of his limbs shall be supplied by the wings of angels and cherubim. The intrepid souls of the Arabs were fired with enthusiasm. The picture of the invisible world was strongly painted on their imagination, and the death which they had always despised became an object of hope and desire. The Quran inculcates, in the most absolute sense, the tenets of fate and predestination, which would extinguish both industry and virtue if the actions of man were governed by his speculative belief. Yet their influence in every age has exalted the courage of the Saracens and Turks. The first companions of Mahomet advanced to battle with a fearless confidence. There is no danger where there is no chance. They were ordained to perish in their beds, or they were safe and invulnerable amidst the darts of the enemy. 127. Perhaps the Quraysh would have been content with the diet of Mahomet, had they not been provoked and alarmed by the vengeance of an enemy who could intercept their Syrian trade as it passed and repassed through the territory of Medina. Abu Sufyan himself, with only 30 or 40 followers, conducted a wealthy caravan of 1,000 camels. The fortune or dexterity of his march escaped the vigilance of Mahomet, but the chief of the Quraysh was informed that the holy robbers were placed in ambush to await his return. He dispatched a messenger to his brethren of Mecca, and they were roused by the fear of losing their merchandise and their provisions unless they hastened to his relief with the military force of the city. The sacred band of Mahomet was formed of 313 Moslems, of whom 77 were fugitives and the rest auxiliaries. They mounted by turns a train of 70 camels. The camels of Yathrib were formidable in war, but such was the poverty of his first disciples that only 2 could appear on horseback in the field. 128 in the fertile and famous Vale of Bedr, 129 3 stations from Medina, he was informed by his scouts of the caravan that approached on one side, of the Quraysh, 100 horse, 850 foot, who advanced on the other. After a short debate, he sacrificed the prospect of wealth to the pursuit of glory and revenge, and a slight entrenchment was formed to cover his troops, and a stream of fresh water that glided through the valley. "O God," he exclaimed, as the numbers of the Koresh descended from the hills, "O God, if these are destroyed, by whom wilt thou be worshipped on the earth? Courage, my children, close your ranks, discharge your arrows, and the day is your own." At these words he placed himself with Abubekar on a throne or pulpit, 130, and instantly demanded the succor of Gabriel and 3,000 angels. His eye was fixed on the field of battle. The Mussulmans fainted and were pressed. In that decisive moment the prophet started from his throne, mounted his horse, and cast a handful of sand into the air. Let their faces be covered with confusion. Both armies heard the thunder of his voice. Their fancy beheld the angelic warriors. 131, the Koresh trembled and fled. 70 of the bravest were slain, and 70 captives adorned the first victory of the faithful. The dead bodies of the Koresh were despoiled and insulted. 2 of the most obnoxious prisoners were punished with death, and the ransom of the others, 4,000 drams of silver, compensated in some degree the escape of the caravan. But it was in vain that the camels of Abu Sufyan explored a new road through the desert and along the Euphrates. They were overtaken by the diligence of the Mussulmans, and wealthy must have been the prize if 20,000 drams could be set apart for the fifth of the apostle. The resentment of the public and private loss stimulated Abu Sufyan to collect a body of 3,000 men, 700 of whom were armed with cuirasses and 200 were mounted on horseback. 3,000 camels attended his march, and his wife Henda, with 15 matrons of Mecca, incessantly sounded their timbrels to animate the troops and to magnify the greatness of Hobal, the most popular deity of the Kaaba. The standard of God and Mahomet was upheld by 950 believers. The disproportion of numbers was not more alarming than in the field of Badr, and their presumption of victory prevailed against the divine and human sense of the apostle. The second battle was fought on Mount Ohud, 6 miles to the north of Medina. 132, the Koresh advanced in the form of a crescent, and the right wing of cavalry was led by Khald, the fiercest and most successful of the Arabian warriors. The troops of Mahomet were skillfully posted on the declivity of the hill, and their rear was guarded by a detachment of 50 archers. The weight of their charge impelled and broke the center of the idolaters, but in the pursuit they lost the advantage of their ground. The archers deserted their station. The Mussulmans were tempted by the spoil, disobeyed their general, and disordered their ranks. The intrepid Khald, wheeling his cavalry on their flank and rear, exclaimed with a loud voice that Mahomet was slain. He was indeed wounded in the face with a javelin. 2 of his teeth were shattered with a stone. Yet, in the midst of tumult and dismay, he reproached the infidels with the murder of a prophet, and blessed the friendly hand that staunched his blood and conveyed him to a place of safety. 70 martyrs died for the sins of the people. They fell, said the apostle, in pairs, each brother embracing his lifeless companion. 133, their bodies were mangled by the inhuman females of Mecca, and the wife of Abu Sufyan tasted the entrails of Hamza, the uncle of Mahomet. They might applaud their superstition and satiate their fury, but the Mussulmans soon rallied in the field, and the Koresh wanted strength or courage to undertake the siege of Medina. It was attacked the ensuing year by an army of 10,000 enemies, and this third expedition is variously named from the nations, which marched under the banner of Abu Sufyan, from the ditch which was drawn before the city, and a camp of 3,000 Mussulmans. The prudence of Mahomet declined a general engagement. The valor of Ali was signalized in single combat, and the war was protracted 20 days till the final separation of the Confederates. A tempest of wind, rain, and hail overturned their tents. Their private quarrels were fomented by an insidious adversary, and the Koresh, deserted by their allies, no longer hoped to subvert the throne or to check the conquests of their invincible exile. 134. Chapter 50, Description of Arabia and its Inhabitants. Part 6. The choice of Jerusalem for the first Qibla of prayer discovers the early propensity of Mahomet in favor of the Jews, and happy would it have been for their temporal interest had they recognized in the Arabian prophet the hope of Israel and the promised Messiah. Their obstinacy converted his friendship into implacable hatred, with which he pursued that unfortunate people to the last moment of his life. And in the double character of an apostle and a conqueror, his persecution was extended to both worlds. 135. The Kainoka dwelt at Medina under the protection of the city. He seized the occasion of an accidental tumult, and summoned them to embrace his religion or contend with him in battle. "Alas," replied the trembling Jews, "we are ignorant of the use of arms, but we persevere in the faith and worship of our fathers. Why wilt thou reduce us to the necessity of a just defense?" The unequal conflict was terminated in 15 days, and it was with extreme reluctance that Mahomet yielded to the importunity of his allies and consented to spare the lives of the captives. But their riches were confiscated, their arms became more effectual in the hands of the Mussulmans, and a wretched colony of 700 exiles was driven, with their wives and children, to implore a refuge on the confines of Syria. The Nadhirites were more guilty, since they conspired, in a friendly interview, to assassinate the Prophet. He besieged their castle, 3 miles from Medina, but their resolute defense obtained an honorable capitulation, and the garrison, sounding their trumpets and beating their drums, was permitted to depart with the honors of war. The Jews had excited and joined the war of the Quraysh. No sooner had the nations retired from the ditch than Mahomet, without laying aside his armor, marched on the same day to extirpate the hostile race of the children of Quraysh. After a resistance of 25 days, they surrendered at discretion. They trusted to the intercession of their old allies of Medina. They could not be ignorant that fanaticism obliterates the feelings of humanity. A venerable elder, to whose judgment they appealed, pronounced the sentence of their death. 700 Jews were dragged in chains to the marketplace of the city. They descended alive into the grave, prepared for their execution and burial, and the apostle beheld with an inflexible eye the slaughter of his helpless enemies. Their sheep and camels were inherited by the Mussulmans. 300 cuirasses, 500 pikes, 1,000 lances composed the most useful portion of the spoil. 6 days' journey to the northeast of Medina, the ancient and wealthy town of Chebar was the seat of the Jewish power in Arabia. The territory, a fertile spot in the desert, was covered with plantations and cattle and protected by 8 castles, some of which were esteemed of impregnable strength. The forces of Mahomet consisted of 200 horse and 1,400 foot. In the succession of 8 regular and painful sieges, they were exposed to danger and fatigue and hunger, and the most undaunted chiefs despaired of the event. The apostle revived their faith and courage by the example of Ali, on whom he bestowed the surname of the Lion of God. Perhaps we may believe that a Hebrew champion of gigantic stature was cloven to the chest by his irresistible scimitar, but we cannot praise the modesty of romance, which represents him as tearing from its hinges the gate of a fortress and wielding the ponderous buckler in his left hand. 136. After the reduction of the castles, the town of Chebar submitted to the yoke. The chief of the tribe was tortured in the presence of Mahomet to force a confession of his hidden treasure. The industry of the shepherds and husbandmen was rewarded with a precarious toleration. They were permitted, so long as it should please the conqueror, to improve their patrimony in equal shares for his emolument and their own. Under the reign of Omar, the Jews of Chebar were transported to Syria, and the caliph alleged the injunction of his dying master, that one and the true religion should be professed in his native land of Arabia. 137. 5 times each day the eyes of Mahomet were turned towards Mecca. 138, and he was urged by the most sacred and powerful motives to revisit, as a conqueror, the city and the temple from whence he had been driven as an exile. The Kaaba was present to his waking and sleeping fancy. An idle dream was translated into vision and prophecy. He unfurled the holy banner, and a rash promise of success too hastily dropped from the lips of the apostle. His march from Medina to Mecca displayed the peaceful and solemn pomp of a pilgrimage. 70 camels, chosen and bedecked for sacrifice, preceded the van. The sacred territory was respected, and the captives were dismissed without ransom to proclaim his clemency and devotion. But no sooner did Mahomet descend into the plain, within a day's journey of the city, than he exclaimed, "They have clothed themselves with the skins of tigers." The numbers and resolution of the Quraysh opposed his progress, and the roving Arabs of the desert might desert or betray a leader whom they had followed for the hopes of spoil. The intrepid fanatic sunk into a cool and cautious politician. He waived in the treaty his title of Apostle of God, concluded with the Quraysh and their allies a truce of 10 years, engaged to restore the fugitives of Mecca who should embrace his religion, and stipulated only, for the ensuing year, the humble privilege of entering the city as a friend and of remaining 3 days to accomplish the rites of the pilgrimage. A cloud of shame and sorrow hung on the retreat of the Mussulmans, and their disappointment might justly accuse the failure of a prophet who had so often appealed to the evidence of success. The faith and hope of the pilgrims were rekindled by the prospect of Mecca. Their swords were sheathed. 1381 7 times in the footsteps of the apostle they encompassed the Kaaba. The Quraysh had retired to the hills, and Mahomet, after the customary sacrifice, evacuated the city on the 4th day. The people was edified by his devotion. The hostile chiefs were awed or divided or seduced, and both Khaled and Amru, the future conquerors of Syria and Egypt, most seasonably deserted the sinking cause of idolatry. The power of Mahomet was increased by the submission of the Arabian tribes. 10,000 soldiers were assembled for the conquest of Mecca, and the idolaters, the weaker party, were easily convicted of violating the truce. Enthusiasm and discipline impelled the march, and preserved the secret till the blaze of 10,000 fires proclaimed to the astonished Quraysh the design, the approach, and the irresistible force of the enemy. The haughty Abu Sufyan presented the keys of the city, admired the variety of arms and ensigns that passed before him in review, observed that the son of Abdallah had acquired a mighty kingdom, and confessed, under the scimitar of Omar, that he was the apostle of the true God. The return of Marius and Silla was stained with the blood of the Romans. The revenge of Mahomet was stimulated by religious zeal, and his injured followers were eager to execute or to prevent the order of a massacre. Instead of indulging their passions and his own, 139, the victorious exile forgave the guilt and united the factions of Mecca. His troops, in 3 divisions, marched into the city. 820 of the inhabitants were slain by the sword of Khaled. 11 men and 6 women were proscribed by the sentence of Mahomet, but he blamed the cruelty of his lieutenant, and several of the most obnoxious victims were indebted for their lives to his clemency or contempt. The chiefs of the Quraysh were prostrate at his feet. "What mercy can you expect from the man whom you have wronged? We confide in the generosity of our kinsman, and you shall not confide in vain. Begone, you are safe, you are free." The people of Mecca deserved their pardon by the profession of Islam, and after an exile of 7 years, the fugitive missionary was enthroned as the prince and prophet of his native country. 140, but the 360 idols of the Kaaba were ignominiously broken. The house of God was purified and adorned. As an example to future times, the apostle again fulfilled the duties of a pilgrim, and a perpetual law was enacted that no unbeliever should dare to set his foot on the territory of the holy city. 141. The conquest of Mecca determined the faith and obedience of the Arabian tribes. 142, who, according to the vicissitudes of fortune, had obeyed or disregarded the eloquence or the arms of the prophet. Indifference for rights and opinions still marks the character of the Bedouins, and they might accept, as loosely as they hold, the doctrine of the Quran. Yet an obstinate remnant still adhered to the religion and liberty of their ancestors, and the War of Hunain derived a proper appellation from the idols, whom Mahomet had vowed to destroy, and whom the Confederates of Taif had sworn to defend. 143 4,000 pagans advanced with secrecy and speed to surprise the conqueror. They pitied and despised the supine negligence of the Quraysh, but they depended on the wishes, and perhaps the aid, of a people who had so lately renounced their gods and bowed beneath the yoke of their enemy. The banners of Medina and Mecca were displayed by the prophet. A crowd of Bedouins increased the strength or numbers of the army, and 12,000 Mussulmans entertained a rash and sinful presumption of their invincible strength. They descended without precaution into the valley of Hunain. The heights had been occupied by the archers and slingers of the Confederates. Their numbers were oppressed, their discipline was confounded, their courage was appalled, and the Quraysh smiled at their impending destruction. The prophet on his white mule was encompassed by the enemies. He attempted to rush against their spears in search of a glorious death. 10 of his faithful companions interposed their weapons and their breasts. 3 of these fell dead at his feet. "O my brethren," he repeatedly cried with sorrow and indignation, "I am the son of Abdallah, I am the apostle of truth. O man, stand fast in the faith. O God, send down thy succor." His uncle Abbas, who, like the heroes of Homer, excelled in the loudness of his voice, made the valley resound with the recital of the gifts and promises of God. The flying Moslems returned from all sides to the holy standard, and Mahomet observed with pleasure that the furnace was again rekindled, his conduct and example restored. The battle, and he animated his victorious troops to inflict a merciless revenge on the authors of their shame. From the field of Hunain, he marched without delay to the siege of Taif, 60 miles to the southeast of Mecca, a fortress of strength, whose fertile lands produced the fruits of Syria in the midst of the Arabian desert. A friendly tribe, instructed, I know not how, in the art of sieges, supplied him with a train of battering rams and military engines, with a body of 500 artificers. But it was in vain that he offered freedom to the slaves of Taif, that he violated his own laws by the extirpation of the fruit trees, that the ground was opened by the miners, that the breach was assaulted by the troops. After a siege of 20 days, the prophet sounded a retreat, but he retreated with a song of devout triumph and affected to pray for the repentance and safety of the unbelieving city. The spoils of this fortunate expedition amounted to 6,000 captives, 24,000 camels, 40,000 sheep, and 4,000 ounces of silver. A tribe who had fought at Hunain redeemed their prisoners by the sacrifice of their idols, but Mahomet compensated the loss by resigning to the soldiers his fifth of the plunder, and wished, for their sake, that he possessed as many head of cattle as there were trees in the province of Tehama. Instead of chastising the disaffection of the Quraysh, he endeavored to cut out their tongues, his own expression, and to secure their attachment by a superior measure of liberality. Abu Sufyan alone was presented with 300 camels and 20 ounces of silver, and Mecca was sincerely converted to the profitable religion of the Quran. The fugitives and auxiliaries complained that they who had borne the burden were neglected in the season of victory. Alas, replied their artful leader, suffer me to conciliate these recent enemies, these doubtful proselytes, by the gift of some perishable goods. To your guard I entrust my life and fortunes. You are the companions of my exile, of my kingdom, of my paradise. He was followed by the deputies of Taif, who dreaded the repetition of a siege. Grant us, O apostle of God, a truce of 3 years, with the toleration of our ancient worship. Not a month, not an hour. Excuse us at least from the obligation of prayer. Without prayer, religion is of no avail. They submitted in silence. Their temples were demolished, and the same sentence of destruction was executed on all the idols of Arabia. His lieutenants, on the shores of the Red Sea, the ocean, and the Gulf of Persia, were saluted by the acclamations of a faithful people, and the ambassadors, who knelt before the throne of Medina, were as numerous, says the Arabian proverb, as the dates that fall from the maturity of a palm tree. The nation submitted to the God and the scepter of Mahomet. The opprobrious name of tribute was abolished. The spontaneous or reluctant oblations of alms and tithes were applied to the service of religion, and 114,000 Moslems accompanied the last pilgrimage of the Apostle. 144. When Heraclius returned in triumph from the Persian War, he entertained, at Emesa, one of the ambassadors of Mahomet, who invited the princes and nations of the earth to the profession of Islam. On this foundation, the zeal of the Arabians has supposed the secret conversion of the Christian emperor. The vanity of the Greeks has feigned a personal visit of the Prince of Medina, who accepted from the royal bounty a rich domain and a secure retreat in the province of Syria. 145. But the friendship of Heraclius and Mahomet was of short continuance. The new religion had inflamed, rather than assuaged, the rapacious spirit of the Saracens, and the murder of an envoy afforded a decent pretense for invading, with 3,000 soldiers, the territory of Palestine that extends to the eastward of the Jordan. The holy banner was entrusted to Zayd, and such was the discipline or enthusiasm of the rising sect that the noblest chiefs served without reluctance under the slave of the Prophet. On the event of his decease, Ja'far and Abdallah were successively substituted to the command, and if the three should perish in the war, the troops were authorized to elect their general. The three leaders were slain in the Battle of Muta, 146, the first military action, which tried the valor of the Moslems against a foreign enemy. Zayd fell like a soldier in the foremost ranks. The death of Ja'far was heroic and memorable. He lost his right hand. He shifted the standard to his left. the left was severed from his body. He embraced the standard with his bleeding stumps till he was transfixed to the ground with 50 honorable wounds. 1461, advance, cried Abdallah, who stepped into the vacant place. Advance with confidence. Either victory or paradise is our own. The lance of a Roman decided the alternative, but the falling standard was rescued by Khald, the proselyte of Mecca. 9 swords were broken in his hand, and his valor withstood and repulsed the superior numbers of the Christians. In the nocturnal council of the camp, he was chosen to command. His skillful evolutions of the ensuing day secured either the victory or the retreat of the Saracens, and Khald is renowned among his brethren and his enemies by the glorious appellation of the Sword of God. In the pulpit, Mahomet described, with prophetic rapture, the crowns of the blessed martyrs, but in private he betrayed the feelings of human nature. He was surprised as he wept over the daughter of Zayd. "What do I see?" said the astonished votary. "You see," replied the apostle, "a friend who is deploring the loss of his most faithful friend." After the conquest of Mecca, the sovereign of Arabia affected to prevent the hostile preparations of Heraclius, and solemnly proclaimed war against the Romans, without attempting to disguise the hardships and dangers of the enterprise. 147, the Moslems were discouraged. They alleged the want of money, or horses, or provisions, the season of harvest, and the intolerable heat of the summer. "Hell is much hotter," said the indignant prophet. He disdained to compel their service, but on his return he admonished the most guilty by an excommunication of 50 days. Their desertion enhanced the merit of Abubekr, Othman, and the faithful companions who devoted their lives and fortunes, and Mahomet displayed his banner at the head of 10,000 horse and 20,000 foot. Painful indeed was the distress of the march. Lassitude and thirst were aggravated by the scorching and pestilential winds of the desert. 10 men rode by turns on one camel, and they were reduced to the shameful necessity of drinking the water from the belly of that useful animal. In the midway 10 days' journey from Medina and Damascus, they reposed near the grove and fountain of Tabuk. Beyond that place, Mahomet declined the prosecution of the war. He declared himself satisfied with the peaceful intentions. He was more probably daunted by the martial array of the Emperor of the East. But the active and intrepid Khald spread around the terror of his name, and the prophet received the submission of the tribes and cities from the Euphrates to Eila at the head of the Red Sea. To his Christian subjects, Mahomet readily granted the security of their persons, the freedom of their trade, the property of their goods, and the toleration of their worship. 148, the weakness of their Arabian brethren had restrained them from opposing his ambition. The disciples of Jesus were endeared to the enemy of the Jews, and it was the interest of a conqueror to propose a fair capitulation to the most powerful religion of the earth. Till the age of 63 years, the strength of Mahomet was equal to the temporal and spiritual fatigues of his mission. His epileptic fits, an absurd calumny of the Greeks, would be an object of pity rather than abhorrence. 149, but he seriously believed that he was poisoned at Cheba by the revenge of a Jewish female. 150, during 4 years, the health of the prophet declined. His infirmities increased, but his mortal disease was a fever of 14 days, which deprived him by intervals of the use of reason. As soon as he was conscious of his danger, he edified his brethren by the humility of his virtue or penitence. "If there be any man," said the apostle from the pulpit, "whom I have unjustly scourged, I submit my own back to the lash of retaliation. Have I aspersed the reputation of a Mussulman? Let him proclaim my thoughts in the face of the congregation. Has any one been despoiled of his goods? The little that I possess shall compensate the principal and the interest of the debt." "Yes," replied a voice from the crowd, "I am entitled to 3 drams of silver." Mahomet heard the complaint, satisfied the demand, and thanked his creditor for accusing him in this world rather than at the day of judgment. He beheld with temperate firmness the approach of death, enfranchised his slaves, 17 men, as they are named, and 11 women, minutely directed the order of his funeral, and moderated the lamentations of his weeping friends, on whom he bestowed the benediction of peace. Till the 3rd day before his death, he regularly performed the function of public prayer. The choice of Abubekr to supply his place appeared to mark that ancient and faithful friend as his successor in the sacerdotal and regal office. but he prudently declined the risk and envy of a more explicit nomination. At a moment when his faculties were visibly impaired, he called for pen and ink to write, or more properly, to dictate, a divine book, the sum and accomplishment of all his revelations. A dispute arose in the chamber, whether he should be allowed to supersede the authority of the Quran, and the prophet was forced to reprove the indecent vehemence of his disciples. If the slightest credit may be afforded to the traditions of his wives and companions, he maintained, in the bosom of his family, and to the last moments of his life, the dignity 1501 of an apostle and the faith of an enthusiast, described the visits of Gabriel, who bade an everlasting farewell to the earth, and expressed his lively confidence, not only of the mercy, but of the favor of the Supreme Being. In a familiar discourse, he had mentioned his special prerogative, that the angel of death was not allowed to take his soul till he had respectfully asked the permission of the prophet. The request was granted, and Mahomet immediately fell into the agony of his dissolution. His head was reclined on the lap of Aisha, the best beloved of all his wives. He fainted with the violence of pain. Recovering his spirits, he raised his eyes towards the roof of the house, and with a steady look, though a faltering voice, uttered the last broken, though articulate words, "O God, pardon my sins. Yes, I come, among my fellow citizens on high," and thus peaceably expired on a carpet spread upon the floor. An expedition for the conquest of Syria was stopped by this mournful event. The army halted at the gates of Medina. The chiefs were assembled round their dying master. The city, more especially the house of the prophet, was a scene of clamorous sorrow, of silent despair. Fanaticism alone could suggest a ray of hope and consolation. How can he be dead, our witness, our intercessor, our mediator with God? By God, he is not dead. Like Moses and Jesus, he is wrapped in a holy trance, and speedily will he return to his faithful people. The evidence of sense was disregarded, and Omar, unsheathing his scimitar, threatened to strike off the heads of the infidels, who should dare to affirm that the prophet was no more. The tumult was appeased by the weight and moderation of Abubekr. "Is it Mahomet," said he to Omar and the multitude, "or the God of Mahomet whom you worship? The God of Mahomet liveth forever, but the apostle was a mortal like ourselves, and according to his own prediction, he has experienced the common fate of mortality. He was piously interred by the hands of his nearest kinsman, on the same spot on which he expired. 151 Medina has been sanctified by the death and burial of Mahomet, and the innumerable pilgrims of Mecca often turn aside from the way, to bow in voluntary devotion. 152 before the simple tomb of the prophet. 153. At the conclusion of the life of Mahomet, it may perhaps be expected that I should balance his faults and virtues, that I should decide whether the title of enthusiast or impostor more properly belongs to that extraordinary man. Had I been intimately conversant with the son of Abdallah, the task would still be difficult, and the success uncertain. At the distance of 12 centuries, I darkly contemplate his shade through a cloud of religious incense, and could I truly delineate the portrait of an hour, the fleeting resemblance would not equally apply to the solitary of Mount Hera, to the preacher of Mecca, and to the conqueror of Arabia. The author of a mighty revolution appears to have been endowed with a pious and contemplative disposition. So soon as marriage had raised him above the pressure of want, he avoided the paths of ambition and avarice. Until the age of 40, he lived with innocence and would have died without a name. The unity of God is an idea most congenial to nature and reason, and a slight conversation with the Jews and Christians would teach him to despise and detest the idolatry of Mecca. It was the duty of a man and a citizen to impart the doctrine of salvation, to rescue his country from the dominion of sin and error. The energy of a mind incessantly bent on the same object would convert a general obligation into a particular call. The warm suggestions of the understanding or the fancy would be felt as the inspirations of heaven. The labor of thought would expire in rapture and vision, and the inward sensation, the invisible monitor, would be described with the form and attributes of an angel of God. 154. From enthusiasm to imposture, the step is perilous and slippery. The demon of Socrates. 155 affords a memorable instance, how a wise man may deceive himself, how a good man may deceive others, how the conscience may slumber in a mixed and middle state between self-illusion and voluntary fraud. Charity may believe that the original motives of Mahomet were those of pure and genuine benevolence, but a human missionary is incapable of cherishing the obstinate unbelievers who reject his claims, despise his arguments, and persecute his life. He might forgive his personal adversaries, he may lawfully hate the enemies of God. The stern passions of pride and revenge were kindled in the bosom of Mahomet, and he sighed, like the prophet of Nineveh, for the destruction of the rebels whom he had condemned. The injustice of Mecca and the choice of Medina transformed the citizen into a prince, the humble preacher into the leader of armies, but his sword was consecrated by the example of the saints, and the same God who afflicts a sinful world with pestilence and earthquakes might inspire for their conversion or chastisement the valor of his servants. In the exercise of political government, he was compelled to abate of the stern rigor of fanaticism, to comply in some measure with the prejudices and passions of his followers, and to employ even the vices of mankind as the instruments of their salvation. The use of fraud and perfidy, of cruelty and injustice, were often subservient to the propagation of the faith, and Mahomet commanded or approved the assassination of the Jews and idolaters who had escaped from the field of battle. At the repetition of such acts, the character of Mahomet must have been gradually stained, and the influence of such pernicious habits would be poorly compensated by the practice of the personal and social virtues which are necessary to maintain the reputation of a prophet among his sectaries and friends. Of his last years, ambition was the ruling passion, and a politician will suspect that he secretly smiled, the victorious impostor, at the enthusiasm of his youth and the credulity of his proselytes. 156. A philosopher will observe that their credulity and his success would tend more strongly to fortify the assurance of his divine mission, that his interest and religion were inseparably connected, and that his conscience would be soothed by the persuasion that he alone was absolved by the deity from the obligation of positive and moral laws. If he retained any vestige of his native innocence, the sins of Mahomet may be allowed as an evidence of his sincerity. In the support of truth, the arts of fraud and fiction may be deemed less criminal, and he would have started at the foulness of the means had he not been satisfied of the importance and justice of the end. Even in a conqueror or a priest, I can surprise a word or action of unaffected humanity, and the decree of Mahomet that in the sale of captives the mothers should never be separated from their children may suspend or moderate the censure of the historian. 157. Chapter 50. Description of Arabia and its inhabitants. Part 7. The good sense of Mahomet. 158. Despised the pomp of royalty. The apostle of God submitted to the menial offices of the family. He kindled the fire, swept the floor, milked the ewes, and mended with his own hands his shoes and his woolen garment. Disdaining the penance and merit of a hermit, he observed, without effort or vanity, the abstemious diet of an Arab and a soldier. On solemn occasions, he feasted his companions with rustic and hospitable plenty, but in his domestic life, many weeks would elapse without a fire being kindled on the hearth of the prophet. The interdiction of wine was confirmed by his example. His hunger was appeased with a sparing allowance of barley bread. He delighted in the taste of milk and honey, but his ordinary food consisted of dates and water. Perfumes and women were the two sensual enjoyments which his nature required, and his religion did not forbid, and Mahomet affirmed that the fervor of his devotion was increased by these innocent pleasures. The heat of the climate inflames the blood of the Arabs, and their libidinous complexion has been noticed by the writers of antiquity. 159. Their incontinence was regulated by the civil and religious laws of the Quran. Their incestuous alliances were blamed. The boundless license of polygamy was reduced to 4 legitimate wives or concubines. Their rights both of bed and of dowry were equitably determined. The freedom of divorce was discouraged. Adultery was condemned as a capital offense, and fornication in either sex was punished with 100 stripes. 160. Such were the calm and rational precepts of the legislator, but in his private conduct, Mahomet indulged the appetites of a man and abused the claims of a prophet. A special revelation dispensed him from the laws which he had imposed on his nation. The female sex, without reserve, was abandoned to his desires, and this singular prerogative excited the envy, rather than the scandal, the veneration, rather than the envy, of the devout Mussulmans. If we remember the 700 wives and 300 concubines of the wise Solomon, we shall applaud the modesty of the Arabian, who espoused no more than 17 or 15 wives. 11 are enumerated who occupied at Medina their separate apartments round the house of the apostle, and enjoyed in their turns the favor of his conjugal society. What is singular enough, they were all widows, excepting only Aisha, the daughter of Abubekr. She was doubtless a virgin, since Mahomet consummated his nuptials, such is the premature ripeness of the climate, when she was only 9 years of age. The youth, the beauty, the spirit of Aisha gave her a superior ascendant. She was beloved and trusted by the Prophet, and after his death, the daughter of Abubekr was long revered as the mother of the faithful. Her behavior had been ambiguous and indiscreet. In a nocturnal march, she was accidentally left behind, and in the morning, Aisha returned to the camp with a man. The temper of Mahomet was inclined to jealousy, but a divine revelation assured him of her innocence. He chastised her accusers and published a law of domestic peace, that no woman should be condemned unless 4 male witnesses had seen her in the act of adultery. 161. In his adventures with Zainab, the wife of Zaid, and with Mary, an Egyptian captive, the amorous prophet forgot the interest of his reputation. At the house of Zaid, his freedman and adopted son, he beheld, in a loose undress, the beauty of Zainab, and burst forth into an ejaculation of devotion and desire. The servile, or grateful, freedman understood the hint, and yielded without hesitation to the love of his benefactor. But as the filial relation had excited some doubt and scandal, the angel Gabriel descended from heaven to ratify the deed, to annul the adoption, and gently to reprove the apostle for distrusting the indulgence of his God. One of his wives, Hafna, the daughter of Omar, surprised him on her own bed, in the embraces of his Egyptian captive. She promised secrecy and forgiveness. He swore that he would renounce the possession of Mary. Both parties forgot their engagements, and Gabriel again descended with a chapter of the Quran to absolve him from his oath, and to exhort him freely to enjoy his captives and concubines without listening to the clamors of his wives. In a solitary retreat of 30 days, he labored, alone with Mary, to fulfill the commands of the angel. When his love and revenge were satiated, he summoned to his presence his 11 wives, reproached their disobedience and indiscretion, and threatened them with a sentence of divorce, both in this world and in the next. A dreadful sentence, since those who had ascended the bed of the prophet were forever excluded from the hope of a second marriage. Perhaps the incontinence of Mahomet may be palliated by the tradition of his natural or preternatural gifts. 162. He united the manly virtue of 30 of the children of Adam, and the apostle might rival the 13th labor 163 of the Grecian Hercules. 164. A more serious and decent excuse may be drawn from his fidelity to Khadijah. During the 24 years of their marriage, her youthful husband abstained from the right of polygamy, and the pride or tenderness of the venerable matron was never insulted by the society of a rival. After her death, he placed her in the rank of the 4 perfect women, with the sister of Moses, the mother of Jesus, and Fatima, the best beloved of his daughters. Was she not old? Said Aisha, with the insolence of a blooming beauty. Has not God given you a better in her place? No, by God, said Mahomet, with an effusion of honest gratitude, there never can be a better. She believed in me when men despised me. She relieved my wants when I was poor and persecuted by the world. 165. In the largest indulgence of polygamy, the founder of a religion and empire might aspire to multiply the chances of a numerous posterity and a lineal succession. The hopes of Mahomet were fatally disappointed. The virgin Aisha and his 10 widows of mature age and approved fertility were barren in his potent embraces. The 4 sons of Khadijah died in their infancy. Mary, his Egyptian concubine, was endeared to him by the birth of Ibrahim. At the end of 15 months, the prophet wept over his grave, but he sustained with firmness the raillery of his enemies and checked the adulation or credulity of the Moslems by the assurance that an eclipse of the sun was not occasioned by the death of the infant. Khadijah had likewise given him 4 daughters, who were married to the most faithful of his disciples. The 3 eldest died before their father, but Fatima, who possessed his confidence and love, became the wife of her cousin Ali and the mother of an illustrious progeny. The merit and misfortunes of Ali and his descendants will lead me to anticipate, in this place, the series of the Saracen Caliphs, a title which describes the commanders of the faithful as the vicars and successors of the Apostle of God. 166. The birth, the alliance, the character of Ali, which exalted him above the rest of his countrymen, might justify his claim to the vacant throne of Arabia. The son of Abu Talib was, in his own right, the chief of the family of Hashim, and the hereditary prince or guardian of the city and temple of Mecca. The light of prophecy was extinct, but the husband of Fatima might expect the inheritance and blessing of her father. The Arabs had sometimes been patient of a female reign, and the two grandsons of the Prophet had often been fondled in his lap and shown in his pulpit as the hope of his age and the chief of the youth of paradise. The first of the true believers might aspire to march before them in this world and in the next, and if some were of a graver and more rigid cast, the zeal and virtue of Ali were never outstripped by any recent proselyte. He united the qualifications of a poet, a soldier, and a saint. His wisdom still breathes in a collection of moral and religious sayings. 167. And every antagonist, in the combats of the tongue or of the sword, was subdued by his eloquence and valor. From the first hour of his mission to the last rites of his funeral, the apostle was never forsaken by a generous friend, whom he delighted to name his brother, his vicegerent, and the faithful Aaron of a second Moses. The son of Abu Talib was afterwards reproached for neglecting to secure his interest by a solemn declaration of his right, which would have silenced all competition and sealed his succession by the decrees of heaven. But the unsuspecting hero confided in himself. The jealousy of empire, and perhaps the fear of opposition, might suspend the resolutions of Mahomet, and the bed of sickness was besieged by the artful Aisha, the daughter of Abubakr, and the enemy of Ali. 1671. The silence and death of the Prophet restored the liberty of the people, and his companions convened an assembly to deliberate on the choice of his successor. The hereditary claim and lofty spirit of Ali were offensive to an aristocracy of elders, desirous of bestowing and resuming the scepter by a free and frequent election. The Quraysh could never be reconciled to the proud preeminence of the line of Hashim. The ancient discord of the tribes was rekindled. The fugitives of Mecca and the auxiliaries of Medina asserted their respective merits, and the rash proposal of choosing two independent caliphs would have crushed in their infancy the religion and empire of the Saracens. The tumult was appeased by the disinterested resolution of Omar, who, suddenly renouncing his own pretensions, stretched forth his hand and declared himself the first subject of the mild and venerable Abubakr. 1672. The urgency of the moment and the acquiescence of the people might excuse this illegal and precipitate measure. But Omar himself confessed from the pulpit that if any Mussulman should hereafter presume to anticipate the suffrage of his brethren, both the elector and the elected would be worthy of death. 168. After the simple inauguration of Abubakr, he was obeyed in Medina, Mecca, and the provinces of Arabia. The Hashemites alone declined the oath of fidelity, and their chief, in his own house, maintained, above 6 months, a sullen and independent reserve, without listening to the threats of Omar, who attempted to consume with fire the habitation of the daughter of the apostle. The death of Fatima and the decline of his party subdued the indignant spirit of Ali. He condescended to salute the commander of the faithful, accepted his excuse of the necessity of preventing their common enemies, and wisely rejected his courteous offer of abdicating the government of the Arabians. After a reign of 2 years, the aged caliph was summoned by the angel of death. In his testament, with the tacit approbation of his companions, he bequeathed the scepter to the firm and intrepid virtue of Omar. "I have no occasion," said the modest candidate, "for the place. But the place has occasion for you," replied Abubakr, who expired with a fervent prayer that the God of Mahomet would ratify his choice and direct the Mussulmans in the way of concord and obedience. The prayer was not ineffectual, since Ali himself, in a life of privacy and prayer, professed to revere the superior worth and dignity of his rival, who comforted him for the loss of empire by the most flattering marks of confidence and esteem. In the 12th year of his reign, Omar received a mortal wound from the hand of an assassin. He rejected with equal impartiality the names of his son and of Ali, refused to load his conscience with the sins of his successor, and devolved on 6 of the most respectable companions the arduous task of electing a commander of the faithful. On this occasion, Ali was again blamed by his friends 169 for submitting his right to the judgment of men, for recognizing their jurisdiction by accepting a place among the 6 electors. He might have obtained their suffrage had he deigned to promise a strict and servile conformity, not only to the Quran and tradition, but likewise to the determinations of 2 seniors. 170. With these limitations, Othman, the secretary of Mahomet, accepted the government, nor was it till after the 3rd Caliph, 24 years after the death of the Prophet, that Ali was invested, by the popular choice, with the regal and sacerdotal office. The manners of the Arabians retained their primitive simplicity, and the son of Abu Talib despised the pomp and vanity of this world. At the hour of prayer, he repaired to the mosque of Medina, clothed in a thin cotton gown, a coarse turban on his head, his slippers in one hand and his bow in the other instead of a walking staff. The companions of the Prophet and the chiefs of the tribes saluted their new sovereign and gave him their right hands as a sign of fealty and allegiance. The mischiefs that flow from the contests of ambition are usually confined to the times and countries in which they have been agitated. But the religious discord of the friends and enemies of Ali has been renewed in every age of the Hejira and is still maintained in the immortal hatred of the Persians and Turks. 171. The former, who are branded with the appellation of Shiites or sectaries, have enriched the Mahometan creed with a new article of faith. And if Mahomet be the apostle, his companion Ali is the vicar of God. In their private converse, in their public worship, they bitterly execrate the 3 usurpers who intercepted his indefeasible right to the dignity of Imam and Caliph, and the name of Omar expresses in their tongue the perfect accomplishment of wickedness and impiety. 172. The Sunnites, who are supported by the general consent and orthodox tradition of the Mussulmans, entertain a more impartial, or at least a more decent, opinion. They respect the memory of Abu Bakr, Omar, Othman, and Ali, the holy and legitimate successors of the Prophet, but they assign the last and most humble place to the husband of Fatima, in the persuasion that the order of succession was determined by the decrees of sanctity. 173. An historian who balances the 4 caliphs with a hand unshaken by superstition will calmly pronounce that their manners were alike pure and exemplary, that their zeal was fervent and probably sincere, and that, in the midst of riches and power, their lives were devoted to the practice of moral and religious duties. But the public virtues of Abu Bakr and Omar, the prudence of the first, the severity of the second, maintained the peace and prosperity of their reigns. The feeble temper and declining age of Othman were incapable of sustaining the weight of conquest and empire. He chose, and he was deceived. He trusted, and he was betrayed. The most deserving of the faithful became useless or hostile to his government, and his lavish bounty was productive only of ingratitude and discontent. The spirit of discord went forth in the provinces. Their deputies assembled at Medina, and the Chargites, the desperate fanatics who disclaimed the yoke of subordination and reason, were confounded among the freeborn Arabs, who demanded the redress of their wrongs and the punishment of their oppressors. From Kufa, from Bassora, from Egypt, from the tribes of the desert, they rose in arms, encamped about a league from Medina, and dispatched a haughty mandate to their sovereign, requiring him to execute justice or to descend from the throne. His repentance began to disarm and disperse the insurgents, but their fury was rekindled by the arts of his enemies, and the forgery of a perfidious secretary was contrived to blast his reputation and precipitate his fall. The caliph had lost the only guard of his predecessors, the esteem and confidence of the Moslems. During a siege of 6 weeks, his water and provisions were intercepted, and the feeble gates of the palace were protected only by the scruples of the more timorous rebels. Forsaken by those who had abused his simplicity, the hopeless and venerable caliph expected the approach of death. The brother of Aisha marched at the head of the assassins, and Othman, with the Quran in his lap, was pierced with a multitude of wounds. 1731, a tumultuous anarchy of 5 days was appeased by the inauguration of Ali. His refusal would have provoked a general massacre. In this painful situation, he supported the becoming pride of the chief of the Hashemites, declared that he had rather serve than reign, rebuked the presumption of the strangers, and required the formal, if not the voluntary, assent of the chiefs of the nation. He has never been accused of prompting the assassin of Omar, though Persia indiscreetly celebrates the festival of that holy martyr. The quarrel between Othman and his subjects was assuaged by the early mediation of Ali, and Hassan, the eldest of his sons, was insulted and wounded in the defense of the caliph. Yet it is doubtful whether the father of Hassan was strenuous and sincere in his opposition to the rebels, and it is certain that he enjoyed the benefit of their crime. The temptation was indeed of such magnitude as might stagger and corrupt the most obdurate virtue. The ambitious candidate no longer aspired to the barren scepter of Arabia. The Saracens had been victorious in the east and west, and the wealthy kingdoms of Persia, Syria, and Egypt were the patrimony of the commander of the faithful. Chapter 50, Description of Arabia and its Inhabitants, Part 8. A life of prayer and contemplation had not chilled the martial activity of Ali, but in a mature age, after a long experience of mankind, he still betrayed in his conduct the rashness and indiscretion of youth. 1732, in the first days of his reign, he neglected to secure, either by gifts or fetters, the doubtful allegiance of Telha and Zoba, two of the most powerful of the Arabian chiefs. They escaped from Medina to Mecca, and from thence to Bassora, erected the standard of revolt, and usurped the government of Iraq or Assyria, which they had vainly solicited as the reward of their services. The mask of patriotism is allowed to cover the most glaring inconsistencies, and the enemies, perhaps the assassins, of Othman now demanded vengeance for his blood. They were accompanied in their flight by Aisha, the widow of the Prophet, who cherished, to the last hour of her life, an implacable hatred against the husband and the posterity of Fatima. The most reasonable Moslems were scandalized that the mother of the faithful should expose in a camp her person and character. 1733, but the superstitious crowd was confident that her presence would sanctify the justice and assure the success of their cause. At the head of 20,000 of his loyal Arabs and 9,000 valiant auxiliaries of Kufa, the caliph encountered and defeated the superior numbers of the rebels under the walls of Bassora. 1734, their leaders, Telha and Zoba, 1735, were slain in the first battle that stained with civil blood the arms of the Moslems. 1736, after passing through the ranks to animate the troops, Aisha had chosen her post amidst the dangers of the field. In the heat of the action, 70 men, who held the bridle of her camel, were successively killed or wounded, and the cage or litter in which she sat was stuck with javelins and darts like the quills of a porcupine. The venerable captive sustained with firmness the reproaches of the conqueror, and was speedily dismissed to her proper station at the tomb of Mahomet, with the respect and tenderness that was still due to the widow of the apostle. 1737, after this victory, which was styled the Day of the Camel, Ali marched against a more formidable adversary, against Muawiyah, the son of Abu Sufyan, who had assumed the title of caliph, and whose claim was supported by the forces of Syria and the interest of the house of Umayyah. From the passage of Thapsacus, the plain of Siffin 174 extends along the western bank of the Euphrates. On this spacious and level theater, the two competitors waged a desultory war of 110 days. In the course of 90 actions or skirmishes, the loss of Ali was estimated at 25, that of Muawiyah at 45,000 soldiers, and the list of the slain was dignified with the names of 25 veterans who had fought at Badr under the standard of Mahomet. In this sanguinary contest, the lawful caliph displayed a superior character of valor and humanity. 1741, his troops were strictly enjoined to await the first onset of the enemy, to spare their flying brethren, and to respect the bodies of the dead and the chastity of the female captives. He generously proposed to save the blood of the Moslems by a single combat, but his trembling rival declined the challenge as a sentence of inevitable death. The ranks of the Syrians were broken by the charge of a hero who was mounted on a piebald horse and wielded with irresistible force his ponderous and two-edged sword. As often as he smote a rebel, he shouted the Allah Akbar, God is victorious. And in the tumult of a nocturnal battle, he was heard to repeat 400 times that tremendous exclamation. The Prince of Damascus already meditated his flight, but the certain victory was snatched from the grasp of Ali by the disobedience and enthusiasm of his troops. Their conscience was awed by the solemn appeal to the books of the Quran, which Muawiyah exposed on the foremost lances, and Ali was compelled to yield to a disgraceful truce and an insidious compromise. He retreated with sorrow and indignation to Kufa. His party was discouraged. The distant provinces of Persia, of Yemen, and of Egypt were subdued or seduced by his crafty rival, and the stroke of fanaticism, which was aimed against the three chiefs of the nation, was fatal only to the cousin of Mahomet. In the temple of Mecca, three Chargites or enthusiasts discoursed of the disorders of the church and state. They soon agreed that the deaths of Ali, of Muawiyah, and of his friend Amru, the viceroy of Egypt, would restore the peace and unity of religion. Each of the assassins chose his victim, poisoned his dagger, devoted his life, and secretly repaired to the scene of action. Their resolution was equally desperate, but the first mistook the person of Amru and stabbed the deputy who occupied his seat. The prince of Damascus was dangerously hurt by the second. The lawful caliph, in the marsh of Kufa, received a mortal wound from the hand of the third. He expired in the 63rd year of his age, and mercifully recommended to his children that they would dispatch the murderer by a single stroke. 1742, the sepulchre of Ali 175 was concealed from the tyrants of the house of Umayyah. 176, but in the fourth age of the Hejira, a tomb, a temple, a city, arose near the ruins of Kufa. 177, many thousands of the Shiites repose in holy ground at the feet of the Vicar of God, and the desert is vivified by the numerous and annual visits of the Persians, who esteem their devotion not less meritorious than the pilgrimage of Mecca. The persecutors of Mahomet usurped the inheritance of his children, and the champions of idolatry became the supreme heads of his religion and empire. The opposition of Abu Sufyan had been fierce and obstinate. His conversion was tardy and reluctant. His new faith was fortified by necessity and interest. He served, he fought, perhaps he believed, and the sins of the time of ignorance were expiated by the recent merits of the family of Umayyah. Muawiyah, the son of Abu Sufyan and of the cruel Henda, was dignified in his early youth with the office or title of Secretary of the Prophet. The judgment of Omar entrusted him with the government of Syria, and he administered that important province above 40 years, either in a subordinate or supreme rank. Without renouncing the fame of valor and liberality, he affected the reputation of humanity and moderation. A grateful people was attached to their benefactor, and the victorious Moslems were enriched with the spoils of Cyprus and Rhodes. The sacred duty of pursuing the assassins of Othman was the engine and pretense of his ambition. The bloody shirt of the martyr was exposed in the marsh of Damascus. The emir deplored the fate of his injured kinsman, and 60,000 Syrians were engaged in his service by an oath of fidelity and revenge. Amru, the conqueror of Egypt, himself an army, was the first who saluted the new monarch and divulged the dangerous secret that the Arabian caliphs might be created elsewhere than in the city of the Prophet. 178, the policy of Muawiyah eluded the valor of his rival, and after the death of Ali, he negotiated the abdication of his son Hassan, whose mind was either above or below the government of the world, and who retired without a sigh from the palace of Kufa to an humble cell near the tomb of his grandfather. The aspiring wishes of the caliph were finally crowned by the important change of an elective to an hereditary kingdom. Some murmurs of freedom or fanaticism attested the reluctance of the Arabs, and 4 citizens of Medina refused the oath of fidelity. But the designs of Muawiyah were conducted with vigor and address, and his son Yazid, a feeble and dissolute youth, was proclaimed as the commander of the faithful and the successor of the apostle of God. A familiar story is related of the benevolence of one of the sons of Ali. In serving at table, a slave had inadvertently dropped a dish of scalding broth on his master. The heedless wretch fell prostrate to deprecate his punishment and repeated a verse of the Quran: "Paradise is for those who command their anger. I am not angry. And for those who pardon offenses, I pardon your offense. And for those who return good for evil, I give you your liberty and 400 pieces of silver." With an equal measure of piety, Hossein, the younger brother of Hassan, inherited a remnant of his father's spirit and served with honor against the Christians in the siege of Constantinople. The primogeniture of the line of Hashem and the holy character of grandson of the apostle had centered in his person, and he was at liberty to prosecute his claim against Yezid, the tyrant of Damascus, whose vices he despised and whose title he had never deigned to acknowledge. A list was secretly transmitted from Kufa to Medina of 140,000 Moslems who professed their attachment to his cause and who were eager to draw their swords so soon as he should appear on the banks of the Euphrates. Against the advice of his wisest friends, he resolved to trust his person and family in the hands of a perfidious people. He traversed the desert of Arabia with a timorous retinue of women and children. But as he approached the confines of Iraq, he was alarmed by the solitary or hostile face of the country and suspected either the defection or ruin of his party. His fears were just. Obaidallah, the governor of Kufa, had extinguished the first sparks of an insurrection, and Hosein, in the plain of Kerbela, was encompassed by a body of 5,000 horse, who intercepted his communication with the city and the river. He might still have escaped to a fortress in the desert that had defied the power of Caesar and Chosroes, and confided in the fidelity of the tribe of Tai, which would have armed 10,000 warriors in his defense. In a conference with the chief of the enemy, he proposed the option of 3 honorable conditions: that he should be allowed to return to Medina or be stationed in a frontier garrison against the Turks, or safely conducted to the presence of Yezid. But the commands of the caliph or his lieutenant were stern and absolute, and Hosein was informed that he must either submit as a captive and a criminal to the commander of the faithful, or expect the consequences of his rebellion. "Do you think," replied he, "to terrify me with death?" And during the short respite of a night, 1781, he prepared with calm and solemn resignation to encounter his fate. He checked the lamentations of his sister Fatima, who deplored the impending ruin of his house. "Our trust," said Hosein, "is in God alone. All things, both in heaven and earth, must perish and return to their Creator. My brother, my father, my mother were better than me, and every Mussulman has an example in the Prophet." He pressed his friends to consult their safety by a timely flight. They unanimously refused to desert or survive their beloved master, and their courage was fortified by a fervent prayer and the assurance of paradise. On the morning of the fatal day, he mounted on horseback, with his sword in one hand and the Quran in the other. His generous band of martyrs consisted only of 32 horse and 40 foot, but their flanks and rear were secured by the 10 tropes and by a deep trench which they had filled with lighted faggots, according to the practice of the Arabs. The enemy advanced with reluctance, and one of their chiefs deserted, with 30 followers, to claim the partnership of inevitable death. In every close onset or single combat, the despair of the Fatimites was invincible, but the surrounding multitudes galled them from a distance with a cloud of arrows, and the horses and men were successively slain. A truce was allowed on both sides for the hour of prayer, and the battle at length expired by the death of the last. Companions of Hosein, alone, weary and wounded, he seated himself at the door of his tent. As he tasted a drop of water, he was pierced in the mouth with a dart, and his son and nephew, 2 beautiful youths, were killed in his arms. He lifted his hands to heaven, they were full of blood, and he uttered a funeral prayer for the living and the dead. In a transport of despair, his sister issued from the tent and adjured the general of the Kufians that he would not suffer Hosein to be murdered before his eyes. A tear trickled down his venerable beard, and the boldest of his soldiers fell back on every side as the dying hero threw himself among them. The remorseless Shamer, a name detested by the faithful, reproached their cowardice, and the grandson of Mahomet was slain with 33 strokes of lances and swords. After they had trampled on his body, they carried his head to the castle of Kufa, and the inhuman Obaidallah struck him on the mouth with a cane. "Alas," exclaimed an aged Mussulman, "on these lips have I seen the lips of the apostle of God." In a distant age and climate, the tragic scene of the death of Hosein will awaken the sympathy of the coldest reader. 179-1791, on the annual festival of his martyrdom, in the devout pilgrimage to his sepulchre, his Persian votaries abandoned their souls to the religious frenzy of sorrow and indignation. 180. When the sisters and children of Ali were brought in chains to the throne of Damascus, the caliph was advised to extirpate the enmity of a popular and hostile race, whom he had injured beyond the hope of reconciliation. But Yezid preferred the counsels of mercy, and the mourning family was honorably dismissed to mingle their tears with their kindred at Medina. The glory of martyrdom superseded the right of primogeniture, and the 12 imams, 181 or pontiffs, of the Persian creed are Ali, Hassan, Hossein, and the lineal descendants of Hossein to the 9th generation. Without arms or treasures or subjects, they successively enjoyed the veneration of the people and provoked the jealousy of the reigning caliphs. Their tombs, at Mecca or Medina, on the banks of the Euphrates, or in the province of Khorasan, are still visited by the devotion of their sect. Their names were often the pretense of sedition and civil war, but these royal saints despised the pomp of the world, submitted to the will of God and the injustice of man, and devoted their innocent lives to the study and practice of religion. The 12th and last of the Imams, conspicuous by the title of Mahdi or the Guide, surpassed the solitude and sanctity of his predecessors. He concealed himself in a cavern near Baghdad. The time and place of his death are unknown, and his votaries pretend that he still lives and will appear before the day of judgment to overthrow the tyranny of Dajjal or the Antichrist. 182, in the lapse of 2 or 3 centuries, the posterity of Abbas, the uncle of Mahomet, had multiplied to the number of 33,000. 183, the race of Ali might be equally prolific. The meanest individual was above the first and greatest of princes, and the most eminent was supposed to excel the perfection of angels. But their adverse fortune and the wide extent of the Mussulman empire allowed an ample scope for every bold and artful impostor who claimed affinity with the Holy Seed. The scepter of the Almohads in Spain and Africa, of the Fatimites in Egypt and Syria, 184 of the sultans of Yemen, and of the Safis of Persia, 185 has been consecrated by this vague and ambiguous title. Under their reigns, it might be dangerous to dispute the legitimacy of their birth, and one of the Fatimite caliphs silenced an indiscreet question by drawing his scimitar. "This," said Mose, "is my pedigree, and these," casting a handful of gold to his soldiers, "and these are my kindred and my children." In the various conditions of princes, or doctors, or nobles, or merchants, or beggars, a swarm of the genuine or fictitious descendants of Mahomet and Ali is honored with the appellation of sheikhs, or sheriffs, or emirs. In the Ottoman Empire, they are distinguished by a green turban, receive a stipend from the treasury, are judged only by their chief, and, however debased by fortune or character, still assert the proud preeminence of their birth. A family of 300 persons, the pure and orthodox branch of the Caliph Hassan, is preserved without taint or suspicion in the holy cities of Mecca and Medina, and still retains, after the revolutions of 12 centuries, the custody of the temple and the sovereignty of their native land. The fame and merit of Mahomet would ennoble a plebeian race, and the ancient blood of the Quraysh transcends the recent majesty of the kings of the earth. 186. The talents of Mahomet are entitled to our applause, but his success has, perhaps, too strongly attracted our admiration. Are we surprised that a multitude of proselytes should embrace the doctrine and the passions of an eloquent fanatic? In the heresies of the Church, the same seduction has been tried and repeated from the time of the apostles to that of the reformers. Does it seem incredible that a private citizen should grasp the sword and the scepter, subdue his native country, and erect a monarchy by his victorious arms? In the moving picture of the dynasties of the East, 100 fortunate usurpers have arisen from a baser origin, surmounted more formidable obstacles, and filled a larger scope of empire and conquest. Mahomet was alike instructed to preach and to fight, and the union of these opposite qualities, while it enhanced his merit, contributed to his success. The operation of force and persuasion, of enthusiasm and fear, continually acted on each other, till every barrier yielded to their irresistible power. His voice invited the Arabs to freedom and victory, to arms and rapine, to the indulgence of their darling passions in this world and the other. The restraints which he imposed were requisite to establish the credit of the Prophet and to exercise the obedience of the people, and the only objection to his success was his rational creed of the unity and perfections of God. It is not the propagation, but the permanency of his religion that deserves our wonder. The same pure and perfect impression which he engraved at Mecca and Medina is preserved after the revolutions of 12 centuries by the Indian, the African, and the Turkish proselytes of the Quran. If the Christian apostles, St. Peter or St. Paul, could return to the Vatican, they might possibly inquire the name of the deity who is worshipped with such mysterious rites in that magnificent temple. At Oxford or Geneva, they would experience less surprise, but it might still be incumbent on them to peruse the Catechism of the Church and to study the orthodox commentators on their own writings and the words of their master. But the Turkish dome of St. Sophia, with an increase of splendor and size, represents the humble tabernacle erected at Medina by the hands of Mahomet. The Mahometans have uniformly withstood the temptation of reducing the object of their faith and devotion to a level with the senses and imagination of man. "I believe in one God, and Mahomet the Apostle of God," is the simple and invariable profession of Islam. The intellectual image of the deity has never been degraded by any visible idol. The honors of the Prophet have never transgressed the measure of human virtue, and his living precepts have restrained the gratitude of his disciples within the bounds of reason and religion. The votaries of Ali have indeed consecrated the memory of their hero, his wife, and his children, and some of the Persian doctors pretend that the divine essence was incarnate in the person of the Imams, but their superstition is universally condemned by the Sunnites, and their impiety has afforded a seasonable warning against the worship of saints and martyrs. The metaphysical questions on the attributes of God and the liberty of man have been agitated in the schools of the Mahometans as well as in those of the Christians, but among the former, they have never engaged the passions of the people or disturbed the tranquility of the state. The cause of this important difference may be found in the separation or union of the regal and sacerdotal characters. It was the interest of the caliphs, the successors of the Prophet and commanders of the faithful, to repress and discourage all religious innovations. The order, the discipline, the temporal and spiritual ambition of the clergy are unknown to the Moslems, and the sages of the law are the guides of their conscience and the oracles of their faith. From the Atlantic to the Ganges, the Quran is acknowledged as the fundamental code, not only of theology, but of civil and criminal jurisprudence, and the laws which regulate the actions and the property of mankind are guarded by the infallible and immutable sanction of the will of God. This religious servitude is attended with some practical disadvantage. The illiterate legislator had been often misled by his own prejudices and those of his country, and the institutions of the Arabian desert may be ill adapted to the wealth and numbers of Ispahan and Constantinople. On these occasions, the Kadhi respectfully places on his head the holy volume and substitutes a dexterous interpretation more apposite to the principles of equity and the manners and policy of the times. His beneficial or pernicious influence on the public happiness is the last consideration in the character of Mahomet. The most bitter or most bigoted of his Christian or Jewish foes will surely allow that he assumed a false commission to inculcate a salutary doctrine, less perfect only than their own. He piously supposed, as the basis of his religion, the truth and sanctity of their prior revolutions, the virtues and miracles of their founders. The idols of Arabia were broken before the throne of God. The blood of human victims was expiated by prayer and fasting and alms, the laudable or innocent arts of devotion, and his rewards and punishments of a future life were painted by the images most congenial to an ignorant and carnal generation. Mahomet was, perhaps, incapable of dictating a moral and political system for the use of his countrymen, but he breathed among the faithful a spirit of charity and friendship, recommended the practice of the social virtues, and checked, by his laws and precepts, the thirst of revenge and the oppression of widows and orphans. The hostile tribes were united in faith and obedience, and the valor which had been idly spent in domestic quarrels was vigorously directed against a foreign enemy. Had the impulse been less powerful, Arabia, free at home and formidable abroad, might have flourished under a succession of her native monarchs. Her sovereignty was lost by the extent and rapidity of conquest. The colonies of the nation were scattered over the east and west, and their blood was mingled with the blood of their converts and captives. After the reign of 3 caliphs, the throne was transported from Medina to the valley of Damascus and the banks of the Tigris. The holy cities were violated by impious war. Arabia was ruled by the rod of a subject, perhaps of a stranger, and the Bedouins of the desert, awakening from their dream of dominion, resumed their old and solitary independence. 187. Chapter 51, Conquests by the Arabs. Part 1, The Conquest of Persia, Syria, Egypt, Africa, and Spain by the Arabs or Saracens, Empire of the Caliphs or successors of Mahomet, State of the Christians, and 100 under their government. The revolution of Arabia had not changed the character of the Arabs. The death of Mahomet was the signal of independence, and the hasty structure of his power and religion tottered to its foundations. A small and faithful band of his primitive disciples had listened to his eloquence and shared his distress, had fled with the apostle from the persecution of Mecca, or had received the fugitive in the walls of Medina. The increasing myriads, who acknowledged Mahomet as their king and prophet, had been compelled by his arms or allured by his prosperity. The polytheists were confounded by the simple idea of a solitary and invisible God. The pride of the Christians and Jews disdained the yoke of a mortal and contemporary legislator. The habits of faith and obedience were not sufficiently confirmed, and many of the new converts regretted the venerable antiquity of the law of Moses, or the rites and mysteries of the Catholic Church, or the idols, the sacrifices, the joyous festivals of their pagan ancestors. The jarring interests and hereditary feuds of the Arabian tribes had not yet coalesced in a system of union and subordination, and the barbarians were impatient of the mildest and most salutary laws that curbed their passions or violated their customs. They submitted with reluctance to the religious precepts of the Quran, the abstinence from wine, the fast of the Ramadan, and the daily repetition of 5 prayers. And the alms and tithes, which were collected for the treasury of Medina, could be distinguished only by a name from the payment of a perpetual and ignominious tribute. The example of Mahomet had excited a spirit of fanaticism or imposture, and several of his rivals presumed to imitate the conduct and defy the authority of the living prophet. At the head of the fugitives and auxiliaries, the first caliph was reduced to the cities of Mecca, Medina, and Taif, and perhaps the Quraysh would have restored the idols of the Kaaba if their levity had not been checked by a seasonable reproof. Ye men of Mecca, will ye be the last to embrace, and the first to abandon the religion of Islam? After exhorting the Moslems to confide in the aid of God and his apostle, Abu Bakr resolved, by a vigorous attack, to prevent the junction of the rebels. The women and children were safely lodged in the cavities of the mountains. The warriors, marching under 11 banners, diffused the terror of their arms, and the appearance of a military force revived and confirmed the loyalty of the faithful. The inconstant tribes accepted, with humble repentance, the duties of prayer and fasting and alms, and after some examples of success and severity, the most daring apostates fell prostrate before the sword of the Lord and of Khald. In the fertile province of Yemena, one between the Red Sea and the Gulf of Persia, in a city not inferior to Medina itself, a powerful chief, his name was Mosalama, had assumed the character of a prophet, and the tribe of Hanifa listened to his voice. A female prophetess 1111 was attracted by his reputation. The decencies of words and actions were spurned by these favorites of heaven, too, and they employed several days in mystic and amorous converse. An obscure sentence of his Quran, or book, is yet extant. 3, and in the pride of his mission, Mosalama condescended to offer a partition of the earth. The proposal was answered by Mahomet with contempt, but the rapid progress of the impostor awakened the fears of his successor. 40,000 Moslems were assembled under the standard of Khald, and the existence of their faith was resigned to the event of a decisive battle. 3111, in the first action, they were repulsed by the loss of 1,200 men, but the skill and perseverance of their general prevailed. Their defeat was avenged by the slaughter of 10,000 infidels, and Mosalama himself was pierced by an Ethiopian slave with the same javelin which had mortally wounded the uncle of Mahomet. The various rebels of Arabia without a chief or a cause were speedily suppressed by the power and discipline of the rising monarchy, and the whole nation again professed, and more steadfastly held, the religion of the Quran. The ambition of the caliphs provided an immediate exercise for the restless spirit of the Saracens. Their valor was united in the prosecution of a holy war, and their enthusiasm was equally confirmed by opposition and victory. To return. The first salutation may be transcribed, but cannot be translated. It was thus that Moselama said or sung. Surge tandem idac strenu permalenda, nam stratus tibi thoris est. Out in propaculo tentorio si velis, out in abditir cubiculo si malis. Out supinum te humi exporictem fustigabo, si velis. Out si malis manibus pedibus nixem. Out si velis ejus, priapi, gemino trint out si malis totus venium. Imo totus venido, o apostle Dei, clamabat fomina. Id ipsum disbat. Moselama, mihi quoque suggesit Deus. The prophetess Segja, after the fall of her lover, returned to idolatry, but under the reign of Moawiyah she became a Mussulman and died at Basura, Abulfeda, Annal, Vers, Rizq, p. 63. From the rapid conquests of the Saracens, a presumption will naturally arise that the Caliphs 311 commanded in person the armies of the faithful and sought the crown of martyrdom in the foremost ranks of the battle. The courage of Abubekr, 4 Omar, 5 and Othman, 6, had indeed been tried in the persecution and wars of the Prophet, and the personal assurance of paradise must have taught them to despise the pleasures and dangers of the present world. But they ascended the throne in a venerable or mature age, and esteemed the domestic cares of religion and justice the most important duties of a sovereign. Except the presence of Omar at the siege of Jerusalem, their longest expeditions were the frequent pilgrimage from Medina to Mecca, and they calmly received the tidings of victory as they prayed or preached before the sepulchre of the Prophet. The austere and frugal measure of their lives was the effect of virtue or habit, and the pride of their simplicity insulted the vain magnificence of the kings of the earth. When Abubekr assumed the office of caliph, he enjoined his daughter Aisha to take a strict account of his private patrimony, that it might be evident whether he were enriched or impoverished by the service of the state. He thought himself entitled to a stipend of 3 pieces of gold, with the sufficient maintenance of a single camel and a black slave. But on the Friday of each week, he distributed the residue of his own and the public money, first to the most worthy, and then to the most indigent of the Moslems. The remains of his wealth, a coarse garment, and 5 pieces of gold were delivered to his successor, who lamented with a modest sigh his own inability to equal such an admirable model. Yet the abstinence and humility of Omar were not inferior to the virtues of Abubekr. His food consisted of barley bread or dates. His drink was water. He preached in a gown that was torn or tattered in 12 places, and the Persian satrap, who paid his homage to the conqueror, found him asleep among the beggars on the steps of the Marsh of Medina. Economy is the source of liberality, and the increase of the revenue enabled Omar to establish a just and perpetual reward for the past and present services of the faithful. Careless of his own emolument, he assigned to Abbas, the uncle of the Prophet, the first and most ample allowance of 25,000 drams or pieces of silver. 5,000 were allotted to each of the aged warriors, the relics of the field of Badr, and the last and meanest of the companions of Mahomet was distinguished by the annual reward of 3,000 pieces. 1,000 was the stipend of the veterans who had fought in the first battles against the Greeks and Persians, and the decreasing pay, as low as 50 pieces of silver, was adapted to the respective merit and seniority of the soldiers of Omar. Under his reign and that of his predecessor, the conquerors of the East were the trusty servants of God and the people. The mass of the public treasure was consecrated to the expenses of peace and war. A prudent mixture of justice and bounty maintained the discipline of the Saracens, and they united, by a rare felicity, the dispatch and execution of despotism with the equal and frugal maxims of a republican government. The heroic courage of Ali, 7. The consummate prudence of Muawiyah, 8. excited the emulation of their subjects, and the talents which had been exercised in the school of civil discord were more usefully applied to propagate the faith and dominion of the Prophet. In the sloth and vanity of the palace of Damascus, the succeeding princes of the house of Umayyah were alike destitute of the qualifications of statesmen and of saints. 9. Yet the spoils of unknown nations were continually laid at the foot of their throne, and the uniform ascent of the Arabian greatness must be ascribed to the spirit of the nation rather than the abilities of their chiefs. A large deduction must be allowed for the weakness of their enemies. The birth of Mahomet was fortunately placed in the most degenerate and disorderly period of the Persians, the Romans, and the barbarians of Europe. The empires of Trajan, or even of Constantine or Charlemagne, would have repelled the assault of the naked Saracens, and the torrent of fanaticism might have been obscurely lost in the sands of Arabia. In the victorious days of the Roman Republic, it had been the aim of the Senate to confine their councils and legions to a single war, and completely to suppress a first enemy before they provoked the hostilities of a second. These timid maxims of policy were disdained by the magnanimity or enthusiasm of the Arabian caliphs. With the same vigor and success, they invaded the successors of Augustus and those of Artaxerxes, and the rival monarchies at the same instant became the prey of an enemy whom they had been so long accustomed to despise. In the 10 years of the administration of Omar, the Saracens reduced to his obedience 36,000 cities or castles, destroyed 4,000 churches or temples of the unbelievers, and edified 1,400 mosques for the exercise of the religion of Mahomet. 100 years after his flight from Mecca, the arms and the reign of his successors extended from India to the Atlantic Ocean, over the various and distant provinces, which may be comprised under the names of 1. Persia, 2. Syria, 3. Egypt, 4. Africa, and 5. Spain. Under this general division, I shall proceed to unfold these memorable transactions, dispatching with brevity the remote and less interesting conquests of the East, and reserving a fuller narrative for those domestic countries which had been included within the pale of the Roman Empire. Yet I must excuse my own defects by a just complaint of the blindness and insufficiency of my guides. The Greeks, so loquacious in controversy, have not been anxious to celebrate the triumphs of their enemies. 10. After a century of ignorance, the first annals of the Mussulmans were collected in a great measure from the voice of tradition. 11. Among the numerous productions of Arabic and Persian literature, 12 our interpreters have selected the imperfect sketches of a more recent age. 13. The art and genius of history have ever been unknown to the Asiatics. 14. They are ignorant of the laws of criticism, and our monkish chronicle of the same period may be compared to their most popular works, which are never vivified by the spirit of philosophy and freedom. The Oriental Library of a Frenchman 15 would instruct the most learned mufti of the East, and perhaps the Arabs might not find in a single historian so clear and comprehensive a narrative of their own exploits as that which will be deduced in the ensuing sheets. 1. In the first year of the first caliph, his lieutenant Khald, the sword of God and the scourge of the infidels, advanced to the banks of the Euphrates and reduced the cities of Anbar and Hira. Westward of the ruins of Babylon, a tribe of sedentary Arabs had fixed themselves on the verge of the desert, and Hira was the seat of a race of kings who had embraced the Christian religion and reigned above 600 years under the shadow of the throne of Persia. 16. The last of the Mondars, 1611, was defeated and slain by Khald. His son was sent a captive to Medina. His nobles bowed before the successor of the Prophet. The people was tempted by the example and success of their countrymen, and the caliph accepted as the first fruits of foreign conquest an annual tribute of 70,000 pieces of gold. The conquerors and even their historians were astonished by the dawn of their future greatness. In the same year, says Elmakin, Khald fought many signal battles, an immense multitude of the infidels was slaughtered, and spoils infinite and innumerable were acquired by the victorious Moslems. 17. But the invincible Khald was soon transferred to the Syrian war. The invasion of the Persian frontier was conducted by less active or less prudent commanders. The Saracens were repulsed with loss in the passage of the Euphrates, and though they chastised the insolent pursuit of the Magians, their remaining forces still hovered in the desert of Babylon. 1711. The indignation and fears of the Persians suspended for a moment their intestine divisions. By the unanimous sentence of the priests and nobles, their queen Arzama was deposed, the sixth of the transient usurpers, who had arisen and vanished in 3 or 4 years since the death of Chosroes, and the retreat of Heraclius. Her tiara was placed on the head of Yezdijerd, the grandson of Chosroes, and the same era, which coincides with an astronomical period, 18, has recorded the fall of the Sasanian dynasty and the religion of Zoroaster. 19. The youth and inexperience of the prince, he was only 15 years of age, declined a perilous encounter. The royal standard was delivered into the hands of his general Rustam, and a remnant of 30,000 regular troops was swelled in truth, or in opinion, to 120,000 subjects or allies of the great king. The Moslems, whose numbers were reinforced from 12 to 30,000, had pitched their camp in the plains of Qadijah. 20, and their line, though it consisted of fewer men, could produce more soldiers than the unwieldy host of the infidels. I shall here observe, what I must often repeat, that the charge of the Arabs was not, like that of the Greeks and Romans, the effort of a firm and compact infantry. Their military force was chiefly formed of cavalry and archers, and the engagement, which was often interrupted and often renewed by single combats and flying skirmishes, might be protracted without any decisive event to the continuance of several days. The periods of the Battle of Qadijah were distinguished by their peculiar appellations. The first, from the well-timed appearance of 6,000 of the Syrian brethren, was denominated the Day of Succor. The Day of Concussion might express the disorder of one, or perhaps of both, of the contending armies. The third, a nocturnal tumult, received the whimsical name of the Night of Barking, from the discordant clamors, which were compared to the inarticulate sounds of the fiercest animals. The morning of the succeeding day, 2011, determined the fate of Persia, and a seasonable whirlwind drove a cloud of dust against the faces of the unbelievers. The clangor of arms was reached to the tent of Rustam, who, far unlike the ancient hero of his name, was gently reclining in a cool and tranquil shade amidst the baggage of his camp and the train of mules that were laden with gold and silver. On the sound of danger, he started from his couch, but his flight was overtaken by a valiant Arab who caught him by the foot, struck off his head, hoisted it on a lance, and instantly returning to the field of battle, carried slaughter and dismay among the thickest ranks of the Persians. The Saracens confess a loss of 7,500 men, 2012, and the Battle of Qadijah is justly described by the epithets of obstinate and atrocious. 21. The standard of the monarchy was overthrown and captured in the field, a leathern apron of a blacksmith, who in ancient times had arisen the deliverer of Persia, but this badge of heroic poverty was disguised and almost concealed by a profusion of precious gems. 22. After this victory, the wealthy province of Iraq, or Assyria, submitted to the Caliph, and his conquests were firmly established by the speedy foundation of Bassora. 23. A place which ever commands the trade and navigation of the Persians. As the distance of 80 miles from the Gulf, the Euphrates and Tigris unite in a broad and direct current, which is aptly styled the River of the Arabs. In the midway, between the junction and the mouth of these famous streams, the new settlement was planted on the western bank. The first colony was composed of 800 Moslems, but the influence of the situation soon reared a flourishing and populous capital. The air, though excessively hot, is pure and healthy. The meadows are filled with palm trees and cattle, and one of the adjacent valleys has been celebrated among the 4 paradises or gardens of Asia. Under the first caliphs, the jurisdiction of this Arabian colony extended over the southern provinces of Persia. The city has been sanctified by the tombs of the companions and martyrs, and the vessels of Europe still frequent the port of Bassora as a convenient station and passage of the Indian trade. Chapter 51, Conquests by the Arabs, Part 2. After the defeat of Qadijah, a country intersected by rivers and canals might have opposed an insuperable barrier to the victorious cavalry, and the walls of Ctesiphon or Madin, which had resisted the battering rams of the Romans, would not have yielded to the darts of the Saracens, but the flying Persians were overcome by the belief that the last day of their religion and empire was at hand. The strongest posts were abandoned by treachery or cowardice, and the king, with a part of his family and treasures, escaped to Halwan at the foot of the Median hills. In the 3rd month after the battle, said the lieutenant of Omar, passed the Tigris without opposition. The capital was taken by assault, and the disorderly resistance of the people gave a keener edge to the sabers of the Moslems, who shouted with religious transport, This is the white palace of Chosroes. This is the promise of the apostle of God. The naked robbers of the desert were suddenly enriched beyond the measure of their hope or knowledge. Each chamber revealed a new treasure secreted with art or ostentatiously displayed. The gold and silver, the various wardrobes and precious furniture surpassed, says Abulfeda, the estimate of fancy or numbers, and another historian defines the untold and almost infinite mass by the fabulous computation of 3,000 of thousands of pieces of gold. 24 some minute, though curious facts represent the contrast of riches and ignorance. From the remote islands of the Indian Ocean, a large provision of camphor 25 had been imported, which is employed with a mixture of wax to illuminate the palaces of the East. Strangers to the name and properties of that odoriferous gum, the Saracens, mistaking it for salt, mingled the camphor in their bread, and were astonished at the bitterness of the taste. One of the apartments of the palace was decorated with a carpet of silk, 60 cubits in length, and as many in breadth. A paradise or garden was depictured on the ground. The flowers, fruits, and shrubs were imitated by the figures of the gold embroidery and the colors of the precious stones, and the ample square was encircled by a variegated and verdant border. 251, the Arabian general persuaded his soldiers to relinquish their claim, in the reasonable hope that the eyes of the caliph would be delighted with the splendid workmanship of nature and industry. Regardless of the merit of art and the pomp of royalty, the rigid Omar divided the prize among his brethren of Medina. The picture was destroyed, but such was the intrinsic value of the materials that the share of Ali alone was sold for 20,000 drams. A mule that carried away the tiara and cuirass, the belt and bracelets of Chosroes, was overtaken by the pursuers. The gorgeous trophy was presented to the commander of the faithful, and the gravest of the companions condescended to smile when they beheld the white beard, the hairy arms, and uncouth figure of the veteran, who was invested with the spoils of the great king. 26. The sack of Ctesiphon was followed by its desertion and gradual decay. The Saracens disliked the air and situation of the place, and Omar was advised by his general to remove the seat of government to the western side of the Euphrates. In every age, the foundation and ruin of the Assyrian cities has been easy and rapid. The country is destitute of stone and timber, and the most solid structures, 27, are composed of bricks baked in the sun and joined by a cement of the native bitumen. The name of Kufa 28 describes a habitation of reeds and earth, but the importance of the new capital was supported by the numbers, wealth, and spirit of a colony of veterans, and their licentiousness was indulged by the wisest caliphs, who were apprehensive of provoking the revolt of 100,000 swords. Ye men of Kufa, said Ali, who solicited their aid, you have been always conspicuous by your valor. You conquered the Persian king and scattered his forces till you had taken possession of his inheritance. This mighty conquest was achieved by the battles of Jalula and Nehavend. After the loss of the former, Yezdijerd fled from Halwan and concealed his shame and despair in the mountains of Farsistan, from whence Cyrus had descended with his equal and valiant companions. The courage of the nation survived that of the monarch. Among the hills to the south of Ecbatana or Hamadan, 150,000 Persians made a third and final stand for their religion and country, and the decisive Battle of Nehavend was styled by the Arabs the victory of victories. If it be true that the flying general of the Persians was stopped and overtaken in a crowd of mules and camels laden with honey, the incident, however slight and singular, will denote the luxurious impediments of an Oriental army. 29. The geography of Persia is darkly delineated by the Greeks and Latins, but the most illustrious of her cities appear to be more ancient than the invasion of the Arabs. By the reduction of Hamadan and Ispahan, of Kaswin, Taurus, and Ray, they gradually approached the shores of the Caspian Sea, and the orators of Mecca might applaud the success and spirit of the faithful, who had already lost sight of the northern bear, and had almost transcended the bounds of the habitable world. 30 again, turning towards the west and the Roman Empire, they repassed the Tigris over the bridge of Mosul, and in the captive provinces of Armenia and Mesopotamia, embraced their victorious brethren of the Syrian army. From the palace of Madin, their eastern progress was not less rapid or extensive. They advanced along the Tigris and the Gulf, penetrated through the passes of the mountains into the valley of Estashar or Persepolis, and profaned the last sanctuary of the Magian Empire. The grandson of Chosroes was nearly surprised among the falling columns and mutilated figures, a sad emblem of the past and present fortune of Persia. 31 He fled with accelerated haste over the desert of Kirman, implored the aid of the warlike Segestans, and sought an humble refuge on the verge of the Turkish and Chinese power. But a victorious army is insensible of fatigue. The Arabs divided their forces in the pursuit of a timorous enemy, and the Caliph Othman promised the government of Khorasan to the first general who should enter that large and populous country, the kingdom of the ancient Bactrians. The condition was accepted, the prize was deserved, the standard of Mahomet was planted on the walls of Herat, Meru, and Bauch, and the successful leader neither halted nor reposed till his foaming cavalry had tasted the waters of the Oxus. In the public anarchy, the independent governors of the cities and castles obtained their separate capitulations. The terms were granted or imposed by the esteem, the prudence, or the compassion of the victors, and a simple profession of faith established the distinction between a brother and a slave. After a noble defense, Harmazan, the prince or satrap of Awaz and Susa, was compelled to surrender his person and his state to the discretion of the caliph, and their interview exhibits a portrait of the Arabian manners. In the presence and by the command of Omar, the gay barbarian was despoiled of his silken robes embroidered with gold, and of his tiara bedecked with rubies and emeralds. "Are you now sensible," said the conqueror to his naked captive, "are you now sensible of the judgment of God, and of the different rewards of infidelity and obedience?" "Alas," replied Harmazan, "I feel them too deeply. In the days of our common ignorance, we fought with the weapons of the flesh, and my nation was superior. God was then neuter. Since he has espoused your quarrel, you have subverted our kingdom and religion." Oppressed by this painful dialogue, the Persian complained of intolerable thirst, but discovered some apprehension lest he should be killed whilst he was drinking a cup of water. "Be of good courage," said the caliph. "Your life is safe till you have drunk this water." The crafty satrap accepted the assurance and instantly dashed the vase against the ground. Omar would have avenged the deceit, but his companions represented the sanctity of an oath, and the speedy conversion of Harmazan entitled him not only to a free pardon, but even to a stipend of 2,000 pieces of gold. The administration of Persia was regulated by an actual survey of the people, the cattle, and the fruits of the earth. 32 And this monument, which attests the vigilance of the caliphs, might have instructed the philosophers of every age. 33. The flight of Yezdijerd had carried him beyond the Oxus, and as far as the Jaxartes, 2 rivers 34 of ancient and modern renown, which descend from the mountains of India towards the Caspian Sea. He was hospitably entertained by Takhin, Prince of Fargana, 35 a fertile province on the Jaxartes. The king of Samarkand, with the Turkish tribes of Sogdiana and Scythia, were moved by the lamentations and promises of the fallen monarch, and he solicited, by a suppliant embassy, the more solid and powerful friendship of the Emperor of China. 36 The virtuous Taitsong, 37 the first of the dynasty of the Tang, may be justly compared with the Antonines of Rome. His people enjoyed the blessings of prosperity and peace, and his dominion was acknowledged by 44 hordes of the barbarians of Tartary. His last garrisons of Kashgar and Khotan maintained a frequent intercourse with their neighbors of the Jaxartes and Oxus. A recent colony of Persians had introduced into China the astronomy of the Magi, and Taitsong might be alarmed by the rapid progress and dangerous vicinity of the Arabs. The influence, and perhaps the supplies, of China revived the hopes of Yezdijerd and the zeal of the worshippers of fire, and he returned with an army of Turks to conquer the inheritance of his fathers. The fortunate Moslems, without unsheathing their swords, were the spectators of his ruin and death. The grandson of Chosroes was betrayed by his servant, insulted by the seditious inhabitants of Meru, and oppressed, defeated, and pursued by his barbarian allies. He reached the banks of a river and offered his rings and bracelets for an instant passage in a miller's boat. Ignorant or insensible of royal distress, the rustic replied that 4 drams of silver were the daily profit of his mill, and that he would not suspend his work unless the loss were repaid. In this moment of hesitation and delay, the last of the Sasanian kings was overtaken and slaughtered by the Turkish cavalry in the 19th year of his unhappy reign. 3811 his son Firouz, an humble client of the Chinese emperor, accepted the station of captain of his guards, and the Magian worship was long preserved by a colony of loyal exiles in the province of Bucharia. 3812 his grandson inherited the regal name, but after a faint and fruitless enterprise, he returned to China and ended his days in the palace of Sigan. The male line of the Sassanids was extinct, but the female captives, the daughters of Persia, were given to the conquerors in servitude or marriage, and the race of the caliphs and imams was ennobled by the blood of their royal mothers. 39. After the fall of the Persian kingdom, the river Oxus divided the territories of the Saracens and of the Turks. This narrow boundary was soon overleaped by the spirit of the Arabs. The governors of Khorasan extended their successive inroads, and one of their triumphs was adorned with the buskin of a Turkish queen, which she dropped in her precipitate flight beyond the hills of Bechara. 40 But the final conquest of Transoxiana, 41 as well as of Spain, was reserved for the glorious reign of the inactive Walid, and the name of Qutb, the camel driver, declares the origin and merit of his successful lieutenant. While one of his colleagues displayed the first Mahometan banner on the banks of the Indus, the spacious regions between the Oxus, the Jaxartes, and the Caspian Sea were reduced by the arms of Qutb to the obedience of the Prophet and of the Caliph. 42 A tribute of 2 millions of pieces of gold was imposed on the infidels. Their idols were burnt or broken. The Mussulman chief pronounced a sermon in the new Marsh of Kharizmi. After several battles, the Turkish hordes were driven back to the desert, and the emperors of China solicited the friendship of the victorious Arabs. To their industry, the prosperity of the province, the Sogdiana of the ancients, may in a great measure be ascribed, but the advantages of the soil and climate had been understood and cultivated since the reign of the Macedonian kings. Before the invasion of the Saracens, Kharizmi, Bechara, and Samarkand were rich and populous under the yoke of the shepherds of the north. 4211 These cities were surrounded with a double wall, and the exterior fortification, of a larger circumference, enclosed the fields and gardens of the adjacent district. The mutual wants of India and Europe were supplied by the diligence of the Sogdian merchants, and the inestimable art of transforming linen into paper has been diffused from the manufacture of Samarkand over the Western world. 43. 2. No sooner had Abubakr restored the unity of faith and government than he dispatched a circular letter to the Arabian tribes. In the name of the most merciful God, to the rest of the true believers, health and happiness, and the mercy and blessing of God be upon you. I praise the Most High God, and I pray for his prophet Mahomet. This is to acquaint you that I intend to send the true believers into Syria 44 to take it out of the hands of the infidels. And I would have you know that the fighting for religion is an act of obedience to God. His messengers returned with the tidings of pious and martial ardor which they had kindled in every province, and the camp of Medina was successively filled with the intrepid bands of the Saracens, who panted for action, complained of the heat of the season and the scarcity of provisions, and accused with impatient murmurs the delays of the Caliph. As soon as their numbers were complete, Abubakr ascended the hill, reviewed the men, the horses, and the arms, and poured forth a fervent prayer for the success of their undertaking. In person and on foot, he accompanied the first day's march, and when the blushing leaders attempted to dismount, the Caliph removed their scruples by a declaration that those who rode and those who walked in the service of religion were equally meritorious. His instructions 45 to the chiefs of the Syrian army were inspired by the warlike fanaticism which advances to seize and affects to despise the objects of earthly ambition. Remember, said the successor of the Prophet, that you are always in the presence of God, on the verge of death, in the assurance of judgment and the hope of paradise. Avoid injustice and oppression, consult with your brethren, and study to preserve the love and confidence of your troops. When you fight the battles of the Lord, acquit yourselves like men, without turning your backs, but let not your victory be stained with the blood of women or children. Destroy no palm trees, nor burn any fields of corn. Cut down no fruit trees, nor do any mischief to cattle, only such as you kill to eat. When you make any covenant or article, stand to it, and be as good as your word. As you go on, you will find some religious persons who live retired in monasteries and propose to themselves to serve God that way. Let them alone, and neither kill them nor destroy their monasteries. 46. And you will find another sort of people, that belong to the synagogue of Satan, who have shaven crowns. 47. Be sure you cleave their skulls, and give them no quarter till they either turn Mahometans or pay tribute. All profane or frivolous conversation, all dangerous recollection of ancient quarrels, was severely prohibited among the Arabs. In the tumult of a camp, the exercises of religion were assiduously practiced, and the intervals of action were employed in prayer, meditation, and the study of the Quran. The abuse, or even the use, of wine was chastised by fourscore strokes on the soles of the feet, and in the fervor of their primitive zeal, many secret sinners revealed their fault and solicited their punishment. After some hesitation, the command of the Syrian army was delegated to Abu Obaidah, one of the fugitives of Mecca and companions of Mahomet, whose zeal and devotion was assuaged, without being abated, by the singular mildness and benevolence of his temper. But in all the emergencies of war, the soldiers demanded the superior genius of Khald, and whoever might be the choice of the prince, the sword of God was both in fact and fame the foremost leader of the Saracens. He obeyed without reluctance. 47:11 He was consulted without jealousy, and such was the spirit of the man, or rather of the times, that Khald professed his readiness to serve under the banner of the faith, though it were in the hands of a child or an enemy. Glory and riches and dominion were indeed promised to the victorious Mussulman, but he was carefully instructed that if the goods of this life were his only incitement, they likewise would be his only reward. Chapter 51, Conquests by the Arabs, Part 3. One of the 15 provinces of Syria, the cultivated lands to the eastward of the Jordan, had been decorated by Roman vanity with the name of Arabia, and the first arms of the Saracens were justified by the semblance of a national right. The country was enriched by the various benefits of trade. By the vigilance of the emperors, it was covered with a line of forts, and the populous cities of Gerasa, Philadelphia, and Basra were secure, at least from a surprise, by the solid structure of their walls. The last of these cities was the 18th station from Medina. The road was familiar to the caravans of Hijaz and Iraq, who annually visited this plenteous market of the province and the desert. The perpetual jealousy of the Arabs had trained the inhabitants to arms, and 12,000 horse could sally from the gates of Basra, an appellation which signifies, in the Syriac language, a strong tower of defense. Encouraged by their first success against the open towns and flying parties of the borders, a detachment of 4,000 Moslems presumed to summon and attack the fortress of Basra. They were oppressed by the numbers of the Syrians. They were saved by the presence of Khald, with 1,500 horse. He blamed the enterprise, restored the battle, and rescued his friend, the venerable Sergibil, who had vainly invoked the unity of God and the promises of the apostle. After a short repose, the Moslems performed their ablutions with sand instead of water, and the morning prayer was recited by Khald before they mounted on horseback. Confident in their strength, the people of Basra threw open their gates, drew their forces into the plain, and swore to die in the defense of their religion. But a religion of peace was incapable of withstanding the fanatic cry of "Fight, fight! Paradise, paradise!" that reached out in the ranks of the Saracens, and the uproar of the town, the ringing of bells, and the exclamations of the priests and monks increased the dismay and disorder of the Christians. With the loss of 230 men, the Arabs remained masters of the field, and the ramparts of Basra, in expectation of human or divine aid, were crowded with holy crosses and consecrated banners. The governor Romanus had recommended an early submission. Despised by the people and degraded from his office, he still retained the desire and opportunity of revenge. In a nocturnal interview, he informed the enemy of a subterraneous passage from his house under the wall of the city. The son of the caliph, with 100 volunteers, were committed to the faith of this new ally, and their successful intrepidity gave an easy entrance to their companions. After Khald had imposed the terms of servitude and tribute, the apostate or convert avowed in the assembly of the people his meritorious treason. "I renounce your society," said Romanus, "both in this world and the world to come. And I deny him that was crucified, and whosoever worships him. And I choose God for my Lord, Islam for my faith, Mecca for my temple, the Moslems for my brethren, and Mahomet for my prophet, who was sent to lead us into the right way and to exalt the true religion in spite of those who join partners with God. The conquest of Basra, 4 days' journey from Damascus, encouraged the Arabs to besiege the ancient capital of Syria. At some distance from the walls, they encamped among the groves and fountains of that delicious territory, and the usual option of the Mahometan faith, of tribute or of war, was proposed to the resolute citizens, who had been lately strengthened by a reinforcement of 5,000. Greeks, in the decline, as in the infancy, of the military art, a hostile defiance was frequently offered and accepted by the generals themselves. Many a lance was shivered in the plain of Damascus, and the personal prowess of Khald was signalized in the first sally of the besieged. After an obstinate combat, he had overthrown and made prisoner one of the Christian leaders, a stout and worthy antagonist. He instantly mounted a fresh horse, the gift of the governor of Palmyra, and pushed forwards to the front of the battle. "Repose yourself for a moment," said his friend Dara, "and permit me to supply your place. You are fatigued with fighting with this dog." "Oh dear," replied the indefatigable Saracen, "we shall rest in the world to come. He that labors today shall rest tomorrow." With the same unabated ardor, Khald answered, encountered, and vanquished a second champion, and the heads of his 2 captives who refused to abandon their religion were indignantly hurled into the midst of the city. The event of some general and partial actions reduced the Damascenes to a closer defense, but a messenger, whom they dropped from the walls, returned with the promise of speedy and powerful succor, and their tumultuous joy conveyed the intelligence to the camp of the Arabs. After some debate, it was resolved by the generals to raise, or rather to suspend, the siege of Damascus, till they had given battle to the forces of the emperor. In the retreat, Khald would have chosen the more perilous station of the rearguard. He modestly yielded to the wishes of Abu Obaidah. But in the hour of danger, he flew to the rescue of his companion, who was rudely pressed by a sally of 6,000 horse and 10,000 foot, and few among the Christians could relate at Damascus the circumstances of their defeat. The importance of the contest required the junction of the Saracens, who were dispersed on the frontiers of Syria and Palestine, and I shall transcribe one of the circular mandates which was addressed to Amru, the future conqueror of Egypt. "In the name of the most merciful God, from Khald to Amru, health and happiness. Know that thy brethren, the Moslems, design to march to Eiznadin, where there is an army of 70,000 Greeks, who purpose to come against us, that they may extinguish the light of God with their mouths. But God preserveth his light in spite of the infidels. As soon therefore as this letter of mine shall be delivered to thy hands, come with those that are with thee to Eiznadin, where thou shalt find us if it please the Most High God." The summons was cheerfully obeyed, and the 45,000 Moslems, who met on the same day, on the same spot, ascribed to the blessing of Providence the effects of their activity and zeal. About 4 years after the triumph of the Persian War, the repose of Heraclius and the empire was again disturbed by a new enemy, the power of whose religion was more strongly felt than it was clearly understood by the Christians of the East. In his palace of Constantinople or Antioch, he was awakened by the invasion of Syria, the loss of Basra, and the danger of Damascus. An army of 70,000 veterans or new levies was assembled at Hems or Emesa, under the command of his general Werden, and these troops, consisting chiefly of cavalry, might be indifferently styled either Syrians or Greeks or Romans. Syrians from the place of their birth or warfare, Greeks from the religion and language of their sovereign, and Romans from the proud appellation which was still profaned by the successors of Constantine. On the plain of Eiznadin, as Werden rode on a white mule decorated with gold chains and surrounded with ensigns and standards, he was surprised by the near approach of a fierce and naked warrior who had undertaken to view the state of the enemy. The adventurous valor of Dara was inspired, and has perhaps been adorned, by the enthusiasm of his age and country. The hatred of the Christians, the love of spoil, and the contempt of danger were the ruling passions of the audacious Saracen, and the prospect of instant death could never shake his religious confidence, or ruffle the calmness of his resolution, or even suspend the frank and martial pleasantry of his humor. In the most hopeless enterprises, he was bold and prudent and fortunate. After innumerable hazards, after being thrice a prisoner in the hands of the infidels, he still survived to relate the achievements and to enjoy the rewards of the Syrian conquest. On this occasion, his single lance maintained a flying fight against 30 Romans who were detached by Werden, and after killing or unhorsing 17 of their number, Derar returned in safety to his applauding brethren. When his rashness was mildly censured by the general, he excused himself with the simplicity of a soldier. "Nay," said Derar, "I did not begin first, but they came out to take me, and I was afraid that God should see me turn my back. And indeed I fought in good earnest, and without doubt God assisted me against them. And had I not been apprehensive of disobeying your orders, I should not have come away as I did, and I perceive already that they will fall into our hands." In the presence of both armies, a venerable Greek advanced from the ranks with a liberal offer of peace, and the departure of the Saracens would have been purchased by a gift to each soldier of a turban, a robe, and a piece of gold, 10 robes and 100 pieces to their leader, 100 robes and 1,000 pieces to the caliph. A smile of indignation expressed the refusal of Khald. "Ye Christian dogs, you know your option, the Quran, the tribute, or the sword. We are a people whose delight is in war rather than in peace, and we despise your pitiful alms, since we shall be speedily masters of your wealth, your families, and your persons." Notwithstanding this apparent disdain, he was deeply conscious of the public danger. Those who had been in Persia and had seen the armies of Chosroes confessed that they never beheld a more formidable array. From the superiority of the enemy, the artful Saracen derived a fresh incentive of courage. "You see before you," said he, "the united force of the Romans. You cannot hope to escape, but you may conquer Syria in a single day. The event depends on your discipline and patience. Reserve yourselves till the evening." It was in the evening that the prophet was accustomed to vanquish. During 2 successive engagements, his temperate firmness sustained the darts of the enemy and the murmurs of his troops. At length, when the spirits and quivers of the adverse line were almost exhausted, Khald gave the signal of onset and victory. The remains of the imperial army fled to Antioch, or Caesarea, or Damascus, and the death of 470 Moslems was compensated by the opinion that they had sent to hell above 50,000 of the infidels. The spoil was inestimable. Many banners and crosses of gold and silver, precious stones, silver and gold chains, and innumerable suits of the richest armor and apparel. The general distribution was postponed till Damascus should be taken, but the seasonable supply of arms became the instrument of new victories. The glorious intelligence was transmitted to the throne of the caliph, and the Arabian tribes, the coldest or most hostile to the prophet's mission, were eager and importunate to share the harvest of Syria. The sad tidings were carried to Damascus by the speed of grief and terror, and the inhabitants beheld from their walls the return of the heroes of Eiznadin. Amru led the van at the head of 9,000 horse. The bands of the Saracens succeeded each other in formidable review, and the rear was closed by Khald in person with the standard of the Black Eagle. To the activity of Derar, he entrusted the commission of patrolling round the city with 2,000 horse, of scouring the plain, and of intercepting all succor or intelligence. The rest of the Arabian chiefs were fixed in their respective stations before the 7 gates of Damascus, and the siege was renewed with fresh vigor and confidence. The art, the labor, the military engines of the Greeks and Romans are seldom to be found in the simple, though successful, operations of the Saracens. It was sufficient for them to invest a city with arms rather than with trenches, to repel the allies of the besieged, to attempt a stratagem or an assault, or to expect the progress of famine and discontent. Damascus would have acquiesced in the trial of Eiznadin as a final and peremptory sentence between the emperor and the caliph. Her courage was rekindled by the example and authority of Thomas, a noble Greek, illustrious in a private condition by the alliance of Heraclius. The tumult and illumination of the night proclaimed the design of the morning sally, and the Christian hero, who affected to despise the enthusiasm of the Arabs, employed the resource of a similar superstition. At the principal gate, in the sight of both armies, a lofty crucifix was erected. The bishop, with his clergy, accompanied the march, and laid the volume of the New Testament before the image of Jesus. and the contending parties were scandalized or edified by a prayer that the Son of God would defend his servants and vindicate his truth. The battle raged with incessant fury, and the dexterity of Thomas, an incomparable archer, was fatal to the boldest Saracens, till their death was revenged by a female heroine. The wife of Aban, who had followed him to the holy war, embraced her expiring husband. "Happy," said she, "happy art thou, my dear, thou art gone to thy Lord, who first joined us together, and then parted us asunder. I will revenge thy death, and endeavor to the utmost of my power to come to the place where thou art, because I love thee. Henceforth shall no man ever touch me more, for I have dedicated myself to the service of God." Without a groan, without a tear, she washed the corpse of her husband and buried him with the usual rites. Then, grasping the manly weapons, which in her native land she was accustomed to wield, the intrepid widow of Aban sought the place where his murderer fought in the thickest of the battle. Her first arrow pierced the hand of his standard-bearer. Her second wounded Thomas in the eye, and the fainting Christians no longer beheld their ensign or their leader. Yet the generous champion of Damascus refused to withdraw to his palace. His wound was dressed on the rampart. The fight was continued till the evening, and the Syrians rested on their arms. In the silence of the night, the signal was given by a stroke on the great bell. The gates were thrown open, and each gate discharged an impetuous column on the sleeping camp of the Saracens. Cald was the first in arms. At the head of 400 horse, he flew to the post of danger, and the tears trickled down his iron cheeks as he uttered a fervent ejaculation. "O God, who never sleepest, look upon thy servants, and do not deliver them into the hands of their enemies." The valor and victory of Thomas were arrested by the presence of the sword of God. With the knowledge of the peril, the Moslems recovered their ranks and charged the assailants in the flank and rear. After the loss of thousands, the Christian general retreated with a sigh of despair, and the pursuit of the Saracens was checked by the military engines of the rampart. After a siege of 70 days, the patience, and perhaps the provisions, of the Damascenes were exhausted, and the bravest of their chiefs submitted to the hard dictates of necessity. In the occurrences of peace and war, they had been taught to dread the fierceness of Cald, and to revere the mild virtues of Abu Obaidah. At the hour of midnight, 100 chosen deputies of the clergy and people were introduced to the tent of that venerable commander. He received and dismissed them with courtesy. They returned with a written agreement, on the faith of a companion of Mahomet, that all hostilities should cease, that the voluntary emigrants might depart in safety with as much as they could carry away of their effects, and that the tributary subjects of the Caliph should enjoy their lands and houses with the use and possession of 7 churches. On these terms, the most respectable hostages and the gate nearest to his camp were delivered into his hands. His soldiers imitated the moderation of their chief, and he enjoyed the submissive gratitude of a people whom he had rescued from destruction. But the success of the treaty had relaxed their vigilance, and in the same moment the opposite quarter of the city was betrayed and taken by assault. A party of 100 Arabs had opened the eastern gate to a more inexorable foe. "No quarter," cried the rapacious and sanguinary Cald, "no quarter to the enemies of the Lord." His trumpets sounded, and a torrent of Christian blood was poured down the streets of Damascus. When he reached the church of St. Mary, he was astonished and provoked by the peaceful aspect of his companions. Their swords were in the scabbard, and they were surrounded by a multitude of priests and monks. Abu Obaidah saluted the general. "God," said he, "has delivered the city into my hands by way of surrender, and has saved the believers the trouble of fighting." "And am I not?" replied the indignant Cald. "Am I not the lieutenant of the commander of the faithful? Have I not taken the city by storm? The unbelievers shall perish by the sword. Fall on." The hungry and cruel Arabs would have obeyed the welcome command, and Damascus was lost, if the benevolence of Abu Obaidah had not been supported by a decent and dignified firmness. Throwing himself between the trembling citizens and the most eager of the barbarians, he adjured them, by the holy name of God, to respect his promise, to suspend their fury, and to wait the determination of their chiefs. The chiefs retired into the church of St. Mary, and after a vehement debate, Cald submitted in some measure to the reason and authority of his colleague, who urged the sanctity of a covenant, the advantage as well as the honor which the Moslems would derive from the punctual performance of their word, and the obstinate resistance which they must encounter from the distrust and despair of the rest of the Syrian cities. It was agreed that the sword should be sheathed, that the part of Damascus which had surrendered to Abu Obaidah should be immediately entitled to the benefit of his capitulation, and that the final decision should be referred to the justice and wisdom of the Caliph. A large majority of the people accepted the terms of toleration and tribute, and Damascus is still peopled by 20,000 Christians. But the valiant Thomas and the freeborn patriots who had fought under his banner embraced the alternative of poverty and exile. In the adjacent meadow, a numerous encampment was formed of priests and laymen, of soldiers and citizens, of women and children. They collected, with haste and terror, their most precious movables, and abandoned, with loud lamentations or silent anguish, their native homes and the pleasant banks of the Pharpar. The inflexible soul of Khald was not touched by the spectacle of their distress. He disputed with the Damascenes the property of a magazine of corn, endeavored to exclude the garrison from the benefit of the treaty, consented, with reluctance, that each of the fugitives should arm himself with a sword or a lance or a bow, and sternly declared that after a respite of 3 days they might be pursued and treated as the enemies of the Moslems. The passion of a Syrian youth completed the ruin of the exiles of Damascus. A nobleman of the city, of the name of Jonas, was betrothed to a wealthy maiden, but her parents delayed the consummation of his nuptials, and their daughter was persuaded to escape with the man whom she had chosen. They corrupted the nightly watchman of the gate Kaysan. The lover who led the way was encompassed by a squadron of Arabs, but his exclamation in the Greek tongue, "The bird is taken," admonished his mistress to hasten her return. In the presence of Khald and of death, the unfortunate Jonas professed his belief in one God and his apostle Mahomet, and continued, till the season of his martyrdom, to discharge the duties of a brave and sincere Mussulman. When the city was taken, he flew to the monastery, where Eudocia had taken refuge, but the lover was forgotten. The apostate was scorned. She preferred her religion to her country, and the justice of Khald, though deaf to mercy, refused to detain by force a male or female inhabitant of Damascus. 4 days was the general confined to the city by the obligation of the treaty and the urgent cares of his new conquest. His appetite for blood and rapine would have been extinguished by the hopeless computation of time and distance, but he listened to the importunities of Jonas, who assured him that the weary fugitives might yet be overtaken. At the head of 4,000 horse, in the disguise of Christian Arabs, Khald undertook the pursuit. They halted only for the moments of prayer, and their guide had a perfect knowledge of the country. For a long way, the footsteps of the Damascenes were plain and conspicuous. They vanished on a sudden, but the Saracens were comforted by the assurance that the caravan had turned aside into the mountains and must speedily fall into their hands. In traversing the ridges of the Libanus, they endured intolerable hardships, and the sinking spirits of the veteran fanatics were supported and cheered by the unconquerable ardor of a lover. From a peasant of the country, they were informed that the emperor had sent orders to the colony of exiles to pursue without delay the road of the sea-coast, and of Constantinople, apprehensive, perhaps, that the soldiers and people of Antioch might be discouraged by the sight and the story of their sufferings. The Saracens were conducted through the territories of Gabala and Laodicea at a cautious distance from the walls of the cities. The rain was incessant, the night was dark. A single mountain separated them from the Roman army, and Khald, ever anxious for the safety of his brethren, whispered an ominous dream in the ear of his companion. With the dawn of day, the prospect again cleared, and they saw before them, in a pleasant valley, the tents of Damascus. After a short interval of repose and prayer, Khald divided his cavalry into 4 squadrons, committing the first to his faithful Derar and reserving the last for himself. They successively rushed on the promiscuous multitude, insufficiently provided with arms and already vanquished by sorrow and fatigue. Except a captive, who was pardoned and dismissed, the Arabs enjoyed the satisfaction of believing that not a Christian of either sex escaped the edge of their scimitars. The gold and silver of Damascus was scattered over the camp, and a royal wardrobe of 300 load of silk might clothe an army of naked barbarians. In the tumult of the battle, Jonas sought and found the object of his pursuit, but her resentment was inflamed by the last act of his perfidy, and as Eudocia struggled in his hateful embraces, she struck a dagger to her heart. Another female, the widow of Thomas, and the real or supposed daughter of Heraclius, was spared and released without a ransom. But the generosity of Cald was the effect of his contempt, and the haughty Saracen insulted, by a message of defiance, the throne of the Caesars. Cald had penetrated above 150 miles into the heart of the Roman province. He returned to Damascus with the same secrecy and speed. On the accession of Omar, the sword of God was removed from the command. But the Caliph, who blamed the rashness, was compelled to applaud the vigor and conduct of the enterprise. Another expedition of the conquerors of Damascus will equally display their avidity and their contempt for the riches of the present world. They were informed that the produce and manufactures of the country were annually collected in the fair of Abila, 64 about 30 miles from the city, that the cell of a devout hermit was visited at the same time by a multitude of pilgrims, and that the festival of trade and superstition would be ennobled by the nuptials of the daughter of the governor of Tripoli. Abdallah, the son of Ja'far, a glorious and holy martyr, undertook, with a banner of 500 horse, the pious and profitable commission of despoiling the infidels. As he approached the fair of Abila, he was astonished by the report of this mighty concourse of Jews and Christians, Greeks and Armenians, of natives of Syria and of strangers of Egypt, to the number of 10,000, besides a guard of 5,000 horse that attended the person of the bride. The Saracens paused. "For my own part," said Abdallah, "I dare not go back. Our foes are many, our danger is great, but our reward is splendid and secure, either in this life or in the life to come. Let every man, according to his inclination, advance or retire. Not a Mussulman deserted his standard. Lead the way," said Abdallah to his Christian guide, "and you shall see what the companions of the Prophet can perform." They charged in 5 squadrons, but after the first advantage of the surprise, they were encompassed and almost overwhelmed by the multitude of their enemies, and their valiant band is fancifully compared to a white spot in the skin of a black camel. 65 about the hour of sunset, when their weapons dropped from their hands, when they panted on the verge of eternity, they discovered an approaching cloud of dust. They heard the welcome sound of the tekbir, 66, and they soon perceived the standard of Cald, who flew to their relief with the utmost speed of his cavalry. The Christians were broken by his attack and slaughtered in their flight as far as the river of Tripoli. They left behind them the various riches of the fair, the merchandises that were exposed for sale, the money that was brought for purchase, the gay decorations of the nuptials, and the governor's daughter, with 40 of her female attendants. The fruits, provisions, and furniture, the money, plate, and jewels, were diligently laden on the backs of horses, asses, and mules, and the holy robbers returned in triumph to Damascus. The hermit, after a short and angry controversy with Cald, declined the crown of martyrdom, and was left alive in the solitary scene of blood and devastation. Chapter 51, Conquests by the Arabs, Part 4. Syria, 67, one of the countries that have been improved by the most early cultivation, is not unworthy of the preference. 68, the heat of the climate is tempered by the vicinity of the sea and mountains, by the plenty of wood and water, and the produce of a fertile soil affords the subsistence and encourages the propagation of men and animals. From the age of David to that of Heraclius, the country was overspread with ancient and flourishing cities. The inhabitants were numerous and wealthy, and after the slow ravage of despotism and superstition, after the recent calamities of the Persian War, Syria could still attract and reward the rapacious tribes of the desert. A plain of 10 days' journey from Damascus to Aleppo and Antioch is watered, on the western side, by the winding course of the Orontes. The hills of Libanus and Antilibanus are planted from north to south, between the Orontes and the Mediterranean, and the epithet of hollow Celesyria was applied to a long and fruitful valley, which is confined in the same direction by the 2 ridges of snowy mountains. 69 among the cities, which are enumerated by Greek and Oriental names in the geography and conquest of Syria, we may distinguish Emesa or Hems, Heliopolis or Baalbek, the former as the metropolis of the plain, the latter as the capital of the valley. Under the last of the Caesars, they were strong and populous. The turrets glittered from afar. An ample space was covered with public and private buildings, and the citizens were illustrious by their spirit, or at least by their pride, by their riches, or at least by their luxury. In the days of paganism, both Emesa and Heliopolis were addicted to the worship of Baal or the sun, but the decline of their superstition and splendor has been marked by a singular variety of fortune. Not a vestige remains of the temple of Emesa, which was equaled in poetic style to the summits of Mount Libanus. 70, while the ruins of Baalbek, invisible to the writers of antiquity, excite the curiosity and wonder of the European traveler. 71, the measure of the temple is 200 feet in length and 100 in breadth. The front is adorned with a double portico of 8 columns. 14 may be counted on either side, and each column, 45 feet in height, is composed of 3 massy blocks of stone or marble. The proportions and ornaments of the Corinthian order express the architecture of the Greeks. But as Baalbek has never been the seat of a monarch, we are at a loss to conceive how the expense of these magnificent structures could be supplied by private or municipal liberality. 72, from the conquest of Damascus, the Saracens proceeded to Heliopolis and Emesa, but I shall decline the repetition of the sallies and combats which have been already shown on a larger scale. In the prosecution of the war, their policy was not less effectual than their sword. By short and separate truces, they dissolved the union of the enemy, accustomed the Syrians to compare their friendship with their enmity, familiarized the idea of their language, religion, and manners, and exhausted, by clandestine purchase, the magazines and arsenals of the cities which they returned to besiege. They aggravated the ransom of the more wealthy or the more obstinate, and Chalcis alone was taxed at 5,000 ounces of gold, 5,000 ounces of silver, 2,000 robes of silk, and as many figs and olives as would load 5,000 asses. But the terms of truce or capitulation were faithfully observed, and the lieutenant of the caliph, who had promised not to enter the walls of the captive Baalbek, remained tranquil and immovable in his tent till the jarring factions solicited the interposition of a foreign master. The conquest of the plain and valley of Syria was achieved in less than 2 years. Yet the commander of the faithful reproved the slowness of their progress, and the Saracens, bewailing their fault with tears of rage and repentance, called aloud on their chiefs to lead them forth to fight the battles of the Lord. In a recent action, under the walls of Emesa, an Arabian youth, the cousin of Chald, was heard aloud to exclaim, "Methinks I see the black-eyed girls looking upon me, one of whom, should she appear in this world, all mankind would die for love of her. And I see in the hand of one of them a handkerchief of green silk, and a cap of precious stones, and she beckons me and calls out, 'Come hither quickly, for I love thee.'" With these words, charging the Christians, he made havoc wherever he went, till, observed at length by the governor of Hems, he was struck through with a javelin. 70. Return. Emesi fastigia celsa renident. Nam diffusa solo latus explicat, ac subit auras. Turibus in coelum nitentibus, in cola claris. Cor studiis acuit. Denique flammicoma, devoti pectora soli. Vitam agitant, Libanus frondosa cacumina turgit. Et tamen, his certain celsi fastigia templi. These verses of the Latin version of Rufus Avienus are wanting in the Greek original of Dionysius, and since they are likewise unnoticed by Eustathius, I must with Fabricius, Bibliot, Latin, Tom 3 p. 153 edit, Ernesti, and against Salmasius, ad Vopiscum p. 366-367 in Hist, August, ascribed them to the fancy, rather than the MSS, of Avienus. It was incumbent on the Saracens to exert the full powers of their valor and enthusiasm against the forces of the emperor, who was taught, by repeated losses, that the rovers of the desert had undertaken, and would speedily achieve, a regular and permanent conquest. From the provinces of Europe and Asia, 4,000 soldiers were transported by sea and land to Antioch and Caesarea. The light troops of the army consisted of 60,000 Christian Arabs of the tribe of Gassan. Under the banner of Jabala, the last of their princes, they marched in the van, and it was a maxim of the Greeks that for the purpose of cutting diamond, a diamond was the most effectual. Heraclius withheld his person from the dangers of the field, but his presumption, or perhaps his despondency, suggested a peremptory order that the fate of the province and the war should be decided by a single battle. The Syrians were attached to the standard of Rome and of the cross, but the noble, the citizen, the peasant, were exasperated by the injustice and cruelty of a licentious host who oppressed them as subjects and despised them as strangers and aliens. 73. A report of these mighty preparations was conveyed to the Saracens in their camp of Emesa, and the chiefs, though resolved to fight, assembled a council. The faith of Abu Obeidah would have expected on the same spot the glory of martyrdom. The wisdom of Khald advised an honorable retreat to the skirts of Palestine and Arabia, where they might await the succors of their friends and the attack of the unbelievers. A speedy messenger soon returned from the throne of Medina with the blessings of Omar and Ali, the prayers of the widows of the Prophet, and a reinforcement of 8,000 Moslems. In their way, they overturned a detachment of Greeks, and when they joined at Yermuk, the camp of their brethren, they found the pleasing intelligence that Khald had already defeated and scattered the Christian Arabs of the tribe of Ghassan. In the neighborhood of Basra, the springs of Mount Hermon descend in a torrent to the plain of Decapolis, or 10 cities, and the Hieramax, a name which has been corrupted to Yermuk, is lost after a short course in the lake of Tiberias. 74. The banks of this obscure stream were illustrated by a long and bloody encounter. 74:11. On this momentous occasion, the public voice and the modesty of Abu Obeidah restored the command to the most deserving of the Moslems. Khald assumed his station in the front. His colleague was posted in the rear, that the disorder of the fugitive might be checked by his venerable aspect and the sight of the yellow banner which Mahomet had displayed before the walls of Chebar. The last line was occupied by the sister of Derar, with the Arabian women who had enlisted in this holy war, who were accustomed to wield the bow and the lance, and who in a moment of captivity had defended, against the uncircumcised ravishers, their chastity and religion. 75. The exhortation of the generals was brief and forcible. Paradise is before you, the devil and hellfire in your rear. Yet such was the weight of the Roman cavalry that the right wing of the Arabs was broken and separated from the main body. Thrice did they retreat in disorder, and thrice were they driven back to the charge by the reproaches and blows of the women. In the intervals of action, Abu Obeidah visited the tents of his brethren, prolonged their repose by repeating at once the prayers of 2 different hours, bound up their wounds with his own hands, and administered the comfortable reflection that the infidels partook of their sufferings without partaking of their reward. 4,030 of the Moslems were buried in the field of battle, and the skill of the Armenian archers enabled 700 to boast that they had lost an eye in that meritorious service. The veterans of the Syrian war acknowledged that it was the hardest and most doubtful of the days which they had seen. But it was likewise the most decisive. Many thousands of the Greeks and Syrians fell by the swords of the Arabs. Many were slaughtered after the defeat in the woods and mountains. Many, by mistaking the ford, were drowned in the waters of the Yermuk. And however the loss may be magnified, 76, the Christian writers confess and bewail the bloody punishment of their sins. 77, Manuel, the Roman general, was either killed at Damascus or took refuge in the monastery of Mount Sinai. An exile in the Byzantine court, Jabalah lamented the manners of Arabia and his unlucky preference of the Christian cause. 78, he had once inclined to the profession of Islam, but in the pilgrimage of Mecca, Jabalah was provoked to strike one of his brethren and fled with amazement from the stern and equal justice of the Caliph. These victorious Saracens enjoyed at Damascus a month of pleasure and repose. The spoil was divided by the discretion of Abu Obeidah. An equal share was allotted to a soldier and to his horse, and a double portion was reserved for the noble coursers of the Arabian breed. After the Battle of Yermuk, the Roman army no longer appeared in the field, and the Saracens might securely choose, among the fortified towns of Syria, the first object of their attack. They consulted the Caliph whether they should march to Caesarea or Jerusalem, and the advice of Ali determined the immediate siege of the latter. To a profane eye, Jerusalem was the first or second capital of Palestine, but after Mecca and Medina, it was revered and visited by the devout Moslems as the temple of the Holy Land, which had been sanctified by the revelation of Moses, of Jesus, and of Mahomet himself. The son of Abu Sufyan was sent with 5,000 Arabs to try the first experiment of surprise or treaty, but on the 11th day, The town was invested by the whole force of Abu Obaidah. He addressed the customary summons to the chief commanders and people of Alia. 79. Health and happiness to everyone that follows the right way. We require of you to testify that there is but one God, and that Mahomet is his apostle. If you refuse this, consent to pay tribute and be under us forthwith. Otherwise, I shall bring men against you who love death better than you do the drinking of wine or eating hog's flesh. Nor will I ever stir from you, if it please God, till I have destroyed those that fight for you and made slaves of your children. But the city was defended on every side by deep valleys and steep ascents. Since the invasion of Syria, the walls and towers had been anxiously restored. The bravest of the fugitives of Yermuk had stopped in the nearest place of refuge, and in the defense of the sepulchre of Christ, the natives and strangers might feel some sparks of the enthusiasm which so fiercely glowed in the bosoms of the Saracens. The siege of Jerusalem lasted 4 months. Not a day was lost without some action of sally or assault. The military engines incessantly played from the ramparts, and the inclemency of the winter was still more painful and destructive to the Arabs. The Christians yielded at length to the perseverance of the besiegers. The patriarch Sophronius appeared on the walls, and by the voice of an interpreter demanded a conference. 79:11. After a vain attempt to dissuade the lieutenant of the caliph from his impious enterprise, he proposed, in the name of the people, a fair capitulation, with this extraordinary clause, that the articles of security should be ratified by the authority and presence of Omar himself. The question was debated in the Council of Medina. The sanctity of the place and the advice of Ali persuaded the caliph to gratify the wishes of his soldiers and enemies, and the simplicity of his journey is more illustrious than the royal pageants of vanity and oppression. The conqueror of Persia and Syria was mounted on a red camel, which carried, besides his person, a bag of corn, a bag of dates, a wooden dish, and a leathern bottle of water. Wherever he halted, the company, without distinction, was invited to partake of his homely fare, and the repast was consecrated by the prayer and exhortation of the commander of the faithful. 80. But in this expedition or pilgrimage, his power was exercised in the administration of justice. He reformed the licentious polygamy of the Arabs, relieved the tributaries from extortion and cruelty, and chastised the luxury of the Saracens by despoiling them of their rich silks and dragging them on their faces in the dirt. When he came within sight of Jerusalem, the caliph cried with a loud voice, "God is victorious. O Lord, give us an easy conquest," and, pitching his tent of coarse hair, calmly seated himself on the ground. After signing the capitulation, he entered the city without fear or precaution, and courteously discoursed with the patriarch concerning its religious antiquities. 81. Sophronius bowed before his new master, and secretly muttered, in the words of Daniel, "The abomination of desolation is in the holy place." 82. At the hour of prayer, they stood together in the Church of the Resurrection, but the caliph refused to perform his devotions, and contented himself with praying on the steps of the Church of Constantine. To the patriarch he disclosed his prudent and honorable motive. "Had I yielded," said Omar, "to your request, the Moslems of a future age would have infringed the treaty under color of imitating my example." By his command, the ground of the Temple of Solomon was prepared for the foundation of a mosque. 83. And during a residence of 10 days, he regulated the present and future state of his Syrian conquests. Medina might be jealous, lest the caliph should be detained by the sanctity of Jerusalem or the beauty of Damascus. Her apprehensions were dispelled by his prompt and voluntary return to the tomb of the apostle. 84. To achieve what yet remained of the Syrian war, the caliph had formed 2 separate armies. A chosen detachment, under Amru and Yezid, was left in the camp of Palestine, while the larger division, under the standard of Abu Obaidah and Khald, marched away to the north against Antioch and Aleppo. The latter of these, the Berea of the Greeks, was not yet illustrious as the capital of a province or a kingdom, and the inhabitants, by anticipating their submission and pleading their poverty, obtained a moderate composition for their lives and religion. But the castle of Aleppo, 85 distinct from the city, stood erect on a lofty artificial mound. The sides were sharpened to a precipice and faced with freestone, and the breadth of the ditch might be filled with water from the neighboring springs. After the loss of 3,000 men, the garrison was still equal to the defense, and Yaukina, their valiant and hereditary chief, had murdered his brother, a holy monk, for daring to pronounce the name of peace. In a siege of 4 or 5 months, the hardest of the Syrian war, great numbers of the Saracens were killed and wounded. Their removal to the distance of a mile could not seduce the vigilance of Yaukina, nor could the Christians be terrified by the execution of 300 captives, whom they beheaded before the castle wall. The silence, and at length the complaints, of Abu Obaidah informed the Caliph that their hope and patience were consumed at the foot of this impregnable fortress. "I am variously affected," replied Omar, "by the difference of your success, but I charge you by no means to raise the siege of the castle. Your retreat would diminish the reputation of our arms and encourage the infidels to fall upon you on all sides. Remain before Aleppo till God shall determine the event, and forage with your horse round the adjacent country." The exhortation of the commander of the faithful was fortified by a supply of volunteers from all the tribes of Arabia, who arrived in the camp on horses or camels. Among these was Dames, of a servile birth, but of gigantic size and intrepid resolution. The 47th day of his service he proposed, with only 30 men, to make an attempt on the castle. The experience and testimony of Khald recommended his offer, and Abu Obaidah admonished his brethren not to despise the baser origin of Dames, since he himself, could he relinquish the public care, would cheerfully serve under the banner of the slave. His design was covered by the appearance of a retreat, and the camp of the Saracens was pitched about a league from Aleppo. The 30 adventurers lay in ambush at the foot of the hill, and Dames at length succeeded in his inquiries, though he was provoked by the ignorance of his Greek captives. "God curse these dogs," said the illiterate Arab, "what a strange barbarous language they speak." At the darkest hour of the night, he scaled the most accessible height, which he had diligently surveyed, a place where the stones were less entire, or the slope less perpendicular, or the guard less vigilant. 7 of the stoutest Saracens mounted on each other's shoulders, and the weight of the column was sustained on the broad and sinewy back of the gigantic slave. The foremost in this painful ascent could grasp and climb the lowest part of the battlements. They silently stabbed and cast down the sentinels, and the 30 brethren, repeating a pious ejaculation, "O Apostle of God, help and deliver us," were successively drawn up by the long folds of their turbans. With bold and cautious footsteps, Dames explored the palace of the governor, who celebrated in riotous merriment the festival of his deliverance. From thence, returning to his companions, he assaulted on the inside the entrance of the castle. They overpowered the guard, unbolted the gate, let down the drawbridge, and defended the narrow pass, till the arrival of Khald with the dawn of day relieved their danger and assured their conquest. Yaukina, a formidable foe, became an active and useful proselyte, and the general of the Saracens expressed his regard for the most humble merit by detaining the army at Aleppo till Dames was cured of his honorable wounds. The capital of Syria was still covered by the castle of Azaz and the iron bridge of the Orontes. After the loss of those important posts and the defeat of the last of the Roman armies, the luxury of Antioch 86 trembled and obeyed. Her safety was ransomed with 300,000 pieces of gold, but the throne of the successors of Alexander, the seat of the Roman government of the East, which had been decorated by Caesar with the titles of free and holy and inviolate, was degraded under the yoke of the caliphs to the secondary rank of a provincial town. 87. In the life of Heraclius, the glories of the Persian War are clouded on either hand by the disgrace and weakness of his more early and his later days. When the successors of Mahomet unsheathed the sword of war and religion, he was astonished at the boundless prospect of toil and danger. His nature was indolent, nor could the infirm and frigid age of the emperor be kindled to a second effort. The sense of shame and the importunities of the Syrians prevented the hasty departure from the scene of action. But the hero was no more, and the loss of Damascus and Jerusalem, the bloody fields of Eiznadin and Yermuk, may be imputed in some degree to the absence or misconduct of the sovereign. Instead of defending the sepulchre of Christ, he involved the church and state in a metaphysical controversy for the unity of his will, and while Heraclius crowned the offspring of his second nuptials, he was tamely stripped of the most valuable part of their inheritance. In the Cathedral of Antioch, in the presence of the bishops, at the foot of the crucifix, he bewailed the sins of the prince and people. But his confession instructed the world that it was vain and perhaps impious to resist the judgment of God. The Saracens were invincible in fact, since they were invincible in opinion, and the desertion of Joachim, his false repentance and repeated perfidy, might justify the suspicion of the emperor that he was encompassed by traitors and apostates who conspired to betray his person and their country to the enemies of Christ. In the hour of adversity, his superstition was agitated by the omens and dreams of a falling crown, and after bidding an eternal farewell to Syria, he secretly embarked with a few attendants and absolved the faith of his subjects. 88 Constantine, his eldest son, had been stationed with 40,000 men at Caesarea, the civil metropolis of the 3 provinces of Palestine. But his private interest recalled him to the Byzantine court, and after the flight of his father, he felt himself an unequal champion to the united force of the Caliph. His vanguard was boldly attacked by 300 Arabs and 1,000 black slaves, who, in the depth of winter, had climbed the snowy mountains of Libanus, and who were speedily followed by the victorious squadrons of Khald himself. From the north and south, the troops of Antioch and Jerusalem advanced along the seashore till their banners were joined under the walls of the Phoenician cities. Tripoli and Tyre were betrayed, and a fleet of 50 transports, which entered without distrust the captive harbors, brought a seasonable supply of arms and provisions to the camp of the Saracens. Their labors were terminated by the unexpected surrender of Caesarea. The Roman prince had embarked in the night. 89, and the defenseless citizens solicited their pardon with an offering of 200,000 pieces of gold. The remainder of the province, Ramla, Ptolemais or Acre, Sichem or Neapolis, Gaza, Ascalon, Berytus, Sidon, Gabala, Laodicea, Apamia, Hierapolis, no longer presumed to dispute the will of the conqueror, and Syria bowed under the scepter of the Caliph 700 years after Pompey had despoiled the last of the Macedonian kings. 90. Chapter 51, Conquests by the Arabs, Part 5. The sieges and battles of 6 campaigns had consumed many thousands of the Moslems. They died with the reputation and the cheerfulness of martyrs, and the simplicity of their faith may be expressed in the words of an Arabian youth when he embraced, for the last time, his sister and mother. "It is not," said he, "the delicacies of Syria or the fading delights of this world that have prompted me to devote my life in the cause of religion, but I seek the favor of God and his apostle, and I have heard from one of the companions of the prophet that the spirits of the martyrs will be lodged in the crops of green birds, who shall taste the fruits and drink of the rivers of paradise. Farewell, we shall meet again among the groves and fountains which God has provided for his elect." The faithful captives might exercise a passive and more arduous resolution, and a cousin of Mahomet is celebrated for refusing, after an abstinence of 3 days, the wine and pork, the only nourishment that was allowed by the malice of the infidels. The frailty of some weaker brethren exasperated the implacable spirit of fanaticism, and the father of Amr deplored, in pathetic strains, the apostasy and damnation of a son who had renounced the promises of God and the intercession of the prophet to occupy, with the priests and deacons, the lowest mansions of hell. The more fortunate Arabs, who survived the war and persevered in the faith, were restrained by their abstemious leader from the abuse of prosperity. After a refreshment of 3 days, Abu Obaidah withdrew his troops from the pernicious contagion of the luxury of Antioch, and assured the Caliph that their religion and virtue could only be preserved by the hard discipline of poverty and labor. But the virtue of Omar, however rigorous to himself, was kind and liberal to his brethren. After a just tribute of praise and thanksgiving, he dropped a tear of compassion, and sitting down on the ground, wrote an answer in which he mildly censured the severity of his lieutenant. "God," said the successor of the prophet, "has not forbidden the use of the good things of this world to faithful men, and such as have performed good works. Therefore you ought to have given them leave to rest themselves, and partake freely of those good things which the country affordeth. If any of the Saracens have no family in Arabia, they may marry in Syria, and whosoever of them wants any female slaves, he may purchase as many as he hath occasion for." The conquerors prepared to use, or to abuse, this gracious permission, But the year of their triumph was marked by a mortality of men and cattle, and 25,000 Saracens were snatched away from the possession of Syria. The death of Abu Obaidah might be lamented by the Christians, but his brethren recollected that he was one of the 10 elect whom the prophet had named as the heirs of paradise. 91 Khald survived his brethren about 3 years, and the tomb of the sword of God is shown in the neighborhood of Emesa. His valor, which founded in Arabia and Syria the empire of the caliphs, was fortified by the opinion of a special providence, and as long as he wore a cap, which had been blessed by Mahomet, he deemed himself invulnerable amidst the darts of the infidels. 91:11. The place of the first conquerors was supplied by a new generation of their children and countrymen. Syria became the seat and support of the house of Armia, and the revenue, the soldiers, the ships of that powerful kingdom were consecrated to enlarge on every side the empire of the caliphs. But the Saracens despise a superfluity of fame, and their historians scarcely condescend to mention the subordinate conquests which are lost in the splendor and rapidity of their victorious career. To the north of Syria, they passed Mount Taurus and reduced to their obedience the province of Cilicia, with its capital Tarsus, the ancient monument of the Assyrian kings. Beyond a second ridge of the same mountains, they spread the flame of war rather than the light of religion as far as the shores of the Euxine and the neighborhood of Constantinople. To the east, they advanced to the banks and sources of the Euphrates and Tigris. 92. The long-disputed barrier of Rome and Persia was forever confounded. The walls of Edessa and Amida, of Dara and Nisibis, which had resisted the arms and engines of Sapor or Nushirvan, were leveled in the dust, and the holy city of Abgarus might vainly produce the epistle or the image of Christ to an unbelieving conqueror. To the west, the Syrian kingdom is bounded by the sea, and the ruin of Aradus, a small island or peninsula on the coast, was postponed during 10 years. But the hills of Libanus abounded in timber, the trade of Phoenicia was populous in mariners, and a fleet of 1,700 barks was equipped and manned by the natives of the desert. The imperial navy of the Romans fled before them from the Pamphylian rocks to the Hellespont, but the spirit of the emperor, a grandson of Heraclius, had been subdued before the combat by a dream and a pun. 93. The Saracens rode masters of the sea, and the islands of Cyprus, Rhodes, and the Cyclades were successively exposed to their rapacious visits. 300 years before the Christian era, the memorable though fruitless siege of Rhodes 94 by Demetrius had furnished that maritime republic with the materials and the subject of a trophy. A gigantic statue of Apollo, or the sun, 70 cubits in height, was erected at the entrance of the harbor, a monument of the freedom and the arts of Greece. After standing 56 years, the Colossus of Rhodes was overthrown by an earthquake, but the massy trunk and huge fragments lay scattered 8 centuries on the ground and are often described as one of the wonders of the ancient world. They were collected by the diligence of the Saracens and sold to a Jewish merchant of Edessa, who is said to have laden 900 camels with the weight of the brass metal, an enormous weight, though we should include the 100 colossal figures, 95, and the 3,000 statues, which adorn the prosperity of the city of the sun. 3. The conquest of Egypt may be explained by the character of the victorious Saracen, one of the first of his nation, in an age when the meanest of the brethren was exalted above his nature by the spirit of enthusiasm. The birth of Amru was at once base and illustrious. His mother, a notorious prostitute, was unable to decide among 5 of the Quraysh, but the proof of resemblance adjudged the child to Asi, the oldest of her lovers. 96. The youth of Amru was impelled by the passions and prejudices of his kindred. His poetic genius was exercised in satirical verses against the person and doctrine of Mahomet. His dexterity was employed by the reigning faction to pursue the religious exiles who had taken refuge in the court of the Ethiopian king. 97. Yet he returned from this embassy a secret proselyte. His reason or his interest determined him to renounce the worship of idols. He escaped from Mecca with his friend Khald, and the Prophet of Medina enjoyed at the same moment the satisfaction of embracing the 2 firmest champions of his cause. The impatience of Amru to lead the armies of the faithful was checked by the reproof of Omar, who advised him not to seek power and dominion, since he who is a subject today may be a prince tomorrow." Yet his merit was not overlooked by the two first successors of Mahomet. They were indebted to his arms for the conquest of Palestine, and in all the battles and sieges of Syria, he united with the temper of a chief the valor of an adventurous soldier. In a visit to Medina, the Caliph expressed a wish to survey the sword which had cut down so many Christian warriors. The son of Asi unsheathed a short and ordinary scimitar, and as he perceived the surprise of Omar, "Alas," said the modest Saracen, "the sword itself, without the arm of its master, is neither sharper nor more weighty than the sword of Ferzdak the poet." 98 After the conquest of Egypt, he was recalled by the jealousy of the Caliph Othman, but in the subsequent troubles, the ambition of a soldier, a statesman, and an orator emerged from a private station. His powerful support, both in council and in the field, established the throne of the Umayyads. The administration and revenue of Egypt were restored by the gratitude of Muawiyah to a faithful friend who had raised himself above the rank of a subject. And Amru ended his days in the palace and city which he had founded on the banks of the Nile. His dying speech to his children is celebrated by the Arabians as a model of eloquence and wisdom. He deplored the errors of his youth, but if the penitent was still infected by the vanity of a poet, he might exaggerate the venom and mischief of his impious compositions. 99. From his camp in Palestine, Amru had surprised or anticipated the Caliph's leave for the invasion of Egypt. 100. The magnanimous Omar trusted in his God and his sword, which had shaken the thrones of Chosroes and Caesar. But when he compared the slender force of the Moslems with the greatness of the enterprise, he condemned his own rashness and listened to his timid companions. The pride and the greatness of Pharaoh were familiar to the readers of the Quran, and a tenfold repetition of prodigies had been scarcely sufficient to effect, not the victory, but the flight, of 600,000 of the children of Israel. The cities of Egypt were many and populous. Their architecture was strong and solid. The Nile, with its numerous branches, was alone an insuperable barrier, and the granary of the imperial city would be obstinately defended by the Roman powers. In this perplexity, the commander of the faithful resigned himself to the decision of chance, or, in his opinion, of providence. At the head of only 4,000 Arabs, the intrepid Amru had marched away from his station of Gaza when he was overtaken by the messenger of Omar. "If you are still in Syria," said the ambiguous mandate, "retreat without delay. But if, at the receipt of this epistle, you have already reached the frontiers of Egypt, advance with confidence and depend on the succor of God and of your brethren." The experience, perhaps the secret intelligence, of Amru had taught him to suspect the mutability of courts, and he continued his march till his tents were unquestionably pitched on Egyptian ground. He there assembled his officers, broke the seal, perused the epistle, gravely inquired the name and situation of the place, and declared his ready obedience to the commands of the Caliph. After a siege of 30 days, he took possession of Pharma or Pelusium, and that key of Egypt, as it has been justly named, unlocked the entrance of the country as far as the ruins of Heliopolis and the neighborhood of the modern Cairo. On the western side of the Nile, at a small distance to the east of the pyramids, at a small distance to the south of the delta, Memphis, 150 furlongs in circumference, displayed the magnificence of ancient kings. Under the reign of the Ptolemies and Caesars, the seat of government was removed to the seacoast. The ancient capital was eclipsed by the arts and opulence of Alexandria. The palaces, and at length the temples, were reduced to a desolate and ruinous condition. Yet, in the age of Augustus, and even in that of Constantine, Memphis was still numbered among the greatest and most populous of the provincial cities. 101. The banks of the Nile, in this place of the breadth of 3,000 feet, were united by 2 bridges of 60 and of 30 boats, connected in the middle stream by the small island of Rauda, which was covered with gardens and habitations. 102. The eastern extremity of the bridge was terminated by the town of Babylon and the camp of a Roman legion, which protected the passage of the river and the second capital of Egypt. This important fortress, which might fairly be described as a part of Memphis or Misra, was invested by the arms of the lieutenant of Omar. A reinforcement of 4,000 Saracens soon arrived in his camp, and the military engines, which battered the walls, may be imputed to the art and labor of his Syrian allies. Yet the siege was protracted to 7 months, and the rash invaders were encompassed and threatened by the inundation of the Nile. 103. Their last assault was bold and successful. They passed the ditch, which had been fortified with iron spikes, applied their scaling ladders, entered the fortress with the shout of "God is victorious," and drove the remnant of the Greeks to their boats and the Isle of Rauda. The spot was afterwards recommended to the conqueror by the easy communication with the Gulf and the peninsula of Arabia. The remains of Memphis were deserted. The tents of the Arabs were converted into permanent habitations, and the first march was blessed by the presence of 80 companions of Mahomet. 104. A new city arose in their camp, on the eastward bank of the Nile, and the contiguous quarters of Babylon and Fastet are confounded in their present decay by the appellation of Old Misra or Cairo, of which they form an extensive suburb. But the name of Cairo, the town of Victory, more strictly belongs to the modern capital, which was founded in the 10th century by the Fatimite caliphs. 105. It has gradually receded from the river, but the continuity of buildings may be traced by an attentive eye from the monuments of Sesostris to those of Saladin. 106. Yet the Arabs, after a glorious and profitable enterprise, must have retreated to the desert, had they not found a powerful alliance in the heart of the country. The rapid conquest of Alexander was assisted by the superstition and revolt of the natives. They abhorred their Persian oppressors, the disciples of the Magi, who had burnt the temples of Egypt and feasted with sacrilegious appetite on the flesh of the god Apis. 107. After a period of 10 centuries, the same revolution was renewed by a similar cause, and in the support of an incomprehensible creed, the zeal of the Coptic Christians was equally ardent. I have already explained the origin and progress of the Monophysite controversy and the persecution of the emperors, which converted a sect into a nation and alienated Egypt from their religion and government. The Saracens were received as the deliverers of the Jacobite Church, and a secret and effectual treaty was opened during the siege of Memphis between a victorious army and a people of slaves. A rich and noble Egyptian of the name of Makokes had dissembled his faith to obtain the administration of his province. In the disorders of the Persian War, he aspired to independence. The embassy of Mahomet ranked him among princes, but he declined, with rich gifts and ambiguous compliments, the proposal of a new religion. 108. The abuse of his trust exposed him to the resentment of Heraclius. His submission was delayed by arrogance and fear, and his conscience was prompted by interest to throw himself on the favor of the nation and the support of the Saracens. In his first conference with Amru, he heard without indignation the usual option of the Quran, the tribute, or the sword. "The Greeks," replied Makokes, "are determined to abide the determination of the sword, but with the Greeks I desire no communion, either in this world or in the next, and I abjure forever the Byzantine tyrant, his synod of Chalcedon, and his Melchite slaves. For myself and my brethren, we are resolved to live and die in the profession of the gospel and unity of Christ. It is impossible for us to embrace the revelations of your prophet, but we are desirous of peace, and cheerfully submit to pay tribute and obedience to his temporal successors." The tribute was ascertained at 2 pieces of gold for the head of every Christian, but old men, monks, women, and children of both sexes under 16 years of age were exempted from this personal assessment. The Copts above and below Memphis swore allegiance to the Caliph and promised a hospitable entertainment of 3 days to every Mussulman who should travel through their country. By this charter of security, the ecclesiastical and civil tyranny of the Melchites was destroyed. 109. The anathemas of St. Cyril were thundered from every pulpit, and the sacred edifices, with the patrimony of the Church, were restored to the national communion of the Jacobites, who enjoyed without moderation the moment of triumph and revenge. At the pressing summons of Amru, their patriarch Benjamin emerged from his desert, and after the first interview, the courteous Arab affected to declare that he had never conversed with a Christian priest of more innocent manners and a more venerable aspect. 110. In the march from Memphis to Alexandria, the lieutenant of Omar entrusted his safety to the zeal and gratitude of the Egyptians. the roads and bridges were diligently repaired, and in every step of his progress, he could depend on a constant supply of provisions and intelligence. The Greeks of Egypt, whose numbers could scarcely equal a tenth of the natives, were overwhelmed by the universal defection. They had ever been hated, they were no longer feared. The magistrate fled from his tribunal, the bishop from his altar, and the distant garrisons were surprised or starved by the surrounding multitudes. Had not the Nile afforded a safe and ready conveyance to the sea, not an individual could have escaped, who by birth or language or office or religion was connected with their odious name. By the retreat of the Greeks from the provinces of Upper Egypt, a considerable force was collected in the island of Delta. The natural and artificial channels of the Nile afforded a succession of strong and defensible posts, and the road to Alexandria was laboriously cleared by the victory of the Saracens in 22 days of general or partial combat. In their annals of conquest, the siege of Alexandria 111 is perhaps the most arduous and important enterprise. The first trading city in the world was abundantly replenished with the means of subsistence and defense. Her numerous inhabitants fought for the dearest of human rights, religion, and property, and the enmity of the natives seemed to exclude them from the common benefit of peace and toleration. The sea was continually open, and if Heraclius had been awake to the public distress, fresh armies of Romans and barbarians might have been poured into the harbor to save the second capital of the empire. A circumference of 10 miles would have scattered the forces of the Greeks and favored the stratagems of an active enemy, but the two sides of an oblong square were covered by the sea and the Lake Mareotis, and each of the narrow ends exposed a front of no more than 10 furlongs. The efforts of the Arabs were not inadequate to the difficulty of the attempt and the value of the prize. From the throne of Medina, the eyes of Omar were fixed on the camp and city. His voice excited to arms the Arabian tribes and the veterans of Syria, and the merit of a holy war was recommended by the peculiar fame and fertility of Egypt. Anxious for the ruin or expulsion of their tyrants, the faithful natives devoted their labors to the service of Amru. Some sparks of martial spirit were perhaps rekindled by the example of their allies, and the sanguine hopes of Makocas had fixed his sepulchre in the church of St. John of Alexandria. Eutychius the patriarch observes that the Saracens fought with the courage of lions. They repulsed the frequent and almost daily sallies of the besieged, and soon assaulted in their turn the walls and towers of the city. In every attack, the sword, the banner of Amru, glittered in the van of the Moslems. On a memorable day, he was betrayed by his imprudent valor. His followers who had entered the citadel were driven back, and the general, with a friend and slave, remained a prisoner in the hands of the Christians. When Amru was conducted before the prefect, he remembered his dignity and forgot his situation. A lofty demeanor and resolute language revealed the lieutenant of the caliph, and the battle-axe of a soldier was already raised to strike off the head of the audacious captive. His life was saved by the readiness of his slave, who instantly gave his master a blow on the face and commanded him, with an angry tone, to be silent in the presence of his superiors. The credulous Greek was deceived. He listened to the offer of a treaty, and his prisoners were dismissed in the hope of a more respectable embassy, till the joyful acclamations of the camp announced the return of their general and insulted the folly of the infidels. At length, after a siege of 14 months, 112, and the loss of 23,000 men, the Saracens prevailed. The Greeks embarked their dispirited and diminished numbers, and the standard of Mahomet was planted on the walls of the capital of Egypt. "I have taken," said Amru to the caliph, "the great city of the West. It is impossible for me to enumerate the variety of its riches and beauty, and I shall content myself with observing that it contains 4,000 palaces, 4,000 baths, 400 theaters or places of amusement, 12,000 shops for the sale of vegetable food, and 40,000 tributary Jews. The town has been subdued by force of arms, without treaty or capitulation, and the Moslems are impatient to seize the fruits of their victory." 113, the commander of the faithful rejected with firmness the idea of pillage and directed his lieutenant to reserve the wealth and revenue of Alexandria for the public service and the propagation of the faith. The inhabitants were numbered. A tribute was imposed. the zeal and resentment of the Jacobites were curbed, and the Melchites who submitted to the Arabian yoke were indulged in the obscure but tranquil exercise of their worship. The intelligence of this disgraceful and calamitous event afflicted the declining health of the emperor, and Heraclius died of a dropsy about 7 weeks after the loss of Alexandria. 114, under the minority of his grandson, the clamors of a people, deprived of their daily sustenance, compelled the Byzantine court to undertake the recovery of the capital of Egypt. In the space of 4 years, the harbor and fortifications of Alexandria were twice occupied by a fleet and army of Romans. They were twice expelled by the valor of Amru, who was recalled by the domestic peril from the distant wars of Tripoli and Nubia. But the facility of the attempt, the repetition of the insult, and the obstinacy of the resistance provoked him to swear that if a third time he drove the infidels into the sea, he would render Alexandria as accessible on all sides as the house of a prostitute. Faithful to his promise, he dismantled several parts of the walls and towers, but the people was spared in the chastisement of the city, and the Marsh of Mercy was erected on the spot where the victorious general had stopped the fury of his troops. Chapter 51, Conquests by the Arabs, Part 6. I should deceive the expectation of the reader if I passed in silence the fate of the Alexandrian library as it is described by the learned Abulpharagius. The spirit of Amru was more curious and liberal than that of his brethren, and in his leisure hours the Arabian chief was pleased with the conversation of John, the last disciple of Ammonius, and who derived the surname of Philoponus from his laborious studies of grammar and philosophy. 115. Emboldened by this familiar intercourse, Philoponus presumed to solicit a gift, inestimable in his opinion, contemptible in that of the barbarians, the royal library, which alone, among the spoils of Alexandria, had not been appropriated by the visit and the seal of the conqueror. Amru was inclined to gratify the wish of the grammarian, but his rigid integrity refused to alienate the minutest object without the consent of the caliph, and the well-known answer of Omar was inspired by the ignorance of a fanatic. If these writings of the Greeks agree with the Book of God, they are useless and need not be preserved. If they disagree, they are pernicious and ought to be destroyed. The sentence was executed with blind obedience. The volumes of paper or parchment were distributed to the 4,000 baths of the city, and such was their incredible multitude that 6 months were barely sufficient for the consumption of this precious fuel. Since the dynasties of Abulpharagius 116 have been given to the world in a Latin version, the tale has been repeatedly transcribed, and every scholar, with pious indignation, has deplored the irreparable shipwreck of the learning, the arts, and the genius of antiquity. For my own part, I am strongly tempted to deny both the fact and the consequences. 1161. The fact is indeed marvelous. Read and wonder, says the historian himself, and the solitary report of a stranger who wrote at the end of 600 years on the confines of Media is overbalanced by the silence of 2 annalists of a more early date, both Christians, both natives of Egypt, and the most ancient of whom, the patriarch Eutychius, has amply described the conquest of Alexandria. 117. The rigid sentence of Omar is repugnant to the sound and orthodox precept of the Mahometan casuists. They expressly declare that the religious books of the Jews and Christians, which are acquired by the right of war, should never be committed to the flames, and that the works of profane science, historians or poets, physicians or philosophers, may be lawfully applied to the use of the faithful. 118. A more destructive zeal may perhaps be attributed to the first successors of Mahomet. Yet in this instance, the conflagration would have speedily expired in the deficiency of materials. I should not recapitulate the disasters of the Alexandrian library, the involuntary flame that was kindled by Caesar in his own defense. 119. Or the mischievous bigotry of the Christians, who studied to destroy the monuments of idolatry. 120. But if we gradually descend from the age of the Antonines to that of Theodosius, we shall learn from a chain of contemporary witnesses that the royal palace and the temple of Serapis no longer contain the 4 or the 700,000 volumes which had been assembled by the curiosity and magnificence of the Ptolemies. 121. Perhaps the church and seat of the patriarchs might be enriched with a repository of books. But if the ponderous mass of Arian and Monophysite controversy were indeed consumed in the public baths, 122, a philosopher may allow, with a smile, that it was ultimately devoted to the benefit of mankind. I sincerely regret the more valuable libraries which have been involved in the ruin of the Roman Empire. But when I seriously compute the lapse of ages, the waste of ignorance, and the calamities of war, our treasures, rather than our losses, are the objects of my surprise. Many curious and interesting facts are buried in oblivion. The three great historians of Rome have been transmitted to our hands in a mutilated state, and we are deprived of many pleasing compositions of the lyric, iambic, and dramatic poetry of the Greeks. Yet we should gratefully remember that the mischances of time and accident have spared the classic works to which the suffrage of antiquity 123 had adjudged the first place of genius and glory. The teachers of ancient knowledge, who are still extant, had perused and compared the writings of their predecessors. 124 Nor can it fairly be presumed that any important truth, any useful discovery in art or nature, has been snatched away from the curiosity of modern ages. In the administration of Egypt, 125 Amru balanced the demands of justice and policy, the interest of the people of the law, who were defended by God, and of the people of the alliance, who were protected by man. In the recent tumult of conquest and deliverance, the tongue of the Copts and the sword of the Arabs were most adverse to the tranquility of the province. To the former, Amru declared that faction and falsehood would be doubly chastised by the punishment of the accusers, whom he should detest as his personal enemies, and by the promotion of their innocent brethren, whom their envy had labored to injure and supplant. He excited the latter by the motives of religion and honor to sustain the dignity of their character, to endear themselves by a modest and temperate conduct to God and the Caliph, to spare and protect a people who had trusted to their faith, and to content themselves with the legitimate and splendid rewards of their victory. In the management of the revenue, he disapproved the simple but oppressive mode of a capitation, and preferred with reason a proportion of taxes deducted on every branch from the clear profits of agriculture and commerce. A third part of the tribute was appropriated to the annual repairs of the dikes and canals, so essential to the public welfare. Under his administration, the fertility of Egypt supplied the dearth of Arabia, and a string of camels, laden with corn and provisions, covered almost without an interval the long road from Memphis to Medina. 126. But the genius of Amru soon renewed the maritime communication which had been attempted or achieved by the pharaohs, the Ptolemies, or the Caesars, and a canal, at least 80 miles in length, was opened from the Nile to the Red Sea. 1261, this inland navigation, which would have joined the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, was soon discontinued as useless and dangerous. The throne was removed from Medina to Damascus, and the Grecian fleets might have explored a passage to the holy cities of Arabia. 127. Of his new conquest, the Caliph Omar had an imperfect knowledge from the voice of fame and the legends of the Quran. He requested that his lieutenant would place before his eyes the realm of Pharaoh and the Amalekites, and the answer of Amru exhibits a lively and not unfaithful picture of that singular country. 128. O Commander of the Faithful, Egypt is a compound of black earth and green plants, between a pulverized mountain and a red sand. The distance from Sin to the sea is a month's journey for a horseman. Along the valley descends a river, on which the blessing of the Most High reposes both in the evening and morning, and which rises and falls with the revolutions of the sun and moon. When the annual dispensation of Providence unlocks the springs and fountains that nourish the earth, the Nile rolls his swelling and sounding waters through the realm of Egypt. The fields are overspread by the salutary flood, and the villages communicate with each other in their painted barks. The retreat of the inundation deposits a fertilizing mud for the reception of the various seeds. The crowds of husbandmen who blacken the land may be compared to a swarm of industrious ants, and their native indolence is quickened by the lash of the taskmaster and the promise of the flowers and fruits of a plentiful increase. Their hope is seldom deceived. but the riches which they extract from the wheat, the barley and the rice, the legumes, the fruit trees and the cattle, are unequally shared between those who labor and those who possess. According to the vicissitudes of the seasons, the face of the country is adorned with a silver wave, a verdant emerald, and the deep yellow of a golden harvest. 129. Yet this beneficial order is sometimes interrupted, and the long delay and sudden swell of the river in the first year of the conquest might afford some color to an edifying fable. It is said that the annual sacrifice of a virgin 130 had been interdicted by the piety of Omar, and that the Nile lay sullen and inactive in his shallow bed, till the mandate of the caliph was cast into the obedient stream, which rose in a single night to the height of 16 cubits. The admiration of the Arabs for their new conquest encouraged the license of their romantic spirit. We may read in the gravest authors that Egypt was crowded with 20,000 cities or villages, 131 that, exclusive of the Greeks and Arabs, the Copts alone were found, on the assessment, 6 millions of tributary subjects, 132 or 20 millions of either sex, and of every age, that 300 millions of gold or silver were annually paid to the treasury of the caliphs. 133. A reason must be startled by these extravagant assertions, and they will become more palpable if we assume the compass and measure the extent of habitable ground. A valley from the tropic to Memphis seldom broader than 12 miles, and the triangle of the delta, a flat surface of 2,100 square leagues, compose a 12th part of the magnitude of France. 134. A more accurate research will justify a more reasonable estimate. The 300 millions, created by the error of a scribe, are reduced to the decent revenue of 4,300,000 pieces of gold, of which 900,000 were consumed by the pay of the soldiers. 135. Two authentic lists of the present and of the 12th century are circumscribed within the respectable number of 2,700 villages and towns. 136. After a long residence at Cairo, a French consul has ventured to assign about 4 millions of Mahometans, Christians, and Jews for the ample, though not incredible, scope of the population of Egypt. 137. 129. Returns. In a 20 years residence at Cairo, the consul Malet had contemplated that varying scene, the Nile, letter 2, particularly P70-75, the fertility of the land, letter 9. From a college at Cambridge, the poetic eye of Gray had seen the same objects with a keener glance. What wonder in the sultry climes that spread, where Nile, redundant o'er his summer bed,